Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 001. Shuigong, get ready to warm up, it's your turn to play next. The dazzling incandescent light and the low voice brought Duan Tang's distracted attention back to reality. Open your eyes. An old face with a gloomy face and a hint of anger came into his eyes, and behind the white-haired old man was the indoor basketball gym that Duan Tang was very familiar with. Moment. Duan Tang, who was sitting on the bench, looked confused as he looked at the obviously childish players on the field. What's the situation? Dream? Where is this? Senior Yukimiya? Hurry up and get ready to warm up. Looking at the coach's face, he's about to explode. The young man sitting next to Duan Tang, who was obviously a head shorter than him, saw that he seemed to be distracted and quickly reminded him. What the young man spoke was obviously not Hyuxia, but Duan Tang immediately understood the foreign language. Then, his brain suddenly felt a stabbing pain, and countless memories poured out from the depths of his mind. Kuroko's basketball? I actually traveled to this comic book world that I had read many times and became a junior high school student in the same year as Generation of Miracles. Yukimiya Kazuma. 15 years old. Height 184 centimeters. He is currently a third-year student at Shirasuikan Middle School in Tokyo and the main power forward of the basketball team. He was injured in an accident during training some time ago, so he has been sitting on the bench in this friendly match with other schools. From the massive memories that did not belong to him, Duan Tang quickly captured the information that was currently useful to him. Then, I got even more confused. Tokyo area. Beishuikan Middle School, 3rd grade. A junior high school student of the same generation as the Miracle Generation. Good guy, the buff stack is full. Is there any way to play this? Compared with high school, the Miracle Generation in the junior high school era was an absolute blow to the junior high school basketball world. What's more, it's still the 3rd grade of junior high school where all members of Generation of Miracles have blossomed. If he and Teikō belong to the same Tokyo district, he might not even be able to get out of the regional qualifiers of the All-Central Conference. It would be okay if he travels across the country first. Duan Tang shook his head speechlessly. The time travel was so hasty that his brain froze for a while. But soon. Damn it! What kind of action is this? Duan Tang's brain and body quickly started functioning again with the angry curse from the old coach on the sidelines. The coach's scolding was not directed at Duan Tang, who was several beats too slow to react, but at the situation on the court at this moment. During a fast break, player number 7 from Beishui Hall dribbled the ball for a layup. The defender from the opponent's Yamane Middle School wrapped his arms around number 7 and threw number 7 to the ground with a powerful hug. This ignited the old man's temper, and also ignited the anger of the Beishuiguan players on the court. The scene was a little chaotic for a while. The referee and the basketball team members on the sidelines intervened on the court and finally stabilized the players on both sides, as well as the irritable old coach of Beishuikan Middle School. After cursing at the opponent's coaching bench for a while, the old man turned his head again and shouted in the direction of Duan Tang, "You brat, your hand injury is healed. Come on and teach them a lesson." Duan Tang touched his left arm that was recovering well from the injury, nodded to the coach, then got up and walked towards the court. Although he has not yet fully adapted to the identity of Yukimiya Kazuma, he still has to wait for the rest. Just finish the things in front of you and then think about it. Looking at Yumiya Kazuma's back, the coach frowned strangely. I always feel that this kid who is quite out of touch on weekdays seems to be a little different today. Black basket. After walking onto the court, Duan Tang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. And this feeling was intensified as his eyes moved downward and he caught a clear glimpse of the slightly reflective court floor under the incandescent light, with the white-haired boy clearly reflected on it. The hair is still colored. The color of snow. It goes well with the name Yukimiya Kazuma. Good news +1. At this time, it should be called Yukimiya Kazuma Duan Tang, and I am vaguely looking forward to it. As for now, he played basketball a lot when he was a student, and after entering the society, he also has rich theoretical knowledge. However, after traveling back in time, with the body inherited from Kazuma Yukimiya, I don't know what level of strength I can have. At least there shouldn't be much of a problem with this kind of informal friendly match. Not a big problem. Perhaps. Senior Yukimiya. Senior Yukimiya, you can finally play. Yukimiya Kazuma met up with his teammates on the court, and soon 2 second-year teammates came over and greeted them respectfully. This is normal in Sakura country. After all, he is a third-year senior, and he wears the number 5 jersey, second only to the number 4 captain. Faced with the greetings from the juniors, Yumiya Kazuma did not respond immediately. Because a strange noise suddenly appeared in his mind. Buzz. Sui Gong couldn't help but feel a joyful expression on his face. He knew that it would be impossible not to follow Goldfinger when traveling through time. It is detected that the host has logged into the stadium, and the meditation training system is officially launched. Automatic loading of opening badge rewards. Badge loading completed. Get the badge, Master of Transmission Control. Pass, 6393. Ball Control, 5896. Woohoo! Yukimiya Kazuma's nervous mood suddenly stabilized. Although I haven't seen my other attributes yet, my passing and control ability above 90%, providing assists to teammates, and stable ball control without making mistakes can at least ensure my positive role on the court. Etc. It's not right. You seem to be a power forward? Chapter 002. The coach of Shirosuikan Middle School clearly felt that something was not right about Yukimiya Kazuma's condition today, but he didn't think much about it and just thought it was a lack of confidence after returning from injury. Then he gave a reminder on the sidelines, Shui Gong, pay attention to the rebounds after coming on the court and control mistakes. In his opinion, Yukimiya Kazuma, as a junior high-level power forward, although his height and athletic ability are good, he has a lot of technical problems. As the main power forward of Beishui Hall, he is good at excellent defense and rebounding. On the other side, Yumiya Kazuma nodded after hearing the coach's words. The game is just beginning in the 4th quarter. Middle school basketball is not a professional 12-minute quarter, but a 10-minute quarter. At this time, there are still about 8 minutes before the end of the game. The score on the court was 68-62. Shirosuikan Middle School, where Yukimiya is located, leads by 6 points. Shirosuikan missed a free throw. The team's number 4 center, Masaki Teikō, grabbed the rebound and passed it to the outside for a second attack. Shirosuikan Middle School's round. The opponent's back line rushed out and pressed hard. On number 7 of Shirosuikan, the second-year player Daisuke Terayama, who had just been fouled by a big move, tightly protected the basketball. Pass the ball. Suddenly a voice in his ear saved Daisuke Terayama, who was in a dilemma. However, after he passed the ball and saw the target of the pass, his face suddenly became suffocated. Yukimiya-senpai? How did he get to this position to catch the ball? Daisuke Terayama knew very well that what Yukimiya-senpai was good at on the court definitely did not include dribbling. Even under circumstances that were not urgent enough, his offense with the ball was quite worrying. It was quite common for him to be interrupted after 2 dribbles. Of course, on the court, every player is good at different things. What Yukimiya-senpai is good at is defending inside or providing pick-and-roll coverage for teammates. Senior himself also knows what he is good at, so he runs like this. It has been a long time since the outside line took the initiative to ask for the ball. After Kazuma Yukimiya received the ball, he moved his hips in place and dribbling felt better than ever. He briefly observed the distribution of players on the field from the corner of his eye, and subconsciously, several passing routes suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the Control Master Badge. The integration with him was so good, Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes lit up. Thoughts of soaring confidence flashed through his mind. Faced with the pressing pressure of the opponent's players, he dribbled the ball behind his back very smartly. In an instant, he and the ball became one, and he easily stepped out of the breakthrough route. Then he pushed the ball with his left hand, followed closely with his footsteps, and rushed inside quickly. Under the basket, Hakuzuakan Center and number 4 captain Masaki Teikō looked at Kazuma Yukimiya, whose playing style was completely different from that of Kazuma Yukimiya. Before he could be surprised, he was surprised to find that the basketball had passed through the opponent's ball. The defensive line accurately passed to his chest. This catch point. He raised his hand and hit the rebound into the basket. 70:62. Off the court, in front of the Hakuzuakan bench, coach Shin Matsuji suddenly widened his eyes. On the bench, the third-year players who were familiar with Suigong and the truth were even more shocked. Ah! What's the situation? Yukimiya, what were you doing while you were injured? He's such a strong dribbler. Also, how did the ball get past? Coach Shin Matsuji scratched his grey hair, and he couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. Let's not talk about the previous dribbling, but this pass is so beautiful. It accurately penetrated the opponent's entire defense. At that moment, there were 3 opponent's players in the crowded inside. If the ball was even a little bit deflected, it would not reach the hands of Masaki Teikō under the basket. Even Yukimiya's pass also takes the receiving point into consideration. With that perfect position, Masaki Teikō didn't need to make any other adjustments to raise his hand to attack. The opponent's defense was distracted by Yukimiya, and no one had time to make up for it. Passed. Fast and wonderful. What's going on, little brat? I trained him so hard before and couldn't train him to be a complete blue-collar player. After being injured, you suddenly became enlightened. As Shira Suikan's coach, Shin Matsuji is very aware of Yukimiya Kazuma's abilities. This level of passing and dribbling is completely beyond what Yukimiya Kazuma can accomplish. So was it just a coincidence? Both sides changed sides offensively and defensively. The opponent Yamane Middle School serves from the baseline. However, Beishui Hall retreated very quickly, containing the fast attack and forcing the opponent into a positional battle. Yamane NOS 6 and 7 set a screen at the top of the three-point arc, but Yukimiya Kazuma could see at a glance that this pick and roll was just a cover. Because the quality is not high, the space intentionally left is obviously to compress the defense line of Beishui Pavilion and create opportunities for long-range shots. The next second. Sure enough, number 6 made a fake move for a breakthrough, and then passed it back to number 7, who was heading behind him. At this moment, a figure wearing a light blue uniform suddenly appeared in the middle of the line between the two. Her hair is as white as snow. Number 5, Beishui Hall. Yukimiya Kazuma. Chapter 003. To be honest, Yukimiya and Zhen were both a little surprised that the ball was successfully broken. The badge of the Master of Passing Control, the vision and awareness brought by passing ability are not only reflected in the offensive end. He also showed excellent results on defense. Almost as soon as Yamane Junior High School made a cover action, Yukimiya Kazuma made a judgment immediately. That is to say, the opponent's pick and roll is just a feint, and no SIXS breakthrough is a fake move, leaving room for the pick and roll. There is a high probability that number 7 will not follow the pass, and Yamane will learn to play a long-range attack. This is the ability to read the game indirectly brought by the pass control master. Snap! Yukimiya Kazuma completed this sudden steal under everyone's surprised gaze. Then Kazuma took the lead and rushed away. Yamane Middle School's response was also not slow, and number 7, who was closest to the outside, immediately followed up and gave chase. Although number 7 was only about 175 centimeters tall, he was quite fast. Yukimiya Kazuma didn't turn his head significantly to observe. He only relied on his peripheral vision and his position judgment when he stole the ball before, and he easily locked onto his teammates who were also following up and supporting him. With a very brief tremble of the wrist, the basketball flashed an orange light in the air, and with a no-look pass, it accurately passed through Yamane Middle School No. 7 and was delivered to the hands of point guard Kasuga Yuji in Shiresui Hall No. 8. This pass was still very freehand. Although it was Kasuga Yuji who scored the layup in the end, everyone's eyes were focused on Yukimiya Kazuma at this moment. Kazuma Yukimiya from Hakuzuikan. Senior, there is still such a trump card hidden in Beishui Pavilion. No. Yukimiya Kazuma was just a player with average skills and good athletic ability before. At least he was still like that last year. Ah. I didn't play in the first 3 quarters. I heard that I was injured during training. As the opponent, Yamane Middle School, the bench was buzzing for a while. 72:62. After Yuki Gong came on the field, Beishuiguan scored 2 goals in succession, and the point difference reached double digits. Pretty. Coach Shinsatsuji on the sidelines pumped his fist excitedly. He can be sure that Yukimiya Kazuma definitely has excellent vision and passing ability now. Although I don't understand how Yukimiya suddenly completed such a degree of transformation, after monsters like Generation of Miracles appeared in the junior high school basketball world, Shin Matsuji feels that such incomprehensible things are very common. On the field, Kasuga Yuji looked at his senior with a strange expression. Just. Senior, he definitely didn't look at me, right? How on earth did you find me? Round at Yamane Middle School. The lessons learned in just 2 rounds made Yamane clearly feel that the opponent number 5, Yukimiya Kazuma, was unusual. Yamane number 6 hands the ball to number 8. As a point guard, Yamane's number 8 dribbling ability is very good, especially good at breaking through with the ball. In the first 3 quarters when Yukimiya did not play, relying on his excellent breakthrough ability, he gave Shiresui Hall created a considerable threat. A front cross step in disguise. Yamane number 8 broke through Kasuga Yuji's defense and dived inside. However, Teikō Masaki's inside defense is very fast. On the other side, Yukimiya Kazuma, who is also inside, has already assisted the defense with his excellent overall view and blocked the opponent's passing route in advance. In this way, Yamane number 8 can only complete the attack on its own. Facing Masaki Teikō, who is nearly 190 centimeters tall, Yamane number 8 launched a very high arc throw. Boring. There was a crisp sound. The basketball hit the back edge of the basket and bounced high. Masaki Teikō reached out with his long arms and won the rebound. The first time he landed, he subconsciously looked for Yukimiya Kazuma's location. At this time, Yukimiya had already rushed forward and Masaki Teikō threw the ball over without hesitation. When Kasuga Yuji saw this, his face was startled for a moment, and then a bitter look appeared on his face. He is obviously the point guard. Yukimiya got the ball, and Yamane Junior High School retreated very quickly. Number 6 and 8 followed up on both sides of Yukimiya Kazuma and took a brief look at the situation on the field. Now it is 3v3 in the front court, which is extremely strong. His vision allowed him to find his attack route instantly. The sudden stride forward and the continuum of quick start and stop immediately caused Yamane Middle School's defense to focus on him. Then, he turned to look at his number 6 Flower Yin Liang, and the opponent's number 6 pounced on him like a conditioned reflex. However, while Yukimiya was dribbling the ball at his hip, he suddenly moved his fingertips and passed the ball to number 7 on the other side, shooting guard Daisuke Terayama. This pass immediately made the entire stadium scream. The moment the ball was passed out, under the influence of the Master of Pass Control badge, even though Daisuke Terayama's receiving point was not an area where he was good at shooting, the moment the ball slipped into his hand, he immediately felt that the open ball was there. Hey! The basketball drew an orange arc in the air and fell into the net. 74:62. The coach of Yamane Middle School immediately waved and called a timeout. On the court, Captain Masaki Teikō came over and patted Yukimiya on the shoulder. "Kazuma, what's going on? Are you suddenly so good at passing and dribbling?" I did a little research during my hand injury." Yumiya Kazuma thought for a while and thought of the meditation training system. "Although I don't know the specific situation yet, I think it's best to lay the groundwork for the system as much as possible. I recently found a workout that works really well for me." Masaki Teikō nodded. Although Yukigong's strength has improved quite a bit, it is not surprising compared to the generation of miracles who super-evolve every year. After all, just looking at the body shape, Yukimiya is actually quite close to last year's Teikō Junior High, the black-skinned ace whose strength has soared to terrifying levels. Chapter 004. When the players from Shirosuiken Middle School returned to the bench, the discussion among the bench players immediately became more enthusiastic. "Yukinomiya senpai is so strong. He is great at dribbling and passing. It feels like we have changed into a different team after he came on the court. Yet, did you see that no-look pass? It was completely passed to the other side of the field of vision. Isn't Senior a power forward?" "Yes. Right." Faced with the doubts of the first-year newcomers, the other veteran players were also at a loss. As a coach, Shin Matsuharu, in the past few offensive and defensive rounds, the level of shock given to him by Yukimiya Kazuma was definitely much higher than that of his own players. Because he was absolutely sure that Yukimiya, a boy with a power-forward body, had the ability to be a point guard, and he was far beyond the junior high school level. In the face of pressing, he can dribble quite freely, has broad vision, smooth passing ability, and an assist-first style of play. He even has a passing imagination that most point guards do not have. Etc. Damn it! It's been 2 years, why haven't I discovered this kid's talent at all? Dazzled by height? But I am definitely not that kind of superficial coach. Never mind. No matter what, he is definitely a point guard genius. Snow Palace, come here." A kind smile appeared on Shin Matsuji's face covered with age lines, which made the surrounding Hakuzui Hall players shiver. Yukimiya Kazuma was called over, and then he heard Shin Satsuji say, "You will control the ball when you attack next. You performed well on the court just now, just keep it up. As for the others, continue to run according to the tactics we have always been good at. When defending, Suigong, you still stand at the power forward. Although your passing and controlling are still okay, don't let your good defense fall behind." After listening to Shin Satsuji's words, Kasuga Yuji, the point guard, looked even more bitter. Soon, the pause ends. "Masaki." Yukimiya Kazuma came to Teikō Masaki and whispered, "Wait and prepare to catch the ball and attack. The inside line of Yamane on the opposite side cannot stop you." Masaki Teikō nodded. He found that Yukimiya had indeed changed a lot, and even his personality had become much calmer and more reliable. "Do you need me to cover for you? If you want, just signal to me." "Good." Kazuma Yukimiya and Masaki Teikō high-fived each other, and the inexplicable thoughts in their minds suddenly disappeared. "Although I have always heard that the sports infrastructure here in Sakura is very high, but after experiencing it myself, I felt it more clearly. The atmosphere is indeed quite nice." After taking the field, Yamane Junior High School's round. The opponent's point guard was holding the ball, and Kasuga Yuji, who was defending in front of him, had just been deprived of his organizational power by the coach, so he was working harder on defense than before. Yamane number 8 dribbled the ball, and Kasuga Yuji was highly concentrated. Although facing this kind of point guard who is good at changing directions and breaking through quickly, the frequency of his feet was somewhat unable to keep up, but he always worked hard to interfere with the opponent with his hands. Dribbling. The point guard of Yamane Middle School was tightly entangled, and in the end he had no choice but to let others attack, and handed the ball to the small forward on the wing. After receiving the ball, number 6 immediately started from a triple threat position. At the edge of the paint area, he dribbled and stopped for a jump shot. The basketball passed Masaki Teikō's defense and stumbled into the basket, barely breaking the scoring drought since Yukimiya Kazuma came on the field. Shiratsuken Middle School's round. Under the astonished eyes of everyone in Yamane, Yukimiya and Makoto caught the ball and advanced. After being stunned for a moment, the opponent's point guard immediately rushed forward to press, but Yukimiya turned sideways slightly and was shocked. Height 184 vs 172, there is a gap visible to the naked eye between the two in terms of physical confrontation ability, and under the influence of the badge, the ball control ability has skyrocketed to 96 points, allowing Yukimiya to make full use of it during dribbling. This physical advantage. Pretty. Coach Shin Matsuji on the sidelines had more wrinkles on his face. He didn't expect Yukimiya to have such a pragmatic style without showing off his skills after his dribbling skills became more apparent. If Yukimiya can maintain this level and be lucky enough not to run into Teikō early, then this year's Hakuzuikan may be able to make it to the all-contest again, and even have great potential in the all-contest. At the signal of Kazuma Yumiya, Masaki Teikō came to the top of the arc and made a pick and roll. Yukigong passed by the defense and reached the basket. The opponent's power forward's defense obviously couldn't keep up with Suigong. There was no other way but the center could only come over to help defend. It was just a momentary defensive loss, and Yukimiya's peripheral vision immediately found an opportunity. He maintained the movement of his shoulders and neck without moving his eyes at all. With a flick of his left hand, the basketball bounced off the ground and passed through the gap between the opponent's double team. Pass. Masaki Teikō, who followed the path, once again caught the ball from Kazuma Yukimiya. It is still a comfortable pass that requires no adjustment at all. I secretly said something awesome. Masaki Teikō took advantage of the situation and completed a rather extravagant dunk for a junior high school student. Beautiful, Kazuma. Wow! Well done, Senior Yukimiya. Coach Shin Satsuji, already 4 assists, so fast. From the moment he came on the field, every ball created an excellent offensive opportunity. In terms of passing alone, he is undoubtedly top-notch, not to mention his skillful use of vision while passing the ball. That's talent. Chapter 005. The game continues. On the offensive end, with the assist of Kazuma Yukimiya, Shiratsuken Middle School showed an overwhelming advantage. Hey! Kazuma Yukimiya, who controlled the thunder and lightning on the field, couldn't control the excitement on his face. The basketball was controlled in his hands like an arm. Under different conditions on the court, he could always easily deliver the ball to his teammates comfortably. This is an experience he has never had before in his playing career. The coach of Yamane Middle School gradually became gloomy. In his plan, the fourth quarter was the stage for Yamane Middle School to counterattack, but the appearance of Yukimiya Kazuma completely interrupted all his plans. The team manager who was responsible for recording the data suddenly said in a deep voice, "This guy has already received 9 assists since the fourth quarter. In less than 1 quarter. But so far, Yukimiya Kazuma hasn't scored yet. Maybe he doesn't have any offensive capabilities except passing and controlling." The manager's words made the Yamane Middle School coach's eyes light up. That's right. It must be. If a junior high school player has the ability, how can he not want to score by himself? Then he immediately called a timeout. When arranging the tactics, there was only one core: keep an eye on the others and let number 5 hold the ball and attack. Let him shoot from a distance. The pause ends. Yamane Middle School's offense, under the pressure of Shiratsuihal's continuous easy scoring, was already a little confused. This offense still failed to score points. Then, number 5, who was tall and hairy as snow, pushed forward with great pressure. Yumiya Kazuma. Yukimiya Kazuma stood at the top of the arc with a surprised look on his face. This is being surrendered? The opponent's number 8 retreated a bit far to prevent a sudden shot. Does this mean he didn't make a shot? Then you are wrong. We have lived through the small ball era. Moreover, after being severely beaten by society, I usually play wild ball, which is also an open shot to practice and maintain my health. The muscle strength of the arms is about the same. Although the similarity between an adult and a junior high school student makes him a little shy, at this time, it is just right for him to adapt to his previous shooting experience. The space he was given far away, coupled with his height advantage, gave him enough time to prepare, take a look at the basket, and shoot. The next second, the orange basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air. Hey! Enter the network in response. Coach Yamane glanced at the team manager on the sidelines and suppressed his words again. The manager looked straight at the court, his gaze fixed, for fear of meeting his coach's eyes. At this time, Yukimiya Kazuma, who scored 3 points, 9 assists and 1 steal, has become the absolute core of Shirasuikan Middle School. After scoring, everyone praised his shooting projection ability. Coach Shinsatsuji looked at Yukimiya Kazuma with burning eyes. Putting aside his strength, this level of improvement is definitely on the level of Teikō's group of little monsters. I didn't expect that. A genius of this level will appear under him. Aya Mindaki when she was in the national team last year, the rest of the generation of miracles who have fully evolved this summer, and Kazuma Yukimiya who suddenly burst out, maybe there is indeed some magic in this time of year. Next, Yamane Middle School, who did not believe in evil, after executing the tactics of Fang Suigong's personal offense 3 times in a row, was beaten all over as expected. A 3-pointer, a long 2-pointer, and a wonderful assist to the basket. Yukimiya Kazuma single-handedly ended the game in the final stages of the game. 91:69. Shirasuikan Middle School won the training match against Yamane Middle School at its home training hall. Competition is over. After giving a friendly farewell to the dejected Yamane Junior High School. Speaking of devils, Shin Matsuji, who can be called the coach of Teikō Platinum Kozo, made a devilish voice in a high-pitched voice, everyone, including the players who have finished the training matches, finish their physical training and it will be over today. Captain Zuteng, you are responsible for supervision. Yes, coach. The tall Masaki Teikō showed a helpless smile at the winking team members behind him. Everyone, let's practice. Those who fall behind, need to practice more. Yes. Everyone immediately turned around and started physical training. Actually, the so-called physical training is running laps. After everyone was involved in training, Coach Shin Matsuji's eyes were always focused on Yukimiya Kazuma, and he fell into quiet contemplation. After confirming Yukimiya Kazuma's ability, all subsequent plans may need to be replanned. Maybe this is the most promising year. However, if Yumiya Kazuma knew what the coach was thinking at this time, I am afraid he would immediately put up a black line. After all, he knew very well that this year's Teikō would compete on their own XJB in the national competition. Play tactics and score an exaggerated score of 198:8. As for the little Karami like Beijuokan Middle School who doesn't even have a camera, hope is probably just hope. Chapter 006. Yukimiya Kazuma was running wildly in the arena, his body subconsciously following the people in front of him, but his consciousness was completely immersed in the meditation training system, trying hard to study the specific conditions of this system. Yukimiya Kazuma knows very well how important talent is in sports competitions. In the black basket, it is even more like a chasm. Hair with color is the most attractive. Tatsuya Himuro is infinitely close to Generation of Miracles. His skills are gorgeous and superb, and his strength has reached the same level as Generation of Miracles. However, because of his talent, he stops at talent, cannot enter zone, and can never surpass the limits of mortals. Certainly. It's okay if you say it's because his hair has no color. The only exception is probably that people built it in Hunkin, a beautiful country. Although they don't have hair color, they have rainbow in their name. Rainbow of rainbows. Or else he was the former captain of Teikō, the #1 power forward in junior high school before Mine blossomed. Senior Yukimiya, training is over. After Kasuga Ufutami's training ended, Yumiya Kazuma was still running slowly with his head down, and then he gave a reminder. But at this moment, Yukimiya Kazuma naturally couldn't hear other sounds. Well, shall we go first? Kasuga Yuji and Teruyama Daisuke, the two second-year starters, looked at each other, and when they received no response, they left the gym with the others. In the end, only Captain Masaki Teikō was left, sitting on a bench on the sidelines, waiting for Kazuma Yukimiya. Yukimiya Kazuma, whose thoughts were completely absorbed in the system, did not notice the situation in the arena at all. He was still familiar with the system. The first thing he studied carefully was the basic attributes. Name, Yukimiya Kazuma. Team, Beishuiken Middle School. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Arm span, 191 centimeters. Speed, 67. Strength, 70. Ball possession, 96. Pass, 93. Bounce, 71. Layup, 75. Dunk, 62. CIC, 75. 3 points, 75. Rebounds, 72. Blocks, 69. Steals, 61. Single defense, 72. Assisted defense, 73. Physical fitness, 71. Badge, Master of Transmission Control. After Yukimiya Kazuma looked at his basic attributes, except for the transmission and control ability brought by the Transmission Master badge, the rest can only be said to be average with a passing mark and a little more. Yukimiya Kazuma was not too surprised by this. After the training match just now, he already had a rough idea of what his basic attributes were based on his passing and control attributes. After all, compared to the double 90+ upload control attributes and badges, the gap between his abilities in other aspects and the former is visible to the naked eye. As for my impression, Coach Shinsatsuji said that if his physical condition is good, it is probably only comparable to that of a junior high school student, but his current passing and control master is obviously far beyond the junior high school level. Finished reading the properties. So what about the most important thing, the so-called meditation training? Yukimiya Kazuma asked quietly in his heart, but did not get an answer from the system. Obviously, this system was not as smart as he imagined, and it could communicate with him. However, although there was no direct dialogue, the system responded quickly. Buzz. There was a sudden buzzing in my ears. What followed was a flash of brilliant light in front of his eyes. The light, which is like a stream of data, converges into the virtual image in front of you. As for Masaki Teikō, who was waiting for Yukimiya, he only saw Yukimiya jogging, and suddenly stopped and froze in place. It is detected that the host actively starts meditation training. Randomly load training scenarios. Loading completed. 1v1 training. Opponent. Mine Daiki. Yukimiya Kazuma. Looking at Mine Daiki, who was completely composed of data streams in front of him, the wild nature unleashed on him without any reservation made Yukimiya and Ma's scalp numb. Is this the original system? There is no mention of training rewards. But upon closer inspection, Yukimiya Kazuma discovered that Mine opposite him was about the same height as him, and had not yet reached the height of 192 centimeters in high school. In other words, this is probably Mine during the National 3 period. Estimate. There's no difference, right? Take a deep breath. Take a moment to prepare. Yukimiya Kazuma held the ball and lowered his waist to make a triple threat posture. Mine on the opposite side lowered her center of gravity and stared at Yumiya Kazuma with a serious look on her face, which was comparable to a fight between Zone and Kagami Taiga. Yukimiya Kazuma. There is no need to take it so seriously. Yukimiya Kazuma is very clear that the only weapon he has to compete with the opponent now is the pass and control master. In a 1v1 duel, passing the ball is useless, and the badge ability is half destroyed. So, you can only compete with your ball control skills. Snap! Snap! Speed up the ball drop. Compared with the dribbling shown in the previous training match, Yukimiya Kazuma's dribbling speed is extremely fast at this moment. Otherwise, with the frequency of movements of Mine Daiki and the Black Panther, if he does not dribble the ball to this level, he will definitely fail. Been cut off. With the swing of his left and right hands, the basketball moved back and forth in front of Kazuma Yukimiya's eyes. There was almost no unnecessary movement, and the dribbling was clean and fast. Boom! Suddenly, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly started to break through. In his peripheral vision, Mine's body swayed, and the Black Panther behind him expanded again. In a blink, cut off Yukimiya Kazuma's breakthrough route. But Yukimiya had already expected this. Almost at the same time that Mine appeared in front of him, he had already made a terrifyingly smooth crotch move, and then turned his back. The left arm ball protector caught Mine's body backwards. Chapter 007. Although Yukimiya Kazuma was stuck in Mine's position, the latter's feet suddenly exploded, and he immediately broke through Yukimiya's obstruction with his physical ability. In her peripheral vision, the phantom of a Black Panther appeared behind Mine, breathing ferociously towards the Snow Palace. Ha! It's not that easy. An excited smile appeared on Mine's face. Yukimiya Kazuma frowned and then responded with a tit-for-tat sneer. Immediately afterwards, the dribbling movements in his hands changed again. Emergency stop. Pull back and retreat. He dribbled behind his back to adjust his rhythm, and then made a gambling-like move in front of his body, successfully brushing against Mine's fingertips and protruding out again. One set of movements was extremely smooth, and the breakthrough was completed in the blink of an eye. However, Mine's speed was too fast. Yukigong's current speed of 67 points was not even a little bit behind the opponent, and he was soon entangled by Mine again. But the weapon in Yukigong's hands is obviously not speed. The badge Master of Pass Control gives him 96 points of ball control ability and master-level ball control experience. Bang! During the dribbling process, he suddenly took the initiative to get closer to Mine. He dribbled the ball under his hips and sent the ball away from Mine's defensive side. At the same time, he seized the opportunity to find a confrontation. Although it failed to hit, it still delayed Mine Daiki for a moment. At this moment, he is very close to the basket. Yukimiya's goal is very clear. Under Mine's high-intensity defense, it is difficult for him to find a chance to shoot the basket. Instead of gambling on shooting, it is better to rush closer to the basket. Positional shot, and his ability to control the ball is the confidence he believes can achieve this goal. Get to the basket. Mine's body is leaping like a panther, and she is entangled like a sticky candy. The seriousness in her eyes is definitely not what Mine should have in reality, and she is gradually starting to show off at this stage. Yukimiya Kazuma didn't have time to hesitate, stepped into the restricted area and immediately jumped up high. Are you kidding me? Jump higher for me. Mine moves quickly, and her mouth is not idle. That kind of arrogant tone is the same as Mine after the beginning of the Black Basket plot line. And on the other side, Masaki Teikō, who was sitting on the bench on the sidelines, was completely dumbfounded as he watched Kazuma Yukimiya fighting against the air alone. But was the fight so intense? Kazuma looked like he was really having a fierce battle with someone. Masaki Teikō. I recently found a workout that works really well for me. Is this what Kazuma is talking about? Imagine your opponent's training out of thin air? How is this possible? The more Masaki Teikō thought about it, the more unreasonable he felt, but seeing Kazuma Yumiya's solemn expression from the moment he started searching for enemies in the void, he didn't dare to say anything and kept looking weird until now. Until now. When he saw Yukinong leaping high, there was no ball in his hand, but he reached forward with one hand, making a layup that felt quite heavy to the senses, and then it seemed that the opponent's pressure was severe. Yukimiya's layup movement was somewhat deformed, and the hand shape of the layup was forced to change from the layup movement to moving forward to move the ball towards the imaginary backboard. He almost couldn't control his voice. During the meditation training, Mindaki, who was streaming data, watched Kazuma Yumiya hit the ball on the backboard with a pop, and it was too late when he realized something was wrong. Because he jumped too high. After Yukimiya Kazuma's layup changed to smashing the ball against the backboard, Mindaki was even still floating in the air when he had already landed. The former immediately took off again after landing, not daring to touch the ball too much. He caught the rebounding basketball in the air and only moved slightly towards the basket. Hey! The basketball hits the net. Yukimiya Kazuma made a telescopic gesture between his eyebrows. Where is the defense? Why can't I see it? Mindaki smiled. You guy. Looking at Yumiya Kazuma's eyes widening at him and the high-spirited expression on his face, Mind's eyes flickered, and he could not help but reveal an excited smile that seemed to swallow people up. Yukimiya Kazuma broke in. The habit of playing on the field is too complacent. Mindaki smiles so pervertedly. Why should he be provoked by his own passion? If it gets violent, just open a zone and come out, you won't be able to withstand it. Anyway, with this meditation training, you don't really want to win over this black guy, do you? This move just now could only steal one. Except for controlling the ball, he is now far away from the opponent in all aspects. Yukimiya Kazuma glanced at Mind, who took the initiative to pick up the ball and walked to the top of the key. Well, can I fight without changing my hair? Mind raised an eyebrow at Shuigong. The immersion state of her whole body with high concentration was a bit scary. She stared closely and pushed the ball over, but the person did not move. Obviously, there was no hair change, he was just asked to wash the ball quickly. He looked like he couldn't wait to punch someone through. Yukimiya Kazuma stepped forward with the ball. Snap! Hands the ball to Mind with his right hand. While passing the ball, Shuigongren was already close to him, and his whole body was resisting and harassing. The best effect was to make the opponent drop the ball hastily. A little trick on the wild court, as a defender, when washing the ball, give the ball to the opponent and immediately press close to confront the opponent, breaking the opponent's triple threat posture and reducing the offensive pressure. Especially an opponent like Mindaki, who has an obvious advantage in speed in all aspects, must do this. Otherwise, the opponent will start with a triple threat, combined with the threat of sudden shots, and he may be wiped out in one start. Chapter 008. Mind's eyes flashed slightly. Snow Palace enveloped him closely, and moved in a small range from left to right, tightly entangled with Mind, making his steps suddenly become heavy. Snap! Mind chose to actively drop the ball. Mind abandoned her triple threat stance at the start and dropped the ball sideways, firmly controlling the ball and putting some distance between herself and Yukimiya Kazuma. And then next, Kazuma Yukimiya witnessed with his own eyes the super-fast dribbling after Mind blossomed. The dribbling style of Yukimiya's pass and control master is two extremes. Mind's dribbling looks chaotic at first glance, but it is as smooth as running water, allowing the ball to move back and forth with his body, swaying and dancing around. It was as if there was some kind of realm, pulling the ball tightly. It's too much. Unacceptable. Yukimiya Kazuma felt like a paper boat whose weight was being shifted by Mind, and could capsize at any time. Snort. Seemingly dissatisfied with Yukimiya's performance, Ayamine's wild dribbling became even more wanton amid Ayamine's cold snort, making Yukimiya's footsteps messy. Yukimiya Kazuma. No. Be prepared. Otherwise there is no chance at all. Tisk. There was a sharp screeching sound of sneakers, and Yumiya Kazuma stepped hard on the floor. If he had a chance to distract himself, he would see the Transmission Master badge in the system shining brightly. In the previous training match, the Pass Control Master brought excellent ability to read the game, and used it to complete a beautiful pass predictive interception. At this moment, the Pass and Control Master also used a certain degree of dribbling judgment on the defensive end, blocking Ayamine's breakthrough route one step ahead, offsetting Ayamine's speed advantage. When Yukimiya successfully completed a defense, Ayamine didn't seem surprised. Fancy turned his back to Suigong, and completed a Tracy McGrady-style back dribble, stopping suddenly and then starting up. Too fast. Pa. Ayamine dived down, turned around and brushed past Snow Palace's defense. Really? Still a long way to go. Arriving near the free throw line, Ayamine immediately jumped up and shot a jumper. Yukimiya was stunned for a moment when he saw this. He didn't expect that after Ayamine completely got rid of himself, he didn't attack the frame directly, but chose a mid-range shot. However, the reaction in a moment did not allow him to think too much. Chase behind Ayamine and jump to block the shot. Yukimiya Kazuma. So high. Ha. Ayamine had jumped up with a smile on her lips. Then, with Suigong's stunned expression, he suddenly raised his legs and tightened his abdomen, and the basketball was pulled back from the air by him. The body tilted to the right in the air, his right hand reached out to the right, he swung the ball from bottom to top, and performed the iconic Search for the Moon from the Sea move in the anime. Just like this, it was displayed in front of Kazuma Yukimiya. With such a casual hug, there is obviously no beautiful rotation, but the arc is really high. When the high hollow of the basketball falls into the net, it is like a meteor falling to the ground. Yukimiya Kazuma. This guy. Waiting here on purpose to show off his formless shot. Sure enough, seeing it with your own eyes is completely different from the two-dimensional action performance. Damn it! So handsome too. Yukimiya Kazuma's body collided with Ayamine Daki's body. Recalling the scene he just saw, he couldn't help but say one word, 6. Sci-fi basketball or something. How outrageous! Yukimiya Kazuma once again reached the top of the three-point arc. On his offensive turn, the duel between the two has entered a state of trapped beasts. Snap! Yukimiya's dribbling speed is very fast, and the combination of virtual and real is becoming more and more complex. However, as Ayamine gradually reaches a speed that can only leave a black shadow, it is like hitting a wall every time and being forced to retreat. Snap! 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 In a very short time, Yukimiya Kazuma's breakthrough stopped. Breakthrough stopped. Another breakthrough. Stop again. Despite having the Master of Pass and Control badge, Yukimiya Kazuma was still able to control the ball steadily during Ayamine's high-intensity pressing, but it was just a matter of control. In this round, Ayamine has gone up a level, both in terms of speed and physical confrontation. Without any choice, Yukimiya Kazuma chose the simplest and crudest way of playing. Post-up. The technique of post-up singles, as an attacker, has the advantage of taking the initiative. Even if there is some gap in physical ability, you can still fight head-on. Bang! Yukimiya Kazuma held the ball firmly with his back and pushed it in bit by bit. After reaching a sufficient area to attack, suddenly the reality turns around. Fake shot. Ayamine's eyes didn't waver at all, and she still stood firmly in front of Yumiya Kazuma, until the opponent turned to the other side again, strode towards the basket and licked the basket. Bang! The moment the basketball leaves your hand, Mindaki takes off on the spot. With a pop sound, the ball was directly pressed onto the backboard. Looking at the flash of black leather above his head and the clear sound of nailing the board, Yumiya Kazuma couldn't help but take a breath of air. There is only one thought in my mind. Damn, is this training too difficult? Chapter 009. After a while. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a meditation training. Training evaluation loading. Reward, speed training value plus 0.2. The virtual image of the data flow dissipated, followed by the prompts of the meditation training system. When Yukimiya Kazuma came to his senses, he looked around and found that the gymnasium of Shiriswicken Middle School had become empty at some point. Only Masaki Teikō was left sitting on the bench on the sidelines, looking at him with a strange look on his face. At the same time, in the system, on the personal attribute list, a plus sign appears after Yukimiya Kazuma's speed attribute. Yukimiya Kazuma looked shocked. The main function of this meditation training system is now understood. Very simple control, a slight movement of thought, and the training value obtained from the one-on-one training just added to the speed attribute. Speed, 6767.2. Moment. A stream of heat suddenly emerged from under my feet. Then there is no more. Adding a speed of 0.2 obviously won't make any earth-shaking changes. This duel didn't take too long. If there is no limit on the number of times, what if we practice like this every day? If we practice all the attributes to 99, why don't we give the Age of Miracles a string of 5? Wrong. The feeling of using it in combination with transmission and control. The combination of transmission control attribute and transmission control master badge, the one that plays a greater role is that badge. Attributes are just the basis. How to bring out the effects of the attributes depends on how the individual uses it, or directly relies on the badge. Obviously, badges like the Master of Transmission and Control can fully exert the power of the basic attributes. At first, Sui Gong thought that the Transmission and Control Master badge was bound to the Transmission and Control ability value, that is, getting the badge would give you the corresponding ability value. However, now it seems that this is obviously not the case with such a stingy increase for one training session. Otherwise, if you get a badge in the future and your ability is fully maxed out, then the meditation training will only get a few tenths of training value each time, and the meaning will be gone. The Transmission Control Master rewarded with the badge at the beginning is more like a welfare reward for novices. In order to apply this badge at the beginning, the system forcibly improved the two attributes. It's like giving you some sweetness first, and then hooking you up to cheat you out of money. So, the path from there is pretty clear. Work hard to improve your attributes first, so as not to fall into the embarrassing situation of getting a badge but not having enough attributes to wear the badge later. Yukimiya Kazuma, etc. How to get the badge? I haven't been given any hints yet. The other side. Teikō Masaki saw that Yukimiya Kazuma seemed to be resting where he was, so he waited for a few minutes before coming over. Is this the training method you're talking about? Play ball into the air. Really useful. Teikō Masaki couldn't help but asked. This is called meditation training. Yukimiya Kazuma said seriously, and as you can see today, the effect is surprisingly good. Masaki Teikō shook his head and said in admiration, "You are really a genius." It was obvious that Kazuma Yumiya was undoubtedly a genius for being able to come up with such a weird training model that could improve things so quickly. And you? Why haven't you left yet? Waiting to lock the door, I saw how enthusiastic you were practicing, so I didn't bother you. Teikō Masaki rolled his eyes at Yukimiya, and then suddenly smiled and said, "However, seeing that you rely on meditation and air to play, I can even really do it. It's really fun to feel your opponent's movements." Seeing Teikō Masaki looking like he was about to lock the door, Yukimiya Kazuma immediately said, "Wait a minute, lock it later, just give me the key, and I will lock the door last. Masaki Teikō heard the implication of Yukimiya's words and asked in surprise, "You still want to continue practicing?" Kazuma Yukimiya nodded and said, "Well, I want to practice again. This training mode requires an empty stadium. Now is the right time. Leave the key there and I will lock the stadium." Finished. Yukimiya Kazuma was ready to return to the court and challenge another wave of meditation training. But that's it. But I heard Masaki Teikō behind me say, "Then I'll stay too." There is still more than a month left before the qualifiers for the national team. I want to work harder. You can't be a person who has just recovered from an injury and practice extra while I, the captain, am slacking off. Masaki Teikō looked at Kazuma Yumiya seriously, then took off his coat and pushed the cart filled with basketballs to the other half of the court. Yukimiya Kazuma watched for a while and found that Masaki Teikō mainly trained in shooting. Suddenly, a question occurred to him. "Want to come and play some balls?" "Hey!" After hearing this, Masaki Teikō was stunned for a moment. "Okay." Masaki Teikō came back to his senses and quickly came to the half of the court where Yukimiya was. Looking at Kazuma Yukimiya in front of him, Masaki Teikō suddenly noticed that the expression on this guy's face was very relaxed. It was clear that Sui Gong's expression gradually became serious when he was doing the meditation training, and in the end it became even more destructive. Now he seems to be quite relaxed. While thinking, Teikō Masaki passed the ball to Yukimiya Kazuma, and then made a defensive move. The two are about the same height, one is 184 and the other is 189, and their athletic abilities are similar. In the past, the two performed their own duties, one was good at defense and the other was good at offense. But, judging from Kazuma Yukimiya's performance today, Masaki Teikō knows that in terms of offense, Kazuma is no longer the same. The next second. Snap! 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 In the silent arena, the sound of rapid dribbling was heard. When Masaki Teikō came to his senses, he had been staggered and completely lost his defensive position. Only when he really stood in front of Kazuma Yukimiya, Masaki Teikō realized firsthand how well Kazuma Yukimiya controls the ball now. So strong. Chapter 010. Yukimiya Kazuma twisted his shoulders and neck, feeling quite satisfied with the attack he just faced against Masaki Teikō. However, if you are not in the meditation training scene, you cannot obtain training values. It seems that all subsequent training will be focused on the meditation training system. In the memory of the original owner, there is only more than a month left before the regional qualifiers of the national competition. Considering the intensity of generation of miracles, time is really tight and the task is heavy. It is detected that the host actively starts meditation training. Randomly load training scenarios. Loading completed. 1v1 training. Opponent: Mayachi Kiyoshi. Mayachi Kiyoshi. It seems to be from Shitoko High. 10 minutes later. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a meditation training. Training evaluation loading. Reward: bounce training value plus 0.6. It feels good. This is normal intensity. A mindaki or something, that's not a normal person. It is detected that the host actively starts meditation training. Randomly load training scenarios. Loading completed. 3v3 training. Teammates: Maito Brinashuk, Kagane Shinji. Opponent: Akashi Sejuro, Atsushi Murasakibara, Midorima Shinter. You're kidding, right? Take Maito and Kagane and fight 3 miracles. What a joke. 10 minutes later. Yukimiya Kazuma, who was sweating coldly, was trembling all over. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a meditation training. Training evaluation loading. Reward: 3 points training value plus 0.1. Gan. An hour later. Yukimiya Kazuma and Teikō Masaki were lined up in a row in the empty arena. The difference was that Teikō Masaki was standing, while Yukimiya Kazuma was already lying down. So tired. God knows what he went through in this hour. The training scenes generated by this ghost system are really random. The weak one is, for example, Mayachi Kiyoshi, Wakamatsu Kusuke, and so on. But the strong one is really ridiculously strong. In just 1 hour, generation of miracles tortured him one by one, let alone 1v1, 3v3, or something. There was a big problem with the distribution of strength between the two sides, so he never spent time with generation of miracles. Every time you encounter generation of miracles, the training value is only a pitiful 0.1 or 0.2. Isn't it true that the stronger you fight, the more you will be given? Why is this system working backwards? After practicing for more than an hour, Yukimiya Kazuma was still a little unfinished, but in the fourth quarter of a training match today, the coach arranged to improve his physical fitness. The remaining energy is really difficult to support him to practice so wildly, especially in the meditation system, where extremely intense training scenes occur frequently. Teikō Masaki glanced at Yukimiya Kazuma and thought that if he could train with air to achieve such intensity, this training mode was really no joke. Pity. Others cannot imitate it. At least he just studied it for a long time and only studied it alone. After saying goodbye to Masaki Teikō and leaving the arena, Yukimiya Kazuma went home along the route he remembered. When he passed by a convenience store, he bought some quick lunches. He was really hungry. In this world, this child's parents died, leaving only enough savings and real estate. This is a good thing, otherwise Yukimiya Kazuma would really not know how to get along with each other if there were suddenly an extra pair of parents. After returning home, after eating, taking a shower, and walking around the two-story building, it was almost 8 o'clock. Lying on the bed, Yukimiya Kazuma, who was used to 996, suddenly felt a little empty when he came to such an idle student era. Feeling bored, Yukimiya looked at the desk beside him, walked over and flipped through the textbook. In his memory, Yukimiya Kazuma's grades were average, but when he read the middle school knowledge in the textbook, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so happy. The third grade of junior high school is at the same level as the original first grade of junior high school. With a little review, I should be able to pick up the forgotten knowledge. I flipped through the book for a while. At around 9 o'clock, Yukimiya Kazuma went to bed on time. He has planned a very heavy training plan for tomorrow. Although the recovery speed is very good at this age, considering that the body is in the growth stage, regular and adequate sleep is still very important in self-management. Early the next morning, 6:30, Yukimiya Kazuma responded to the alarm call on time. The moment he stood up and felt his physical condition, his expression was immediately stunned. Is this the body of a young man? Is it still the effect of the system? Yukimiya Kazuma felt physically exhausted. After a sleep, he had completely recovered. He was in full condition and full of energy. I originally thought that as soon as I traveled through time, there would be competitions and crazy training, and my body might feel uncomfortable. However, after one night, there was nothing abnormal at all. It's just that the hunger is very strong. In that case, the planned training plan may still be modified. Originally, Yukimiya Kazuma planned to get up early, spend some time warming up, and practice some technical aspects that did not consume much physical energy, so that his attributes could be better utilized. But if the recovery effect is so good, maybe I can practice more intensely. For example, before going to school, find an open place and come to him for an hour of meditation training. Anyway, in Sakura's middle school, the first class starts at almost 9 o'clock in the morning. With so much free time, it would be a waste not to practice. Chapter 011. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a meditation training. Training evaluation loading. Reward, Dunk training value plus 0.4. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a meditation training. Training evaluation loading. Reward, blocked shots training value plus 0.5. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a meditation training. Training evaluation loading. Reward, physical fitness and training value plus 0.2. Snow Palace and Zhen's home, in the open space in the backyard. Meditation training lasted until 8 am. After finishing his morning exercise, Yumiya Kazuma returned home dripping with sweat, took a shower, had breakfast and dinner, and heated up the bento he bought last night to take to school. 8:30. Yukimiya Kazuma went out on time. At 8:50, he walked into Beishuiguan Middle School and arrived at his class. Not long after, the bell rang for morning classes at Beishuiguan Middle School. I studied hard for a day, or less than half a day. After all, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the bell rang at Shiriswicken Middle School on time, which made Yukimiya Kazuma couldn't help but sigh again for the happy education of other people's families. The bell rings. Yukimiya Kazuma followed the memory. First go to Class B to meet Huayan Liang, and then the two of them go to Class A to find Masaki Teikō. The three of them joined the basketball club and soon became familiar with each other. They have continued this habit and have been teammates for nearly 3 years. Rushing to the basketball club, the three of them started simple activities. It didn't take long. The rest of the basketball club members arrived one after another. Compared to Teikō, a wealthy club with hundreds of people at every turn, the basketball club members of Shiriswicken Middle School pale in comparison. There is no such thing as one army and two armies. There are only main players, substitutes, and substitutes. After the coach arranged the team members' training today, Yukimiya Kazuma took the initiative to find the coach Shin Matsuji and proposed the idea of independent training. Snow Palace. Originally, according to my arrangement, your training plan will have some changes starting from today. After the coach finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly said, "You can also train independently, but I have to check the training effect regularly. If it does not meet my requirements, it must be according to my plan." With Shin Matsuji's teaching style, this kind of precedent would not have been set. However, yesterday, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly handed over an amazing answer sheet, which made him feel that maybe the effect would be better if Yukimiya could do it at his own pace. The coach relaxed so easily, which not only surprised Kazuma Yumiya, but also surprised the other main players in the basketball club. Especially the team members who are already in the 3rd grade, they know very well what kind of character this little old man is. What are you looking at? If you can improve so much by training on your own like Snow Palace, I will let you train on your own. Hurry up and run. Really? The smelly old man is still the same smelly old man. When the other members of the basketball team began their daily training, Yumiya Kazuma was only doing one thing, which was to find an empty half of the court and activate the meditation training system. There is only more than a month left before the national competition qualifiers. In such a short period of time, instead of focusing on group training, practicing team tactics, etc., it is definitely more useful to increase attributes by yourself. This is the only thing Kazuma Yukimiya needs to do before the all qualifiers start in the next month or so. Then, in the following time, all the members of the basketball team could always see a figure with snowy hair in one half of the corner during training. He was facing the air, playing vigorously, showing off his skills crazily. And as time goes by, from time to time, you can still hear him alone, either laughing wildly or getting angry. Captain Zuteng said that it was the meditation training mode of Senior Yukimiya. He relied on meditation to imagine opponents and conduct actual combat training, but everyone really couldn't figure it out. This meditation was too real. Just now, Yukimiya Senpai's layup was suddenly blocked by his imaginary opponent, and then knocked off the court. Needless to say, Yukimiya-senpai's acting skills are really good and his sense of belief is super strong. With everyone watching, his expression didn't waver at all. I just didn't know that Yukimiya-senpai was yelling Kagami Taiga when he stood up. Who is he? Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a meditation training. Training evaluation loading. Reward, bounce training value plus 0.3. I just finished a round of training with Kagami Taiga, and it was the high school version of Kagami. Although he was only an early stage baby, his opponent's ability to jump and slam dunk with a casual jump still made Yukimiya and Shine fight. Also, it's better than hitting Akash or something. Because every time he starts meditation training, he will receive real attributes. No matter how much he earns, it will always be a visible increase in strength. Every time he sees his attributes rising little by little, Yukimiya Kazuma feels full of motivation. Moreover, now that he has super recovery ability, he naturally trains at full intensity and trains hard with his arms outstretched. An hour and a half. Yukimiya Kazuma didn't waste a minute. In this small half where he was the only one, he practiced until his legs were a little weak. Finally, he was caught by Shinsatsuji, who exposed at a glance his acting skills that he was still pretending despite being exhausted. After being severely educated for a while, Yukimiya and Genkei reluctantly left the court to rest. Chapter 012. For any sport, training is a very grueling process. Even Iverson, who is famous for not training, has refuted the rumors and repeatedly stated the importance of player training. On the court, the passionate performance is accompanied by the player's unrestricted hard training. Although Yukimiya Kazuma's meditation training seems weird and strange, his persistent and desperate attitude has attracted the strange attention of basketball club members and coaches. After all, in everyone's impression, although Yukimiya Kazuma has never been lazy in his usual training, he doesn't have the initiative to be so serious. Unknowingly, in a blink of an eye, the day is approaching for the national competition qualifiers. Kazuma. At Beishuiken Middle School, in front of the pool at the side entrance of the gymnasium, Teikō Masaki stopped Yukimiya Kazuma. The all qualifiers will start tomorrow. You won't practice any more today, right? Well, recharge your batteries for tomorrow. Want to go together? Okay. Under the dark night, with the moonlight shining, the two of them walked on the street. Masaki Teikō was the first to speak. How has your training been lately? Suigong couldn't help but smile as he thought about what he had gained during this period. Excellent. After walking for a while, Masaki Teikō, who had been hesitating, suddenly stopped. Hey, Kazuma. Remember when we first joined the basketball club? Yukimiya Kazuma turned around and looked at the serious expression on his opponent's face. Memories suddenly appeared in his mind. They were nothing more than stereotypical hot-blooded idiots with basketball dreams and goals. Remember. Don't worry, leave it to me. I have a hunch that this year's perfect score will be the perfect stage. Masaki Teikō looked at the confident Yukimiya Kazuma in front of him, and smiled at first, and then was silent for a moment. Hey, that guy Ryo said he won't play basketball anymore in high school. Are the flowers bright? So that's it. No wonder he felt today that Teikō was always hesitant to speak. If it were the former Yukimiya Kazuma, I'm afraid he would immediately run over to question Huayan Liang. But it's been replaced now. It doesn't matter. Life is a train. There are people getting on and off, but the destination is always the same. Just finish the last journey well. Don't have any regrets. Yukimiya Kazuma patted Masaki Teikō's shoulder, causing the latter to look suffocated. Masaki Teikō was immediately speechless for a while. Hey! I obviously intend to comfort you. If you have that kind of skill, why not come to the court and practice with me? Come! Yukimiya Kazuma and Teikō Masaki came to a nearby park court. When Teikō Masaki was about to walk into the stadium, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly pulled him. What's wrong? There's someone on the phone over there. Hey? Where is it? In the court, a boy with light blue hair was pacing under the basket with his head lowered, holding a mobile phone to his ear and whispering something. Masaki Teikō looked in the direction of Yukimiya Kazuma's finger. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. There is actually someone. Teikō Masaki rubbed his eyes. It shouldn't be, just standing there, I didn't even notice. Teikō's uniform. That's right. Teikō's uniform. Hair as light blue as the sky. Generation of miracles, the sixth man of miracles, Kuroko Tetsuya. I didn't expect to meet you here. And? Is the Master of Transmission Control badge too useful? Even Kuroko Tetsuya's natural low presence can be captured immediately through his field of vision, which is similar to Takao Kazunori's eagle eyes. Yukimiya Kazuma hesitated for a moment. He had some impressions of this scene, and then said, "Wait a moment until he finishes the call." An acquaintance. Masaki Teikō thought of what Yukimiya said just now. I didn't expect to meet him here, and thought he knew the person on the court, so he asked immediately. Yukimiya Kazuma shook his head, and when he turned to look at Masaki Teikō, he had a strange look on his face. That person is Teikō's official candidate, and he is the sixth person from the Miracle Age, the Phantom. You have no impression of him at all. Yukimiya felt very strange about this. They are both from the Tokyo district, and their opponent is the famous Teikō Phantom sixth man. Is such a big living person really so easy to be ignored? Weird. Ah. It's him. The one who disappears on the field. In the stadium. On the other end of the phone in Kuroko Tetsuya's hand, Agiwara Suhiro's hearty voice came. Kuroko Tetsuya was silent for a moment. I'm sorry, I've been a little busy recently. I'm fine. Where is Agiwara-kun? Of course I'm fine too. Speaking of which, Teikō is indeed super active. Monthly basketball reports on you almost every month. I watch it every time. Thank you so much. But Kuroko only shows a small part of her face in every photo. Kuroko Tetsuya. Our school is also very strong this year. I feel the level is higher than last year, so I will definitely abide by the promise next time. Kuroko was also affected by this emotion and smiled knowingly. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Ajihara Shigehiro heard that Kuroko's tone was not right. Kuroko, are you okay? Did something happen? Kuroko Tetsuya, nothing, I'm fine, thank you for worrying about me. That's great, then I'll call you or send you a message after a while. The phone hangs up. Kuroko Tetsuya looked at the phone screen with a solemn expression. Sorry, Agiwara-kun. Actually, there are many things that I can't say, because just today I told lies and made girls cry. I am the worst person. Just at this time, when Kuroko Tetsuya was still feeling sad, he suddenly heard a fierce voice not far behind him. Hey! The blue-haired one and the white-haired one. I said you. If you don't need the stadium, just get out of the way. Chapter 013. Kuroko Tetsuya looked back. The first thing that caught his eye were two figures, one of whom had lighter hair color than the previous Hizaki Shogo. Under the lighting around the stadium, it almost glowed with fluorescence like snow. Behind them, there was a person with hair as red as flames and some bifurcated eyebrows. However, when Kuroko Tetsuya looked at that person, the bifurcated eyebrows attracted his attention even more than the other person's hair color. Masaki Teikō. I have been ignored. I am obviously the tallest among the people present. But Teikō Masaki took a look at the hair of several people present, and suddenly felt that he had black hair, which looked so normal here. Okay. You are fashionable, you are amazing. I said. Do you want to play ball or not? If you don't beat it, leave it for those who want to use it. The words with a slightly unruly tone came again, but Yumiya Kazuma knew that this guy was just cold-faced and warm-hearted, or it was just rough lines. But Kuroko Tetsuya didn't know this. Seeing the impatient look in the other person's eyes, Kuroko, who had not recovered from the emotion just now, had a confused expression on his face and apologized. Sorry. Kagami Taiga, who had just returned home, passed Kazuma Yukimiya and Masaki Teikō, took off his coat and walked into the court. He glanced behind him and said, "Hey, are you from the basketball club?" "Yes." Kuroko Tetsuya, who had experienced a wave of Akashi's attempts to persuade him to quit, paused and added, "Barely." Kagami Taiga. "It's not you who's asking." "But with this height, he actually plays basketball?" Sure enough, basketball in Daxia was like playing house, just like the basketball club of the new school he transferred to. It was boring and I didn't join them. It was indeed the right choice. That's it. Then work hard. Yukimiya Kazuma looked at Kagami Taiga, who unexpectedly broke in before him. There is indeed a scene in the manga where Kagami and Kuroko met for the first time in junior high school, but it was only about 2 pages long, and Yukimiya Kazuma only had a little impression of it. In fact, even the two parties themselves forgot about the first meeting of this pair of light and shadow after entering high school. When Yukimiya Kazuma thought of this, he suddenly showed a faint smile and said, "How can it be considered true? This is the overlord of the junior high school basketball world, Teikō Junior High's famous sixth man of fantasy." Kuroko Tetsuya, who was about to leave, subconsciously turned his head after hearing Yukimiya Kazuma's words, and Kagami also looked surprised. "Real?" Kagami looked at Kuroko Tetsuya, who was less than 170 centimeters tall, with suspicious eyes. The name of the sixth man of fantasy was quite famous, but compared to this person, he was more interested in the white-haired man who was similar in height to himself. Originally, the target of my conversation was the 2 tall guys who seemed to know how to play ball. Masaki Teikō glanced at Kazuma Yukimiya and saw that he had been training too much. Masaki Teikō could easily tell that compared to the sixth man of fantasy, Kazuma was more interested in the guy in front of him. Redhead, more interested. After all, Kazuma could hardly hide the fighting spirit in his body. But Masaki Teikō felt a little strange. The legendary sixth person of Teikō Phantom was in front of him, so why did Kazuma focus on this redhead? The physique looks really good. "Hey, blue-haired one, do you want a one-on-one?" Kagami thought about it and felt that since he was the overlord of junior high school basketball, he should be somewhat capable, although he really didn't feel the slightest aura of being a strong person. "Feel sorry. I'm not good at one-on-one." Kuroko decisively rejected the opponent. Firstly, he was not in such a mood now. Secondly, he was not lying. His skills were not focused on offense and defense at all, let alone this kind of one-on-one duel. Kagami raised an eyebrow, turned to look at Yukimiya Kazuma, and became even more suspicious of what he just said. Snap! Don't make it difficult for him, he's not good at this. Kazuma Yukimiya dropped his ball bag, took the initiative to relieve Kuroko Tetsuya, and then walked into the court. "Hey, Kazuma! There are still qualifiers to be played tomorrow. As the captain, Teikō Masaki does not approve of playing wild ball with a stranger on the eve of the game. It is fine if you play with yourself. If you play with a stranger, it will be neither light nor heavy. It will be bad if you get injured." Moreover, with Kazuma's current strength, his importance to Whitewater Hall is not the same as before. It doesn't matter. 3 rounds will determine the outcome, and it will be over soon. Kagami Taiga frowned after hearing what Yumiya Kazuma said, showing his signature fierce expression. "Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear this." Okay, come on, hit whatever you want. Before you cheat, I'll give you a lesson first. By the way, I would like to repay the debt of dunking on my head during meditation training for more than a month. Damn it! Thinking of this, Yukimiya Kazuma became very angry. Before the attributes are raised, most of the opponents in meditation training are the same age version. When the attributes are raised and you want to take revenge, the training scene that appears immediately becomes the future version, the kind that can open zones. Since the meditation training system is useless, I will train you in the real military. Chapter 014. Too fast. This white-haired guy. Whether it's dribbling or stealing, it's all too fast. After starting one-on-one, this was the only thought left in Kagami Taiga's mind. And Yukimiya Kazuma, who was standing opposite him, had a look of indifference and disappointment on his face, but he was actually already happy in his heart. Facing himself with great attributes, equipped with the Master of Pass and Control badge, and a master-level understanding of himself and the opponent's ball control, Kagami Taiga also seemed helpless in front of him, looking extremely weak. But in fact, although Kagami in the 3rd grade of junior high school has no sign of flowering at all, his physical attributes are close to miraculous level. It can only be said that attributes are attributes and skills are skills. There are no attributes at the same level but skills of the same level. The current Kagami, let alone generation of miracles, may not be able to withstand the 5 generals without a crown. Ryo Minorabuchi's heaven, earth, and void 3-position shooting, Hayama Kotaro's thunder dribbling and wild, Nebutani Ikaki's muscle. These 3 people have already teamed up in Rakuzan and are killing everyone in the high school basketball world to taste the championship. Yukimiya Kazuma can be sure that the current Kagami will definitely not be able to beat them. Seeing the look in Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes, Kagami Taiga could still understand the malicious intent in the other person's eyes even though the other person didn't speak. He frowned and stepped forward to defend. The next second. Snap! Snap! Bang! The super-fast continuous transformations seemed to be aimed at his center of gravity every time, accurate and fast. Then, the figure in front of me flashed. The dribbling with the Master of Pass and Control badge, combined with the greatly increased speed, is no longer something Kagami can keep up with at this stage. Perhaps, it will be possible for Kagami whose attributes have been greatly improved again after training in Siren. Break through the defense. The moment he passed by Yukimiya Kazuma, Kagami seemed to feel the coldness, and froze in place and shivered. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't keep up with the dribbling of the person opposite him. Hateful. In the blink of an eye. Boom. Yukimiya Kazuma passed by Kagami Taiga, entered the penalty area, and dunked with a little gliding, slamming the ball into the basket, avenging more than one stone in the meditation training. With one hand hanging on the basket, Yukimiya turned his back to Kagami and showed a rather unreserved smile. This made Yukimiya, who was determined to maintain the posture of "I am a basketball master," adjust for a long time before letting go of the basket. It's over. I have to go back, Yashu. Masaki Teikō. Masaki Teikō, is it too fast? I told you it would be over soon. Kazuma Yukimiya, who had his hands in his pockets and didn't know who his opponent was, when he turned around, it was as if he had changed into a cold amine face, overwhelming victory. This made Kuroko Tetsuya on the side look stunned. Hello? Etc. You guy, do it again. Yukimiya Kazuma picked up his golf bag and shook his head. What stupid words are you talking about? As I said before, we are going to play in the national championships tomorrow and will only play 3 rounds with you. Kagami was stunned for a moment when he heard this and scratched his head. What is the full hit? The National Junior High School Basketball Conference is commonly known as All High School. Kazuma Yumiya turned to look at Kuroko Tetsuya, pointed at him and said, the highest competition of junior high school basketball. By the way, Teikō, where this classmate is from, they have won the title of junior high school for 2 consecutive years, and this year is and our last year. Kagami Taiga's eyes widened and he looked at Kuroko Tetsuya with a look of disbelief. This person. Second consecutive championship in junior high school? In other words, that Bai Mao has never won a championship. So how strong should this guy who looks so weak be? Kagami Taiga never expected that domestic junior high school basketball would be so intense. Yukimiya Kazuma gave Kagami a military training, and helped Kuroko to impress Kagami in a wicked way. When Kuroko entered Siren, 80% of the pretentiousness at the beginning was greatly reduced, which is very interesting to think about. Yukimiya Kazuma, who felt completely refreshed, greeted Masaki Teikō beside him, and the two of them prepared to leave. Hello. My name is Kagami Taiga. What are your names? Kagami asked, holding the basketball in one hand and not losing the match. Hearing this, Yukimiya Kazuma did not look at Kagami, but turned to look at Kuroko Tetsuya. Beishuiken Middle School. Yukimiya Kazuma. Goal: defeat Generation of Miracles and win all. Obviously, Kagami Taiga doesn't know what Generation of Miracles is, but looking at Yukimiya Kazuma, it feels like he's talking about something powerful. Yukimiya's words obviously touched Kuroko Tetsuya very much, and it took him a while to come back to his senses under the urging of Kagami Taiga. Kuroko Tetsuya. After receiving the response, Kagami asked again about the venue of the match. I don't know if it was because of the impact of the previous duel, but he also left the stadium, coming and going in a hurry. Only Kuroko Tetsuya was left, standing at the entrance of the park court, her mind wandering from time to time to the snow-colored hair flying when dribbling, and a pair of interesting red forked eyebrows on the other side. Far away. Kazuma Yukimiya and Masaki Teikō, who have gone far away, are here. When they were about to reach the intersection where the two were about to separate, Masaki Teikō couldn't help but ask, Kazuma, my style, isn't it very inconspicuous? Yukimiya Kazuma had an expression on his face that said, why do you say that? Then he looked at it carefully and gave a relatively reasonable evaluation, is it possible that it's not a problem with the styling? Masaki Teikō. Chapter 015. The final summer for the third-year players of the Shirosuiken Middle School Basketball Club begins on the day of the All-Chongqing Tokyo District qualifiers. When the coach of the basketball club, Shin Matsuharu, led the players into the Tokyo Second Gymnasium, the noisy sound suddenly enveloped the surroundings, mixed with the scraping of sneakers on the floor, and the cheers from various schools in the audience, making the Hakuzui Hall Basketball Club the newcomers' whole bodies trembled as if they were electrified. Even Yumiya Kazuma was a little excited. It's not that Yukimiya Kazuma never participated in basketball games when he was in school, but in the games he represented the school in the past, he had never had such a warm audience atmosphere. Even junior high school basketball events are not as eye-catching as high school basketball. But today is the opening of the Tokyo District qualifiers, so the auditorium in the stadium is more than half full, and in the center of the stadium, most of the teams participating in the Tokyo District qualifiers have also appeared. Everyone in the Whitewater Hall followed Masaki Teikō, who was holding a sign at the front, to the center of the gymnasium. At this time, as a team wearing white uniforms entered the field, the sound of the audience suddenly rose to another level. Yukimiya Kazuma turned to look. Not surprisingly, it's Teikō Junior High. Hello. Look, Teikō Junior High. 2 consecutive junior high school champions, and the top one is Generation of Miracles. It feels a bit scary. His expression is a bit gloomy. Before last year, Teikō was undefeated, but it was not as exaggerated as this year. In the exchange battles between the top 10 schools in the region, they often had hundreds of points difference. Ah! Real or fake? The player who revealed this information nodded and affirmed, really, Teikō will definitely win the championship this year, no one else should even think about it. These monsters are so strong. Yukimiya Kazuma turned to look at Teikō Junior High. This was the first time since time travel that he was facing all members of Generation of Miracles. The first thing that caught his eye was Atsushi Murasakibara, whose height had obviously reached 200 centimeters. Although he was not as tall as 208 centimeters later, he looked quite scary among a group of junior high school students. Kaisruta, who has a very lively impression, is also cold-faced most of the time during this stage when Teikō is falling apart. Then came Mindaki, who looked about the same height as Yukimiya Kazuma, maybe only about a centimeter or two taller. At this time, he was tilting his head and talking gloomily to the pink-haired girl beside him. The eye-catching green in the crowd, with his bandaged hands holding a mascot that Yukimiya couldn't understand, was silently studied. Midorima was almost 190 centimeters tall, almost as tall as his own center Masaki Teikō. And Akashi Sejuro. When Yukimiya Kazuma looked at him, Akashi suddenly turned his head and glanced at him. His eyes were full of oppression, and his pupils had changed into different colors, making him look extremely strange. Yukimiya Kazuma. Good guy. Who dares to say that you are a positive figure, just like a villain group? Hello. Yukimiya-kun. Oh. Except for this one. Hello. Kuroko Tetsuya took the initiative to say hello to Yumiya Kazuma, but without saying much, he left with Teikō's team. Yukimiya himself felt strange, and his teammates on the side felt horrified. Coach Shin Matsuji, who had always been a serious man, was even frightened by the sudden appearance of Kuroko. The opening process of the regional qualifiers was quite smooth. Athletes swear an oath and take a group photo. Sponsor's speech. An hour later, the opening process ended and the game officially began. According to the lottery results before the start of the game, the opponent of Shirasuikan Middle School in the first match was a middle school named Inseiji. The strength of this middle school was mediocre in Tokyo. Of course. In the memory of Yukimiya Kazuma. This one is unremarkable, probably on the same level as the previous Beishui Pavilion. After everyone changed their jerseys in the locker room, not long after, gym staff came to inform them that they were ready for the game and could go on the field to warm up. Immediately, the members of the Beishui Hall stepped onto the court with some trepidation. Beishuikan Middle School, is it very strong? Well, I don't understand. If you haven't heard of it before, it's probably about the same level as us, right? Isn't this a good signing? In this case, our chances of entering the second round will be greatly increased. After the warm-up, the bench of Inseiji Middle School. The members of the basketball team quietly looked in the direction of the Whitewater Hall. Although the strength of their team is very average, and they have always been eliminated in the first round of regional qualifiers in the past, but even so, as players, they are ambitious. Bang bang bang. Concentrate, don't think about anything else. No matter what the opponent is, let's set our own pace and win the first quarter first. The captain of Inseiji Middle School stood up, clapped his hands, and encouraged everyone. Yes. Go ahead. Take down your opponent. We're going to make a big splash this year. The 5 starters from Inseiji Middle School stood up with great momentum. When they stepped onto the court, everyone had a look of confidence on their faces. Then not long after. Bang! In the offensive round of Inseiji Middle School, a white flash of light jumped out from the opposite free throw line. Inseiji shooting guard's three-pointer after going around the pick and roll was slapped far away with a loud bang. The huge force even caused the basketball to fly all the way from the front court to the back court. Then it hit the billboard outside the venue hard. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of all the players from Inseiji Middle School on the field were frozen. Chapter 016. What such a long shot. So strong. Who is that number 5? Why don't I have any impression? After a moment of silence, the auditorium suddenly became commotion. Among the several games that were going on at the same time, the focus of the audience's attention was now only Shirasuikan vs Inseiji Temple. Don't worry. It doesn't matter. The opponent just jumped a little higher. The timing of blocking the shot is good luck. Don't be affected by him. Just defend well next. The captain of Inseaji Middle School recovered from his stupor first, and immediately clapped his hands as usual, calling the attention of his teammates back, while not forgetting to encourage everyone. After hearing the captain's words, the other team members of Inseaji Middle School also came to their senses one after another. That's right. It must have been good luck just now. Blocking shots from the free throw line to the three-point line, such a long jump distance, it is not easy to stop the action once you jump. That block by number 5 must have an element of gambling. But did you jump too high? The other side. Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes burst into joy. Because before the cover was sealed just now, the system finally gave a clear way to obtain the badge, so Yukimiya and Makoto couldn't wait to pounce on it, and even jumped directly first. Badge mission: in the game with Inseaji Middle School, block the opponent's players more than or equal to 5 times. Achievement reward: have a chance to obtain blocking related badges, currently completed 1/5. Attribute mission: defeat Inseaji Middle School, win the game, and send more than 10 assists. Achievement reward: self-assigned attributes x4. This mission and the badge are both quite good. Yukimiya Kazuma now has a pass control master on the offensive end, but he lacks a sharp weapon on the defensive end. The capping badge mission he got was just what he wanted. In addition, it also comes with an attribute task. Although 4 points sounds like a small amount, in fact, compared with the training value given by meditation training, it is already very good, and it is probably equivalent to a day's training in the Snow Palace. Certainly. A day refers to a day of basketball club activities, excluding daytime class time. Moreover, the attributes given by this attribute task can be assigned independently compared to the randomly assigned training values given by meditation training, which is also an advantage. Name: Yukimiya Kazuma. Team: Beishuikan Middle School. Height: 184 centimeters. Weight: 72 kilograms. Arm span: 191 centimeters. Speed: 87.3. Power: 83.1. Ball possession: 96.2. Pass: 93.5. Bounce: 84.9. Layup: 82.1. Dunk: 83.7. CIC: 81.2. 3 points: 81.8. Rebounds: 83.2. Blocks: 84.6. Steals: 79.3. Single defense: 81.0. Assistance defense: 81.4. Physical fitness: 85.2. In addition to transmission and control, compared to the previous average value of around 70, Yukimiya Kazuma's attributes have now reached an average value of over 80. For more than a month, he has achieved a training value of about 4 points every day, totaling nearly 150, allowing Yukimiya Kazuma's overall attributes have been greatly improved. Beep. Soon, the referee's whistle sounded, and Inseaji served the ball. The opponent's number 7 activated an ordinary triple threat. The breakthrough was not very powerful and was easily blocked by Daisuke Terayama. The point guard of Inseaji Middle School organized the attack and hoisted the ball inside. Masaki Teikō quickly stepped forward to defend. Facing Masaki Teikō, who is about 190 centimeters tall, the center opposite Yukimiya, who is only as tall as Yukimiya, did not attack. He just raised his hand and clicked. Masaki Teikō was not fooled. At the same time, he habitually reminded Kazuma Yukimiya, who might come to encircle him, "Don't jump with fake moves." However, before he finished speaking, the next second, the opponent's offensive action suddenly changed from holding the ball with both hands to standing sideways with one arm raised. Hug! Masaki Teikō was shaken by the fake shooting move just now, and his expression changed. At this time, behind him, a figure suddenly jumped up against the incandescent lights on the roof of the arena. Before Masaki Teikō could see what was happening, he heard the sound of howling wind and the muffled sound of a basketball being hit. Follow closely. Not far away, he saw a confused Kasuga Yuji, who was almost hit by a head-on blow, and grabbed the flying basketball with both hands. Fine. He reacted quickly enough. When Masaki Teikō looked back, the scene he saw was Kazuma Yukimiya, who was carrying the number 5 Shirasui Hall jersey with a stern look on his back, and the dull eyes of his opponents around him. Badge mission: in the game with Inseaji Middle School, block the opponent's players more than or equal to 5 times. Achievement reward: have a chance to obtain blocking related badges, currently completed 2/5. Another block. But this time, Yukimiya Kazuma controlled his strength and did not send the opponent out of the field. Whitewater Pavilion's possession of the ball. After a brief silence, cheers from the juniors suddenly rang out from the bench of Shiraswiken Middle School, and everyone cheered for Yukimiya Kazuma in a lively manner. Whoa! Senior Yukimiya! Well done! Nice! Senior is on full fire today. Chapter 017. The atmosphere at Shiraswiken Middle School was lively. In comparison, the atmosphere at Inseaji Middle School became a bit solemn. They were no longer as confident as they were before the game started, as if they had caught a weakling. See this scene. The coach of Inseaji Middle School immediately called a timeout, causing the audience in the gymnasium to start talking. Because this pause came too quickly. No way? Do we have to call a timeout at the beginning? 2 blocks actually forced the opponent to call a timeout. Junior high school students nowadays are so scary. Yes. The situation at Inseaji Middle School is a bit bad. Number 5 of Beishui Hall is so strong. He doesn't look like a junior high school student. I feel like there won't be another generation of miracles level player suddenly appearing. Inseaji's coach had no choice but to call this timeout. If he couldn't interrupt the opponent's momentum, his own players might not be able to even display their strength normally. Therefore, the purpose of this timeout is not to arrange any tactics, but simply to interrupt the rhythm and give the players a boost. Soon, the timeout ends and the game continues. Currently it is the attack of Shiraswiken Middle School. Kazuma Yukimiya served directly from the baseline and took over the ball. The Inseaji players on the opposite side were a little surprised to see number 5 advancing with the ball. In junior high school, a big man of this height is either a power forward or a center, and his ball handling ability is definitely incomparable to that of a small point guard. Certainly. The exception is the Age of Miracles kind of monster. In the past training games, the point guard of Inseaji Middle School also misplaced his defense against the big man. As long as he did not enter the attack area, he would definitely make consecutive mistakes while controlling the ball. Then he immediately pressed forward, trying to use his body to pressure the opponent, causing a mistake. Although the point guard is not very tall, he has a pretty good wingspan. With his flexible movements and low center of gravity, he will pose a great threat to tall players dribbling. Before having the system, Yukimiya Kazuma would never have shown dribbling in front of such a nimble little man. But who let him have it? Now Yumiya is a man with the badge of Master of Pass and Control. His ball handling ability is undoubtedly the first in the junior high school basketball world. On the court, Yukimiya used his body extremely steadily to resist the opponent, and then while observing, he pushed forward and controlled the ball steadily, which surprised the Inseaji coach. The Inseaji point guard missed a shot and immediately turned around to stabilize his body and maintain his defensive position. Looking at number 5 of Beishui Hall in front of him at the top of the three-point arc, his eyes scanning the entire court and making tactical gestures constantly, the point guard classmate suddenly felt that he was offended. A post player who serves as a point guard on the offensive end while also calling the shots as if he were nothing? Tisk. Inseaji's point guard started again, and his right hand hit Yukimiya and the dribbler with a high center of gravity. However, after the test just now, he also knew very well that the number 5 of Baishuiguan was not a gimmick in playing point guard, but had certain abilities. So his direct payment was just a false move. It's good to win. If he misses, he will complete the steal on the opponent's next dribbling move or passing route. As a point guard, he is quite skilled at using this move. However, this time it failed. Yukimiya Kazuma ignored the opponent, but used Masaki Teikō to complete a pick-and-roll screen. The two cooperated well, and the Inseagi point guard was completely obscured by the tall Teikō Masaki. Yukimiya Kazuma followed suit, but the speed was not at full power. Entering the penalty area in a blink of an eye. There is a center guarding the inside, and a point guard chasing behind him relentlessly. In this situation of being attacked from both sides, the audience at the scene became nervous for him. But being flanked means there will be an opening. A figure about 175 centimeters tall quietly came to the free throw line. Number 7, Baishui Hall. Shooting guard Daisuke Terayama. The next second, the basketball in Yukimiya Kazuma's hands suddenly appeared in the hands of Daisuke Terayama, like magic. Daisuke Terayama was not surprised at all. In the last few days of preparation for the game, even though he only had a few practice sessions, he was already quite familiar with this wonderful feeling of catching the ball. Big open space. Daisuke Terayama easily hit. Whoa! How did it get passed on? This pass was fast and concealed, which made many viewers who didn't understand it feel quite magical. Some people got the player's name from somewhere, and the words Yukimiya Kazuma appeared one after another on the scene, but more of the audience actually still wanted to know how the ball suddenly appeared just now. In the hands of number 7 of Baishui Pavilion. How did it get passed on? On the way back to defense, Yukimiya Kazuma high-fived Daisuke Terayama, who was waiting at the spot. This pass was really beautiful, and the ball felt as comfortable as ever. Daisuke Terayama couldn't help but admire, Yukinomiya senpai, that's a good pass. Soon, some viewers saw it clearly from a frontal angle and explained to the audience around them with excitement. It turned out that Yukimiya Kazuma dribbled into the paint, and when he was surrounded by the opponent's center and point guard, he suddenly looked like eyes in the back of his head. Without looking back at all, he used a tricky ground pass to pass the ball. The ball was passed. Inseagi point guard was also prepared for Kazuma Yukimiya's pass. Even so, he never expected that Kazuma Yukimiya didn't even turn around, and he couldn't see the passer clearly with his back turned. So much so that I was caught off guard and watched the basketball go through my crotch. Then the ball came to Daisuke Terayama's hands. Ah! I see. You passed the ball without looking at people? And you penetrated the crotch accurately. Whoa! Chapter 018. Off the field. In front of Inseagi's bench, a middle-aged coach with hair loss was tossing his already sparse hair. He really couldn't figure out how such a strong player could suddenly appear in Baishuiguan Middle School, with ball control, passing, rhythm, vision, plus the physical ability he showed when blocking shots before. This damn thing is actually a whitewater pavilion that has a reputation comparable to that of Inseagi Temple? Are you kidding me? Yukimiya Kazuma's performance stood out among the first batch of teams that were not very outstanding, and it also shocked the audience who had planned to wait to see a stronger team. Of course. The one who is even more excited is undoubtedly the bench of Baishuiguan Middle School. Defend! 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 The sounds of excitement are endless. Inseagi's turn. Baishuiguan's number 5 just made his team suffer continuously. Inseagi's ace, small forward Yukiomiya's ace, is determined to give the opponent's number 5 some color. Just opposite this guy, the defense found him. That's right. Yukimiya Kazuma's defense had just been directed to defend the opponent's small forward under the arrangement of the coach. It seemed that the little old man knew some information about Inseagi Middle School. Yukio Mizu's lowered his center of gravity and swayed during 2 consecutive dribbles. However, what surprised him was that number 5 of Beishui Hall did not lose his position at all. Even though he was in a passive defensive position, he still reacted quickly. Since getting the Master of Pass Control badge, Kazuma Yukimiya feels that he has a new understanding of defensive dribbling and passing, as well as judgment and position selection. This gives Kazuma Yukimiya a clue every time. The feeling of being ahead of the enemy. Misace Yukio was very surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be able to keep up with his pace. Although the strength of his own team is average, he is still quite conceited about his breakthrough dribbling. Most people cannot handle his disguised breakthrough. Snort. Yukio Misace snorted unconvinced, and kicked off the ground suddenly to speed up. Kazuma Yukimiya's movements were also in place, but Yukio Misace still broke into the inside line after greatly changing his appearance. Facing Shirasuikan's number 4 center inside, Yukio Misace was not afraid and jumped up to prepare for an aerial confrontation. Then, a white light invaded from his side. It was Yukimiya Kazuma. In the breakthrough dribble just now, Yukimiya deliberately let him in. When Yukio Misace was focusing on Masaki Teikō in front, Yukimiya Kazuma completed the block from behind. Snap! Relying on his knowledge of the space on the court, Yukimiya Kazuma played a trick on Misace Yukio and gave it to his friend with a big hit. Badge mission: in the game with Inseiji Middle School, block the opponent's players more than or equal to 5 times. Achievement reward: have a chance to obtain blocking related badges, currently completed 3/5. Whoa! The audience once again burst into exclamation. From the opening to the present, in just 2 defensive rounds, Kazuma Yukimiya has blocked 3 shots. Compared with other games going on in the stadium, Kazuma Yukimiya's performance is much more exciting. This number 5 player from Beishuikan Middle School has conquered the audience in just a few rounds. In the transition between offense and defense, Yukimiya Kazuma advances with the ball. The defender in front of him was also replaced by Yukio Misace. Judging from the ball just now, Yukimiya Kazuma could feel that the opponent did have something, and maybe he was the opponent's strongest player. But even so, compared to Yumiya Kazuma, the other party only has something, not much. As a point guard at this time, Yukimiya Kazuma was not led away by Yukio Misace's rhythm. After seeing that Inseiji's defense was in place, Yukimiya Kazuma suppressed the rhythm. Passing the ball to Ryo Hanan, he started running with Yukio Misace. Huayun Liang changed direction drastically and passed the opponent player with a cross step in front of him. Although he said he would not continue playing basketball after high school, Yukimiya Kazuma could tell during this period that Huayun Liang, a talented guy, might not be willing to give up the skills he had worked hard to develop over the past 3 years. Ryo Hanan's breakthrough forced Yukio Misace to retreat to cover. As a result, Kazuma Yukimiya easily slipped from the bottom line into the inside penalty area. At this time, Huayun Liang suddenly pushed the ball forward, and the basketball fell back into Yumiya Kazuma's hands. Center Inseiji's attention was drawn by Masaki Teikō, who was in an offensive threat position. Before he had time to notice, Kazuma Yukimiya had already dunked the ball into the basket. Ugh! Pretty! For junior high school basketball, although there are dunks, there are very few that can be done beautifully. The bounce of 84.9, coupled with the dunk of 83.7, helped Kazuma Yumiya easily complete this effortless dunk, which attracted cheers from the audience. Led by the humble support team of Shirasuikan Middle School, the audience in the gymnasium began to cheer for Kazuma Yukimiya in unison. Coach Shin Matsuharu on the sidelines was also applauding. He had thought before that with the amount of improvement Kazuma Yukimiya showed for the first time, he would make rapid progress in more than a month. But I never expected that Suigong would use that exclusive training method to make such amazing progress. Thinking of every time I checked and accepted the training results of the Snow Palace during this period. Shin Satsuji. As expected, the onset of puberty is unpredictable. Although he didn't seem to have played any role in Yukimiya's evolution, Shin Matsuji felt sincerely happy no matter what when he saw Yukimiya Kazuma talking to Kane Liang on the field. Chapter 019. Insiaji's turn. The round just now made Yukiomizus aware of the opponent's defensive strength. After calming down, he chose to hand the ball over to his teammates. After receiving the ball, Insiaji's power forward shot a jumper directly. Facing Huayan Liang's defense, the basketball drew an arc. Boring. Hey! The basketball hit the edge of the basket. After a slight jump, it still fell into the basket. Yukiomizus curled his lips at Yukimiya Kazuma. It's just a pass, I can do it too. Seeing that Kazuma Yukinomiya didn't respond, Yukiomizus raised his eyebrows. When he was about to say something more, he saw Kazuma receiving a pass from the baseline, turned around, raised his long arm, and threw the ball far away. The ball passed over Mrs. Yukio's head and streaked through a high arc towards Insiaji's backcourt. What? The basketball almost passed through the entire court and finally fell into Kasuga Yuji's hands. All the Insiaji players were stunned, and there was no one around Kasuga Yuji. Aha! Kasuga Yuji scored an easy layup. Whoa! Pretty! What a quick attack! The transmission is too accurate. The audience at the scene gave cheers to Kasuga Yuji who seized the opportunity and slipped away quickly, and also to Yukimiya Kazuma who completed the precise guidance. On the court, Kasuga Yuji jumped on the spot excitedly, turned around and waved his fist in the direction of Yumiya Kazuma. His extremely short shaved hair looked like a little braised egg under the illumination of the incandescent lamp. It is worth mentioning that in addition to Kasuga Yuji, those in the team who changed their looks in order to meet the all-center team also have Masaki Teikō, who as the team leader has always acted calm. The black-haired head was replaced by a Birdman-style wind-backed head, which looked quite explosive. Certainly. Rather than saying new look to welcome Chuan Zhong, Yukimiya felt that Teikō was stimulated by his words, and it was more likely that he had changed his hairstyle. Kasuga Yuji ran back quickly and gave Kazuma a high five. He knew very well that most of the credit for this goal was attributed to Kazuma Yukimiya who gave a wonderful assist. This football quarterback-style pass, without excellent vision and judgment, as well as passing ability, is absolutely impossible to grasp and the ball cannot be passed accurately. The audience was enjoying themselves and making a lot of noise, but Insiaji's coach was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Next round. Yukiomizus used the pick and roll to break into the inside of Shirasui Hall. There was a lesson from the past, so after attracting the defensive attention of Shirasui Hall, Yukiomizus distributed the ball to his outside teammates. However, it is a pity that shooting is the best. The game continues. Yukimiya Kazuma cooperates very well with his teammates. Moreover, Yukigong intentionally used the previous rounds of games to get in touch with his teammates more, and tried to cooperate with different teammates, all of which achieved quite good results. With his excellent vision, he can always find teammates in good positions, and with the Master of Pass Control badge, teammates who receive Yukimiya and Zhen's passes feel very comfortable. Even the hit rate has increased to varying degrees. This made Kazuma Yukimiya, who was gradually confirming his suspicions in his heart, change his usual way of shouting about the system's grandeur. On his teammates' side, Huayan Liang was the first to notice this. After receiving a pass from Yukimiya Kazuma, he felt that the more shots he made, the better he shot. I don't know why, but sometimes it seemed that the basketball just passed through Yukimiya's hands. Just once, it becomes much easier to cast. There are not a few who feel the same as Huayan Liang. In fact, all the players on the field at Beishui Stadium feel this way. This led to a magical phenomenon. After the players in the Whitewater Hall got the ball, including but not limited to rebounds and steals, they all immediately went to Yukimiya Kazuma. No way! Regardless of whether it was a psychological effect, the ball passed out of Kazuma Yukimiya's hands was really fragrant. Under the stunned gaze of the audience, Yukimiya Kazuma worked together to make an unknown team play an offense as smooth as mercury. Moreover, Yukimiya Kazuma is different from the ace players of other teams who are only as strong as one person. With his assistance, everyone in Beishui Hall actually feels like a star player. Was this kind of offense really crafted by a junior high school player? Really? When a center like Masaki Teikō is still practicing mid-range jump shots. When he could stably and smoothly hit mid to long-range shots in the open space, Inseaji's coach could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. Before the end of the third quarter, Masaki Teikō received a pass from Kazumiya Kazuma and turned around and hit a jumper. Shiriswicken Middle School scored an exaggerated 80-36 in the third quarter. There is no doubt that a super powerful score difference. The whole gymnasium was boiling. No one expected that such a dark horse would appear at the beginning of the Tokyo District qualifiers. The Shiriswicken side was in a hot state, but coach Inseaji on the sidelines felt that something was wrong. Looking at Kazuma Yukimiya, the coach of Inseaji Middle School was in a daze. He saw the shadow of Teikō captain Akashi Sejuro in Kazuma Yukimiya. But it was Akashi before last year. As of last year, he was a regular in the national championship and an assistant coach at Usaki Middle School. Although last year's Usaki Middle School was beaten to collapse by Aya Mindaki, whose strength suddenly surged to a terrifying level, the ability of Captain Teikō should not be underestimated. However, this year he was also paying attention to Teikō, but he found that Akashi Sejuro's playing style was suddenly completely different from before. The strength is naturally strong. Like Aya Mine last year, other members of Generation of Miracles, including Akashi, have also completed exaggerated evolution in large strides. But thinking about Akashi's former playing style still makes him fondly remember it. It's something that people can't forget once they see it. Chapter 020. In the fourth quarter, Shiriswicken Middle School served, and Yukimiya Kazuma organized the offense with the ball. The combination of man and ball combined with ordinary ball control made Inseaji's defense line precarious. For a while, there was a rumbling sound in Yuanchang Temple. Kazuma Yukimiya found the offensive line and passed the ball to Daisuke Teruyama. The offensive opportunity was good, but it was not completely open. The opponent's defensive players rushed up desperately. This attack seemed to be blocked, but not completely blocked. Because although the ball did not enter the basket, after a knock, it bounced high to Masaki Teikō's head under the basket. Rebound. The ace of Inseaji Temple, Yukio Mize, shouted. When he shouted these three words, Inseaji's inside line quickly squeezed towards the rebound position, but for Masaki Teikō, the landing point of the ball was too good. He took off on the spot and grabbed it with a big hand. The ball is firmly in his hands. At this time, Yukimiya Kazuma was already ready. Masaki Teikō caught a glimpse of what was going on in the Snow Palace. Suddenly I feel blessed. Grab the ball with one hand to avoid being pressed by the defensive players around you. Then, move the ball toward the basket with a flick of your wrist. A light pass, slightly higher than the height of the basket, flew in front of Yukimiya Kazuma. Mize Yukio. Empty link. Stop him. This time Yukio Mize didn't need to speak. Several people on the inside reacted faster than him. Immediately, a center forward and two forwards all faced Yukimiya Kazuma and took off with all their strength. The three of them had fierce expressions, as if they were burning the boat. Because they knew very well that the embarrassing content of the game before had almost defeated them. Now faced with this show-like Alioop, and the defensive target was Kazuma Yukimiya who had concocted the tragedy, this time the defense had already not just to prevent Yukimiya Kazuma from scoring, but to save the dignity of the entire team. For a moment, a pair of arms densely blocked Yukimiya Kazuma. The three people jumped up firmly like a rock wall, blocking the incandescent lights at the top of the gymnasium. However, facing the opponent's defense, Yukimiya Kazuma's expression did not change at all after catching the ball in the air. and his posture in the air remained cool and calm despite the confrontation. The right shoulder drives the arm backward, and the person bends like a waning moon in mid-air. Follow up and dunk hard. Bang! The basketball dunked up. The center of Inseaji Middle School immediately became excited when he felt the touch of the basketball on his hand. Bumped into. But the next second, an indescribable huge force suddenly came from the basketball. The center was shocked. He tried hard to hold down the ball, but under the powerful impact, his hands could not be controlled. Separated to both sides, and finally, the basketball broke through the blockade and was pushed directly behind him. Boom! Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of the rim being ravaged, there was also the muffled sound of Inseaji's 3 defenders throwing out the baseline one after another. They lay on the ground and looked up. Hair, scattered on his face. Follow the other person's line of sight. I don't know if it was an illusion, but they seemed to see. There was a crack on the backboard. Wow! Inseaji Temple has reached this point and is still working hard. No. I have always taken care of the organization and defense, but now Kazuma Yukimiya still has the energy to complete this kind of alley-oop. Doesn't he feel tired? Inside the gymnasium. Near Beishuikan Middle School, the number of people in the auditorium grew larger and larger at some point. On the court, the match between Shirasui Hall and Inseaji Temple was gradually reaching the final moment. The score was clearly displayed on the scorer on the side. 96:41. Just when everyone in the Whitewater Pavilion was worried about their opponent's face and slowly stopped fighting in the last minute, a noisy sound suddenly sounded from the auditorium not far away. Is it Aya Mindaki, the ace of Generation of Miracles? Is their game over? How is it possible? They are the finale. I have been waiting for this game. The Generation of Miracles? Is it Teikō Junior High, the 2-time champion of junior high school? Yes, look at that dark-skinned guy, it's him, Aya Mindaki. At first, the noisy discussion outside the stadium did not attract Kazuma Yukimiya's attention, until he heard the name Aya Mindaki and glanced over there subconsciously. There is no other purpose, just to be curious about this much-written character. With Aya Mind's character at the moment, it's obvious that he won't deliberately come to watch the game at Beishui Hall. With the low-scoring style of play that Yukimiya currently displays, he probably won't be noticed by this scoring maniac. Yukimiya Kazuma also noticed that when Aya Mind came here, he was obviously just looking for someone, because as soon as he came to the audience, he went straight to the target. An inconspicuous blue-haired boy hid in the audience. Kuroko Tetsuya. Yukimiya Kazuma felt a little emotional. After more than a month, he had gradually felt integrated with the world, but when he saw Generation of Miracles appear in front of his eyes, the feeling of not belonging that had dissipated in his heart suddenly resurfaced. Tisk, Aya Mindaki. Yukimiya Kazuma smacked his tongue and jumped up suddenly the next second. Chapter 021. On the court. Near the end of the game, the pace of the game on the field was far less high pressure than before. Certainly. This was a situation where Yukimiya Kazuma deliberately let loose. Facing an opponent with a lead of more than 50 points, it is difficult for Yukimiya Kazuma to suppress the opponent and continue to beat him like Generation of Miracles. After all, Generation of Miracles has a bad character at this stage, plus there are KPI requirements. If he remembered correctly, it should be a rule set by Akashi in order to mobilize everyone's motivation on the court. Each person should score more than 20 points per game. However, Yukimiya Kazuma's indulgence seemed to give his opponents some illusion, and some people gradually became restless. For example, the opposing power forward, who had no sense of participation in the entire game, took advantage of the Beishui Pavilion's free time to play with a strong sense of presence. At this time, the ball happened to be passed to him, and he faced Kazuma Yukimiya, who no longer targeted the outside line of Inseaji and retreated to the inside line to squat and paddle. This guy didn't know which string he had picked up wrong in his mind. He stuck out his butt and pushed it in. Once he got to the basket, he pulled it up and dunked. However, let's not talk about the physical problem for now. Whether it is jumping height or strength, the power forward is no longer in the same state as when he first started. Yukimiya Kazuma could feel that if the opponent was able to dunk normally before, then it would probably only be a reluctant dunk now. In other words, although he looks powerful when he arches now, in fact he is just a showman. Not to mention, badge mission, in the game within Siaji Middle School, block the opponent's players more than or equal to 5 times. Achievement reward, have a chance to obtain blocking related badges, currently completed 5/5. Automatically loading badge rewards. Badge loading completed. Get the badge, I love slam dunk. I love dunking, purple your dunks are mediocre, but they always make me have the urge to block shots. Facing a dunk, the success rate of blocking shots increases by 50%, blocking attribute greater than or equal to 80. This is the badge reward obtained after completing the previous mission. Yukimiya Kazuma has never found an opportunity to experiment. After all, the only opponents who can dunk are centers and power forwards who are about the same height as him. The centers seemed to have no fighting spirit, but the power forward seemed a bit heartless. Tisk. The sneakers rubbed violently against the floor. Kazuma Yukimiya's body suddenly shot up. Facing the opponent's movement of grabbing the ball with both hands and heading towards the basket, the I love risky slam dunk badge flashed in the system. At this time, Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes shone slightly, and he accurately predicted the opponent's movement trajectory. For a dunk of this level, Yukimiya is confident that even without a badge, there is a high probability that he can block the shot. Now, the success rate of blocking shots has increased by 50% out of thin air. He felt that the success rate of blocking shots at this moment might have exceeded 100%. Bang! There was a dull sound like a watermelon being slapped. Yukimiya Kazuma accurately covered the basketball, but the opponent felt his hand was empty and the basketball was slapped and flew out. Whoosh! The ball flew out quickly, flew far towards the auditorium, and then hit the guardrail of the auditorium. On the other side of the guardrail, Aya Mindaki was passing by. For a while, Aya Mindaki turned to look at the field below, with a bit of surprise in her eyes. But that's all. Soon, he and Kuroko Tetsuya left the audience. Kazuma Yukimiya, who was on the field, didn't care. He was just curious and looked Aya Mindaki up and down. Then when the referee blew the whistle to end the game, he started to form a team with his teammates. For Yukimiya Kazuma, the reason why he trains so seriously and hard is just because he likes the feeling of fighting, pretending, and fighting, pushing, on the field. Certainly. The hidden reasons in parentheses actually account for a larger part. Including, but not limited to, enjoying the cheers of the audience and the attention of opponents and teammates. As for the protagonists of Generation of Miracles, he will be curious. After all, these people are representatives of science fiction basketball. In addition, the existence of the opponent is just an interesting opponent who can cheat. As for the moment just now, it did seem a bit like a provocation, but it was actually just an accident. Definitely an accident. Yukimiya Kazuma has never been the kind of person who likes to provoke opponents. If he provokes his opponent, that's mostly because of the team's tactical needs. Competition is over. Beishuiken Middle School broke through the first round with a score of 101:41. After the game, Masaki Teikō and others were very excited because this was the first time in the past 3 years that Shirosuiken Middle School had broken through the first round in a competition of this level. The last time he broke through the first round was the last time. At that time, even Teikō Masaki had not yet entered Hakuzuiken Middle School. Coach Shin Matsuji also had a rare smile on his face. After all, Shirosuiken Middle School has never been a basketball powerhouse. They don't have that kind of foundation, and their basketball never pursues the talents of their players. Teaching without distinction is probably the philosophy of Coach Shin Matsuharu in junior high school basketball. But as a coach, it is impossible not to look forward to results. If we can go one step further, such as bringing a little-known school like Shiriswicken Middle School into a national competition. Just thinking about this, the 63-year-old Shin Satsuji suddenly felt hot inside. It's not completely impossible. He looked at Kazuma Yukimiya, who was saluting his opponents in front of him. The ambition hidden somewhere in the bottom of my heart is gradually coming out of the ground, and is being fiercely watered by Yumiya Kazuma as a source. Chapter 022. Attribute Mission: defeat Inseaji Middle School, win the game, and send more than 10 assists. Achievement Reward: self-assigned attributes x4. Self-assigned attributes are loaded. Get attribute value times 4. At the end of the game, when the Hakuzui Hall players left the field, the audience in the auditorium began to shout Yukimiya Kazuma's name. They gave warm applause to the tall point guard who played a style of play that focused on passing and controlling, but also had some violent performances. Surrounded by his teammates, Yukimiya Kazuma waved to the audience and enjoyed the audience's vote towards him. Enthusiasm. Shin Satsuji looked at this harmonious scene and showed a satisfied smile. He knew that Yukimiya Kazuma was the right answer for Hakuzuikan, and their chance had come. Logically speaking, there will generally be no reporters following the regional qualifiers in the entire region, but Tokyo is different because there is generation of miracles here. When Kazuma Yukimiya left the court, he was immediately surrounded by several reporters and briefly accepted interviews with several basketball magazines. Then when passing through the player tunnel, many spectators near the stands came to shake his hand. Yukimiya Kazuma clearly felt that his performance had gained a lot of popularity. Back in the locker room, Yukimiya Kazuma tidied up and checked his system while washing. The system page unfolded in his mind, and Yumiya Kazuma checked his attributes. Name: Yukimiya Kazuma. Team: Beishuiken Middle School. Height: 184 centimeters. Weight: 72 kilograms. Arm span: 191 centimeters. Speed: 91.3. Power: 83.1. Ball possession: 96.2. Pass: 93.5. Bounce: 84.9. Layup: 82.1. Dunk: 83.7. CIC: 81.2. 3 points: 81.8. Rebounds: 83.2. Blocks: 84.6. Steals: 79.3. Single defense: 81.0. Assisted defense: 84.4. Physical fitness: 85.2. Badges: Control Master, Gold, I Love Slam Dunk, Purple. Kazuma Yukimiya added all the independently assigned attributes he obtained to speed, making speed the third attribute to reach over 90. Next, Yukimiya noticed the change in the badge. After completing the mission for the first time to obtain the badge, the more detailed content of the badge can be viewed. For example, Master of Transmission Control. Until this moment, Yukimiya Kazuma didn't know that this was a golden badge. Although I don't know if there is a higher one, the golden thing is definitely the top-notch thing no matter what system or game it is in. No wonder it needs double 90, or even mid-range double 90 attributes to use it. Thanks again to the generosity of the system dad, who gave me 2 attributes and a golden badge for free at the beginning. Call. I love dunking. It's purple and has a funny name. For slam dunks, blocking shots increases the success rate by 50%, which is also very violent. But it seems that the badge mission can only be triggered in formal competitions like the national competition. Yukimiya Kazuma couldn't wait. After all, like a badge, the exhilarating feeling of soaring strength out of thin air is really hard to resist. I was so obsessed with studying the system that I took a long time to take a shower, but no one came to urge me. Because everyone in Beishui Hall, who had just won the Aldaxia qualifiers, was talking to each other tirelessly at this moment. Firstly, it was because in this game, Yukimiya Kazuma was the one who contributed the most. The others were only passively cooperating, whether they were attacking or defending. Their role in the game was almost all support, so their physical exertion was higher than expected. Much less. Secondly, the team members were excited for Chuan Zhong's first breakthrough. On the other side, Coach Shin Matsuji, who has a bigger goal in mind, is even planning to watch Teikō's game live before going back. Then, when Yumiya Kazuma finished washing up and returned to the locker room, he found that there was no one in the locker room. After asking the staff for a while, he found out that everyone had gone to watch Teikō's game. Yukimiya Kazuma. Good guy. It's expanded. This year's Teikō is completely different from the previous 2 years. Kazuma Yukimiya knew very well that the first official match in which all members of Generation of Miracles awakened would have an explosive effect. However, he remembered the most classic 198:8, which seemed to have been played in the national competition. The regional qualifiers should not be so excessive. With a towel on my head, I walked out of the locker room of the Whitewater Hall, and as soon as I opened the door, I was dazzled by the colorful rainbow in front of me. At the same time, I was also pretended to be angry by the rainbows. So boring. Game. Atsushi Murasakibara, who took off his jersey in the corridor before entering the locker room, complained with a bored look on his face. When Ayamindaki heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said with a gloomy look, "Hey! It's not like I just found out today. This kind of thing has been clear for a long time. The opponent is really too weak." Kaisuruta glanced at Yumiya Kazuma not far away, paying special attention to the other person's hair color, and then lowered his voice politely, "I only felt this way recently, it's really boring." Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly thought, "Speaking of which, I remember there were a few people who were slightly better at fighting before. It seems that there were so many people." Kaisuruta thought for a while and added to Murasakibara, "The one without a crown is, what?" "Yes. That's what Huangze said. Those people are a little troublesome to fight, but they have graduated this year, right? It's so easy to win now, I can't even muster the strength." Generation of Miracles entered the locker room together. Not far away, Yumiya Kazuma could still hear Kaisuruta's words, "Then in the next game, why don't you have something interesting, such as a competition about who has higher scores, everyone puts out something as a bet. If it's snacks, I'll think about it." Chapter 023. You really let you pretend. Yukimiya Kazuma watched the Teikō players enter the locker room with a sad look on their face, and not long after, the game tour team from Shirasuikan Middle School also came back. To Yukimiya Kazuma's expectation, the imaginary expressions of being beaten did not appear on everyone's faces, but Coach Shin Matsuji's expression returned to his former cold expression. 109:5. Too bad, Dashimazaka Middle School. That Alioop actually knocked 3 people away at once. Well. After all, Teikō's center is 2 meters tall. Thinking about it this way, Yukimiya-senpai seems to be more powerful. It was the same Alioop, but he also knocked 3 of them away. And in terms of height, Yukimiya-senpai is at least 15 centimeters shorter than Atsushi Murasakibara, right? Yukimiya Kazuma. Kid. How can your strength be so comparable to yours? Being 15 centimeters shorter cannot be considered an advantage in any way. Except for Yukimiya, we are much worse than Teikō. Although they were ridiculously strong last year, they are not comparable to this year. Really? Generation of Miracles, the ability is too strong. After watching it just now, I don't even know what to say. The monsters gathered together, what a disaster, Generation of Miracles. The elegant bamboos, vines, trees, and bright flowers all have a serious expression. But from Yumiya Kazuma's point of view, they didn't look like other teams were scared out of their wits when they saw Teikō's game in the manga. After everyone came over, Yukimiya Kazuma took the initiative to ask, "How is it, Generation of Miracles? A bunch of monsters." After seeing Masaki Teikō, his expression became more relaxed. Kazuma looked confused, then, nothing else. What? Teikō Masaki didn't understand what Yukimiya and Zhen meant, but Huayan Liang, who usually didn't talk much, saw through him at a glance. "It's very powerful. Although I was also scared, it was definitely not to the extent you imagined." "Ah? Shouldn't it? Hit 103 pointers in the half. Super high-speed dribbling, formless shot. Imitate. Emperor I. The first time you saw these things, weren't you shocked? Thinking of the first time I read comics and saw these abilities. This will make you look weak." "Ah. Kazuma, that's what you mean. Don't worry, no matter how good they are, for us, your passing that makes everyone on the field get smoother and smoother is more magical. Yet, he's also very good at dribbling." Well, although Teikō's dribbling is exaggerated, but in terms of final effect, the same goes for Yukimiya Senpai. Ever since he recovered from his hand injury, I haven't seen anyone able to stop him from dribbling. Moreover, the strength has improved like a monster. Yukimiya Kazuma's face turned red after listening to everyone's words. At this time, Coach Shin Matsuji also said, "Although we also defeated our opponent by a big score today, the strength gap between us and Teikō is quite big. But don't underestimate yourself. Teikō is getting stronger and stronger, but compared to before, it's like becoming a different team. There is no passing and everyone scores alone. With their individual fighting alone, they can ravage their opponents and even achieve a more overwhelming victory than before. This is certainly a reflection of their far superior personal strength. But precisely because of this, if the opponent does not pass the ball, with Yukimiya as the core, if we encounter Teikō, even if we cannot win, we will not be completely unable to play. If you have to look for it, Teikō is not invulnerable. For example, no passes were passed. The coaching and tactics are also useless. All players mechanically complete the competition content called the victory mission. There is also Kaizruta. Although this is an absolute strong point for other schools, if it is Yukinomiya, it should be able to focus on this point. Besides, the main competition consists of 9 divisions. The 23 teams that won the qualifiers, plus 1 team from the host country, make up a total of 24 schools. Because of the existence of Generation of Miracles, there are undoubtedly 3 places in Tokyo District. With any luck, if we don't meet Teikō before the semi-finals, we can compete for the second and third seeds in the semi-final round robin to go national. Yukimiya Kazuma. Therefore, to sum up the meaning of the little old man's words, it is still a strategic surrender. Don't worry about others blindly, and. At this point, Shin Satsuji glanced at Yukimiya Kazuma. Even compared to Generation of Miracles, you are not bad, and you played particularly well today. Really? After watching Teikō's game. Compared to those kids from Generation of Miracles who play ball without a smile, this kid Yukimiya is much more pleasing to the eye. Oh! Yukimiya Kazuma's face was really red now. Outside Tokyo's second gymnasium, everyone got on the school bus of Beishui Hall, and then the driver took the team members back to school. After a brief summary of today's game, the coach sent everyone home. Before leaving, Shin Satsuji specially told Kazuma Yukimiya to take his time and practice. Yukimiya Kazuma naturally agreed wholeheartedly. After returning home, Shuigong immediately let himself go and went straight to the backyard to start meditation training. Not practicing? Joke. How can you not practice when your body is rejuvenated with full blood after just sleeping? Chapter 024. That night, a park golf course near Shirosuken Middle School. Shinsuke Irajimoto, who sat on the bench all day today and did not get a chance to play as usual, is currently practicing shooting on the court in order to be able to appear in future games. He has no physical worries about tomorrow's game. Because he knows very well that among the first-year players in Beishui Hall, his strength is also very average, and he cannot be a substitute. But when he thought about sitting on the bench today and seeing Senior Kazuma Yukimiya leading Hakuzui Hall to play basketball that was like mercury falling to the ground, a yearning suddenly arose in his heart. Under the leadership of Senior Yukimiya, we will definitely achieve good results. To catch the pass from Yukimiya-senpai. Come on! Immediately. Facing the moonlight, Shinsuke Irajimoto started a new round of shooting. The second round of the Tokyo District qualifiers. This time, Beishuiguan Middle School's opponent was Zuojiya Middle School. Zuojiya Middle School is not a particularly strong opponent. The year before last and the year before last, they fell in the second round of the qualifying rounds for 2 consecutive years. Judging from this year's situation, there is a high probability that they will increase this number again. Among them, the ace of the Zuojiya team is the power forward Nagazayu Yang. He is a well-known power forward in the Tokyo area with excellent offensive and defensive abilities. However, in a formal arena like Chunzhong, Zuojiya Middle School does not have many talented players. Players help him. And he is not a man like Kazuma Yukimiya, who has the badge of Master of Pass Control and can single-handedly drive the strength of the entire team. After the warm-up, players from both sides took their respective positions. After playing, Kazuma Yukimiya paid close attention to Hizayu Yang. The ace of Zuojiya Middle School, who is 183 centimeters tall, looks quite like an ace. The whole person is very cold, and his expression is fierce, especially the other person's narrow eyes, which make people feel sharp when looking at people. Some people look at passers-by. Someone looks like the main character. I have to say that sometimes image is very important. For example, the captain of our team, who was preparing to jump the ball in the center circle, changed his hairstyle and it was like he was a different person. However, in fact, the strong back of his head was quite in contrast to his meticulous playing style. The referee whistle blows. Masaki Teikō jumped the ball in the middle circle with the opponent's center. The center on the opposite side is about 185 centimeters tall, and Masaki Teikō, who was once the only strong point of Shirasuikan Middle School, used to win because of his height. 189.6 is approximately equal to 190. The referee blew the whistle and a jump ball determined the winner. Masaki Teikō defeated his opponent and won the ball. The game started less than 6 minutes ago. Score on the field. Beishuiguan Middle School 19:6 Zuojiya Middle School. Judging from the start, Zuojiya Middle School with Nagazayu Yang is definitely much stronger than Inseiji. As for achieving such a score, we can only say that Yukimiya Kazuma's defense against Nagazayu Yang was very good. Is adequate. But, although not like Inseiji, they were suspended at the beginning. But under the current situation, Zuojiya Middle School had to call a timeout. In Zuojiya Middle School's round, after the ball came to their side, the coach of Zuojiya Middle School immediately called a timeout. Hateful! Where on earth did number 5 of Whitewater Hall come from? After the point guard of Zuojiya Middle School sat down, he took a swig of water and then started to complain. While complaining, he glanced in the direction of the Whitewater Pavilion. When his eyes fell on the pale-haired Yukimiya Kazuma, he couldn't help but recall the waves of attacks organized by the opponent. As a point guard, in this game, on the defensive end, he was the one who faced off against the opponent the most except Nagazayu Yang. In just over 5 minutes, he was tortured beyond words. The dribbling rhythm that can't be kept up at all, and the ghostly passing. Every time in the blink of an eye, either a person is passed, or the ball appears in the hands of other players in the Whitewater Hall at some unknown time, and it is often an assist from an excellent offensive position. Really? Number 5 opposite. All-round top-notch physical and ball skills, the most terrifying of which is passing and control. It is estimated that in Tokyo, no, it is the top level in the country. But it's strange. Not only is this guy in the country, but even in Tokyo, I have never heard of rumors about his strength before. With no 5 special hair color, it should be easy for people to stay with such strength. Impression. The shooting guard of Zuojiya Middle School couldn't help but fell into deep thought, but after thinking for a long time, he still didn't have any impression. At this time, Hizayang suddenly asked. Coach. Have you ever heard of Yukimiya Kazuma before? The coach of Zuojiya Middle School looked towards the direction of Beishui Hall, then nodded slightly and said, I remember hearing a middle school mention it before, saying that he was a player with good physical condition but average skills. Probably a late bloomer type. But that's not important. Yesterday, in the game that was played at the same time as us, when Shira Swicken played against Inseaji, Kazuma Yukimiya scored 20 points, 25 assists, 10 rebounds, 7 blocks, and 5 steals, leading Shira Swicken Middle School to a complete win. The opponent scored 60 points. Because there is no video and I can't analyze it, and I don't want to affect everyone's mentality, I deliberately didn't disclose it to you. The point guard of Zuojiya Middle School suddenly widened his eyes. Ha! Chapter 025. Coach, you might as well not say anything. The point guard of Zuojiya Middle School looked at his coach and couldn't help but complain. The coach shook his head helplessly. In this situation, even if you don't say it, you can all feel how strong the opponent is. The strength of Yukimiya Kazuma is indeed quite amazing, but the strength of the others in the Whitewater Hall is very ordinary, so. In the next game, avoid Yukimiya Kazuma and focus on attacking other players in Hakuzui Hall. Xiu Yang. On the offensive end, you are directly facing off against Kazuma Yukimiya. Don't be obsessed with 1v1 with each other. Ask your teammates to pick and roll. Avoid him. If you can't block it once, just twice. Coach Zojiya mainly talks about the team's offense and avoids talking about defense, because he really can't think of a way to limit Yukimiya Kazuma, but in his expectation, the offensive end should be able to do a lot of things. Back on the field. The point guard of Zuojiya Middle School advanced with the ball. As soon as he stepped into the front court, Kasuga Yuji immediately went up to press for the ball. Don't even think about it. Although I can't do as many things as Yukimiya-senpai, at least I have to perform well defensively. The point guard of Zuojiya Middle School was about the same speed as Kasuga Yuji. After struggling for a while, he couldn't get rid of the opponent's defense. At this time, then Hizayang was stuck in the high post. He knew that Kazuma Yuzumiya was very keen on intercepting passes, so when he took the initiative to ask for the ball, he had to use his body to block it first. Seeing Hizayang reaching for the ball, the point guard immediately passed the ball over. Under the interference of Kasuga Yuji, the ball was passed a little higher, but with Hizayang's physical ability, there was no problem in jumping up to catch it. Pa! Hizayang pushed Kazuma Yukinomiya with his left hand, and at the same time he jumped slightly, relaxed his arms, and took the basketball into his arms. Then he immediately signaled for a pick and roll. He didn't dare to drop the ball first. Instead, he swayed left and right and tried a set of shoulder fakes. Seeing that Yukimiya Kazuma was still not out of position, he decisively used the pick and roll to break through in the next second. However, with Yukimiya Kazuma's 81-point single defense ability, it would definitely not be easy to get past a pick and roll. With the vision ability of the Master of Transmission and Control, he turned around almost at the same time and came to Hizayang's eyes again. Then Hizayang. Hateful. It's really like what the coach said. If it doesn't work once, try it again. Without any pause, Hizayang immediately moved to the other side and took the initiative to find a cover again. Then suddenly take off, turn around and shoot a jumper. A very high jump shot, coupled with his long arms, the release point is very high, and he even leaned back a little under the threat of Kazuma Yumiya. Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly jumped up from a person behind him. But he didn't touch the ball. The basketball arced through the air and hit the net. When He Ziyang saw the ball scored, he didn't feel relieved at all. Because it is still too difficult to score this goal. Feeling a bit confused. This monster. Shiriswicken Middle School's round. Kazuma Yukimiya holds the ball from the backcourt. The point guard of Zuojiya Middle School suffers a lot in front of Kazuma Yukimiya. If Kazuma Yukimiya doesn't pass the ball and catches him, in this misplaced singles, he will definitely hit everyone. Therefore, He Ziyang was the one who mainly defended him. Although it took one person to do both offense and defense, which consumed a lot of physical strength for their ace, there was nothing they could do about it. How could Kazuma Yukimiya on the opposite side fight like this? The only difference is that on the offensive end, Yukimiya Kazuma uses a very energy-saving pass and control organization style, which is quite detrimental to Zuojiya Middle School. But they have to do this, otherwise the defensive pressure will be greater. Facing He Ziyang's defense, Yukimiya Kazuma did not force himself. Although he could fight, Yukimiya Kazuma, who had been influenced by basketball in his previous life, mainly played a reasonable game. Reasonable. It means a balanced distribution of physical strength. Means more favorable defensive investment. It also means teammates can play a greater role. At the same time, the increasing threats from teammates in other positions will feed back to Yukigong on the offensive end, forming a perfect cycle. Immediately. First call for cover. After completing the pick and roll, Kazuma Yukimiya passed the ball to Masaki Teikō, who was passing down. With the ability of the master of pass and control, the offensive position of the ball passed by Suigong was still very good, and the moment he received the ball, he felt inexplicably comfortable. However, although this kind of super comfortable passing can improve the shooting rate to a certain extent, it obviously cannot achieve 100% accuracy. For example, this time, Masaki Teikō missed half of his shot. It doesn't matter. My rebound. After Masaki Teikō missed the shot, he rushed into the paint, grabbed the rebound strongly, and took advantage of the situation to launch a second attack at the basket. Result. It was Teikō Masaki who was so scorned by He Ziyang. This guy, after Yukimiya Kazuma passed the ball, immediately returned to defend the inside with all his strength, and his efforts were not in vain, allowing him to seize the opportunity when Masaki Teikō missed the shot. He made up for his second attack and completed the block. The basketball flew directly out of the baseline. He Ziyang, who was extremely depressed after being suppressed until now, finally found an opportunity to release his true nature during this period of attack and defense. After the block hit the ground, he couldn't control himself and roared at Kazuma Yukimiya. His facial features, which were already fierce, looked even more fierce when he roared. Yumiya Kazuma! Why are you yelling at me like this? At this time, the system prompt suddenly appeared in Yumiya Kazuma's mind. Badge mission, in the game with Zuojiya Middle School, after completing the block on Naga Ziyang, there is a 10% chance of getting the badge. Achievement rewards, badges related to hit rate and physical strength. Chapter 026. Yukimiya Kazuma, The system prompts in his mind made Yukimiya and Shinichi stunned for a moment, and they even subconsciously ignored He Ziyang's arm-raising roar in front of him. Masaki Teikō looked at Kazuma Yukimiya, who was a little dazed, and walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. This was my mistake. Besides, don't worry about that guy. He just looks scary. In fact, he just has a loud voice and looks fierce. Naturally, Yukimiya Kazuma couldn't be fooled. In his previous life, he had seen people who were more ferocious and even so violent that they took action directly. Moreover, he could also see that this guy was just venting his emotions. Yukimiya Kazuma was just stunned by the sudden badge mission. The system had been silent since the start of the game. He thought there would be no missions in this game. Unexpectedly, He Ziyang yelled out a mission instead. End. Although the task content is related to blocking, but the mission reward is a badge related to hit rate and stamina. The two entries are related at once, maybe it will be a very powerful badge. However, there is only a 10% chance. In this case, if you have a dark face, it is possible that you will not be able to get it in the whole game. We can only block as many shots on Nahe Ziyang as possible. Yukimiya Kazuma came back to his senses, looked at Masaki Teikō, and responded. Roar! It would be better if you yell a few more times. Let's see if we can trigger 2 more tasks. After hearing this, Teikō Masaki looked at Yukimiya Kazuma, who looked at He Ziyang with great interest, and his face was filled with questions for a moment. Just now He Ziyang blocked the ball out of the court. Now Shiriswicken Middle School is serving the sideline ball. After several passes, the basketball quickly came into the hands of Kazuma Yuzumiya. Kazuma broke through with the ball, compressed the defense of Zuojiya Middle School, and then gave the ball to Huayun Liang on the side. Huayun Liang's mid-range shooting is not bad. In normal training games and some small regional official games, he can maintain an average shooting rate of more than 40%. Coupled with the blessing effect of Yukimiya Kazuma's pass control master, he counted in the last game that the shooting percentages of Ryokane and Masaki Teikō, who received a lot of his assists, increased by about 20%. Then, Huayun Liang's shot this time was naturally extremely smooth and silky. The basketball hit the net, 21-8. Huayun Liang is actually more accustomed to launching attacks with the ball, but when Kazuma Yukimiya passes the ball, he always feels particularly comfortable when receiving it. In the last game, Yukimiya Kazuma had 25 assists, 10 of which were given to Huayun Liang. This made him more and more accustomed to taking direct shots after receiving passes from Yukimiya Kazuma. Zuojiya Middle School's offense. Zojia's point guard already knows that the point guard Kasuga Yuji in front of him has firmly chosen to defend with all his strength like a candy on the court today. Such a defense that spares no effort is not easy to mess with at all. So after advancing to the front court, he simply passed the ball out. Then He Ziyang held the ball in a high position. He observed the situation and successfully found the small forward who used the pick and roll to make air cuts. The opponent was the team's second leading scorer after him. Zojie, a small forward, caught the ball and rushed inside, but he did not notice that a figure suddenly appeared behind the line where he took off. Yukimiya Kazuma's long arms blocked the ball in the hands of small forward Zojie. Attacking the frame is prohibited here. Snap! A big hat was sent over. After Naga Ziyang, Yukimiya Kazuma also blocked a shot, but after he blocked it, he felt a pity. Why doesn't He Ziyang do this himself? What about your roar just now? Come on your own. Let me risk a few quickly and get the badges out. When Daisuke Teruyama got the ball, he immediately went to find Kazuma Yukimiya. After receiving the ball, Yukimiya immediately seized the opportunity to switch between offense and defense and launched a fast break. Masaki Teikō was faster than him, and Kazuma rushed out first. As for why he was faster than him, of course it was because he jumped to block the shot. By that time, this guy had already started running quite smartly. Just now, He Ziyang insulted Masaki Teikō and yelled at Kazuma Yukimiya in front of him. Naturally, he wanted to regain his face. As a player, no one has lost his temper. Kazuma Yukimiya advanced with impeccable stability. The point guard of Zuojiya Middle School was easily thrown away when he intercepted in the front court. Seeing that Teikō Masaki believed in his blocking so much and ran so hard, Yukimiya Kazuma reciprocated by sending a long pass, and it was a precise alley-oop long pass that measured Teikō Masaki's reach. Pa! Masaki Teikō jumped up and grabbed the ball with both hands in the air. The height was quite comfortable. From the ball coming, to catching it and sending it to the basket. Everything is silky smooth. Boom! A dunk with both hands hanging on the basket instantly ignited the entire audience. Teikō Masaki glared at Hizayang, and finally had an idea. When I ran back feeling very comfortable, I came over to give Kazuma Yukimiya a high five to celebrate. Shirosuikan Middle School continues to have the advantage, and with the assist of Kazuma Yukimiya, there is no doubt about its offensive firepower. On the other hand, Zuojiya Middle School's offense, which was already dwarfed by comparison, became increasingly unsustainable as time went by. One Hizayang supported the attack and defeated 5 shooting masters. Coupled with Yumiya Kazuma's extremely accurate judgment of the situation, Beishui Hall suppressed Zojiya severely, leaving the opponent with no room for resistance. Only for Yukimiya Kazuma, the badge mission has stalled. He had been trying to find a chance to block Na Hizayang, but it was too difficult. It's not that the opponent's ability is enough to withstand Yukimiya Kazuma's block, but that the opponent keeps using screens to find mismatches. If the screen is not successful, or Yukimiya Kazuma appears in the field of vision, they simply don't shoot, and they don't attack the basket at all. This guy! You were beaten so cowardly, what did you yell just now? Why are you playing contrasting cuteness with me? Chapter 027. With Hizayang's style of play, Yukimiya Kazuma tried to block shots several times but failed. Kazuma Yukimiya expressed his understanding of this. After all, it is understandable to pursue the success rate cautiously when the score is so far behind, but it is not a good thing for himself. It's so difficult to block shots on Na Hizayang. Yukimiya Kazuma complained in his heart, but was still thinking about finding opportunities. After thinking for a long time, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly thought of the last game, the shot that accidentally provoked a mine with a blocked shot. Thinking of this, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly raised his head and challenged Hizayang, "Hey, Mr. Ace, what's the use of floating outside and casting? Even if you cast in the end, you have to be interfered by me. Whether you get in or not depends on luck. No chance. Why don't you give it a try? Come in and have a look. The closer you are to the basket, the higher your hit rate. And if you dunk, isn't it higher? Hello? No way. There's no one who can't dunk, right?" Kazuma Yukimiya suddenly started chattering, which immediately put Hizayang out of control. From the beginning of the game to the present, Yukimiya Kazuma gave him the impression that he was a particularly calm and wise type, but he did not expect that when he opened his mouth, he would turn out to be a particularly angry and provocative type. "Come in and fight, 1v1. I promise there will be no help in defense." Na Hizayang. Hizayang ignored him. In the second quarter, Beishui Hall continued to maintain its absolute advantage. Point guard Yuji Kasuga, because he kept pressing hard at all costs in the first quarter, was replaced as soon as the second quarter started. Shin Matsuji originally planned to replace Yukimiya Kazuma with a backup power forward, and then completely put Yukimiya Kazuma in the point guard position to help Yukimiya reduce the consumption on the defensive end. However, at the suggestion of Yukimiya Kazuma, he still changed to a point guard. This way, on the defensive end, the one facing Na Hizayang was Yukimiya Kazuma. On the field, Yukimiya thought about how to complete the badge mission. Based on the opponent's shot selection, it is obviously difficult to block the opponent's shot. Even if the opponent shoots it, Yukimiya tries his best to block the opponent's cautious fadeaway jumper through the screener. At most, it will cause interference. Under normal circumstances, enough interference would be enough. But the key thing is that the current situation is not normal. He had to block shots on Hizayang. And it's not a question of 1 or 2. Imagine a scenario where a large number of shots can be blocked. This is probably only possible if the opponent continues to attack the frame. With the purple badge I love dunking, when facing a slam dunk, the success rate of blocking shots can be increased by 50%, so the safest thing is to let the opponent choose to dunk. Therefore, Yukimiya Kazuma's intention of provoking He Xiaoyang just now was to let He Xiaoyang dunk, thereby triggering the badge effect and stably blocking shots. However, no matter how he was angry with He Xiaoyang, the other party remained indifferent. Then He Xiaoyang is not stupid. He is just as tall as Yukimiya and Zhen when he blocks the shot, and there is also a taller Masaki Teikō inside. Against such a defense, isn't he looking for a hat when he rushes in and dunks? Although the productivity and shooting percentage are extremely ugly when playing on the screen like this, at least he will not be blocked. If he is not blocked, there is still hope of scoring, and if he does not score, he can still fight for rebounds. Being blocked? That is pure delivery of the ball. So no matter how you think about it, the current offensive mode is more reasonable. The first half was over soon. Beishui Hall led Zhuojia Middle School by 33 points 56-23. Based on this performance, even if the overall strength of Zhuojia Middle School is stronger than yesterday's in Siaji, I'm afraid Hakuzuakan can still reproduce the 60-point difference. Yukimiya Kazuma scored 10 points, 14 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 blocks and 3 steals at halftime. Overall, the data level was the same as yesterday. And from the perspective of the game scene, Yukimiya Kazuma showed the beauty that no matter how the opponent's defense changes, his game content remains so stable. Zhuojia Middle School's defense against him must have been stronger than yesterday. In this case, Yukimiya Kazuma's halftime statistics were almost unchanged from yesterday, which further proves this point. Shinsatsuji couldn't be more satisfied with Yukimiya Kazuma's performance. Yukimiya plays very selflessly and has a pass-first style. He handles the ball and passes very steadily and makes almost no mistakes. And Kazuma Yukimiya also works very hard on the defensive end. His single defense is very strong and his assist defense area is also large. Moreover, his assist defense relies on his excellent vision and can take into account both assist defense and main defense at the same time, which greatly enhances the team's overall defense. Strength of the second half begins. Shinsatsuji asked Yukimiya Kazuma to come up and lead the substitutes. This was Kazuma Yukimiya's suggestion. The nominal purpose was to run more tactics. He felt that the previous point guard experience was too little. Playing against an opponent like Zhuojia Middle School was not very intense, so it was a good opportunity. However, what is the real purpose? The purpose of Shuigong and Zhen's mental abacus is to lead a weaker substitute lineup, weaken the paper defense, and lure He Xiaoyang to play deeper. But Shin Matsuji was obviously moved by Yukimiya Kazuma. To be honest, the little old man was a little touched and a little regretful at this time. He was so motivated and had such a talented player, but he didn't actually train it himself. In the end, it all relied on other people's personal efforts. Talent explodes. I feel that the sense of accomplishment in my junior high school coaching career has suddenly been reduced by half. Chapter 028. Hakuzuakan's backup center's ability to protect the basket is definitely much worse than Masaki Teikō's. After all, there is a big difference in height, even 1 centimeter shorter than the 184-meter Kazuma Yukimiya, and his defensive steps are not as good as Teikō Masaki. Just by looking at He Xiaoyang's tactical adjustments when attacking, we can tell that this player is the type of player who is very good at assessing the situation. Depending on the opponent, he will carefully adjust his style of play, and he will never force himself to do it. Type. Although He Xiaoyang was used a lot of mid to long distance jump shots by Yumiya and Zhenbi in this game, in previous games, his shots that penetrated into the paint and attacked the basket accounted for a large proportion of his points. If given the chance, He Xiaoyang will really show off his scoring skills just like his roar. And this way, playing into Yukimiya Kazuma's hands. The second half begins. Sure enough, all the starters from Zhuojia Middle School stayed on the court. They wanted to take advantage of the substitute lineup in Beishui Hall to chase points. Therefore, Yukimiya Kazuma had a good start in the second half. With Masaki Teikō and Ryo Hanan not present, the inside defense of Heiku Shwiken dropped a notch. Hizai Yang continuously launched attacks on the inside. However, due to the pressure of Kazuma Yukimiya, most of his inside attacks ended up in the end. The breakthrough point ended with the ball, and the game was more stable and reasonable than Yukimiya Kazuma. The scoring environment of Zuojiya Middle School was indeed much better than in the first half, but Kazuma Yukimiya and the substitute lineup of Shirakui Hall were also scoring continuously. The master of passing and control, Kazuma Yukimiya, really allowed everyone on the bench to experience the pleasure of greatly improving their shooting percentage. Whitewater Hall round. Yukimiya Kazuma cooperated with the substitute center in a pick and roll, passed the ball, and accurately found the center forward. However, the next second, in front of the center of Beishui Hall, assisting defensive player Na Hizai Yang appeared. He gritted his teeth and did not want to waste the opportunity to perform, but still carried Na Hizai Yang to complete the offensive action. The ability of the master of pass and control can increase the shooting percentage by 20%. In other words, even if the substitute center's current shooting percentage is interfered with to 0. Yukimiya Kazuma can also give him a guaranteed 20% hit rate. Really? The substitute center carried Hizai Yang and took a shot. The basketball circled the rim extremely dangerously, and finally rolled into the rim. While Yukimiya Kazuma was celebrating with the excited substitute center, he also did not forget to continue teasing Hizai Yang. Perhaps it was Yukimiya Kazuma's perseverance and strangeness that touched him. Maybe Hizai Yang finally identified the weak inside line of Beishui Pavilion, and he could try to fight to the end. In the next round, he used a pick and roll to block Yukimiya Kazuma, and then broke through to the inside. The backup center's defensive position is out of position. Na Hizai Yang took off, and Yukimiya Kazuma, who had been preparing for a long time, had already captured Na Hizai Yang's actions with his excellent vision. He almost simultaneously avoided the cover of Zuojiya Middle School, but gave up the interception at the critical moment. Boom! Na Hizai Yang succeeded in dunking, and the roar he had been holding back for a long time finally reappeared. Raise your head and raise your arms. Ha! Yukimiya Kazuma did a great job of failing to block the shot in time, and Hizai Yang's roar rang in his ears. In fact, if Yukimiya Kazuma just followed up, he would definitely be able to block the shot. However, he considered the next step. If he directly gave Hizai Yang a risk, then it was very likely that Hizai Yang would not continue to attack the basket. On the contrary, if one is released first, Hizai Yang will attack again with the next ball. If you risk him at that time, his psychology may have certain illusions, and then you can put out bait and raise fish at the same time. And Hizai Yang did not disappoint Yukimiya Kazuma's psychological analysis and attentive performance. Next round. When Na Hizai Yang entered the inside line again, Yukimiya Kazuma passed the cover and jumped up instantly. Just like the golden pass control master badge that flashes when passing the ball, the moment he leaps to block the shot, the I love dunk also glows with a faint purple light. At this moment, Yumiya Kazuma felt that he was full of power, and his jumping height seemed to be a little higher. The blocking success rate increases by 50%. Snap! Yukimiya Kazuma, who suddenly rose up, gave Hizai Yang a big blow. The basketball flew out of the baseline. Yukimiya Kazuma. Success! But the next second, the system prompt in his mind extinguished his excitement in time. In the game against Zuojiya Middle School, he completed the block on Na Hizai Yang. Drawing a badge, the current chance is 10%. Extraction failed. Yukimiya Kazuma could not hold back for a moment and shouted at Hizai Yang, "Ah! Failed! Hateful!" The other side. Hizai Yang was also confused. As far as Sakura is concerned, no matter how perverse a junior high school player's character is, it is still relatively rare for him to shout angrily at his opponent, especially before a key goal that has nothing to do with the outcome of the game. It is even more exciting to be so excited. Rare. He is already the only one in the country, and his eyes are quite fierce. He has always yelled at others, and this is the first time he has been yelled at in person. He has never been treated like this before, and he immediately uses his narrow eyes, glaring at the other party menacingly. When Yukimiya Kazuma saw the aggressive Hizai Yang, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. Come and dunk me if you can. Come. When Hizai Yang looked at the smiling Yukimiya Kazuma, he felt that his brain was a bit exhausted. What does this person mean? Before, I had been irritatingly motivating myself to dunk, but now it has been upgraded to a level where I have to dunk. This was the first time in Hizai Yang's basketball career that he asked for a dunk with a weird smile on his face. Wait. Then Hizai Yang admitted that he was annoyed by the other party's weird words and smile. That's great, you must come. Yumiya Kazuma shouted at Hizai Yang's back. Chapter 029. Then Hizai Yang thought for a moment. In terms of physical ability, compared to the center guarding the inside line of Beishui Pavilion at this moment, I have an overall advantage, and the opponent's confrontation ability cannot hold me back. And Yukimiya Kazuma's words. With the help of the screen, even if you can't block the opponent just like before, you can still delay the action. As long as you can take a step ahead and break into the inside to dunk, the probability of scoring is quite high. As for the shot blocked by Kazuma Yukimiya just now, there was probably something wrong with the quality of the cover. Otherwise, why couldn't Kazuma Yukimiya follow up and block the shot when he dunked the first ball? Time waits for no one, so when Hizai Yang thought of this, he immediately implemented it. Next, he attacked the basket more frequently, and in order to improve his shooting percentage under confrontation, he always chose to dunk. Then, boom! Then Hizai Yang dunks the center of Beishui Hall. Yukimiya Kazuma was caught in a pick-and-roll cover, unable to follow up, and was knocked away by Hizai Yang's body from the side. Then Hizai Yang turned around and roared. Snap! Yukimiya Kazuma bypassed the pick-and-roll and followed up in time. Hizai Yang, who had a big hat in the front, roared back. In the game against Zuojiya Middle School, he completed the block on Nagazai Yang. Drawing a badge, the current chance is 10%. Extraction failed. Hateful. Again. Boom. Hizai Yang buckled Yumiya Kazuma across from him, and Hizai Yang's roar became even more exciting. Snap. Yukimiya Kazuma responded by blocking the shot and rushed towards Hizai Yang. The audience cheered excitedly. In the game against Zuojiya Middle School, he completed the block on Nagazai Yang. Drawing a badge, the current chance is 10%. Extraction failed. Boom. Dunk. Snap. Block. Boom. Button. Snap. Big risk. Cold sweat gradually broke out on Hizai Yang's head. What happened? Feeling a little off. Yukimiya Kazuma blocks shots so regularly. Hizai Yang turned to look at Yumiya Kazuma, and met the latter's kind smile. Then he saw that the other person's face suddenly changed after seeing the gaze he cast, and he looked coldly towards him with a solemn expression. He said, Awesome! As expected of Hizai Yang, you are the first to score so many dunks under my defense. Follow closely. Yukimiya Kazuma showed an expression of unwillingness. Keep going, I don't believe I can't block you continuously. Hizai Yang. Snort. Want to block me continuously? It's not that simple. If you can do it, give it a try. Hizai Yang, who had maintained a 50% scoring percentage since the dunk just now, felt that he had found the scoring code, and gradually got the upper hand amid Yukimiya Kazuma's sarcastic remarks. Especially the phrase as expected of Hizai Yang. 3 minutes later. Not only Yukimiya Kazuma is pursuing consecutive blocks, but Hizai Yang is also pursuing consecutive dunks. Come and buckle. Damn it, I won't let you touch the next ball. So close. Just a little bit, he scored consecutive points. Yukimiya Kazuma finally understood this trick, and he was able to play with his Yang by throwing out bait intermittently, but this was actually more due to Yukimiya's previous defensive suppression. After all, the hit rate has always been limited to less than 30%, and now it suddenly reached a stable 50%, and a higher hit rate is within reach. How could he not just get in the circle? Another 3 minutes later. Call. Ha! Hateful. I can't hold it any longer. The continuous high-intensity breakthroughs and aerial confrontations made his Yang's physical strength gradually unable to keep up. More importantly, he obviously scored a lot of deductions, but the point difference has not narrowed at all until now. And on the other side. So strong. Just a little bit different. Sure enough, this is the charm of basketball, surpassing your own limits. He's Yang. This guy. My feeling is absolutely correct. Although I don't know what it is, the other party's words and eyes are all malicious. At this time, the audience at the scene was already stunned by this super showdown. Whoa! What a showdown! His Yang's dunk is so strong. Although I thought it wasn't good for him to yell at people before, his dunk is awesome. Hiss! Something feels weird. Obviously the height of the dunk is very average, far worse than yesterday's Amindaki. There are also some terrifying dunks yesterday by Yukimiya Kazuma. And have you noticed that just now, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly blocked the shot? High or low? Amid cheers. A very small number of keen viewers noticed something strange. In the corner, Kagami Taiga, who finally found the venue for the Aldaxia qualifiers today, watched the game of Shiriswicken Middle School in the auditorium as he wished. After watching the attack and defense just now, he couldn't help but show a weird look on his face. Expression, how strange, this guy. At this time, Kagami heard a rather cold voice coming from behind. Snort. This number 5 did it on purpose. Including words and actions, he has been luring the opponent into dunking. He can obviously block the opponent's shot easily, but he pretends to block the shot while letting go. I don't know why, but it's probably because he has a bad personality that plays tricks on his opponents on the court. Kagami Taiga looked startled when he heard this. He turned around and saw a guy with green hair, holding a small alarm clock in one hand and wearing strange sunglasses on his face. Little green. You can see clearly with these glasses. The pink-haired girl on the side was recording something in her notebook while complaining, even if you dress like this, acquaintances will recognize you at a glance. Yes, Midorima-kun. Wow! The sudden voice in his ears startled Kagami Taiga. He turned around and saw that a man with light blue hair had sat down on the empty seat next to him. You guy, when did you sit here? Is it you, Kuroko? Tetsuya. Well, hello, Kagami-kun. Chapter 030. In the audience, Midorima Shinter commented on Yukimiya Kazuma, which Yukimiya naturally could not know. But if he knew, he would definitely retort loudly, he is not a BD with a bad character. The task given by the system seems simple, but who would have thought that the ace on the opposite side, who would roar from time to time, would actually fight so sloppily? What else could he do besides letting the opponent go boldly? On the court. In the game against Zuogia Middle School, he completed the block on Naga Yang. Drawing a badge, the current chance is 10%. Extraction successful. Get the badge, Rookie Ace's battle cry, green. Finally come. Although excited, at the same time, Yumiya Kazuma was also relieved. Because if he didn't come out, his Yang on the other side might not be able to hold on anymore. Now, there was obviously something wrong with his Yang's physical fitness. This is also an inevitable result. Compared with Yukimiya Kazuma's low-cost assists on the offensive end, He Ziyang's all-offensive and all-defensive style of play will naturally consume his physical strength faster, not to mention the crazy output just now. Boring. Bei Shui Hall's substitute small forward hit He Ziyang after catching the ball. The latter gasped and tried his best to block the shot, narrowly missing his fingertips. The basketball hit the edge of the basket and bounced high. Although the direction was a little skewed, it was still under the control of the Whitewater Hall substitute forward. With his legs kicking hard, the small forward picked off the rebound above He Ziyang's head. But, facing the other party's fierce eyes, the substitute student suddenly hesitated for a moment, and then he was closely entangled by the other party. It doesn't matter. When substitute Xiao Qian was thinking about what to do with the ball, suddenly, he heard a steady and firm voice coming from behind him. Give it to me. Even if they haven't seen anyone yet, the substitute forward knows who the owner of the voice is. Although the voice does not speak many times during the game, almost every time it speaks, Bei Shui Hall will play a smooth attack and score points. So when this very recognizable sound came into his ears, his body responded even faster than his brain. Push with both hands. A pass with a fairly basic technique, but stable enough, was pushed towards Yukimiya Kazuma. The next second, I saw a figure full of agility and power leaping high, then quickly swinging his arms to dunk towards the basket. Bang! The explosive slam dunk resounded throughout the arena. Then all the spectators near the arena saw a basketball passing through the net along the basket, hitting the floor very quickly, and then bouncing high. The scene suddenly became quiet. Until a few seconds later, more enthusiastic cheers suddenly erupted outside the stadium. Wow, so high! Yukimiya Kazuma finally takes the initiative to attack again. However, after fighting continuously until now, he actually still has this kind of physical strength. It's a lie, this kind of dunk. It's amazing. I don't know how it compares to Generation of Miracles. This violent dunk instantly detonated the scene. After the opening ceremony, there were not as many people coming to watch the game as yesterday, but with Kazuma Yumiya's dunk, the scene suddenly became as lively and noisy as the opening ceremony. After all, with this level of dunk, coupled with He Ziyang's previous comparison, even a layman can feel the violence in it. In contrast to the excitement outside the court, everyone in Zhuojia was completely silent. He Ziyang had just been blocked, and his physical strength was at the bottom. At this time, his mentality was in a mess. Zhuojia Middle School naturally had no chance of winning. Whoosh! Shiriswicken Middle School, a mid-range shot from the substitute position. Zhuojia's shooting guard put his hands casually on his sides and watched the basketball fly past his eyes without making any movement. The coach of Zhuojia Middle School finally sighed as he looked at the gradually numb expressions of the players on the field. The sports arena is a battle within the rules. Face difficulties and never give up. It is easy to write these words, but to truly unite knowledge and action, the will and belief required are far beyond what people can imagine. If the players of Zhuojia Middle School could have such will, then they would not be like this now. Except for He Ziyang, everyone else gave up resistance early. In reality, the stronger the team, the stronger the belief. On the contrary, the more ordinary, the more happy-go-lucky they are. Then, the strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the score difference has reached 48 points. Zhuojia Middle School replaced all its main players from the fourth quarter and announced defeat. Coach Shin Matsuharu had already withdrawn his troops and replaced Yukimiya Kazuma, allowing the substitute players to continue playing on the court. Soon, as the referee's whistle sounded, the game ended. At the end of the game, Bei Shuiguan Middle School vs Zhuojia Middle School, the score was 111:55, Bei Shuiguan Middle School won. Thanks for the advice XN. Both sides quickly came to the center circle to form teams, saluted and shook hands with each other. When shaking hands, of course, Everyone at Beishuiguan Middle School was excited and happy, but what they didn't expect was that the atmosphere at Zuojiya Middle School was not as gloomy as they imagined. Except for Hezai Yang, who looked ugly and even more ferocious, the faces of the others showed neither disappointment nor unwillingness. A few substitutes even looked in the direction of Yukimiya Kazuma and whispered about something. After seeing the state of everyone at Zuojiya Middle School, the smiles on the faces of the Beishuiguan Middle School team members suddenly weakened a bit. Chapter 031. In the locker room. The expressions of everyone in the Whitewater Pavilion were a little strange, and they were no longer as excited as they were when they won yesterday. Maybe it's because we're tired after 2 consecutive days of competition, maybe it's because everyone broke through the first round for the first time yesterday, anyway, it feels weird. It's strange. We clearly won the game, but we didn't feel that excited. Daisuke Terayama put his head on his hands, leaned on the locker behind him, and suddenly said, "Of course, as it was confirmed yesterday, we are no longer just a passing team in the All-Hyuxia Championship." Ha ha ha. Indeed, but why are you speaking so weakly? You didn't just fall down from exhaustion after playing 2 games in a row, right? With the conversation between Kasuga Yuji and Terayama Daisuke, the locker room gradually became more energetic. It was maintained until a low voice intervened, and the atmosphere in the entire locker room was suddenly interrupted again. In the knockout round that ends the whole summer with such a loss, they have absolutely no willpower to fight to the end. Defeating a team like this, naturally they are not as happy as yesterday. After all, yesterday, although we were also ahead by so many points, we have always been fighting to the end. The person who spoke was Masaki Teikō. As the captain, he was also one of the only players in the team who had not been able to achieve good results but persisted in training until the 3rd grade. He had the most say in this matter. Obviously we lost. But there is no disappointment or unwillingness. For such a team, we can only say that they have not tried hard at all. Without effort. Naturally, no other emotions will arise, and you can accept failure calmly without any trouble. Masaki Teikō's tone was very calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate much when he spoke. He seemed to be not surprised by this and had already seen through it. Paired with his neatly combed hair after the game, the atmosphere of a bit of preaching was very suitable. After he finished speaking, everyone in the locker room fell silent. Because everyone finally understood why they were not excited at all after defeating Zuojiya Middle School today. At the same time, there are many people who are recalling whether they have been so ashamed in the past. If so, did their opponents feel a little strange like themselves today? Coach Shinsatsuji listened quietly to everyone's words, his eyes twinkling slightly. Kazuma Yukimiya, who was sitting in the corner, had no reaction to this because he was studying his newly obtained badge. Rookie Ace's battle cry, green after completing a successful defense, let out a morale-boosting roar, which can effectively increase the shooting percentage of teammates on the field by 10% and slightly restore the physical strength of teammates on the field. Limited to once per game, each time lasting 5 rounds. Yukimiya Kazuma. Tisk. After so much effort, it's just green. And it feels a bit tasteless. It can only be used once per game, and it can only last for 5 rounds. The so-called small recovery of the team's physical strength is also a bit vague. Yukimiya Kazuma was speechless. I didn't expect that the hit rate and stamina-related badges mentioned by the system were so relevant. I want him Yukimiya Kazuma to travel through time, and have the system close by. Regardless of whether it is unrealistic at this stage, anyway, Yukimiya Kazuma has silently set his target on Generation of Miracles. However, it is so precious now to be able to earn badge missions and play one less official game. In the end, it is given such a green badge, which makes people feel embarrassed. Generation of Miracles, it feels so far away. Could you please give me a badge that improves my offensive ability? Don't give me a Rookie Ace's battle cry. I always feel like the system is secretly mocking me. Yukimiya Kazuma was silently thinking that as the qualifying rounds progressed, if he met a stronger team, he should get a badge to improve his offensive ability. I guess so. When I saw today's badge, I felt like I couldn't say anything for sure. If you create an entire rookie series for yourself, it's better not to have it. Yukimiya Kazuma. Tisk. If you want it, you still have to ask for it. Yukimiya Kazuma only played 3 quarters today and scored 14 points, 21 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals and 9 blocks. Now, he can be regarded as a small focus in the Tokyo district of the all-high qualifiers. Before Shirasuikan Middle School left the locker room, reporters had already knocked on the door. Under the intimidation of Coach Shin Matsuji's eyes, Yukimiya Kazuma dealt with the reporters seriously, and then when he and everyone left the gym, several spectators gathered around to ask Kazuma Yukimiya for autographs. Several uncles among them told Kazuma Yukimiya with serious faces that he would definitely be famous all over the country in the future, and it would be worth the money to get an autograph now. Yukimiya Kazuma patiently signed autographs for them, and then enthusiastically shook hands with several female middle school students. Due to her delicate appearance, Kazuma Yukimiya has a high proportion of female fans. This made Masaki Teikō, who had a straight face, quietly stare at Kazuma Yukimiya's face and secretly raise an eyebrow. When Huayan Liang saw this, he shook his head in amusement. Finally, everyone boarded the school bus. After returning to school and disbanding, the coach didn't talk to Yukimiya about training more leisurely. Because the next game of Shirasuikan Middle School is on the weekend of this week, that is to say, by the start of the 3rd round, Yukimiya Kazuma still has 4 days to conduct meditation training. To this, the training plan for Yukimiya Kazuma has been drawn up. The following week, he wanted to be drilled hard. Many of his attributes are in the early 80s, not as high as 85. It has been so long since he obtained the system. From his experience, 85 will be a big jump in external performance for player attributes. If he can complete several of these breakthroughs in the future, his strength on the court will be even stronger. The clear attribute values allow Yukimiya Kazuma to have a very clear goal. Only, plans are often just plans, and problems always arise when implemented. Chapter 032. The backyard of Yukimiya and Makoto's house. At this moment, Yukimiya Kazuma completed the last meditation training with trembling legs. It took 2 hours, and Yukimiya Kazuma only completed the system loading training scene 3 times with an epic speed and consumption. With Yukimiya Kazuma's strength at this moment, the opponents loaded into the system were stronger than imagined. Can you imagine the terrifying scene of number 1 personality Akashi, Zone Atsushi Murasakibara, Beautiful Country Street Ball Nijimura Shuzo, all 3 of them being present at the same time, with such a reasonable lineup? The level of exhaustion from such a meditation training session is almost 3 times the normal training intensity, and this normal training intensity actually refers to a 1v1a Mindaki. That's all. The key is that the system prompt that appeared in his mind at this time clearly told Yukimiya Kazuma that he had only obtained a training value of 0.3. For a while, Shuigong and Zhen were trembling with anger. The dog system is so stingy that it drives people crazy. Can it still get better? How about changing the strength of this lineup? Don't let one lineup harm others. If you can't replace Akashi or Murasakibara, then you can just replace Nijimura Shuzo. Who knew that Hunkin was built on the golf course, but it was this violent style, and the people who were hit were sore all over, but he remembered that it was not like this in the comics. Captain Rainbow, who went to the beautiful country to accompany his father, what kind of ball did he play on the street court? Ah! Ah chirp! In an outdoor basketball court in beautiful country, Hunkin Zaihuzeo had just played a game but lost. He was watching a group of black and tough street ballers play with his new friends of the same age who he met a few days ago. At this moment, he suddenly and inexplicably sneezed. What's wrong, Najimura-kun, do you have a cold? Next to Hunkin Zaihuzu, a handsome young man with a tear mole at the corner of his eye said with concern. Nijimura Shozo blew his nose and shook his head at Hashiro Tatsuya. It's okay. It probably came from the blow while driving last night. Looking at Tatsuya Himuro, who looked concerned about him, Nijimura Shozo still had a hard time imagining that in order to save his friends, he effortlessly knocked down several gangsters, including a scene where he knocked out a 2-meter-tall man with one punch. His fighting ability is so high that it surprises Nijimura Shozo. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. Looking at Himuro Tatsuya's figure that was almost the same as his own, Nijimura Shozo thought for a while. His karate performance that day should not be worse than his, right? Without that guy Hizaki Shogo, I rarely even practice karate. Think of this. Nijimura Shozo couldn't help but think of Teikō's juniors. Because of Supervisor Platinum's physical problems, when he called back, Nijimura Shozo had heard that those guys were very worried now. Tisk. Really? They are all a bunch of careless brats. Going for a ride. Himuro Tatsuya glanced at the motorcycle parked nearby and said clearly, you'd better pay more attention and don't get caught. By the way, don't you wear a helmet when riding a bike? When I brought this car over, the helmet was already rotten. Toot. 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 At this time, Hong Kong Zia's cell phone rang. It was not a phone call, but the alarm he had set. Hearing the alarm, Nijimura Shozo immediately picked up the basketball at his feet. It's time, I have to go to the hospital first. A lot of interesting things have happened recently. Maybe I'm lucky during this time, and my father's condition has improved. A lot of. A smile appeared on Tatsuya Himuro's poker face. That's great. Say hello to uncle for me. Nijimura Shozo stepped onto the motorcycle parked outside the stadium that was the trophy he and Tatsuya Himuro had finished fighting gangsters a few days ago. If you want to play ball, give me a call. Good. Nijimura Shozo sprinted away, his hair flying back, and he waved to Himuro Tatsuya, muttering, find some time to contact that brat Midorima. I always feel that so many things have happened recently, it's a bit magical. The 2 rounds of the regional qualifiers passed smoothly, and it seemed that it had no impact on the mentality of the Hakuzuikan players. The basketball club's training was still the same, and Niyamatsuji's daily stern roars were still the same. However, in the seemingly calm state, everyone's expressions seemed to have quietly changed. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. The time came for the 3rd round of the qualifiers. The opponent Hakuzuikan draws lots to face is Funita Middle School. 2 consecutive rounds passed, half of the teams were eliminated in the first round, and half of the other half were eliminated in the second round. In total, 3/4 of the teams have been eliminated. Almost all the fish belly was removed, and the following teams were all entrees with a certain level of strength. Otherwise, the 3rd round would not have started after so many days. In this round, Hakuzuikan's opponent, Funita Middle School, is not weak, and their overall strength is not weak. The team's core player, Takeo Narushige, was a player who struggled all the way from 1st grade to 3rd grade before becoming the team's ace. He is good at shooting and has outstanding scoring ability. It's just that the current Shirasuikan, because of the bug of Yukimiya Kazuma, is obviously a stronger team than Funita. This was also reflected in the course of the game. Shirasuikan took the initiative from the beginning, and with the help of Kazuma Yukimiya, he played a smooth signature offense. No surprise, it was another victory. The point difference was not as big as the first 2 rounds, but it was still a big victory with a point difference of more than 30 points. In the whole game, 6 players from Beishui Hall scored in double figures, and Huayan Liang was forced to score 34 by Kazuma Yukinomiya. Beishui Pavilion, which is in a hot state, has made many viewers full of expectations for them. After all, Teikō has been unparalleled in the regional qualifiers in consecutive years, and they are also looking forward to the emergence of a new dark horse with enough strength to disrupt the situation. Chapter 033. Shiriswicken Middle School successfully advanced to the next round. After this game, everyone, including Coach Shin Satsuji, was excited for a while, but then everyone became nervous again. It was even called a qualifier. So far, this is the most uneasy moment for everyone in Beishui Pavilion. Because according to the promotion rules of the qualifiers, after passing 3 rounds of competition, Shiriswicken Middle School has been promoted to the top 16 in Tokyo. It is also at the beginning of this round that the top 16 groups are drawn. Because of Teikō's presence, all teams in the top 16 know that this is the most important moment, almost the most important moment that determines whether they can advance to the national level. Even Yumiya Kazuma had to admit it. Whether it is competing for the top 8 in the 4th round or competing for the top 4 in the 5th round, as long as you are in the same group with Teikō at this time, you can basically say goodbye to this summer in advance. Yukimiya Kazuma is quite clear about himself and the team, as well as a few things. If there are not enough official games, let him obtain more badges, or if he suddenly gets a golden badge of the same level as the Control Master in one game. When Whitewater Hall meets Teikō, there is no doubt that they will only be defeated. So he and Coach Niyamatsuji have the same aspirations. Teikō must be avoided to reach the top 4. Then in the top 4 round robin, compete for the 2nd and 3rd seed seats, go to the national arena, earn more badges, and then seek victory against Teikō. The day of the 4th round is also the day of the live draw. Captain Teikō Masaki, who came back from the lottery, returned to the locker room with an ugly look on his face. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yukimiya Kazuma's heart skipped a beat. Everyone, I'm sorry, I don't seem to be very lucky. It's broken. Did they really meet? Is it true that you should listen to the morning divination like Midorima before going out? Yukimiya Kazuma. How to fight? The weapon in my hand now. A body with attributes that may not be much weaker than Generation of Miracles. The Golden Badge Master of Control is the basic game. Without this badge, there is absolutely no possibility of fighting against Generation of Miracles. As for the rest, I love dunking, purple, it should be able to play a big role in increasing the success rate of slam dunk blocks by 50%. For Murasakibara, Amine, and Kais, 3 people who like to dunk, they can find the right time to block shots and get opportunities to transition between offense and defense. There are also badges produced in the 3rd round. Although they are only a slightly stronger blue than green, they are definitely much easier to use than the Rookie Ace's battle cry. But the disadvantage is, this badge is expendable. Spider Dance, Consumption Type Blue. The unique talent of feeling airflow and vibration, coupled with the highly concentrated super reaction of the nervous system, can defend the opponent's attack with the dance of spider steps, and the single defense ability has been improved to an epic level. The target you are defending cannot score in front of you. During the duration, your single defense and physical fitness will be raised to the peak for 4 minutes. Very strong, but use one less. Only 4 minutes is far from enough to defeat Generation of Miracles. Even one of them is only a single defense after all. There are only so many cards in his hand, and currently trying to win Generation of Miracles is like flying through a thunderstorm, with a slim chance of survival. The aircraft helmed by Yukimiya Kazuma was not just him, but was carrying a team of people from the Hakuzui Hall Basketball Club. Yukimiya Kazuma. Perhaps he found that the atmosphere in the locker room was a little too solemn. Teikō Masaki couldn't help but swallowed dryly, and said with some embarrassment, Just kidding. I didn't get it, I think everyone is too nervous, just kidding. Masaki Teikō's words came to an abrupt end when Coach Shin Matsuji shot him like a laser that was about to kill people. On the side, Huayun Liang was speechless, and his juniors Daisuke Teruyama and Kasuga Yu complained repeatedly. This joke is not funny at all. Before, I was just nervous, but when the captain said those words, my nerves completely collapsed. Scared me. So far so good. Huayun Liang clenched his fists tightly, and looked at Masaki Teikō with a smile on his face. "Yashu, what is your basis for concluding that this is a joke?" Just when Masaki Teikō felt his scalp numb under the scorching gazes of the team members, Kazuma Yukimiya finally stood up. Of course, it was absolutely impossible to help him out. Brushing away his white hair and his eyes and face, Yukimiya Kazuma rushed forward first. "Suffer death." Everyone's eyes lit up. They all rushed in. "Hello. I was wrong. Yes, it was the idea of Haitanda, Captain Kobayashi of Haitanda." "Who is that?" "My friends who played together when I was young. They were drawn into Group D, where Diak was, and we were in Group A. Group A. Bullshit friend, he must be envious, jealous, and deliberately mess with our mentality. The captain has a dual personality, right? He's so unreliable when he leaves the court. Otherwise, let Yukimiya-senpai do it instead." "Ah! This is not the end of the crime, don't be like this." After a while, Masaki Teikō, who was forced to sign a series of unequal treaties, finally survived. Looking at the quarrelsome team members, Coach Shinsatsuji shook his head speechlessly, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew very well that now is not the time. Facing Diak, neither he nor the team members were fully prepared. Fortunately, there is a 3/4 chance that Beishuikan Middle School's luck is not that bad. Got a grip? When was the last time you reached the main draw? Too long. If they can go further this time, they may be able to create a new history for the Beishui Hall Basketball Club. Chapter 034. Thanks to Teikō Masaki, Hakuzuikan's all-qualifying tour was able to proceed as planned. They overcame obstacles all the way, and Yukimiya Kazuma continued to provide more assists than points, proving that they are not a flash in the pan. Many Tokyo area teams who were familiar with Shirasui Hall were shocked when they learned of the earth-shaking changes in Shirasui Hall's current strength. Of course they didn't know that such a fantastic thing as time traveling and adding a system had happened to Kazuma Yukimiya. They all thought that it was the explosion of talent in adolescence and the hard training of Kazuma Yukimiya that made Kazuma Yukimiya make a qualitative leap. However, after hearing that Kazuma Yukimiya had an exclusive meditation training, and with the help of some reporters, Kazuma Yukimiya's strength suddenly improved, and it was suddenly full of miraculous colors. Among them, Pass Weekly, which focuses on junior high school basketball in Tokyo, gave this page. A dream showdown in meditation with the expected opponent. Hakuzuikan Middle School ace Kazuma Yukimiya, in order to improve his strength, he created an original meditation training method. Before the sun rose, Kazuma Yukimiya had already completed 2 hours of meditation practice. This was the secret to Kazuma Yukimiya's rapid improvement. The following is an exclusive interview from the Beishui Hall Basketball Club. It was the first time that Yukimiya Kazuma saw the Pass magazine brought by his teammates. When he saw this page, he was completely shocked by Sakura magazine's ability to write stories. That's not to say it's all fake. But it was the actual contents of the interviews with a large number of Hakuzuikan members, mixed with the unbridled embellishments of the editor of Pass Weekly, that shocked Kazuma Yukimiya even more. Because, especially regarding the training part of the meditation training system, they have almost figured it all out. Including but not limited to, in order to attract people's attention, the editor put a lot of emphasis on it. Kazuma Yukimiya aimed at generation of miracles, imagining the appearance of his opponents every day, fighting in meditation, forging ahead, etc. Is it so strong? After so many games, Yukimiya Kazuma discovered that the badge mission is stably triggered in official games, but the attribute mission has only appeared once so far. Fortunately, I was more cautious when adding points that time, focusing on speed and not achieving balanced development of rain and dew. Otherwise, if I added points randomly, I would have no place to cry. In the 5th round, 8 out of 4. Kazuma Yukimiya played steadily and won a victory as well as a new type badge. Experience badge, green a special badge that can only provide experience for green ability badges, containing 1000 experience points. After obtaining this badge, Yukimiya Kazuma promptly fed it to the battle cry of the rookie ace. After all, he had no room to wait for a better green badge now. After gaining 1000 experience points, the battle cry of the rookie ace has a new change. Rookie Ace's battle cry, green LV2 after completing a successful defense, let out a morale-boosting roar, which can effectively increase the shooting percentage of teammates on the field by 15% and slightly restore the physical strength of teammates on the field. Limited to once per game, each time lasting 5 rounds. Other values have not changed at all, but the increase in teammates' shooting percentage has been increased from 10% to 15%. From this moment on, Yumiya Kazuma discovered that an experience bar appeared above the badge. When the experience bar is full, you can upgrade. And through training, competition, and experience badges, you can increase your experience. It's just that different badge upgrades require different experience, and different ways of obtaining experience have different speeds. For example, the Golden Badge Transmission Control Master, which is the badge that Yukimiya Kazuma uses most often, has almost no increase in the experience bar above it. Kazuma Yukimiya took a look in the system panel. Good guy. The experience bar is as long as 10,000, and there are currently 9,521 short of upgrade. Kazuma Yukimiya did a simple calculation and found that without the experience badge, gold, to quickly fill up the experience, he would not be full in 2 years. As for the purple badge of I Love Slam Dunk, its condition is better, but not much. The length of the experience bar is 5,000, and it is currently 4,553 short of upgrade. Without the experience badge, it can be upgraded to LV2 in 1 year. The Blue Spider Dance cannot be upgraded because it is a one-time consumable badge. The Green Rookie Ace's battle cry requires 1000 experience points to upgrade. Just a green experience badge directly upgraded it to LV2. The Rookie Ace's war cry, which has always been regarded as useless by Yukimiya, can already increase the shooting percentage of teammates by 15% within 5 rounds. Add in the 20% increase of Pass Control Master, so stacked together, at critical moments, there is a guarantee of 35%. What if it goes higher? The number of rounds may increase, and the hit rate increase will continue to increase. The key is that compared to the Green Rookie Ace's battle cry, which starts with a gold badge with an experience value of 10,000, the experience required for upgrading is low enough, and the green experience badge is obviously easier to obtain. It seems that this battle cry needs to be used on a daily basis. The future may not be useless. Then, after the team passes the 5th round and is determined to reach the top 4. In the daily team training of the Hakusui Hall Basketball Club, whether it is Kazuma Yukimiya's exclusive halftime meditation training, or tactical training with his teammates, everyone can hear Yukimiya Kazuma roaring with arms raised as if he was infected by Nahei Ziyang from Zuojiya Middle School. According to an on-site interview with Pass Weekly, the feedback from junior Yukimiya Kazuma in the Shira Swicken team is that every time I see the roar of senior Yukimiya, I feel the blood burning all over my body and my morale is boosted. A few days later, the new weekly section about Beishui Pavilion is freshly released. The top 4 battle. Generation of Miracles. Yukimiya Kazuma is ready to fight. Chapter 035. Attribute Mission, defeat Teikō Junior High, win the game, personal score greater than or equal to 30. Achievement Reward, self-assigned attributes times 25. Badge Mission, in the game against Teikō Junior High, limit Ayamindaki's score to 25 points and below, and prevent her from becoming the highest scorer in Generation of Miracles. Achievement Reward, obtain badges related to Ayamindaki's wild abilities. In the locker room of Tokyo Daiichi Gymnasium, Yukimiya Kazuma was looking at the latest gimmicky page of Pass Weekly, and while he was complaining crazily in his heart, a prompt suddenly appeared in the system. And it was the first time that a mission was issued before the game, before even stepping onto the court. Perhaps it was because Masaki Teikō ran out of luck during the top 16 draw. In today's first round-robin match of the top 4, Hakuzuakan got Teikō Junior High, so the mission target was naturally aimed at Teikō. Yukimiya Kazuma. Originally, the system gave out attribute tasks and badge tasks at the same time, and Yukimiya Kazuma should have been excited. However, when he saw the content clearly, Yukimiya Kazuma was poured cold water on it. Not to mention the unrealistically high difficulty of defeating Teikō Junior High, just the next badge task, limiting Ayamindaki's score to less than 25 points, makes people's blood pressure rise. Jordan has a famous saying, "Is it difficult to average 30 points per game? You can do it by scoring 2 mid-range shots and 4 free throws in 1 quarter." The same goes for Ayamindaki. You don't need to score too many goals in each quarter. With Ayamin's physical strength, I'm afraid that by the end of the game, he can easily score more than 30 points. But this reward is so greedy. If you win Teikō, you can allocate attributes by yourself by 25, limit Ayamin's score, and get badges related to Ayamin's wildness. If you can really do it, even if it's just one of them, why don't you just take off? Kazuma? What's wrong? Seeing Yukimiya Kazuma's expression change suddenly, Teikō Masaki couldn't help but ask. Nothing. It's just the thought of meeting Generation of Miracles later that makes me a little excited. Hearing this, Masaki Teikō was silent for a moment, and then said with an embarrassed look, "I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. Our task today is not to defeat the Generation of Miracles. Although everyone knows that we are ready to face the Generation of Miracles, but the rest of us. Wait a minute. Who said I was ready? You don't really believe what's in that crappy magazine, do you?" After hearing the conversation between the two, Kasugayu's second-class juniors also came over. One of the first-year students asked innocently, Isn't that right? Yukimiya senpai is just too humble. Yes. It was mentioned in the PASS magazine. And the training momentum of Senior Uegong these past few days is the strongest ever. Yukimiya Kazuma. Damn it. Yes. I can't wait to face Ayamindaki today and beat him. However, everyone did not feel that Yukimiya Kazuma was overestimating his abilities. They were just stunned, feeling the menacing of Yukimiya senpai today. Even coach Shin Matsuji said, "We still have to play normally and follow our previous pace. But if something cannot be done, we will switch to preserving our strength, observe carefully on the court, and look for opportunities for the next game. Shuigong, you are here today and I allow you to make your own decisions. But don't be too obsessed with fighting Ayamine." Yukimiya Kazuma looked at the hesitant expression on Shin Matsuji's face. It was obvious that even the coach believed what PASS Weekly said, but he himself was really not as crazy as it was advertised above. But Yukimiya Kazuma. Is there really no chance? Under everyone's brainwashing, Yukimiya Kazuma was suddenly in a trance and thought carefully about the possibilities. In his mind, the scenes of encountering the Generation of Miracles in the previous meditation training emerged one by one. Even if beating Teikō is out of the question, limiting Ayamindaki to less than 25 points seems. Isn't it impossible? It just requires some clever tactics. The Control Master Badge, in which the Master's control has a certain restrictive effect on Ayamine's superspeed dribbling, the badge I Love Risky Dunks can limit Ayamine's dunks. The only thing that's hard to beat is Ayamindaki's wild formless shot. But Teikō Generation of Miracles has 5 people and only 1 ball, plus Teikō has Akashi's goal of 20 points per game per player, and even recently added a team scoring game. Just like the Teikō games he had scouted in the past few days, with Ayamine's character, it would be a series of requests for goals to get excited. It would be impossible for him to just watch himself score a goal and then stand aside and watch his teammates attack in the next round. Teikō's other miracles basically follow this model. In addition to offensive rebounds, steals, blocks and other ball rights that can be handled by oneself to widen the scoring gap with other teammates, as long as the offense is launched from the backcourt, the distribution of ball rights is fair. One person plays a series of games, and then replaces the next person. Teikō is in this state where one person attacks and four people spread out on the court. So, take advantage of Teikō's opportunity to rotate the offense. When everyone else has finished attacking and it's Ayamine's turn, seize the opportunity and use the expendable badge spider dance to completely block him in 4 minutes. 4 minutes is enough. According to Teikō's offensive model, Ayamine will never focus its attacks for more than 4 minutes in one quarter. When passing the ball, try to avoid the players defended by Ayamine so that he cannot get extra ball rights such as blocks and shots, plus the spider dance. Maybe Ayamine can get no points at all for one quarter. And I have 2 such spider dances in total. That's right. Just 2. In the 5th round of the competition, another spider dance card came out. In this way, Ayamine is equivalent to missing 2 quarters of points out of thin air, and the remaining 2 quarters have to rely entirely on his own strength. Master of Pass Control plus I love Slam Dunk, you can definitely give it a try. Chapter 036. The first game of the semi-final round robin. Shirosuikan Middle School faced off against Teikō Junior High, and the Tokyo 2nd Gymnasium was buzzing. It didn't take long. Everyone from Shirosuikan Middle School came to the playing field and started to warm up. Yukimiya Kazuma looked around and said without humility that this was indeed the focus of the battle, including the other 2 teams in the semi-finals, as well as many opponents who had lost to the Whitewater Hall before, all came to the scene. Yukimiya Kazuma also saw some fans wearing their own jerseys. Of course, there are no formal jerseys for sale like commercial leagues. These fans are all wearing light blue jerseys, which are modified Beishui Hall team uniforms. Seeing these fans cheering for him enthusiastically, Yumiya Kazuma waved to them very naturally. Yukimiya Kazuma continued to warm up, and not long after, the fans in the stands suddenly cheered. Looking up, it turned out to be the cheers caused by Teikō Junior High appearing from the player tunnel. And when Teikō's team members came out, Yumiya Kazuma could clearly feel that the cheers around him were far greater than the moment they came on stage. But this is natural. Although there are many outstanding junior high school basketball teams in Tokyo, these teams are on 2 completely different levels compared to Teikō. The reason for this is simply because Teikō owns Generation of Miracles. What a strong momentum! If you look closely, the average height is very high. Really or not, what did these guys grow up on? By the way, we are actually going to compete against such an opponent. The first-year substitutes at Whitewater Hall looked in the direction of Generation of Miracles and whispered among themselves. The average height of the members of the Generation of Miracles, except for Akashi, is indeed extremely high. If it is the timeline where the plot begins, Murasakibara 208, Midorima 195, Ayamine 192, KISE 189. And in this summer of junior high school, more than half a year before they enter high school next year, their heights have dropped by about 5 to 6 centimeters on average, and they are still an extremely exaggerated average height. At this stage of junior high school, such height alone is enough to be intimidating, not to mention the fact that this team already has a great reputation. Facing such an opponent, the self-confidence brought by Beishuikan's winning streak was physically suppressed before the battle even started. But at this age, your height can still grow. Yukimiya Kazuma has recently felt that she has grown a little taller. I checked through the system before and found that I have indeed grown 2 centimeters taller, reaching 186. Kazuma Yukimiya, who does not suffer at all in terms of height, has little awareness of Teikō's height suppression, so he naturally focused his attention on Ayamine Daiki. In the 2 tasks, Yukimiya Kazuma hardly had to weigh too much. The only goal in this game was to limit Ayamine Daiki's score to less than 25 points. Although this is difficult and consumes 2 spider dance god badges, these are nothing compared to the temptation of Ayamine's wild-related badges. In this game, he must spend more energy in limiting Ayamine's score. Beep. The whistle sounded. The game officially begins. The centers of both sides jumped the ball in the middle circle. Masaki Teikō looked at the lazy-looking guy in front of him, but he was obviously 2 meters tall, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart. However, his nervousness was completely unnecessary. Atsushi Murasakibara was not only tall, but also had ridiculously long arms. The result of the jump ball was actually doomed from the moment the two stepped onto the center circle. Snap! Masaki Teikō, whose body movements were a little stiff, watched Atsushi Murasakibara leap high first. The opponent's height in the air was even higher than the ball thrown by the junior high school referee. He waited for the ball to reach the highest point in the air, then immediately reached out and swatted the ball toward Teikō's backcourt. Good pass. There are finally no violations today, Murasakibara. Phew. With the voice, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. There was no doubt that it was Ayamine Daiki who had taken the lead. The opponent's speed made Yukimiya Kazuma slightly raise his eyebrows, then turned around and chased after him with full firepower. The speed of 91.3 was the first time that he broke out with all his strength, regardless of physical strength. 2 figures, one green and one white, passed by other players in the white water hall in the blink of an eye. Before Daisuke Terayama could even react, the 2 afterimages disappeared one after another in front of his eyes. When he turned around, the 2 of them had already entered the restricted area at the same time. Jump up at the same time. Snap! The crisp sound of hitting the ball sounded. Moment. The atmosphere was dead silent. Whoa! After a while, the scene that came back to consciousness was filled with exclamations one after another. When Kazuma Yukimiya met the generation of miracles, the audience was not disappointed with the first goal. Many spectators who only came to the scene during the round-robin tournament and only heard that there was a super player in the White Water Hall were shocked when they saw the scene. Teikō bench. Satsuki Momoi opened the notes on his lap, and under the word slam dunk block, he drew an emphasized horizontal line. While speaking, his expression was slightly happy. He really didn't look at me. The information collected. In addition to passing and controlling, what this whitewater ace is best at is blocking and dunking. Chapter 037. Yukimiya Kazuma, who was chasing from behind, successfully blocked Ayamine's shot, and the ball was picked up by Kasuga Yuji. Under the performance of I Love Dunking, although the aerial confrontation was quite clean, after the ball popped out, the whole person still rushed to Ayamine. Hey, are you okay? Yukimiya Kazuma stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to Ayamine in front of him. Scott has a saying that the most correct way to defend Jordan is to never anger him or talk trash, otherwise he can score 60 points. Beat him with politeness. So, look at my sincere eyes, they are quite kind, right? Ayamine Daiki. Ah. Interesting. A clumsy provocation. Counting the time in the audience, this is probably the second time. Thinking of Yukimiya Kazuma's block just now, at that moment, Ayamine Daiki felt the beating of her heart for the first time in a long time, and even the cooling blood seemed to be burning. Ayamine grabbed Yumiya Kazuma's hand, held it for support, and stood up. I just woke up and my body is a little sluggish, but you are very good. It seems that this time, it can be a little more interesting. After Ayamine finished speaking, she ignored Yukimiya Kazuma who was suddenly stunned, and turned around and left aggressively. As for Yukimiya Kazuma, the other party's signature words of going berserk still lingered in his ears. In his eyes, Ayamine's back and the aura around him had almost condensed into substance, which made him stand there with a confused look on his face. It's not right. Isn't this trick difficult to use? More difficult than Jordan? Is it because of a strong start? This ball just now, it really is better to let him go first and let him relax his vigilance. So excited. Miscalculation. At this time, on the other side of the court, in Teikō's half, Kaiseruta looked at Yukimiya Kazuma in the distance. The expression on his face was almost the same as the confused Yukimiya just now. Kaiseruta. No way. Someone could actually keep up with a mind's speed and block his dunk. Zioxu Palace is actually so strong. I thought he could only pass the ball. In the offensive round of Hakuzui Hall, Yukimiya Kazuma advanced with the ball. However, it was Akashi Shijuro who defended him. Yukimiya Kazuma. Regarding Emperor I, Yukimiya Kazuma carefully studied countermeasures every time he encountered the second personality Akashi Shijuro during meditation training, but with little success. On the offensive end, the ball control ability of 96.2, coupled with the ball control skills brought by the pass control master, can withstand the Emperor, but not too much. If it is the normal mode of ball control, it will still not be able to withstand the Emperor after a long time. I opens a big risk in advance prediction. This thing has nothing to do with attributes and technology, it can see the future. But he has to control it, because he is the starting point of the overall attack of Beishui Hall. Secondly, if he cannot control it, he will not be able to control it if he hands the ball to other people in Beishui Hall. Even if it's not Akashi who's playing against them. So, in order to control the ball, Yukimiya chose a Magic Johnson-like model during the most dangerous half-court push. A person with a high EQ can be said to be Magic Johnson. A person with a low EQ is actually sticking his butt out in a rather embarrassed manner, always protecting the ball and advancing, and then waiting to enter the opponent's half before switching to normal movement at the moment of breakthrough. Ball mode. However, at this point, being able to control the ball is the first step, and the next step is the most difficult. Under the defense of Akashi Emperor I, he must exert his assisting ability as a master of passing and control. Snap! 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 Dribbling is unprecedentedly fast. Kazuma Yukimiya's dribbling is a textbook technique under the influence of the badge. But even so, when the backup push turned into a disguised breakthrough, Akashi almost touched it. Yukimiya was calculating the attack time, trying to slow down the rhythm and reduce the number of offensive rounds. The ball protector suddenly leaned on Akashi, and then turned around and broke through. The moment when he breaks in and attracts a double team. Score the ball. However, under the threat of Emperor I, Akashi suddenly cut in with his left hand, causing this ball to completely lose its previous effect. When Huayun Liang received the ball from Suigong, he felt a strange feeling that made his shooting motion seem stuck. And this was not an illusion, it was just stuck, and it was far less smooth than before. Because at the moment of catching the ball, all the players in the Whitewater Hall could clearly feel that Huayun Liang had made a very conspicuous adjustment in his movements. In the past, this situation would never have happened when Kazuma Yukimiya passed the ball. Whoosh! Kaisa's defense was drawn to take 2 steps away. But just as Huayun Liang adjusted his movements very quickly, Kaiseruta had returned to the defensive position and interfered with Huayun Liang's shooting. Boring! The ball hit the edge of the basket and bounced out. Really? Or not? Yukimiya Kazuma had long been mentally prepared for this. After all, during meditation training, with Akashi's defense, the success rate of exerting the badge's effect was only 20%, so the one who was most nervous about this was not Yuki, whose badge ability had expired. Miyazaki, but his teammates. Give the ball to Yukimiya Kazuma's organization, and then Yukimiya will control the ball calmly and use that kind of perfect passing to help everyone improve their strength to a higher level and play a smooth offense. After 5 rounds of competition, this model of continuously leading everyone to victory has become a natural rule in the hearts of the Beishui Hall players. But now, this law has suddenly been broken, and the most incredible ones are naturally the teammates from Beishuiguan Middle School. For a while, the atmosphere in the White Water Pavilion became solemn and tense. Although this is their first attack. Outside the court, Shinsatsuji frowned when he saw this scene. Although he had expected that Snow Palace was unbeatable in the past, but facing the level of the generation of miracles, Whitewater Hall relied heavily on Snow Palace's flaws and was very likely to be fatally struck. However, Shin Matsuji still underestimated the importance of Yukimiya Kazuma in everyone's hearts. He did not expect that Yukimiya's passing failure would lead to such a cliff-like drop in his own momentum. Even Masaki Teikō, who has always had a firm belief, is like this. Sure enough, the timing is still far off. Shinsatsuji thought to himself. Chapter 038. If the all qualifiers were compared to a pass-through game, then the Hakuzuikan team would consist of a top player, Kazuma Yukimiya, with 4 newcomers. Originally, the difficulty of the Whitewater Hall led by Yukimiya Kazuma should gradually increase little by little, from easy difficulty to normal difficulty, until the final hell. However, now, except for Kazuma Yukimiya, everyone else has been pulled directly into the hell world and faced the most terrifying Demon King before they have gone through the difficult mode. Sorry, my question. Yukimiya Kazuma clapped his hands, focusing everyone's attention on him, and then continued, everyone, relax a little. If my next pass is still in this state, I will pass it back. I'll just organize it once. Next time I won't stress the rhythm and reserve time to play more tactics. If you want to defend, just follow the planned plan. Everyone nodded after hearing this, and their nervousness eased a little. Even though Teikō is a mode where one person attacks and 4 people are watching, it is obviously impossible for the one among them to be defended by Kazuma Yukimiya alone. If we defend like this, it is equivalent to putting Kazuma Yukimiya at the front and letting the 5 members of the Generation of Miracles kick around in a circle. So, the defensive arrangements Shinsatsuji gave everyone before the game. Under the suggestion of Kazuma Yukimiya, it is basically to defend against each other, but to attack firmly from the flank. Murasakibara is the main attacker, Masaki Teikō is defending from the front, and the closest teammates around him are double-teaming on the left and right. Kai's and Akashi are the main attackers, while Ryo Hanan and Daisuke Teruyama are respectively responsible for frontal defense. The player who defends from the front mainly defends shots, and the player who assists defense prevents breakthroughs. Midorima is special, because Masaki Teikō and Midorima are basically the same height, so once Midorima starts to attack, Masaki Teikō on the inside gives up defending Murasakibara and goes out to defend 3-pointers. At the same time, Huayun Liang forms a double team with him. Murasakibara, who was unguarded inside, was assisted by Yukimiya and Shin, but he also mainly defended one-handed passes. The last remaining Mindaki is the same principle. Yukimiya and Zhen defend the breakthrough, and the shots are flanked by people on both sides. As can be seen from the above arrangement, the number of people who can assist in defense is limited to 2 people at most, because Kazuma Yumiya knows very well that the Generation of Miracles in this period must mainly fight alone. But when playing basketball, you still have to follow the basic laws. If your opponent fails to pass after a 4-pack and 1, he is either stupid or mentally ill. If that were the case, it would be simple. Whoever gets the ball would have everyone on the team pounce on it. Based on Yukimiya Kazuma's experience in meditation training, 3 people is the limit, and maybe some of them can be as crazy as 4. Beyond this number, even Generation of Miracles will not continue to blindly play alone. Teikō's offensive turn. Sure enough, it starts off with the menacing Mindaki. Mind's dribbling was not only exaggerated in amplitude, but also extremely fast. Kazuma Yukimiya faced Mind directly with his eyes fixed on the opponent's movements. Then the next second. In the inside, Masaki Teikō, who was pulled aside by Atsushi Murasakibara to leave room for Mind to attack, suddenly widened his eyes. Actually, Kazuma, he was actually broken through by the opponent so easily. Seeing that Yukimiya Kazuma was being passed by, Teikō Masaki immediately stepped forward to help defend, but Ayamindaki's ultra-high-speed dribbling combined with human and ball was beyond his ability to keep up. Ayamine, whose eyes were as cold as a leopard's, suddenly stopped, and his speed suddenly changed from 100 to 0. Then, with a huge crotch transformation, his speed increased from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye, and rushed to Masaki Teikō's side. Good. So fast. Masaki Teikō wanted to turn around and follow, but his body couldn't move. However, as if Ayamindaki had sensed his thoughts, she suddenly turned around and appeared on the other side of his body again. Then, Masaki Teikō's field of vision suddenly became shorter. The continuous large-scale swing of the center of gravity caused Teikō Masaki to staggering and almost being knocked down. At this time, Ayamine has already rushed into the penalty area. Bang! He stepped heavily on his right foot, raised his body suddenly, and headed straight for the basket with the ball in one hand. At this time, Yukimiya Kazuma had already relied on his super spatial awareness to quietly follow Ayamine to the blind spot of his field of vision. He was easily broken through just now because of this moment. One green and one white, two people jumped up one after another. But just at the moment when the Kaimao slam dunk in Yukimiya Kazuma's system was already flashing purple light, Ayamindaki in front of him suddenly changed his movements. The posture of gliding in the air has changed from raising fire to burning the sky, to holding the abdominal pull-up bar. Even as Ayamine's body tilted exaggeratedly to the right. Whoosh! The basketball far avoided Yukimiya Kazuma's shot blocker and fell into the basket accurately. Pa-de! Pa-de! Yukimiya Kazuma landed on the ground, looked down at the ball rolling to his feet, and sighed secretly. He had just blocked Ayamine once, and it was unrealistic to expect him to get excited and challenge him for a slam dunk. Although this guy is not a calm player, he is definitely not a hot-blooded idiot. When he gets serious, basketball is all based on instinct. While Yukimiya Kazuma was silent, Ayamindaki turned around and passed by him, and her cold words reached his ears at the same time. Is that all there is to it? Make me more happy. Yukimiya Kazuma. Chapter 039. The arena suddenly became quiet. After several seconds, a burst of exclamations suddenly erupted from the audience. Amazing! Forget it about Ayamindaki, who is number 5 of the Whitewater Hall. He can jump so high. That jump just now forced Ayamindaki to make such exaggerated movements to get out of the way? Is this guy really a junior high school student? Somewhere in the audience, all members of Zuojiya Middle School, who had played against Beishuikan before, were present. Damn it, there was indeed a problem during the previous game. This guy jumped too high, right? The point guard of Zuojiya Middle School wiped his sweat, then turned to look at Yang, hesitated, and said, "Did he not use all his strength when he blocked you?" Na Yang. Then Yang fell silent. Not only the height, but the strength of that guy when he blocks shots is also extraordinary. In terms of blocks alone, I'm afraid there is no one in Tokyo who can compare with him except Atsushi Murasakibara. The coach of Zuojiya Middle School has a very accurate gaze, but it seems that he is only limited to blocking and dunking. For non-slam dunk scoring methods, he is far from as good as when blocking and dunking. Only in these few games against me from Yukimiya Kazuma's observation, he may have had some special training in this area. When Yang heard this, his brows furrowed even more, feeling that some truth was coming out. On the court, Beishuikan Middle School baseline serve. Although the ball Yukimiya Kazuma failed to block just now, it also played a vital role for the other players in the Whitewater Hall. Yukimiya defended Teikō's 2 attacks in the opening game, successfully blocking one shot and forcing the opponent to take a very difficult shot, which indirectly gave everyone a lot of confidence. On the playing field, strong strength itself can sometimes have the effect of strengthening one's heart. Everyone in the White Water Pavilion obviously began to move more freely. Then not long after, Beishui Pavilion, which had just regained its momentum, suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over its head. 4 minutes have passed since game time. Shiriswicken Middle School vs Teikō Junior High, the score was 2-13. The content of the game on the field shows the absolute strength gap between the two sides. Teikō, who had absolutely no team coordination or teamwork, relied solely on his personal ability, like a speeding train, running over Shiriswicken Middle School. This was particularly prominent in Teikō's defense. All of the White Water Hall, except for Kazuma Yukimiya, were completely destroyed. Even under Akashi Emperor I's defense, Yukimiya Kazuma successfully passed an effective pass and control master a level pass, but his teammate's attack was still blocked by Atsushi Murasakibara's two-step assist. But fortunately, when Murasakibara was forced to go out to help defend due to his assist, Yukimiya rushed into the inside and completed a high-flying make-up dunk. This was also the only 2 points of Hakuzui Hall since the start of the game. Even though Yukimiya Kazuma didn't have much feelings for Generation of Miracles, facing the well-organized Miracles at this time, he felt the horror of the other party. These guys can no longer be described as geniuses, they are monsters in the true sense. Yukimiya Kazuma looked at Ayamine Daiki opposite. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Ayamine also happened to turn around and look at Yukimiya Kazuma. The moment their eyes met, indescribable excitement gradually appeared in the other person's eyes. Yukimiya Kazuma. From the start to now, Ayamine has been attacking for 4 consecutive minutes. Obviously, the time is exceeded, right? You Teikō don't care. Damn it, if we continue, our goal of suppressing Ayamine's score below 25 will fail. According to Kazuma Yukimiya's plan, in the first 2 quarters, Ayamine's score will be kept below 25, and then in the last 2 quarters, the spider dance badge will be turned on, and Ayamine's offensive rotation in the last 2 quarters will be completely strangled. So there is a high probability that the task can be completed. As for why not start the spider dance from the beginning? It's very simple. Compared with the first 2 quarters when the physical strength is the best, it is obviously more appropriate to open the last 2 quarters. And who knows, if Ayamine is crushed first, the opponent will open a zone. Even if there is no zone at this time, the wild will definitely appear. Ayamine Daiki has always been slow to take off. But Kazuma Yukimiya never expected that the attack time would time out for Ayamine Daiki in the first quarter. In a junior high school game, each quarter is 10 minutes. With the 5 members of the Generation of Miracles, logically, with a reasonable allocation of attack time, each player should be able to attack for exactly 2 minutes. Even if there is some variation, it will be more than 2 minutes. Now that it has exceeded the standard so much, it really makes Yukimiya and Ma's scalp numb. After all, based on the current score, Ayamine scored 13 points in 1 quarter and stably scored over 50 points in 4 quarters. Even if Ayamine was blocked by the spider dance, the score in 2 quarters would definitely not be able to beat 25, because with the physical fitness decline, facing Ayamine's formless shot, Yukigong's defensive efficiency will also decline. Chapter 040. Maybe it was Yukimiya and Shinobu's sincere complaints that played a role, or maybe the other generations of miracles couldn't stand Ayamine Daiki's playful beating, and then they stood aside. In the next round, Ayamine Daiki died down with a look of displeasure, and it was Kaizurita who took over to attack. Seeing this, Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes lit up. He knew that the team's momentum could not continue to be suppressed like this. The defense of Ayamine in the second quarter would still need everyone's help. This opportunity must be seized. After all, among the current generation of miracles, Kaizurita is the weakest miracle who will be prevented from holding the ball for 24 seconds by Tomoki Tsugawa. Even though that happened not long after Kai's sophomore season, He had already started Teikō and was asked by Akashi to score 20 points in regular time according to Miracle's equal requirements. Therefore, we must score points at this stage to relieve the pressure on everyone. Teikō's attack. Kai's Ruta attacks from the top of the key. Huayan Liang defends Kai's. After Kai's continued to fight with his back while holding the ball, Huayan Liang felt that the opponent might be about to take a jump shot. The next second, when Kai's turned over, Huayan Liang also jumped forward to defend. After the previous attack by Mindaki, Huayan Liang knew very well that it would be even harder to stop this kind of monster when it was in good condition, so Huayan Liang decisively pounced on it with all his strength. Even if you can't block shots, you can still make money as long as you can interfere with it. If the opponent fakes a shot and it's really sudden, then you can only leave it to the teammates behind you. Huayan Liang only gave Kai's limited line of sight interference, but the opponent's shooting height was terrifying, and his shooting action was not affected at all. Just when Huayan Liang secretly sighed at the monster, he observed the entire situation at the same time with a super strong field of vision from the side. The Snow Palace had already come to help with the defense at some point. Snap! He jumped sideways and his fingertips touched the basketball. Kai's Ruta, what? This guy? When did you come here? It was so fast. Boring. The basketball bounced off the front of the basket. Kai's first shot was a hit, and the Whitewater Hall basket was in chaos. Masaki Teikō pushed hard against Atsushi Murasakibara. Although the latter pulled away from the penalty area as if watching a show when Kai's was attacking, he pushed away everyone in the blink of an eye and rushed inside to grab the rebound. But got it, but not quite. Snap! Yukimiya, who had just caught the ball, didn't even look at Kai's. He turned around and rushed inside. The moment Murasakibara grabbed the rebound and landed, he stretched out his hand a little. The basketball flew out. Daisuke Teruyama got the ball and handed it to Kazuma Yukimiya immediately. Quick attack. The transition between offense and defense has always been Shirasui Hall's advantage because of Yukimiya Kazuma's passing ability. However, from the beginning of the game to now, Mindaki's success rate has been too high, and Hakuzui Hall has been unable to initiate a fast break. Ryohanan and Kazuma took the lead. Kazuma Yumiya gave the ball to him without hesitation, and while passing the ball, he always paid attention to Akashi's position. Because he knows very well that with the opponent's Emperor Eye's ability, leaving space for the opponent to intercept the pass, the opponent's prediction ability will definitely not miss the opportunity. Therefore, the passing route of the fast break must be in a position that even if Akashi Emperor Eye sees it, his physical ability cannot catch up. Because Kai's attack just now was closest to Teikō's backcourt at the top of the three-point arc, his pursuit and defense was very good, and he always maintained a just right distance from Huayan Liang. Huayan Liang glanced behind him. The offensive pressure was huge. Instead of pushing forward, he passed the ball behind him and led Kai's out of the baseline. Then, Kazuma Yukimiya, with Mindaki hanging on him, caught the pass. In the field of vision under his eyes, the surrounding situation is clearly visible. The next second. Take a leap. Toot. White number 6, defensive foul. Blue number 5 made 2 free throws. The whistle sounded in time, and Kazuma Yukimiya, who had no finishing ability, relied solely on attributes for scoring points and had experience in his previous life, breathed a sigh of relief. It was difficult for other teammates to keep up just now. He had no target to distribute the ball in the air. If he reorganized the attack, this precious fast break opportunity would undoubtedly be wasted, so he could only go up by himself. Fortunately, compared to mine, I had planned and fully accumulated my energy. To be honest, this ball was quite dangerous to compete with mine in the air. Yukimiya Kazuma turned around and walked to the free throw line. He paused on the way and remembered the core point of mine in the early stages of this game. Then he smiled kindly and praised. Good defense. After hearing what Kazuma Yukimiya said, Aya Mindaki had a black line on her face. She always felt that this guy's mouth was so broken. It was like this when I was attacking before. The opponent always said words like good shot, nice, good try and the like. His words were strange and a little irritating, but he had no way to vent them. Even his initial conclusion that the other party was provoking him felt a little shaken. Aya Mindaki. Perhaps. Does this guy really think he's playing well? But why do you say that on the court? Do you think you have no chance to win, so you have no fighting spirit? But looking at the opponent with a group of teammates who were too weak to be interested in him, and still trying their best to attack and defend, there was no sign of weakness. This guy was indeed very strange. Well, forget it, as long as you can have fun. It's my turn again. I have to wait until the next section. It's rare for me to be interested. Look for opportunities to steal some possessions. Masaki Teikō, who was standing in a row with Aya Mindaki, preparing to compete for a free throw rebound, was stunned for a moment when he heard the opponent whispering to himself. Masaki Teikō. Yukimiya just now, wasn't he deliberately provoking Aya Mine? Hey! Hey! Yukimiya Kazuma made 2 free throws, and the score was 4-13. Such a score, which fell on Teikō, was actually a bit unusual. Many spectators at the scene who were not disappointed with Teikō's game were surprised. Wow, Teikō is only leading by single digits since the start of the game. And Beishui Hall has already scored 4 points. Ah! Is there anything strange about 4 points? It's just 4 points. Of course it's strange. Since the start of the qualifiers, teams under Teikō have only been able to score single-digit scores, but there are so many teams. I feel that at this pace, Hakuzui Hall can score at least 30 points. Not necessarily, these 4 points were all scored by Kazuma Yukimiya. Under the defense of Generation of Miracles, it would be too difficult for him to score 30 points by himself. Chapter 041. Teikō's attack. It is still Kaisrita's main attack round. Yukimiya Kazuma is positioned, always under the spatial awareness of the field of vision, between Aya Mindaki and Kai's, and his concentration is very concentrated. Kai's changed directions continuously, and with Huayan Liang's ability, it was naturally impossible to stop him. However, when Kaisrita breaks into the paint, Yukimiya Kazuma stared at Kaisrita's movements, and his body that had just slowed down suddenly exploded. He climbed to the top of the run at an extremely fast speed, and reached behind Kaisrita, taking advantage of the momentum to take off. Bang! The sound of the soles of the shoes colliding violently with the arena floor seemed to strike a chord in everyone's hearts. Masaki Teikō on the inside was also ready at the same time. After all, Kaisrita's current movement clearly told him that he was going to hit the basket here. So when Kaisrita jumped up, Yumiya Kazuma and Teikō Masaki took off simultaneously, one behind the other, forming a flanking defense line. But the next second, Teikō Masaki's expression suddenly changed. Too high. Whether it was Kaisrita who was attacking the basket in front of him or Yukimiya Kazuma who was coming from behind to defend him, they were all directly above his height. The two people's bodies climbed all the way up, until finally, his eyes could only reflect the chins of Yukimiya and Kai's. Bang! A muffled sound. I have clearly seen the power of Yukimiya's blocking a mine dunk before, but after Kai's failed to shoot just now, he immediately chose to hit the basket for a dunk. Kai's character comes to mind. The other party probably had the intention of challenging a mine. That's right. It's a mine who's challenging, not Snow Palace. Because a mine failed to dunk above the Snow Palace, if he could succeed in dunking, in a sense, he would have defeated a mine. A simple and somewhat logical attempt seemed quite meaningful to Kai's. However, I love risk dunk is triggered. Even if Yukimiya's success rate in blocking Kai's slam dunk was considered low, maybe 20%. Then after I love risking slam dunk is triggered, the success rate of violent superimposed block slam dunk is 50%, which is a terrifying 70%, and the success rate is quite high. The basketball flew from between Yumiya Kazuma and Kaizruta, all the way to Kane Ryo's hands. The audience suddenly became agitated, and bursts of cheers continued to be vented into the stadium from the surrounding auditoriums. So strong! First Amine, then Kai's. Is this guy going to block everyone in the generation of miracles today? However, these guys from Teikō are really all fighting in their own way. It's incredible to see this kind of fighting style with your own eyes. Right, the key is that they are so messy and can maintain amazing suppression in every game, even stronger than last year. The score of Beishui Pavilion has quietly come up. On the court. Before Kaizruta could complain in annoyance, Yumiya Kazuma had already shouted. Quick attack! Huayan Liang suddenly had a ball in his hand just now. Although he was a little stunned, his reaction was quite fast. The moment Yukimiya shouted and ran this way, Huayan Liang passed the ball from hand to hand and handed the ball to Yukimiya Kazuma. The moment he touched the basketball, Yukimiya Kazuma didn't hesitate at all and passed the ball directly with great force. The basketball flew away like a blazing bullet. The team's speed is second only to Yukimiya Kazuma Kasuga Yuji. Although Yukimiya Senpai is already very familiar with the fast break instigated by Yukimiya Senpai, and when Yukimiya Senpai blocks the shot, he has already quietly started running. But when he felt the sound of breaking wind coming from behind him, he was still startled. Based on his playing experience, he could naturally judge how ridiculous the speed of the ball was. Kasuga Yuji threw his head up and ran wildly, running as fast as he could, his legs flying so fast, but it was not at all like Yukimiya Senpai's style of passing the ball quickly, and he was still a step ahead of him. The running body leaned forward, tried hard to reach out, and touched the ball with his hand, but the huge momentum forced Kasuga Yuji to release his strength first, and then took another step to chase, and then he dangerously hit the ball like a cannonball. Pass next. Kazuma Yukimiya definitely didn't want to pass such a dangerous ball, but Akashi's Emperor Eye was always watching, and the passing route of this ball was quite dangerous. Since there was no way to avoid the route in Akashi's distance, he could only pursue speed. Really? Akashi's Emperor Eye predicted Yukimiya's movements. But even though he reacted, the route Kazuma Yukimiya chose was a certain distance away from him, and the ball speed increased. Although Akashi predicted it, it was impossible for his body to catch up. After Kasuga Yuji stumbled after receiving the ball, he caught up with the ball and made a layup. Hey! Scored 2 points and the score was 6-13. Seeing that he was hit back again, and the comparison with Amine was too brutal, even Kaizruta, who has a good personality, looked a little confused. Oh my god! The ball was passed like lightning. I didn't even see how the ball went out, it was such a fast pass. If you ask me, the speed of the ball is too fast. If number 8 of Beishui Hall can catch up, it will be very impressive. Yukimiya Kazuma was waiting in the backcourt for Kasuga Yuji to come over and give him a high five. His impression of his teammates' habits gradually deepened. For example, the little braised egg running up happily and excitedly in front of him, the first thing he said when he came over must be, "Senior Yukimiya, you are so awesome." Yes, this is the kind of words that can cause misunderstanding. Yukimiya Kazuma stroked Kasuga Yuji's small round. Thanks to you for being able to catch it, your consciousness is very good, and the speed has become faster. Hey! How can I have any consciousness? When you see the opponent trying to dunk, there is a great chance of a fast break. Isn't it my favorite thing for seniors to block shots and dunk? Kasuga Yuji and Yukimiya Kazuma gave a high five, and then whispered breathlessly, but the ball passed by senior was really too fast. I can't guarantee that I can catch it next time. Do you still want a next time? The opponent is the generation of miracles, and aren't you the fastest player in the Whitewater Hall? Kazuma Yukimiya praised with a smile. Kasuga Yuji's eyes lit up, really? Fake. Go back and practice speed. Look at how embarrassed you are when you catch a pass. Coach Shinsatsuji suddenly shouted from the sidelines. Spring Tour 2. Chapter 042. Thanks to Kaisruta, the momentum of Shirasuikan Middle School is gradually recovering, which makes Yukimiya Kazuma sincerely praise the opponent every time he attacks, which is completely different from Ayamine's mentality of defeating the opponent with politeness. Good lever. Pretty. Quick attack, ah, what a pity. Well, the jump shot is beautiful, but it's not as good as your slam dunk. Ah, yes, yes. Kaisruta went from a sunny and handsome guy with a smile to a face that gradually became gloomy and speechless, but he still maintained his demeanor when he spoke, and even used a nickname, Koihokonomiya, you are so annoying. Yukimiya Kazuma knew that Kaisruta had the habit of adding in front of the names of people he recognized when addressing others. Although Yukimiya felt the respect of the other party, he was still amused when he saw the speechless expression on the other party's face. He patted Kais on the shoulder and said, come on. Try to play for 2 more minutes. Kaisruta. Really? Because of Zioxia Palace, I will be scolded later. Midorima, who has a rigid personality, would not allow Kais to take up his time. So playing 2 more minutes is out of the question. Happy times are always short-lived. But this happiness is only compared to Ayamine Daki. Even if Kaisruta is the weakest miracle, in the round where he mainly attacks, it is not very pleasant for Shirasuikan, at least this is the feeling for Yukimiya Kazuma's teammates. To the end of Kaisruta's attack time. On-court score, Shirasuikan Middle School vs Teikō Junior High, 6-19. In fact, based on the 2-13 established by Ayamine, the point difference continued to widen. It's just that at the Whitewater Hall, when Kais first came up, he took advantage of several successful defensive transitions to score points, so that he wouldn't be left alone with a pitiful 2. And Kais felt that he would be scolded. I am very sure of that. In the 2 minutes he was on the offensive, Shirasuikan defended and counterattacked, scoring 4 points on the fast break, while Kaisruta scored 6 points on his own, and with the help of Yukimiya Kazuma's defense, the shooting rate was the same as Shirasuikan, which was not ideal. Then, after Kais pulled away in humiliation, the super turret, Midorima Shinter, and the ankle destroyer, Akashi Seijuro, both appeared one after another at the end of the first quarter. There are still 15 seconds left before the end of the first quarter. The score between Shirasuikan and Teikō came to 8-36. That's right, the score difference suddenly skyrocketed to 28 points, of which Midorima Shinter just stood on the center circle and came up to shoot, which contributed most of it. The gap of 28 points clearly shows the strength gap between the two teams at this moment. Although Teikō at this stage has no team play at all and has not reached the upper limit of their full strength, with Generation of Miracles they are far beyond the junior high level. With his ability, he can still easily defeat Beishui Pavilion. In fact, Yukimiya Kazuma knew that the people of Generation of Miracles were far from being at full strength. After Yukimiya and Mami, everyone was breathing heavily. In the same competition time, there is definitely a huge difference in the amount of energy and physical strength required to compete against the strong and the weak. The referee blows the whistle. Just now Kasuga Yuji committed a tactical foul on Akashi, because the cumulative number of fouls has not been reached. At this time, Teikō served a sideline ball, and it was still Akashi Seijuro's offense. The ball was served by Kaisruta and was picked up by Akashi Seijuro. Kasuga Yuji quickly prepared for defense. Hanayan Liang and Teruyama Daisuke also faintly moved closer to this side. Teikō Masaki on the inside was tense all over. Except for Yukimiya Kazuma, everyone on the Whitewater Hall side was suddenly in a panic. There is no way. Akashi Seijuro's style of play is really terrifying. Kasuga Yuji took the lead to greet him. Seeing this, Hanayan Liang and Terayama Daisuke quickly took a step sideways. In the bottom of their hearts, they had already foreseen the outcome of Kasuga Yuji. Really? Akashi Shijuro stared with a pair of rather empty eyes, and his strange-colored pupils flashed. Hateful. Kasuga Yuji immediately staggered back 2 steps and sat down on the ground. At this time, Hanayan Liang, Terayama Daisuke, and Teikō Masaki, regardless of the number of assisting defenders arranged before the game, did not exceed 3, and they surrounded and suppressed them one after another. Akashi's breakthrough movement suddenly stopped, and after taking a step back, snap! Snap! As the rhythm of the crotch changes, if anyone can link the same field of vision with Akashi, they will find that the world in front of Akashi's eyes suddenly turns into black and white. A useless struggle. Bang! Ryokane and Daisuke Terayama, who were the first to assist in defense, were knocked to the ground at the same time as Akashi spoke. It was the first time for the audience to see Akashi attacking with such full power. The stadium was completely silent, and everyone was stunned at the scene that happened in front of them. Akashi strolled through the Hakuzuikan defense line, and then faced Masaki Teikō's defense on the inside. 170 vs 190, the height contrast is strong, which also makes the visual impact even stronger. Facing Masaki Teikō's efforts to block the shot, Akashi Shijuro turned around and passed it cleanly with a cold expression. Masaki Teikō. Hateful. It was actually a fake shot. At this time, in front of Akashi Shijuro was an undefended enemy formation, and behind him were the Shirasuikan players in a mess. Easy layup. But even after reaching this point, he still felt quite bad. Because Yukimiya Kazuma had no intention of coming to help and was still standing there, confronting Mindaki in the void. This person obviously didn't do anything in particular, but he could stir up his emotions for no reason. It was probably because the opponent's skills were exactly the same as the other guy hidden in his heart, which seemed to be a reflection of his soul, which made him very unhappy. This reminded Akashi Shijuro of the animal he hated the most. That disobedient dog when he was young. Chapter 043. The sound of the basketball landing was accompanied by the whistle that ended the first quarter. Masaki Teikō's pupils shrank, and when he looked back, Akashi Shijuro had already completed a layup, and he was still raising his hands high to block the shot. He was completely deceived by a fake move, like a clown. Team leader. Towel. Thank you for your hard work, senior. On the Chiak side, after Akashi and others left the court, the members of the basketball team were restrained but could not hide their excitement while doing logistical work. On the other hand, on the Shirasuikan side, everyone on the bench stood there with dull eyes. 8:38. Shirasuikan Middle School played against Chiak Junior High and suffered a huge defeat in the first quarter. Bang bang bang. On the bench, the first person to come to his senses was Shinsuke Irajimoto. He clapped his hands hard and said, "Don't worry, everyone. We will go on next. As a substitute among the substitutes who could not even enter the substitute lineup, first-year Shinsuke Irajimoto tried hard to say something, but his clenched fists, eyes moistened unconsciously, and he was also shocked and uncomfortable, and the words came to his lips. "I keep getting stuck, and I just can't say anything. Hello. Irajimoto. Towel." The tall figure walking from the stadium patted Shinsuke Irajimoto on the shoulder. The latter was shocked and subconsciously replied loudly, "It's the captain. Masaki Teikō, hey. Good dong. Good dong." Kasuga Yuji's legs were weak. He held the water bottle in both hands and poured it into his stomach. Normally, it was not good for a player to do this, but under the dual consumption of physical strength and energy, he couldn't care so much. He used to talk a lot, but now he didn't say a word. He just kept thinking when he looked at Yumiya Kazuma. When Yukimiya Senpai was attacking, the entire audience was fighting against a monster like Akashi. It's really amazing. Thank you for your hard work. Yumiya Kazuma noticed Kasuga Yuji's gaze and said while replenishing water and holding his shoulders. No. Senior is. Yukimiya Kazuma shook his head in disbelief. As far as the defense against generation of miracles in this quarter is concerned, except for Atsushi Murasakibara who may have been robbed of attack time by Aomine and was too lazy to participate in the attack. The ones that are most difficult to guard against and consume most of your energy are probably Midorima and Akashi. If he were to defend himself, facing Midorima, the opponent's shooting range would cover half of the court, the height of the shot and the exaggerated arc would make the opponent have to lead the defense from far away every time he holds the ball until he enters the half-court range. The highly concentrated spirit cannot be relaxed even a little bit. Every time you prepare for a shot, you have to do your best to take off and block the shot. Once you make a mistake in judgment and are deceived by a fake move, everything will be in vain. Facing Akashi, with his understanding of ball control as a pass control master, he can circumvent the power of Emperor I to a certain extent just like he does when controlling the ball. However, high concentration and frequent adjustments of movements under the threat of Emperor I also require a lot of physical and mental energy, so he had to leave this part to his teammates. Thank you for your hard work. Yukimiya Kazuma was definitely not a polite person. Both sides paused for a rest. Coach Teikō did not lay out tactics. After being sidelined by Akashi, he had no right and no need at all. Although at the beginning, he was indeed surprised by the opponent's number 5 Kazuma Yukimiya. Good defense. But the other party seemed to pay special attention to Aomine. Even when he was pulling away, he was pressing every step of the way. Coach Teikō looked at Aomine's statistics. In the first quarter, except for 13 points during the main attack, there was no second offense score and only one foul. This is enough to show Yukimiya's intensity in marking Aomine without the ball. And the help defense is also very strong, at least it has a great effect on Kaisruta. In terms of offense, we are limited by the opponent's style of play, and the opponent is always faced with the defense of Akashi on the outside and Murasakibara on the inside, so we can't see the full picture. However, judging from the ball control that can withstand Akashi Emperor I, he should be the type that is good at breakthroughs. The whole thing might be stronger than Kai's, but that's just it. After seeing too many changes in Akashi and others, even he had to admit that with Yukimiya Kazuma's physical ability, if the evolution of the style of play could be more selfish, perhaps the deterrence would be greater. As for the other members of the Beishogun team, there is no need to mention them. The second quarter started quickly. No idea what deal Aomine Daiki and Atsushi Murasakibara made. At first, it was Murasakibara's turn to attack according to the rotation, but after the attack on Shirasui Hall failed, Murasakibara grabbed the rebound and handed the ball to Aomine indifferently. Teikō's offensive in the second quarter was the same as in the first quarter, still started by Aomine Daiki. Yumiya Kazuma frowned. He knew that the key to determining whether he could get the badge in this game and whether his strength could transform was now. Then he got very energetic. Come on, Yukimiya Kazuma. Second round. Along with Aomine Daiki's words, Yukimiya Kazuma could feel the momentum gradually rising from the other party. A beast-like aura faintly overflowed from Aomine Daiki. Sui Gong clearly noticed the changes in the other party. He quietly gestured behind him. Really? The next second, Aomine's figure flashed out like a panther. Kazuma Yukimiya retreated quickly, but was still overtaken by Aomine at the corner. However, after receiving Yukimiya's signal in advance, Kane Liang and Daisuke Teruyama thought of the instructions Yukimiya gave on the bench and immediately made a left move. One right, intercepted Aomine's rapid advance, and between them, Aomine could also see Masaki Teikō who was ready on the inside. Aomine! Aomine's eyes flashed. The body suddenly leaned back sharply. Seeing this scene, Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes lit up. The wait is here. This is it. In Aomine Daiki's formless shot, there is one move that has not been used in this game from beginning to end. Yukimiya Kazuma pounces on it, and he pounces more decisively than before. From the first moment he took off to block the shot, Yukimiya Kazuma's goal was locked in advance behind Ayamine, almost at waist level. Ayamine leaned back farther and farther, but she was shocked to find that Kazuma Yukimiya had been following her. This guy actually jumped forward. Did you predict your own actions? Rub. Yumiya Kazuma bumped into. Ah! The moment it hit the ground, when it was confirmed that the ball was knocked out of the basket, Yukimiya Kazuma immediately raised his arms and roared. Rookie Ace's battle cry, Green LV2 after completing a successful defense, let out a morale-boosting roar, which can effectively increase the shooting percentage of teammates on the field by 15% and slightly restore the physical strength of teammates on the field. Limited to once per game, each time lasting 5 rounds. Launch. Chapter 044. On the court, the players of the Whitewater Hall listened to Yukimiya Kazuma's roar in their ears. Everyone seemed to be infected. Then, the familiar blood surge came again. On the other side, Ayamine Daiki was yelled at by Yukimiya Kazuma and immediately came to her senses. Very good. That's it. That's what makes it fun. Yukimiya Kazuma. Much more capable than I expected. After Yukimiya roared, he immediately returned to his normal state when he met Ayamine Daiki's burning eyes. Call. He defended the next ball from the start and successfully inspired the battle cry. It seems luck is also on his side. 12 points. I don't know if Ayamine will score another 4 minutes in this quarter, but he must limit his scoring to less than 12 points during this period. Shiriswicken Middle School's offense is still constipated, but there is nothing that can be done against the level of defense of the Generation of Miracles. Soon. Ayamine Daiki attacks again. Yukimiya Kazuma worked hard to defend Ayamine's dribbling while mobilizing his teammates. By activating the battle cry of the rookie ace, what Yukimiya wants is not the 15% shooting percentage bonus in the 5 rounds, but the physical recovery of his teammates. Ayamine's running ability and the help of his teammates in defense also require a lot of energy. Physical strength. Pa. 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 Dribbling at super high speed and shaking continuously. Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes widened. With the ability of the Master of Pass and Control, he tried his best to sense the opponent's dribbling, and his body swayed with the opponent's disguised shaking. It looked shaky and could be broken through at any time, but even if it persisted for a long time, it actually seemed like it was going back and forth with Ayamine in a short period of time. However, after all, Master of Pass Control is not a specialized defensive badge. On the defensive end, although with a deep understanding of ball control, he can dismantle the opponent's ball control to a certain extent and provide great help, but whether he can react in time and keep up is another matter entirely. So. Pa. 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 Ayamine's even more exaggerated and continuous tricks to pull the ball down. Yukimiya Kazuma was shaken and his movements were slowed down for a moment. Ayamine kicked off the ground and started to speed up. In an instant, he had escaped from the Snow Palace. Attack the inside line. Ryo Hanan and Daisuke Terayama came up from both sides to help delay Ayamine's attack time. This is a very important part. Ayamine takes longer to attack each round, and the number of points scored during his attack rounds will naturally decrease. 3s. Maybe shorter. Ayamine passes through another defensive formation. Masaki Teikō is ready to protect the basket. Head-to-head confrontation. Ayamine flew up and crossed a long distance in the air. Masaki Teikō raised his long arm, but Ayamine used a light lever to dodge it. Even when he finally took the shot, he used an outrageous throw to skim the ball in, along with Yukimiya's defensive block. Got the basket. Hey! A set of movements flows smoothly. Whoa! Wow! So strong! Can we enter like this? In the Tokyo 2nd Gymnasium, today we witnessed the all-out attacks of the generation of miracles that were different from the past. All the spectators repeatedly exclaimed that it was incredible. Mine showed no expression after landing, but after turning around, he came directly in front of Yukimiya Kazuma, followed by making a waist-deep defensive movement. Yumiya Kazuma. It's Mine who's here to defend? That's great. The sudden unexpected joy made Yukimiya Kazuma couldn't hold back and spoke out what was on his mind. After realizing this, Yukimiya shut up decisively. When he turned around, Daki's face turned even darker. No way. No wonder Yukimiya Kazuma was excited. Akashi Emperor's defensive pressure is really too great. He clearly has a master of passing and controlling, but he is completely unable to use his most powerful passing and controlling skills. He is in a state of tightness that makes him vigilant every minute and every second. I feel uncomfortable all over. Now if I switch to Mine, although I still lack the finishing ability, I can at least pass the attack in terms of luck control. The game continues. Yukimiya and Makoto received Kasuga Yuji's serve, and Mine Daki led the defense directly from the backcourt. Pa! 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 Yukimiya's continuous crotch disguise, super high ball control attributes, and the pass control master who can perfectly control this attribute make his dribbling at this moment terrifyingly fast. Mine Daki on the opposite side watched Kazuma Yukimiya's movements. The eyes also overflowed with excitement at the same time. So fast! Because of Akashi. In fact, in the first quarter, he wanted to have a 1v1 attack and defense with the opponent. Really? He was not disappointed. Akashi, this guy is very talkative today. The crisp ball control and Mine Daki's style are completely opposite, but in terms of the smoothness of the connection of movements, they are similar. Breakthrough smoothly. Mine's eyes condensed, and the beastly aura in his body became more solid. He suddenly pulled back with Yukimiya, and after forcing the opponent to stop, he came to Yukimiya Kazuma again. However, Yukimiya Kazuma has also successfully advanced to Teikō's half at this moment. Compared to the first quarter when he was forced to stick his butt out an arch, he is much more comfortable now. Yukimiya glanced behind Mine. He already knew Akashi's intentions for switching Mine to defend him in the second quarter. A pick and roll was called. Masaki Teikō came up from the inside. With Kazuma Yukimiya's vision ability, he used this pick and roll perfectly, both in terms of timing and positioning. Turning around, Yukimiya Kazuma wiped the front of Masaki Teikō's body, and at the same time hung Mine on Masaki Teikō's body. However, Mine is not a vegetarian. If he can be dealt with by a pick and roll, then he is no longer Mine. Almost the moment he hangs on Masaki Teikō, he turns around and leaves Masaki Teikō behind. Seeing this, Yukimiya Kazuma turned his head and looked at Teikō Masaki. This was a fake action in sight. Sure enough, Mine was a moment slow when he wanted to defend in front of Yukimiya. He was hesitating whether the opponent would pass the ball to Masaki Teikō, but this time, Kazuma Yukimiya did not pass the ball. Because Akashi came up in the second quarter, there was no Yukimiya who was mainly defending the point guard. The reason was here. He broke away from Yukimiya's marking and used Emperor's prediction ability to block Yukimiya with a larger space for movement. Gong's pass. Akashi Sejuro. We must completely block Yukimiya Kazuma's abilities. Chapter 045. Mine Daki's movement was delayed for a moment, but it was enough to have such a gap. Cha! Yukigong exerts force on the front of his foot, steps back from the side, and shoots. Mine was as agile as a panther, following up in an instant, but due to a series of previous actions, Yukimiya's shot had already been made. However, after seeing Kazuma Yukimiya's step-back jumper, Mine raised an eyebrow slightly. Strangeness. Yukimiya Kazuma's attack. Compared to his level of luck control, ordinary is too much. Call out. Amine's palm came in front of Yukimiya Kazuma's hand, easily disturbing a large area. Boring. Jump shot out of the basket. Yukimiya Kazuma. Hateful. Although a little reluctant, it is actually not surprising. In the relationship between attributes and badges, Sui Gong has already figured it out. This is the case without the ability to finish. The finishing ability that Yukimiya refers to does not refer to his attributes such as layups, dunks, mid-range shots, and three-pointers, which average over 80%, but to things like a pass and control master, similar to skills, style, and experience. None of these. In terms of pure attributes, the investment is accurate and the deduction is obtained. Facing an average defense, he is naturally powerful. But once encountering a fierce high-level defense with similar or even higher physical abilities, without the corresponding level of technical support, Yukimiya Kazuma's current finishing attributes are like a toothless beast, roaring but difficult to output. Just like the ball just now. In terms of Amine Daiki's perception, when Yukimiya and Zhen finished dribbling, whether it was what they saw with their eyes or the wild intuitive feeling, from the ball joining action to the step back to connect with the shot, compared to Yukimiya's ball control generally speaking, the threat level suddenly dropped by 2 levels. To this, Amine Daiki's brows gradually wrinkled. I am disappointed. In the second quarter, when the time was approaching 4 minutes, Amine Daiki stood in front of Yukimiya with the ball, and his expression returned to the indifference he had before the start of the game. Too weak. The only thing worthy of praise is dribbling. Even defense, which first attracted my interest, was just relying on my teammates. As Amine Daiki spoke, the basketball in her hand seemed to be spinning out of control. Yukimiya Kazuma looked completely indifferent to Amine's ridicule, but the hidden emotions in his eyes were clearly cautious and excited. Amine's score in the second quarter was 10 points. During the period just now, Yukimiya dribbled the ball with all his strength during the offense and played the full offensive time. During the defense, he relied on his teammates to build multiple lines of defense, successfully holding back Amine Daiki's score. The strongest one is undoubtedly me. But I didn't expect that I didn't even have an opponent I could beat. Boring. Yukimiya Kazuma was still focused. However, Amine Daiki just stood there indifferently. He took some luck on the spot, and then suddenly threw the ball with one hand. Boom! The ball bounced around the edge of the basket and finally hit the basket. 12 points, plus 13 points in the first quarter, just on the edge of the task. When Amine Daiki turned around and left, no longer guarding Yukimiya, Yukimiya knew that Amine Daiki's round was finally over in the second quarter. Hello! Yukimiya, who was sitting there with his hands on his hips and breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Amine's back and suddenly called him. His tone changed from his previous kindness to Amine, and he no longer remembered how to use kindness to defeat his opponent. He simply stopped pretending that the planned plan was completed. Amine, the second half. I will give you a defeat that will be remembered in your heart. Amine Daiki paused for a moment. Stop talking nonsense, you and I are not at the same level at all. The only one who can beat me is myself. Yukimiya Kazuma, oh, let's wait and see. Amine turned around and took a deep look at him. Okay. Let's wait and see. The second half of the second quarter was exactly the same as the first quarter. Kai still felt uncomfortable being defended by Yukimiya, and Midorima fired continuously. The only difference was that Atsushi Murasakibara came out and blasted away wildly in the last 2 minutes. Facing this giant beast, no one inside the Beishui Pavilion can stop it. The score came to 16:68. A desperate margin. After halftime, the second half of the match between Shira Swicken and Teikō begins. As soon as he came out of the locker room, Teikō, especially Amine Daiki, immediately noticed Yukimiya Kazuma's completely different state. He saw that his head was covered with a towel, and under the snow-colored hair pressed by the towel, those eyes, confident and ready to go. Call. Yukimiya Kazuma exhaled and jumped up and down before going on stage. After appearing on the stage, I met Aya Mindaki directly. In the comic world of black basketball, Aya Mindaki is undoubtedly the one who has the deepest impression in his heart and has the strongest fan filter. As an opponent in such a field, it's really exciting. In particular, looking at the system, the single defense and physical energy attribute bars were stretched to full, even to the point where the numbers at the end were blurry and unclear. Yukimiya Kazuma couldn't help but smile. Spider Dance, Consumption Type Blue. The unique talent of feeling airflow and vibration, coupled with the highly concentrated super reaction of the nervous system, can defend the opponent's attack with the dance of spider steps, and the single defense ability has been improved to an epic level. The target you are defending cannot score in front of you. During the duration, your single defense and physical fitness will be raised to the peak for 4 minutes. Yukimiya, hey! Aya mine, hey! Aya mine glanced at Shuigong. Her interest was obviously dispelled in the second quarter, but after seeing the confident look in the other person's eyes, she suddenly raised her voice. Hey, you were beaten so badly, I don't know what you are excited about. Shuigong raised an eyebrow when he heard this. I can't wait to see your dirty face later. Aya mine. Aya mine, I hope your greatest strength is not just your mouth. You are as helpless as you were in the first half. Yukimiya, I hope you won't make excuses for not waking up, not training well, or getting rusty. When Kaisuruta passed by the two of them, he quietly glanced at Yukimiya Kazuma and thought that Yukimiya Kazuma seemed to be what Midorima said, with a somewhat bad personality. When you said things like good ball and nice entry on the court before, you were really just mocking people, right? Chapter 046. The second half of the game began, and with warm cheers, the eyes of all the spectators were focused on two people, Aya Mindaki and Yukimiya Kazuma. This has been the tone since the beginning of this game. At the beginning of every quarter, it is a duel between these two people. Although Yukimiya Kazuma was at an absolute disadvantage in the situation, everyone couldn't help but applaud him when they saw that he was still resolute and tried every means to defend. At this time, on the court, Yukimiya Kazuma felt relaxed and strong all over. The infusion of defensive abilities that were currently far beyond his reach made him feel a completely different new world that he could reach as a player. In addition to the defensive spider dance brought by the spider dance batch, what Yumiya Kazuma cares about more is actually the sudden increase in single defense and physical fitness. This situation is just like when you first got the pass control master. 96 ball control and 93 passing. It is obviously the standard attribute of wearing the pass control master, so the system has upgraded it as a benefit. As for the spider dance, as a one-time batch, although the improved attributes are temporary, the principle must be the same as that of the transmission control master. However, he couldn't see clearly the numbers behind the temporarily improved attribute bar. This situation, if you study it carefully, it is quite meaningful. The system prevents him from seeing the specific peak number. Does this mean that the full point of the attribute value is not 100? Otherwise, why is it all blurry? Getting distracted in front of me. The fighting spirit in Aya Mindaki's eyes gradually burned. Teikō had the ball at the beginning of the second half. At this time, he had dribbled closer, but when he looked up, he saw a distracted Yukimiya Kazuma. No. Distracted? This is called being at ease. After all, just looking at attributes now, even I don't know how strong my defense is. Come on. Yumiya Kazuma lowered his waist, reached forward with one hand, and waved to Ayamine, a friendly reminder before you attack, now I am here. But the gate of hell is closed. In fact, there is no need for Yukimiya Kazuma to tell him, Ayamine's wildness can also sense the changes in the other party. Immediately. Extremely fast dribbling attack. However, Yukimiya Kazuma used incredibly fast reactions and weird steps with a very low center of gravity to suddenly intercept Ayamine's Ayamine. Facing Yukimiya's defense, Ayamine's eyes narrowed slightly, and the dribbling in her hands gradually became wild. Her seemingly unstructured and outrageous moves became more and more exaggerated. Pa. 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 Fancy, changeable, unpredictable. Ayamine showed his unique talent in ultra-high-speed dribbling, like a dancer who opened and closed. Everyone who saw his movements were shocked by his smooth and rough posture. But make life difficult for Suigong, who was in a defensive position, easily entered a state of ultra-high concentration, and his whole body was as quiet as a poisonous spider waiting for food. The action of lowering the waist more than before brought about faster defensive movements and beautiful defensive steps, as if they were dancing rhythmically in conjunction with Ayamine's dribbling. Concentrated. Keep concentrating. Yumiya Kazuma. It is indeed an epic-level improved single defense ability, and I am true to what the badge says. Under the spider dance, Yumiya Kazuma gradually felt the unique airflow and vibration described in the badge, and the overspeed reaction of the nerves also gradually adapted to, and even surpassed Ayamine's dazzling fancy movements. The excitement accumulated in my heart was completely hidden under the influence of the badge, leaving only the dilated pupils in my eyes, which were so dark that they seemed to fill up my eye sockets. Ayamine. Aren't you coming over yet? I can't wait. Yukimiya Kazuma's tone and cold texture are almost the same as the previous Ayamine. Don't be too arrogant, Snow Palace. Ayamine's natural talent for emergency stops was completely released at this moment. The front of his body changed into a sudden stop for a backward breakthrough, causing his speed to suddenly drop from the peak to the freezing point. Can I stop it? Stop me, don't say such nonsense again. Continuous fancy ball pulls. Get up. The speed suddenly increased from 0 to max. Open your arms horizontally to the right side of Yukimiya Kazuma and accelerate your breakthrough. However, this time, Yukimiya Kazuma didn't take any of his extremely fast and responsive lateral steps. He just maintained a defensive posture, without even turning his head, and suddenly waved his left hand. Snap! A crisp sound caused Ayamine's swift movements to stop abruptly. During the emergency stop, the wind that swept towards Yukimiya Kazuma gently blew the snow-colored hair in front of his eyes, and the basketball that was supposed to be in Ayamine's hand and was on the way to make a breakthrough suddenly appeared in the snow. Gong Hejin's hands. Ah! Real or fake? Ayamine was intercepted while dribbling a breakthrough. This. How did you do it? He doesn't seem to have any special moves. I was clearly struggling with Ayamine's dribbling just now. Although the defense was indeed very good, why did he suddenly, just stand there, touch it casually, and snatch it away? Ayamine turned around suddenly. This feeling of anticipation. Emperor I. No. No. What was it just now? Yukimiya Kazuma held the ball with one hand, with barely enough distance between his fingers. He straightened up and saw the confusion in Ayamine's eyes. Ah! It's the airflow and vibration you feel in advance. But he didn't have the habit of explaining his skills to his opponents, and besides, it was only temporary. It's just the inertia of this game that I can't stop talking about. Have you seen the door of hell closing? Chapter 047. Ayamine ignored Yukimiya's reluctant words, but as she turned around and returned to defense, the momentum around her body increased again and again. Faintly, Yukimiya and Zhen could see the outline of the Black Panther around her body. It's not an illusion. You can really see it. Yukimiya Kazuma pushed the ball to the top of Teikō's three-point arc. After doing a few simple actions, he found that the badge ability was indeed extremely rigorous. As soon as it came to the offensive end, the ability of the spider dance badge, whether it was the sensory response that Yukimiya summarized as spider sense, or the movement of the step dance, suddenly lost its effectiveness. Looking at Ayamine with her arms naturally placed on both sides, fully devoted to defense, with the phantom of the Black Panther flickering behind her, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly started to honestly do his duty again. When dribbling, he was quite cautious. Pa! Pa! Yukigong did not call for a pick and roll, but suddenly accelerated and dribbled the ball quickly. Ayamine followed up and completely followed Yukigong's movements. Follow along. Withdraw. Cross step. Yukimiya's textbook-like control of luck and the connection of his technical movements are quite beautiful. Ayamine's eyes narrowed and her body followed Yukimiya's movements closely. Suddenly, Ayamine kicked off the ground and chased Yukimiya's hip-turning step at high speed. Then, in a special moment captured by Yukimiya, she suddenly appeared in front of Yukimiya. The two almost collided with each other and were frightened at the same time. One jump. Eye contact. Ayamine and Yukimiya were stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, the final means of Yukimiya's offense in this round came from Yukimiya Kazuma's imitation of Tracy McGrady's pull-up jump shot in his memory. Boring. The attack failed. Ayamine. That's it. He thought that in this round, the opponent's offense would be the same as his defense, bringing him a different surprise. However, he did not expect that compared with the completely different defensive strength from the beginning, the offense would still be the same. This made Ayamine, who had just suffered a setback in attack and was trying to get back through defense, feeling like her power was nowhere to be used. Well, never mind. He probably really isn't good at scoring skills. Teikō's offensive turn. After once again using his super spider sense to block Ayamine's formless shot, Ayamine asked for the ball on the sideline. Atsushi Murasakibara looked unhappy, but looking at Ayamine who was smiling more and more, he went over to help him pass the ball, thinking at the same time that it was just because Ayamine promised a whole box of delicious bars. Courtside. It was Satsuki Momoi who looked surprised. "Ah, it's rare to be so happy." Satsuki Momoi placed an asterisk on the name Yukimiya Kazuma. On the side, Kuroko Tetsuya, who had an incomprehensible expression, looked at Kazuma Yukimiya in surprise. No one knew better than him how terrifying Ayamine's strength was. Even if it was just for defense, he thought in disbelief. Yukigong-kun is actually so strong. It's very strong. Yukimiya BD. The steaming momentum in Ayamine's words was overwhelming. Others may not be able to see it, but in Yukimiya's eyes, the momentum condenses into a ball, and the black smoke curls like embers, all falling on Yukimiya Kazuma, causing pressure on him. Auditorium. The audience's eyes widened instantly. Ah! From now on, in the round where Ayamine attacks and Yukimiya defends, the two of them have shown abilities that are far beyond ordinary people. I originally thought that would be the limit. I didn't expect it could go further. Ayamine's speed. Too fast. What's even more incredible is that Yukimiya Kazuma's defense is as invisible as the bottom of an abyss, even if the opponent's speed suddenly increases again. He can also use the kind of defense that leans forward slightly, like a sumo wrestling preparation, to completely intercept Ayamine, whether it is an exaggerated dribbling or an extremely willful shot. There was obviously no significant increase in speed, but it was as if he had understood the opponent's movements in advance. It's really fast enough. But you can't hit me. Ayamine snorted coldly. She had already understood that it was useless to talk back to this guy Yumiya. She could only shut him up with practical actions. Fancy reverse jump step. Pull the ball in disguise. Fall. Half turn. In out. Yukimiya Kazuma. Felt it. Ayamine's next step in super fast dribbling. Tisk. Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly stretched out his hand. Cha. He successfully touched the ball. However, in the next moment, Ayamine's eyes suddenly lit up. The phantom of the Black Panther behind him roared violently, choosing to devour anyone. The sound of fierce friction between the sneakers under his feet and the floor followed. Daki's movement, perceived by Kazuma Yukimiya, was completely unreasonable and abruptly reversed the trajectory of the ball. As a result, Yukimiya finally only touched it a little with his fingertips, and the ball floated slightly to the far end, and then he was immediately regained control by Aomine. He also took advantage of the situation and made a sideways pass. Yukimiya Kazuma. Too exaggerated. How could he be so wild and so wild? Impossible, the gift of agility? If this is the case, under the prejudgment of the spider sense, if my height and wingspan can only touch it a little, wouldn't it be possible to completely avoid Akashi Emperor Ice Steel? No wonder this guy hangs out with several generations of miracles every day and dares to say, the only one who can defeat me is myself. What a monster! After Yukimiya Kazuma realized this, he immediately stopped insisting on using the spider sense to steal. After all, it was too uncertain to only touch a little. If the opponent sneaks past and beats him up, the entire effort will be in vain, so next, he only relies on his spider sense and step dance to block the opponent's breakthrough route and finishing method. Because of his ability to sense airflow and vibration, coupled with the highly concentrated super-strong reflexes of spider nerves, Yumiya Kazuma can keenly sense Aomine's movements and respond to them in advance of his timing. Aomine noticed the adjustment of the opponent's defensive strategy, but what concerned him the most was the opponent's follow-up movements in advance. Some kind of prediction ability similar to Emperor I? What a hassle! If that's the case, then what about this? Aomine's speed exploded in an instant. There was no shaking movement at all, and she just relied on speed to linearly eat raw inside the White Water Hall. However, toot! White No. 6. Offensive foul, White Water Hall has the ball. As the whistle blew, Aomine sighed inwardly as he looked at Yukimiya, who had moved ahead of him, blocked his attack path, and then collapsed at the first touch. This guy reacts so quickly. Chapter 048. All the spectators in the surrounding stands followed the two figures on the field, one green and one white, entangled with each other. As soon as the second half started, a lot of time had passed, but Yukimiya never allowed Aomine to break through, and Daki has not been able to score yet. This weird situation continued until the third quarter when Aomine's offensive rotation was about to end. From Yukimiya Kazuma's side, Aomine, who was tit for tat with Akashi and didn't know what he was saying, frowned and stared, and the frequency and tone of his mouth should be quite exciting. Kaizurita on the side also looked surprised. And indeed it is. Yukimiya thought. Anyone who sees Aomine's current expression of excitement, ferocity, and evil will definitely be surprised. Finally, Aomine, who had run out of attack rotation time, compromised, and Kazuma Yukimiya breathed a sigh of relief, because almost at the same time, the effective time of the first spider dance also ended. Soon. Kai's, Midorima, Akashi. Attacks took turns in the next 6 minutes of the third quarter. By the end of the third quarter, the score was 24-86. Thanks to Snow Palace's complete blockade of Aomine within 4 minutes, the point difference increase in the entire third quarter was much smaller than the 2 quarters in the first half. There is no need to explain the effect of spider dance. In the description of the batch, a simple and straightforward sentence, "Single defense targets cannot score in front of you" is enough to explain its power. The fourth quarter comes up. Aomine still did not give up. He did not score a point in the previous quarter and did not shorten his attack time in the fourth quarter. Yukimiya was secretly expecting that Aomine was suppressed by Akashi and did not appear. Perhaps, for Akashi, Aomine is also the special one. Otherwise, just follow Akashi's approach in Rakuzen. Akashi should have given up at this point. But even so, it was of no use. As soon as the second spider dance started, the story of the third quarter was basically repeated. Aomine, who got a new round of offensive opportunities, still failed to score a point in the full 4 minutes of the fourth quarter. Correspondingly, Beishui Hall did not see any hope of bringing the score closer. After Ayamine's attack time ended, Yukimiya Kazuma was pulled aside, and the stalemate point difference was widened by other miracles. However, without Ayamine's points, the point difference was reduced. Hey! Yukimiya stood in the half-court of the Whitewater Pavilion, exhaled gently, looked at the countdown on the scorer, thinking that this was their last defense of the game. Probably to make up for Murasakibara's offensive time, Akashi, who scored more than 20 points early, gave up his own time to Murasakibara in the last quarter. Bang! 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 Amidst the dull sound of muscles colliding violently, the monster is coming. Murasakibara was surrounded by 3 people for defense. His huge figure stood out extremely clearly among the 3 people. From a distance, the scene looked like a scene of hyenas rounding up a lion and being killed. Even, it may not be as strong as a hyena. Stomping heavily on the floor, Murasakibara carried 3 defensive players and rushed into the paint, heading straight for the basket. And on the other side, from the start of Atsushi Murasakibara's run-up, Kazuma Yukimiya focused all his attention on the basketball in his hand. When the opponent stood up from the ground, under the influence of the I Love Risk dunk batch, Kazuma Yukimiya it felt as if the trajectory of the dunk slowed down. He seemed to be able to see even the lines on the basketball. In the last defense, after confirming that he was assisting in defense and that even if Ayamine was left empty, the latter would not have any time to attack again, Yukimiya immediately blocked Murasakibara with all his strength. Then, just like a microcosm of this game, Yukimiya touched the ball, but was invaded by the huge momentum. Even though I Love Dunking increased the success rate of blocking shots by 50%, it was still dunked by Murasakibara. Snapped. Snap. Snap, snap, snap. The basketball fell on Murasakibara and rolled forward until it finally stopped at the feet of Kazuma Yukimiya. Like the expressions of everyone in the Whitewater Hall, they were frozen on the court. Toot! The final whistle sounded, announcing the defeat of the first game of the semi-final round-robin tournament of Shirosuikan Middle School. Beishui Hall only relied on Yukigong's successful defense to launch a fast break, and the low-probability second pass rate of the pass and control master under the suppression of Emperor I throughout the game, and scored in the early 30s. The other side. Teikō easily took the victory away from them by relying on his unique skills throughout the game. Yukimiya Kazuma stood up with his hands on his hands. When he raised his head, the incandescent light above his head was dazzling. How to say it? Although he was ready to accept defeat from the beginning of the match with Teikō, after all, the gap in strength between them and the generation of miracles was not even a little bit different. So even if you lose, it is the result of following common sense. But, after all, I was still unwilling to give in. Yashu, form the team. After raising his head and remaining silent for a moment, Yumiya Kazuma quickly regained his composure, wiped the unstoppable sweat from his forehead, and spoke to everyone. However, he did not get a response from everyone. Looking back, behind Yumiya Kazuma, everyone in the Whitewater Hall was a little distracted, and it was obvious that they still could not accept the tragic defeat of Whitewater High School. Yukimiya Kazuma. The self-awareness stated before every game is so clear. Result. They all want to win Teikō, really. After a while, Masaki Teikō was the first to come to his senses. He tried to cheer up, clapped his hands and said, "Okay. Pay attention to your expression. We have achieved the best results this year and entered the top 4 in Tokyo. There is still a battle waiting for us later. Dear everyone, this summer is far from over yet. Well, I hate it." Huayan Liang took a deep breath. When the exhaust air was exhaled, the vibration in his throat made him tense the muscles of his shoulders and neck. "Haruai, Zhao Shan, don't affect the rest of the game." "Yes. Sorry, senior." Kasuga Yuji also patted his cheeks, trying to show his usual smile. Okay, seniors, Daisuke, please control your expression, it's time for us to shake hands, don't embarrass yourself in front of Teikō. Both sides form teams. Salute. Thanks for the advice. In the middle circle, when shaking hands with each other, Ayamindaki stretched out his hand calmly. Hey, are you okay? Yukimiya Kazuma shook hands with the other party. The ability of spider dance is very strong, but the price is excessive physical strength. He endured the feeling of weakness coming from his feet and joked, Hey? You can see this too? No. There will also be an emperor right? Ayamine said speechlessly, I don't have that kind of thing. It's just that your last block was too bad. In your state, you won't lose 3 games in a row and won't be able to go to the whole country, right? Yukimiya Kazuma. This guy. Like myself, I also learned to be yin and yang. I'm just kidding. I'm not afraid to tell you. I've been in trouble just like you. Let's take a nap and be full of energy. When Kazuma Yukimiya turned around, he saw the score on the gymnasium scorer that hadn't been cleared yet, 32:109, and then lowered it again. He said in a loud voice, Congratulations, you have won again, the invincible Teikō. You guys, are you mocking me? How could it be? They all look like monsters. They are so envious of me. You are worthy of saying such things. Ayamine was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, Next time, I won't lose again. I have already thought of a way to defend you. It's a pity that I may not be in this state next time. However, maybe then, I will attack you and defeat you head-on. Maybe it's easier in the dream. Then, we'll see. Ayamindaki was stunned for a moment by Yukimiya Kazuma's sudden raised fist, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised slightly. Chapter 049. As soon as Teikō's people left, Yumiya Kazuma suddenly felt a soft feeling under his feet, and a feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. Kazuma, are you okay? Teikō Masaki had quick eyesight and quick hands, and supported Yukimiya. It's okay. I used too much force in the competition and I'm a little weak now. Yukimiya Kazuma responded. It's really dangerous. I'm so exhausted that I almost embarrass myself in front of Ayamine. Needless to say, this spider dance is quite powerful, but the negative effect of its stamina is really great. But obviously, the results are totally worth it. Attribute mission, defeat Teikō Junior High, win the game, personal score greater than or equal to 30. Achievement reward, self-assigned attributes times 25. Mission failed. Badge mission, in the game against Teikō Junior High, limit Ayamindaki's score to 25 points and below, and prevent her from becoming the highest scorer in Generation of Miracles. Achievement reward, obtain badges related to Ayamindaki's wildness and ability. Automatically loading badge rewards. Badge loading completed. Get the badge, Monster Immersion Bird. Monster Immersion Flying Bird, Gold A highly concentrated monster-style immersive experience. When you embrace the monster, your shooting skills will be as fast, elegant, and silky as a flying bird, but at the same time, negative emotions will increase significantly and physical strength will be exhausted. A substantial increase, the degree is affected by the sum of the two attributes of mid-range shot and three-pointer. Hey! Golden! Yukimiya and Zhengzhen laughed wildly with their hands on their hips. Although it is the same as the golden badge of Master of Transmission Control, it has the problem of unclear description of specific values. But look at it. Just looking at the unusual words quick, elegant, and silky already shows how unusual this offensive badge is. Not to mention the qualification of negative emotions. You know, it is usually inferred that if the negative effects are restricted, it means that the positive effects are strong enough and must be restricted. 2 expendable defensive badges were exchanged for an offensive golden badge. Yukimiya Kazuma was thinking in his mind. Overall, the benefits were much higher than the investment. However, the two spider dance, thinking about the effect of suppressing amine on the field, still made him feel distressed for a long time, but then he thought about it, no matter how strong the single defense ability is, even if he can save the full number of badges for the whole game, it can only lock down one person from the generation of miracles, and the other four will still defeat them just like today. It's better to get someone with offensive ability, and it's golden and permanent. Kazuma. The coach said he has a treat today. Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes lit up when he heard Teikō Masaki's words, really? What's your tone? Am I still going to lie to you guys? Hurry to the locker room and wash up. I'll take you to a good restaurant. After leaving the gym, Coach Shin Matsuji fulfilled his promise of a treat. The store is indeed a good store as the coach said, and a team of people really spent a lot of money on it. In the past, everyone would definitely not miss the opportunity to pick up the coach's wool. However, everyone in the Whitewater Hall had a bad appetite today. Everyone looked a little bitter, and the atmosphere was quite dull for a while. Except one person. Yukimiya Kazuma. He consumed too much today. Even though his body has miraculous recovery capabilities, in the end the energy used for recovery is not generated out of thin air. To put it simply, eating must be followed in time. So when Yukimiya Kazuma was training crazy every day and his physical strength reached the bottom, he needed to supplement a lot of food, otherwise the energy conversion would not be enough to restore his depleted physical strength. So in terms of food intake, Yukimiya Kazuma is completely different from before. One more thank you. Yukimiya and Makoto said to the clerk next to them. The clerk's eyes widened and he thought, athlete? But it looks like it's just the physical education department of a junior high school. It's amazing how much food can fit in his stomach. Shin Satsuji on the side, looking at Yukimiya's non-stop movements, his whole head was numb. On the one hand, he thought, no wonder he can make such rapid progress, on the other hand, he also felt a little relieved. After all, a good appetite meant that Yukimiya was not defeated by Teikō today. Compared with others, he was more worried about him being a monster like the generation of miracles. When strength increases too quickly, it often collapses in an instant. A sudden setback can easily destroy the confidence brought about by a short-term surge in strength. The training of the human heart is often much more difficult. Okay, eat quickly. Only after you eat can you have the strength to continue moving forward in the competition. Don't you want to go to the whole country? Learn from this brat Yukimiya. Niyamatsuji asked others to eat together, why don't you wait a while? Let the boy from Suigong go in. Teikō Masaki and Hanayan Liang quickly followed Yukimiya's movements. Teruyama Daisuke, Kasuga Yuji, and others looked at each other and followed Yukimiya senpai's actions. However, before waiting long, he suddenly heard a dull choking coming from the corner of the table. Everyone turned to look. It was discovered that the voice did not come from the starting lineup, or even from the substitutes, but from the first-year newcomer, Shinsuke Irajimoto. Hey! Irajimoto, what's wrong with you? It's not you who is facing the generation of miracles. Why are you crying? Shinsuke Irajimoto shook his head, I don't know, I just don't want to give in. I think that my seniors have worked so hard, but the result is... Everyone was relatively speechless for a while. Shin Songji pursed his lips. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere finally got better, and Cheng Yaojin appeared halfway. The results that have already happened will not change. If we lose, no matter what the reason is, it is due to lack of strength. All we can do is work hard to win back. If we are not willing to do so, we will enter the country first. There is a lot of time to prepare and train hard. When the time comes, we will challenge again. As long as we are strong enough, we will meet Teikō again sooner or later across the country. Yukimiya Kazuma showed off one last time, then wiped the corners of his mouth, and stood up after saying the above. Thank you for the hospitality, coach. I won't follow you today. I have something to buy nearby later, so I can just go back by myself. It's not that far away anyway. Although Shinsatsuji felt a little surprised, he still nodded. Be safe. Don't worry, let's go, everyone. Shopping? What the heck, monster immersion bird, he didn't want to wait for a moment, so he quickly found an empty space with no one to test its power. Chapter 050. After Yukimiya left, Shin Matsuji took everyone back to the school on the school bus to disperse like he did on previous game days. After everyone goes home, Masaki Teikō immediately packed up today's equipment, then changed into sneakers and went to a nearby park court. Irajimoto Shinsuke, a first-year boy, is still in a low mood, but he did not give up on today's shooting training. Huayun Liang looked at the Jordan poster beside the bed. She lay on the bed and was in a daze. She was still recalling the content of today's game in her mind, and pictures of her powerlessness against Kai's kept flashing across her mind. Teruyama Daisuke's violent blow in the bathroom caused a lot of excitement in the house. Kasuga Yuji was on the phone with a friend, and his voice was full of complaints and disappointment. The friends on the opposite side who had switched to other sports also complained about the perversion of Generation of Miracles. Even Coach Shinsatsuji was the same. He walked around the office and couldn't take a moment to relax. He seemed to be feeling uncomfortable all over. Today's disastrous defeat against Teikō, although on the surface, everyone seems to have adjusted quickly, but in fact, this defeat is far more unforgettable than before when there was no performance. But the seeds have been quietly planted, watered by this unwillingness, waiting to sprout. It is also the second gymnasium in Tokyo. It's the same venue, but today's Beishui Hall's opponent has become Teikō's middle school. In yesterday's game, Teikō's middle school lost to another top 4 team, Higashi Tsukuto Middle School. Teikō's ace player, like most teams, is a third-year player. After all, like Teikō, Shuzo Nijimura became the country's #1 power forward in his second year, and the Generation of Miracles who also took over the authority of their seniors in their second year there are still very few teams of players like this. There is a gap between Wuse and Dongjutu. They are undoubtedly the weakest team among the top 4, let alone compared with Beishuikan. After the game starts, Yukimiya Kazuma didn't face too many challenges, which allowed him to devote all his energy to organizing the offense. The tasks that come up during the game are not very difficult, and scoring is not as difficult as with Teikō. When the attribute gap with the opponent is too large, it can also make up for the difficulty of technical output in reverse. Even without turning on monster immersion, Snow Palace can easily rely on the attribute difference to score points. As for the new badge he had obtained before, Sui Gong tested it during meditation training. It was indeed strong, but it also brought strong negative emotions. Once he calmed down, he couldn't believe that that person could be him. The most important is that negative emotion and attitude towards teammates is not really friendly. So Yukigong felt that there was no need to force it and put more pressure on himself and his teammates. As for the badge experience lost due to infrequent use, he could feed it to it after he got the golden experience badge. During the competition, Snow Palace was fully equipped with Monster Immersion. Rookie Ace's battle cry, Green Level 2, first gives a wave of energy back to his teammates, and then Master of Pass Control, Gold, continuously assists his teammates and feeds the ball. I Love Risk Slam Dunk, Purple, makes Yukimiya Kazuma a divine assistant on the defensive end. As long as his physical fitness allows, Yukimiya Kazuma doesn't hesitate to use his abilities and brush up his experience data at the same time. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Shira Swicken completely dominated the field with the tandem of Yukimiya Kazuma. After just one quarter, Shira Swicken began to lead by a large margin. Yukimiya looked back and saw that Teikō was actually me. Coach Shinsatsuji on the sidelines looked much better, thinking that this was a normal level of competition in a junior high school. He dared to assert that it was also the top strength in the National Whitewater Gym. A point guard who defends fiercely and ranks first in assists is really a treasure given to Whitewater Hall by God. Pity. Born at the wrong time. There is such a generation of miracles, lying in front of us like a mountain. At 116:47, Hakuzuakin showed amazing stability against Nantiak teams, and the pass and assist from the master of pass control was a killer weapon. Kazuma Yukimiya scored 19 points, 26 assists, 8 rebounds, 3 steals and 6 blocks. In the Tokyo District qualifiers, Kazuma Yukimiya was far ahead in terms of assists. The first victory of the Shirasui Hall semi-final round-robin tournament cheered up the students who came to support the team. In the last game against Teikō, not only the players on the field, but also the student team who came to support them were aggrieved. I finally feel comfortable now. And Yukimiya Kazuma was also comfortable, because he drew another badge of the same series. Of course, it was not the Rookie Series, but the I Love Series. Badge mission: in the game against Wu's Middle School, win the game and assist at least 3 teammates to score in double figures. Achievement reward: obtain badges related to I Love Slam Dunk. Automatically loading badge rewards. Badge loading completed. Get the badge: I love risking jump shots. I love risking jump shots. Blue, your jump shots are mediocre and always make me have the urge to block shots. Facing jump shots, the success rate of blocking shots increases by 20%, only for shooting jump shots. A good badge. Although we don't know why the same series of badges is one level lower than the purple color of I Love Slam Dunk, but just looking at the text description, I can be sure that this badge is very useful. After this, Shirasui Middle School had only the last game left in the qualifying round. But in fact, after winning the match against Wu's Middle School, they had automatically obtained a place to advance to the national level. Because it is absolutely impossible for Teikō Middle School to win the final game against Teikō, Teikō will eventually lose all 3 games in the top 4 round-robin tournament and lose its seeding spot to advance to the national level. However, just when Yumiya thought that the last game could be played casually, the system suddenly released a task before the game. A tribute mission: defeat Higashikatsudo Middle School, win the game, limit the score of the opposing ace player Akira Tatsuda to less than 10 points, and score 40 plus 10 data. Achievement reward: self-assigned attributes x6. Just when Yukimiya Kazuma was wondering what was so special about this school in Higashikata, Kasuga Yuji came over with a basketball weekly with an excited look on his face. It's still that damn pass basketball. Senior, Akira Tatsuda said in the interview that he will beat you in the competition and prove that Higashikuto Middle School is the real number 2 in Tokyo. Chapter 051. Oh. Yukimiya Kazuma took the weekly magazine handed to him by Kasuga Yuji. One of the pages shows Akira Tatsuda holding a basketball, and the title on it is in the same pass basketball style as always. Higashikuto Middle School is number 2 in the district. Yukimiya is an extremely good player, but I have played many games with him, and there must be some exaggerations. Me and Kazuma Yumiya? There is no comparison. If he can reach the semi-finals, I will let him see the gap between us. Obviously, this is a weekly interview that Akira Tatsuda accepted before the match between Shirasui and Teikō. If he dares to say this after watching that match, then Yukimiya and Makoto are a real man. And Pass Basketball is a weekly that knows how to play. The I'm Ready to Fight interview before the Yukigong semi-finals was released, but Akira Tatsuda's interview that was obviously earlier than him was only released now. I have been suppressing the whole drama and conflict, waiting for the slap in the face scene, right? But Akira Tatsuda. It feels so familiar. In the other party's interview, he also said that he had played many games with him. Oh, it's him. Masaki Teikō glanced at him. He's the ace of Higashikata. In the past, when our strength was average, the other coach would always come to our school for training, and every time he would throw a glass at Coach Niematsu angrily. Yukimiya Kazuma nodded and followed Teikō Masaki's words and recalled that scene. All in all, it's the love and hatred between two old men. Anyway, now, Akira Tatsuda is probably going to be shocked. Although this interview was taken before the round robin, he himself must not have seen the game between us and Teikō. Masaki Teikō smiled. Even the previous few days he may not even be willing to attend the round of the game. After all, you have never dealt with him before. Well, does this have anything to do with me? You forgot. Shibata-senpai from Higashikata, it turns out that the manager of their team sent you a love letter after the game. When Akira Tatsuda saw it, his face turned green. I still remember it. Shibata-senpai is such a beauty. Unfortunately, she has graduated now. I heard she went to a high school in Kyoto. Yes. There is such a thing. The key is that the original owner actually refused. What kind of basketball fanatic? Depend on. The vision of traveling through time to take care of a girl was shattered. Etc. How do you know so clearly, even if you know that someone went to Kyoto? Kazuma Yukimiya suddenly turned to look at Masaki Teikō, squinting his eyes. Masaki, I didn't realize it, but you're quite. Masaki Teikō. Cough. I heard about it. Regarding Akira Tatsuda's weekly interview, everyone in the team did not take it too seriously and said that Yukimiya should be free to play in the next game. Even Coach Niematsuji repeatedly hinted to him that he seemed to have a big grudge against the other coach. Snow Palace gave everyone an affirmative answer. No matter who makes the system have tasks to complete, 6 points of attribute values that can be allocated independently may seem small, but with the words autonomous allocation, it is not a small number. He had it all figured out. Just enough to focus on mid-range shooting and 3-point attributes. The sum of the two attributes of mid-range shot and 3-pointer affects the physical consumption and negative emotions of Monster Immersion Bird. Bringing both items to 85 is a level that greatly improves attribute performance. At the same time, the sum of the two reaches an integer of 170. Perhaps there will be a positive change in the monster immersion. And the data of 40 plus 10 may not be so easy to obtain. Then we will see what the other party's situation is, and we may need to turn on monster immersion. However, facing Higashijutsu High School and Akira Tatsuda, Yukimiya Kazuma must not be timid at all. To know. Standing in front of you is a man with 2 gold, 1 purple, 1 blue and 1 green, 5 badges in hand, a balanced offense and defense, and all attributes above 80. Even if you don't have full firepower, if the opponent doesn't have a miraculous defense, just bringing out a pass and control master, just with this football intelligence, vision, judgment, and overall view, is enough to make the opponent's scalp numb. But then again, if Tatsuda Akira knew that the person opposite him was of such strength, he might not have the courage to challenge. Soon come the game day. As soon as he arrived at the gymnasium, Yukimiya Kazuma was shocked by the basketball atmosphere of Higashizutsu Middle School. It was different from a strong basketball school with strong foundation, just because of this professional level of support. It's really cool. Today's audience attendance in the stands is not low. Although Teikō massacred Higashikata with an exaggerated score of 135-11 on the afternoon of the match between Hakuzuikan and Teikō yesterday, this still did not affect the enthusiasm of Higashikata students. They were neatly located in the same bleachers, and the front row held high the school motto to build a capital in the East, be resolute and courageous to show their support for building a capital in the East. When Yukimiya Kazuma was warming up and shooting on the court, there was a specially organized momentum suppression in the auditorium on the Higashitsukuto side, and the rumbling drums were full of momentum. For junior high school level competitions, especially for district qualifiers, such a scene is rare. As the captain, Teikō Masaki responsibly reassured the team members, "Don't worry, just pretend they don't exist." Deliberately creating pressure can only prove that they are afraid of us. On the other side, Yukimiya Kazuma was very happy, following the drum beat. Although it would affect the rhythm of shooting, dribbling the ball was very enjoyable and the rhythm was full. Then soon enough, the game begins. Chapter 052. Masaki Teikō beat center Higashi Kata with a jump ball. After Yukimiya Kazuma got the ball, he began to advance forward. Akira Tutsuda switched from shooting guard to point guard to defend Yukimiya Kazuma. Under normal circumstances, Yukimiya Kazuma would have asked for a pick and roll, or simply relied on master-level ball control to attract double teams and score points. However, this was a head-on confrontation with Akira Tutsuda, who was being ridiculed by the weekly magazine. Kazuma Yukimiya immediately made a 1v1 tactical gesture, causing an uproar in the audience. Certainly. The uproar was mainly caused by the students from Dongjudo who came to support them. Damn it! Who does this kid think he is? He wants to fight Tutsuda-kun alone. That's Akira Tutsuda. That person is very powerful. The audience in Higashi Kata Tower began to boo, but there were also people who had seen Yukimiya and Shin's power with their own eyes, and they sweated nervously for Akira Tutsuda. This is actually not surprising. Just like the home court of the professional league, most of the students in Dongjudo must only watch Dongjudo, not to mention that they also have a certain degree of support tasks and need to prepare and practice in advance, so it's even less possible to go to the Whitewater Hall game. The top of Yukimiya Kazuma's three-point arc swayed slightly, testing Akira Tutsuda's level a little. The defense was cautious. The stance is also very good, and it does not lose position as it moves. But that's all. Kazuma Yukimiya skillfully leaned on Akira Tutsuda with his body, and then suddenly performed a Crawford-style backsliding step. Akira Tutsuda was at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Yukimiya, and was shaken again, and suddenly he was in control. Defeated. Higashizuda has almost no awareness of assisting defense, which is obviously very unusual. Perhaps the opponent also reached some kind of consensus on freedom and 1v1 before the game. Yukimiya came to the free throw line very easily, with his left hand in front of him, his body slightly turned to the side, and he raised his right hand to make a hook. Faced with this sudden hook shot, when Akira Tutsuda wanted to block the shot, it was no longer possible. Kazuma Yukimiya has reached a height of 186, and his height and wingspan on the back line are undoubtedly crushing. Short players, unless they are like Akashi, who can cut off your power of unreasonable rules with a glare, and other players who are slower to react, do not get close to fight, or are shaken out of the starting hand space, then they can only watch helplessly. Hook hit. Unexpectedly. It's actually a hookup. The hook shot was a common offensive method used by Yukimiya and Shin in the last few rounds before the round-robin competition. As for the emergency stop-jump shot, a high-end skill necessary for scoring, now that there is monster immersion Asuka, Yukimiya no longer has to bother to study it. After all, this skill seems simple, but it is actually a difficult batch if you really want to practice it well. The hook shot is also an immature offensive skill, but Yukimiya still prefers it, simply because the hook shot is very efficient when playing against short people. Of course he didn't dare to use it when playing Teikō in the round robin. This kind of attack was too close to the basket. Whether it was Murasakibara, Ayamine or Midorima, he could easily block his half-assed hook shot. The audience at Higashi Kata didn't know much about Kazuma Yukimiya. It was rare for junior high school outside players to use hooks, and even for professional players, it was rare. At this time, in the auditorium opposite Dongjudo, two uncles were giving passionate explanations. These two people were the same fans who had asked Suigong for autographs outside the gymnasium, and they seemed to like junior high school basketball very much. Wow! Kazuma Yukimiya comes in with a hook. This kind of attack is not very common, but it is very suitable for Kazuma Yukimiya. Really? I have never seen a junior high school point guard as tall as him. There are a few Teikō who can do it, but they have Akashi. It's great. With his height, he can have such monster-like flexibility and passing control. This allows him to often take advantage of confrontations in the point guard position. He's very good at using his strengths and is really comfortable attacking with his hook. But the problem is still Teikō. An attack of this level cannot penetrate Teikō. The turn of East Zudu. After Akira Tatsuda came to the front court, he also chose to play Kazuma Yukimiya in singles. At this time, the entire gymnasium was boiling with excitement led by the Dongju support group. The audience cheered for Akira Tatsuda. Tatsuda-kun, kill him! Tatsuda Akira, score on his head and show him how powerful Higashi Kata is! Come on! Amidst the cheers from his own school, Akira Tatsuda felt full of motivation, and his cross steps swayed in front of his body, trying to mobilize Kazuma Yukimiya's center of gravity to gain the offensive initiative. But he obviously miscalculated. Yukimiya Kazuma's defensive judgment on dribbling is terrible. He can even deal with Akashi and Ayamine for a while, let alone Akira Tatsuda. Moreover, Akira Tatsuda's dribbling is of the rhythm type. It would be better to play with the body, but with technique? With continuous rhythm changes, Akira Tatsuda was never able to break through Yukimiya Kazuma's defense. Then, Yukimiya Kazuma took the initiative. He suddenly rushed out. Tatsuda Akira was shocked and tried to save himself by turning to the other side, but Yukimiya had already seen through it. Snap! Akito Tatsuda passed by. The ball is gone. It was taken out by Yukimiya Kazuma. The basketball disappeared from his hand, and Akira Tatsuda's whole figure was fixed in place with acupuncture points. How can it be? Only a few months. Could this be the same person as Yukimiya Kazuma whom I met last time? Akira Tatsuda was intercepted by Kazuma Yukimiya in his first attack. He thought about how he would beat Yukimiya violently on the field, but he never thought of such a scene. But Yukimiya didn't have time to pay attention to Akira Tatsuda. At this time, he had already rushed into the front court with the ball. Whoa! So fast! He actually broke Ryuda-kun's ball. I've said it all, this guy is a monster. The Higashi Kata spectators in the stands rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The always steady ace Akira Tatsuda was actually cut off by the white-haired boy opposite. Chapter 053. As shocked as the fans in Higashi Kata were, the bench at Beishui Hall was so happy. Coach Shinsatsuji was especially concerned. He turned his head and glanced towards Higashi Zuto, scanning an old man with equally grey hair back and forth like a scanner. Ha! Old man! Did you see it, Yukimiya Kazuma, from Hakuzuikan? On the Hakuzuikan bench, after the players got rid of the haze of Teikō, the team was rejuvenated, looking full of vitality and everything was competing for success. The most important thing is that Yukimiya performed so beautifully, completely suppressing the so-called number 2 in Tokyo, and the opening was a violent 1v1, which was the most exciting. Akira Tatsuda pursued, but Yukimiya Kazuma had already passed the half-court, and then went directly to the basket, jumped with all his strength, and his bounce had already reached 85, allowing him to glide the ball into the basket. After the goal, Kazuma Yukimiya didn't make a battle cry because it was just the beginning. Instead, he caught the ball very politely. At this time, Akira Tatsuda, who was more than one step slower, happened to come over with a sullen face. Kazuma Yukimiya's signature amiable smile gently placed the ball in Akira Tatsuda's arms, and then turned back to the half-court of the Whitewater Hall, whereupon a famous painting was frozen in the cameras of past basketball reporters following the game. Sometimes, being too humble and polite may appear more arrogant than arrogant in the eyes of others. Maybe Kazuma Yukimiya's actions were not intended in this way, but all the students in the Tozuda stands took Kazuma Yukimiya's actions as a mockery. Damn it! Akira Tatsuda looked at the ball in his hand, and the anger in his eyes turned into fire. This was even more humiliating than when the senior sister he liked sent a love letter to him in front of him, only to be rejected in the end. There was a rustling sound from the spectator stands on the east Zuda side. Masaki Teikō waved and high-fived Kazuma Yukimiya, who was returning to the defense. Kazuma, the guys in Higashikata are probably going to be PD off by you. They were so loud at first, but now they are so uncomfortable. Yukimiya Kazuma was confused when he heard this. Are you angry with me? I didn't do anything, right? I deliberately controlled myself from yelling after dunking just now. After you dunked, you slowly put the ball in Akira Tatsuda's hands. It was more humiliating than your usual roar. Ah! Does this count? After dunking, the ball hit the ground and bounced into my hand. I had no choice but to hand it back to Higashikata, but Akira Tatsuda was following me and appeared just in time, so I slipped it into his hand. It's in. You can't blame me. Yukimiya Kazuma shook his head speechlessly. He felt strange. Why did he think that the more polite he was on the court, the more energetic his opponent would be? He discovered it when he competed with Teikō. If this trick doesn't work, give up quickly. The turn of East Zudu. Akira Tatsuda glared at Yumiya Kazuma. Yukimiya, don't be too proud, it's just a ball, don't think you can beat me. As soon as he finished speaking, Tatsuda Akira suddenly saw Yukimiya Kazuma raising 2 fingers. It's 2 goals. I have already scored 2, but you still have 0. Akira Tatsuda. Tatsuda Akira had veins popping out on his forehead, and he desperately wanted to hit back an answer ball. Moreover, Yukimiya Kazuma's words made him furious and refused the cover from his teammates. Pa! 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 Akira Tatsuda patiently used dribbling to mobilize Yukimiya Kazuma's focus, but the result was the same as last time, with little effect. Bang! Akira Tatsuda kicked the ground violently, and he couldn't hold it any longer. He directly burst out with all his speed, trying to complete a speed-based surprise attack from Yukimiya's side. But can he compete with the speed? Besides, Yukimiya Kazuma is in an excellent position, and he is fully mentally prepared for Akira Tatsuda's direction of attack. On the bench of Hakuzui Hall, Shin Matsuji nodded with great satisfaction. It is said that defense wins championships, and the top players are all good at offense and defense. Shin Matsuji saw the possibility of a super player in Yukimiya Kazuma, and of course he wanted to go further. Suigong's offensive skills need to be further refined. But when it comes to offensive skills, there's no rush. Now, give me the trump card to torture old man Mitsuno first. Akira Tatsuda was completely pinned down by Kazuma Yukimiya. His various dribbling movements, including fake dribbling movements, were unable to break through Kazuma Yukimiya's defense. To be precise, it would be impossible for him to break away if he used normal skills in controlling the ball. There was panic on his face, and he couldn't figure out what happened to Yumiya Kazuma after their last fight to cause such a drastic change. Where did that stupid big guy who could be easily shaken away by himself, who was rounded and flattened by his own dribbling, who had no standard skills, go? At this time, Akira Tatsuda, who was placed at the top of the 3-point arc, had no retreat. He had to fight to the death here. Phew! Sent. I have no choice but to be stubborn. Yukimiya Kazuma rushed forward with a pair of long arms. He could not sway away or suddenly, and he was completely covered in one fell swoop. On the other side, Higashikata's power forward received the ball, but Akira Tatsuda consumed too much offensive time. He could only force a jump shot. Under the interference of Huayan Liang, he knew the ball was missing as soon as it was released. Boring. Masaki Teikō did his best to secure the backcourt rebounds. As soon as I landed, I looked for the one with white hair, which was quite conspicuous. The basketball followed Kazuma Yukimiya's movement and flew past. Shira Suikan's offensive transition is their specialty. Under Yukimiya's control, Teikō could steal some points in front of him. Hana Yunliang and Terayama Daisuke followed up from both sides behind Yukimiya and Mami. Tozu didn't have the ability to retreat like Teikō, so he would appear if he hit more but less. This situation is the most suitable for the master of pass control to play. Scenes. A shaking of the head during the rush showed off the face of the opposing defender. Follow and pass the ball without looking at anyone, cool and elegant. The defensive player's attention was drawn to Ryo Hanan by Kazuma Yukimiya. However, Yukimiya just tapped his fingertips and the basketball fell into the hands of Daisuke Terayama like a scalpel. Daisuke Terayama, who was missed, did not need to adjust and went straight to the layup. Hey! Ha! Daisuke Terayama imitated Yukimiya senpai's movements, raising his arms and roaring after scoring. The Higashitsu Kuto audience in the stands had very mixed emotions. On the one hand, the ball was very beautiful and the pass was gorgeous. The fast break planned by Kazuma Yukimiya was fleeting and as smooth as mercury. Only, they didn't come here to see this. What they want to see is Akira Tatsuda defeating Kazuma Yukimiya, rather than turning the offensive and Akira Tatsuda being beaten so hard by Kazuma Yukimiya that he can't hold his head up. Chapter 054. What a powerful head swing, and the skill of passing the ball is also very strong. I just didn't pay attention when I was shaken, and the ball disappeared. I heard that Yukimiya Kazuma's skills were average before, but it wasn't until the third year of junior high that he suddenly realized his talent. Sure enough, God rewards hard work in sports. As long as you keep working hard, no one knows what will happen in the future. So, love is the first driving force. I heard that Yukimiya Kazuma relies on meditation to play against imaginary players every day. The main goal seems to be generation of miracles. Meditating or something, isn't it too exaggerated? There is a picture in the Pass magazine. The Snow Palace is really just practicing facing the air. Maybe this is talent. After a pause in the game, Akira Tatsuda calmed down a lot. Higashikata's offense improved slightly, but Hakuzuakan still firmly controlled the rhythm of the game. Akira Tatsuda finally hit the first goal of the game using the pick and roll, but this could not change the trend of the game. Yukimiya Kazuma occupied an overwhelming advantage in this contest between Tokyo number 2 in pass basketball. Advantage. Shirasui Hall's overall offense was already dominant because of Yukimiya. In addition, Yukimiya's defensive end locked down Higashizudo ace Akira Tatsuda. At halftime, Shirasui Hall led by 32 points 53-21. Such a point difference, it's enough to see the difference between the two teams. In the matchup between Yukimiya Kazuma and Tatsuda Akira, Yukimiya Kazuma's data is completely dominant. He took 10 shots, hit 7 goals, and scored 14 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals and 3 blocks. On the other hand, Akira Tatsuda only scored 4 points, 2 rebounds and 2 assists, but made 4 turnovers. It was obvious that Akira Tatsuda and Kazuma Yumiya were not players of the same level at all. Many spectators in the stands other than Higashikata simply came to the conclusion. During the intermission, the atmosphere in the locker room of Beishui Hall was very relaxed. Because Yukimiya gave Akira Tatsuda a hard lesson in a head-on duel, Shin Matsuji smiled and praised him. It was the first time that Yukimiya Kazuma saw that kind smile. Yukimiya Kazuma accepted the praise from his coach and teammates, but he didn't think too much about these reputation battles. All he wanted was system rewards. Attribute mission: defeat Higashikatsudo Middle School, win the game, limit the score of the opposing ace player Akira Tatsuda to less than 10 points, and score 40 plus 10 data. Achievement reward: self-assigned attributes x6. Although he suppressed Akira Tatsuda's score to 4 points, he only scored 14 points, which was 26 points short of the 40 points of the task. As for the 10 in 40 plus 10, he had already completed it ahead of schedule. The game was already won, and Shin Satsuji seemed very relaxed when arranging tactics. He consulted the players for their opinions. To Shinsatsuji's surprise, Yukimiya Kazuma expressed that he wanted to attack 2 more. This is naturally not a big problem. The coach and teammates only think that Yukimiya Kazuma wants to perform more in this weekly contest. Shin-Matsuji generously stated that as long as the rhythm is stabilized, Yukimiya Kazuma can have unlimited firing rights. This surprised Kazuma Yukimiya. After all, in his impression, the old man Shin-Matsuji was still relatively old school, including what Teikō said about independent decision-making during the competition. Yukimiya believed that this would not include infinite fire. Certainly. However, with your current finishing ability, this is only for you. Shinsatsuji nodded in agreement, and the others naturally had no objections. The players at Hakyuzui Hall usually receive assists from Kazuma Yukimiya, but now they will not refuse regardless of emotion or reason. The second half started quickly. Tutsuda Akira was obviously encouraged during the halftime break, and he played more methodically than before. Akira Tutsuda took the initiative to cooperate with the 2 players inside and was no longer obsessed with the 1v1 battle with Kazuma Yukimiya. Such a change is within the acceptable range of Kazuma Yukimiya. As long as Akira Tutsuda does not score, assist or anything like that, it will not affect his mission. Although he had unlimited fire authority, Yukimiya Kazuma did not implement his scoring plan immediately. He still continued to create opportunities for his teammates. The 4 teammates on the field were all beneficiaries. He has planned to prepare in advance. He will feed everyone first and then turn on the monster immersion to enter the unlimited fire state. I hope everyone will bear with you. Shira Swicken has always maintained a huge lead. Shinsatsuji was deeply moved when he saw that Yukimiya Kazuma still maintained the original pace after receiving unlimited fire rights. Naturally, he didn't know that this was just Yukimiya Kazuma paying off his debt in advance. Soon. With 4 minutes left in the third quarter, Kazuma Yukimiya tried a disguised 3-point jumper. After being interfered by the help defense, he missed the basket. But Yukimiya Kazuma did not show disappointment, but instead showed a smile. Since he was sure that the conventional finishing method was unstable, he was ready to start. Everything is under control. When the audience saw the smile on Kazuma's face, naturally no one thought that Kazuma was in a good mood. They thought it was a forced smile because he had just missed a 3-pointer before. The students from Higashizodo Middle School in the stands began to taunt, and the intensive drumbeats and uniform shock sounds all attacked Kazuma Yukimiya. The opponent's defense against you is very strict, don't worry about it. Yukimiya Kazuma shook his head. I know, but I'm going to start scoring. In the sight of Teikō Masaki, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly showed an embarrassed look, which was hard to see on his face. However, I will devote myself wholeheartedly. I would be a little surprised if I scored, you guys. Don't worry about it either. Masaki Teikō. Masaki Teikō didn't understand what Snow Palace meant, but he soon understood. In the transition between offense and defense, Yukimiya Kazuma advances with the ball. Higashi Kata adapted to the defense this time, and they followed Kasuga Yuji and Teruyama Daisuke who were about to go down. But... boom! Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly burst into speed, and Huayun Liang was stunned for a moment, because Yukimiya didn't give him any sign, but suddenly rushed towards him. You want me to cover? Get out of my way! Huayun Liang, With a cold tone, Huayun Liang looked up and saw the eyes of Yukimiya Kazuma, and was stunned for a moment. Idiot! Just stand there if you like, it's okay anyway. Tisk! Amidst the fierce friction between sneakers and the floor, Yumiya Kazuma suddenly stopped to hit the ball. At the same time as his body rose from the ground, Huayun Liang was shocked to find that the Snow Palace was so far away from him without knowing when. Step back? When? So fast. Outside the 3-point line, Yukimiya Kazuma's shooting movements are extremely fast. At the same time, under the exaggerated takeoff height, his posture in the air is extremely stable. This moment, Huayun Liang looked at Sui Gong's hair flying in the air, as if he saw a bird with snow-colored wings. Chapter 055. Yukimiya's jump shot from outside the three-point line is ridiculously fast, and the release point is also high. In a jump shot, taking up these 2 points already means that the shot is difficult, not to mention that Yukimiya has a series of emergency stops before shooting. Retreating action. However, spectators who witnessed Yukigong's shooting process. But suddenly, because of this extremely smooth shot, an idea arose that the ball would go in. Sure enough, the next second. Hey! It looked like a very difficult shot, but as if it was precisely guided, it crashed into the net and hit the target. After the shooting, Yukimiya Kazuma immediately broke out of the monster immersion Asuka state. He immediately looked at Huayun Liang with a guilty conscience, who was also looking at him with wide eyes. Kazuma, you guy. It really is a dual personality, right? Yukimiya Kazuma, who didn't know how to explain, immediately froze on the spot after hearing this. Well, what you said, probably. Just no. This thing can't be explained at all. But Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly grasped the jersey tightly where her heart was beating. Monster Immersion Bird brings not only shooting movements, but a complete set of shooting techniques. After the badge is triggered, I feel that all the actions before shooting have been improved in detail for shooting. It is a fast, elegant, silky and smooth feeling that can be connected to shooting at any time. After using it, I realized how many details of my previous self were rough and blurry in terms of finishing shots. Thinking of Akira Tatsuda's stunned gaze just now, that such a shot that the opponent could not touch was actually made by himself, I felt so cool. Wow! Oh! Yukimiya-senpai! You are so good! Did you change your shooting action? That shot! So handsome! I'm stunned. You can jump so high but look very light. What a cool shot! Just like a bird. Huayun Liang looked at Yukimiya Kazuma with burning eyes. Looking back now, it was not just about shooting, no, or to put it bluntly, shooting was secondary compared to the actions before shooting. He knew very well that in the past, Yukigong's ability to control the ball was strong, but he was more strong for passing, but now Yukigong's movements before shooting have obviously changed to be more in line with shooting, and it's a series. The movement connects so smoothly. Not to mention the sudden change in his personality, just by looking at him casually changing his shot selection while talking, and shooting at the blink of an eye, you can see how spontaneous his shooting is. Being able to do this means that Sui Gong has the possibility to fire anytime and anywhere. It's okay, don't worry. Defend. Defend. Come on, Dongjudu. The Higashikata fans comforted themselves in their hearts. Maybe Yumiya Kazuma's three-pointer was just an accident, but they didn't know that their nightmare had just begun. In the next round, Yukimiya Kazuma quickly shot a three-pointer from the top of the arc. The basketball hits the net. You're kidding, you're lying, right? Can we get in here? You move so fast and jump so high. How can you control the intensity of your shooting with consistent movements? Akira Tatsuda. How can it be? Forget about passing and controlling, how could he be so strong offensively? Kazuma Yukimiya hit 2 goals in a row, but Akira Tatsuda couldn't even touch the ball twice in a row. First, he was shaken by a set of super dribbling, and then he faced a shot as fast as a flying bird. Too fast. Not only is the shooting action fast, but the connection before shooting is also fast, and the technique is so good that there is no warning at all. 1 second he might have been making a pass in disguise, but the next second he suddenly threw the ball in the middle of controlling the ball. Hello. Akira Tatsuda. Watch out, the strongest one is me. Facing Kazuma's eyes that slightly raised his chin and looked down arrogantly, Akira Tatsuda's eyelids twitched, but he couldn't utter any words to refute. However, the next second, Kazuma Yuzumiya's eyebrows suddenly softened. Strangely, talk to yourself. Just when Akira Tutsuda was puzzled by the change in Yukimiya's expression, during the next offensive round of Shira Suiken, Kazuma Yukimiya had a sinister look on his face again, and even ordered his whole body in a tone that sounded not very polite. The stiff Hakusuken players passed him the ball. When he met Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes, Tutsuda Akira went numb, acknowledging that the opponent might have some serious illness, otherwise why would he suddenly change the person when he got the ball and attacked? But I have to admit it. So strong, as strong as a monster. In the next attack of Shira Sui Hall, Yukimiya Kazuma continued to shoot from outside the three-point line. With the technical support of Monster Immersion Asuka, the three-point attribute of 81.8 finally showed its due accuracy. There is absolutely no pattern to his shots. Ball control, 3 threats, and even catching and shooting. These connecting skills before shooting are as if they have been assimilated by Yukimiya Kazuma's sudden change in shooting posture, as fast and smooth as possible. The three-pointers rained down like rain, making everyone in Dongjudo look blank. Continue. I have to vote again. I can continue to vote, keep on. Move a little faster. Hurry up. Stop him. Stop him. False facts sudden, stop step. Shooting fake. Break out of the siege. Damn it. Stop him, it doesn't matter if it's a foul. It's so cool, this feeling, the ball is touched by the palm of the hand, as if it can be converted into shooting at any time, it feels like doing whatever you want. Whether it's passing the ball or controlling the ball, it turns out that there are more exciting things on the court than these. Such pleasure. Shoot the ball over the opponent's head and make everyone look up to you like a god. This is basketball. It's a pleasure that only I can experience. Yumiya Kazuma. Laugh. Reverse the crotch, turn your back, and jump. That's it, actually that's it. Only when you lift the ball over your head when you take off, and only when you throw the ball into the basket, can you be the most trustworthy. I just want to be passionate and focus on winning. Take a good look. Watch out, you guys. I am the strongest, and this is Kazuma Yukimiya. Hey! Following Kazuma Yukimiya's words, another three-pointer hit the net. Kazuma. The sudden words made his emotions gradually deepen. Even after the shooting, Yukimiya Kazuma, who could not escape the control of his emotions, trembled violently. Turning his head to look over, he met Masaki Teikō's worried eyes. Chapter 056. Call. Call. Yukimiya Kazuma's breathing was a little heavy, and Teikō Masaki said worriedly, "It doesn't matter. You don't have to score like this, why don't you recover first?" In fact, Teikō couldn't figure out what was going on with Yukimiya Kazuma. But the general outline can still be seen clearly. It is probably the snow palace sinking into a scoring state, and will fall into some strange character state. That's why he asked Suigong if he wanted to pause his state for a while. Yukimiya Kazuma calculated the score and shook his head in the end. Even if he played slowly in a normal state from now on, it would be enough to complete the task by the end of the game. But since Monster Immersion is turned on, let's turn it to the limit, just in time to allow teammates who are seeing this state for the first time to adapt in advance. Yashu. In the next attack, if I can't come out for a long time after scoring, please call me like you just did. During the defensive round. Okay, but does it really matter? I mean, will this state have a bad impact on you? It doesn't matter. It's just that this kind of scoring ability requires a high degree of mental concentration and immersion. Just break away after using it up. Tozuzu could no longer bear the pressure of Yukimiya and Zhen's three-pointers. They even arranged a double-team defense on the three-point line. However, Yukimiya and Zhen just pointed wildly at the head of the defender in front of him. "I'm going to strike above the two of you. Right here. Look up. Akira Tatsuda desperately resisted Yukimiya Kazuma's shaking. However, Yukimiya Kazuma took a three-pointer right where his finger was just now. Above the heads of Akira Tatsuda and his teammates, even though Akira Tatsuda's defense was in place, the basketball still passed his fingertips. The moment Yukimiya Kazuma turned around, the sound of a camera shutter sounded from the sidelines. In the camera, as the basketball hit the net, Yukimiya Kazuma pointed one finger in the direction of the audience stand and slowly raised it. Whoa! Cannot believe it! Yukimiya Kazuma's performance shocked countless audiences. If one goal is a coincidence and two goals are good luck, how to explain these 6 consecutive three-pointers? The two uncle fans in the stands were so excited that they talked incoherently. Yukimiya's sudden outburst even made them feel as good as Midorima Shinter. That's great! I knew how a player of Kazuma Yukimiya's level could only attack at that level. It turns out that this is his true strength. While competing with Teikō. Does he have anything else to hide? End of 3 quarters. Kazuma Yukimiya made 7 of 9 three-pointers in a single quarter and scored 21 points. His crazy performance in the last 4 minutes directly took away the last trace of Higashikata's spirit. Akira Tatsuda, who was sitting in the field with his head lowered, his hands trembling slightly. Step. 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 At this time, slow and clear footsteps gradually came from in front of me. Senior Yukimiya? Where are you going? Tatsuda Akira raised his head and met the eyes of Yukinomiya and Makwai Muha. From those eyes, he could clearly read the excitement and joy. Even Snow Palace still has that cold face at this moment. Hateful. Akira Tatsuda avoided the eyes of the opponent's winner, while Kazuma Yukimiya just looked down at him, as well as the Higashikata members with different postures around them, but all of them were messy and depressed. Yukimiya Kazuma. Ha! It's me. Crushed. My goal, in just a few minutes, shattered the belief of 5 people on the field. Is this what is called victory? Ah! What happened? Turning to look at the other players in Dongjudo, those who were avoiding, those who were timid, and those who could all be classified as collapsed, the looks in their eyes. I feel so good. Pa! The violent mood was suddenly cut off. When Masaki Teikō pressed his hand on Yukimiya Kazuma's shoulder, he tightened his grip, and his tone was different from the previous harshness. Yukimiya, go back to the bench. In the system, the golden splendor of Monster Immersion Bird suddenly dimmed. Ah! Feel sorry. Facing everyone on the bench of Hakuzuikan, Yukimiya Kazuma smiled, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Kasuga Yuji whispered to Daisuke Terayama next to him, it's so scary. Yukimiya-senpai has a very bad character today, but his attacks are also very fierce. Strangeness. It seems that the scarier the attitude, the stronger the offense. Daisuke Terayama hesitated for a moment and whispered, I heard it is a state of immersion. It is probably similar to the meditation of seniors. Do you think it is possible that this is the nature of seniors? Once immersed in it, there is no way to distract yourself. So you couldn't control your nature and expressed it all in one breath. If you say that, it's even scarier. Beep. The referee's short final whistle sounded throughout the stadium, and everyone on the court immediately relaxed. Competition is over. The winner, Beishuikan Middle School. At the beginning of the 4th quarter, Yukimiya played 2 minutes to score 40 points. Then after Akira Tatsuda came off the court, both sides put on substitute lineups. In the end, Shirasui Hall maintained its huge lead until the end, winning 128-56. Build the capital in the east. Kazuma Yukimiya played well. In 3 quarters and 2 minutes, he scored 41 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals and 3 blocks. Especially at the end of the 3rd quarter, Kazuma Yukimiya's magical performance of continuous 3-pointers shocked everyone. People. Compared with Yukimiya Kazuma, Akira Tutsuda only scored 9 points, 4 rebounds and 5 assists. In this showdown between the number 2 middle schools in Tokyo, Kazuma Yukimiya led Shira Swicken to an overwhelming victory. After the game, Akira Tutsuda was quite rude and did not shake hands with Kazuma Yukimiya. Yukimiya Kazuma expressed his understanding of this, and the other party might be able to tolerate the verbal communication on the field. But at the end of the third quarter, under the influence of negative emotions, I walked up directly to the opponent's bench and received a wave of silent taunts, which the opponent probably couldn't bear. Chapter 057. In the All-Central Tokyo District qualifiers, the semi-final round-robin ended. Shira Swicken Middle School won the number 2 seed in Tokyo, second only to Teikō, as planned. During the simple award ceremony, Yukimiya Kazuma met Generation of Miracles again, but everyone only glanced at each other from a distance, and no one from both sides took the initiative to communicate. On Monday, the heat in July is a unique taste of summer, but the morning is quite comfortable. Yukimiya Kazuma's 1-hour meditation training in the morning was not missed. The attributes obtained in the battle with Higashi Kata were listed after mid-range shot and 3-pointer. Name: Yukimiya Kazuma. Team: Beishwicken Middle School. Height: 186 centimeters. Weight: 75 kilograms. Arm span: 194 centimeters. Speed: 91.5. Strength: 83.6. Ball possession: 96.2. Pass: 93.5. Bounce: 85.2. Layup: 82.4. Dunk: 83.7. CIC: 84.6. 3 points: 85.0. Rebounds: 83.4. Blocks: 84.6. Steals: 80.1. Single defense: 81.4. Assistance defense: 84.7. Physical fitness: 85.6. Badges: Control Master, Gold; Monster Immersion Bird, Gold; I Love Slam Dunks, Purple; I Love Risking Jump Shots, Blue; Rookie Aces Battle Cry, Green LV.2. As the opponent's strength upgraded during the meditation training, Yukimiya Kazuma's attribute growth also leveled off from the explosive period more than a month ago. But the good news is that you will get stronger as long as you practice. 7:50. There is still an hour left before the first class. There are not many people in the school at this time, and the scenery is also a good time. When Yukimiya Kazuma is walking around to enjoy the scenery. Sudden. Hey! Senior, what a coincidence! As soon as Kasuga Yuji's cheerful voice came out, Yumiya Kazuma suddenly felt that the surrounding scenery seemed to tremble. Turning around to look, Kasuga Yuji brought him another surprise, because he saw the familiar pass basketball again. Tell me. What's it this time? In Shira Swicken Junior High School, Yumiya Kazuma walked up to Kasuga Yuji and glanced at the basketball weekly that was swinging back and forth in his hand, fearing that he would not see it. The content reported in the weekly was none other than the Tokyo District qualifiers that just ended a few days ago. Tokyo District representative Shira Swicken Middle School will enter the country as the second seed. Pity. The strong school Higashi Kata regrets losing its status as the number 2 strong school in Tokyo, and the dark horse Shira Swicken is in trouble. After taking a look at the content of the report, Yukimiya Kazuma shook his head speechlessly. That's great, pass basketball, you were the one who made people build the capital in the East, and you were the one who saved their respect afterwards. You were the one who did all the good things, but you really deserve it. You dare to say that a 70-point defeat is a regret. Turn back one page. What appeared on the page was none other than a high-definition photo of Kazuma Yukimiya pointing one hand at the audience with a cold expression. His photo almost occupies the entire page, and on this page, there are several large words under a miracle written in ink. Obviously, because of Yukimiya Kazuma's performance in the semi-final round robin, PAS Basketball decisively listed him as the #1 player in the country under the generation of miracles. He briefly took a few glances, and there were several names listed with him, but none of them were very familiar, but there was no doubt that Yukimiya Kazuma became famous in the Tokyo district qualifiers. After separating from second-year Kasuga Yuji, Yumiya Kazuma went straight to the classroom. Just as he was about to enter the door, he bumped into Teikō Masaki, who was dripping with sweat. Yukimiya Kazuma glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "Hey? Are you training so early in the morning?" Teikō Masaki rolled his eyes at Yukimiya. "How dare you say that? We have already discovered that you have to train for an hour every day before coming to school. We have all discussed it. From today on, everyone in the basketball department will arrive early every day. You will never be left behind when you get up early for training." Yukimiya Kazuma shook his head speechlessly. "Then what happened to Kasuga Yuji? I just met him. He stopped by to watch his brother's game yesterday. He returned late, so he will join from tomorrow." Just as he was talking, Teikō Masaki noticed the book in Yukimiya Kazuma's arms and asked doubtfully, "What are you doing?" Obviously, study." "Oh, so, Masaki Teikō looked at Yukimiya with a strange look in his eyes. "Kazuma, didn't you damage your brain by playing in that mode? Do you want to check first? One time." "Ha!" Yukimiya Kazuma glanced at Teikō Masaki speechlessly. "The preliminaries are over. As students, of course we have to study. What's weird? And every time this time comes, it's time to perform classic sports dramas. I advise you to work harder." Masaki Teikō stood there stunned for a moment. Although he didn't quite understand what Yukimiya was talking about as a classic sports drama, it was already scary enough just for Yukimiya to start learning. "No, I must be dreaming. Yesterday you were clearly talking about taking revenge on Teikō in the national championship and training hard. Why are you suddenly starting to study today?" Yukimiya Kazuma shook his head. "You still don't understand. I have a hunch that national competitions and final exams, although Beishui Hall is only a junior high school, don't have that kind of habit. But if these two things collide, there's no telling what will happen. You'd better prepare for the exam." After saying that, Yukigong turned around and left, leaving only Masaki Teikō alone, looking messy in the wind at the Riddler who had turned and left. Chapter 058 Whitewater Hall Basketball Club. Masaki Teikō had just pushed open the door of the arena, and before he could open his mouth to speak, his expression suddenly suffocated. In the gym, in addition to everyone in the basketball department, Coach Shin Matsuji also came at some point. But this is not the most important thing. What is important is the person next to the coach. Yoshiko Kawake-ku. 34 years old. English teacher. He is also the class teacher of Masaki Teikō. When Masaki Teikō came in, Yoshiko Kawake-ku seemed to be talking to the members of the basketball club. After seeing Masaki Teikō, she turned her head and looked over, and her sharp gaze made Masaki Teikō remain silent. For some reason, he suddenly thought of what Yukimiya Kazuma had said before. National competition. Final exam. Hello, Mr. Kawake-ku. Masaki Teikō couldn't help but swallowed dryly. "Good morning, Teikō-san." Yoshiko Kawake-ku responded expressionlessly. "Just in time, Captain Teikō, Mr. Kawake-ku and I discussed a very important matter before. It just happened to be decided today. I just want to tell everyone together. Where is Yukimiya?" "Ah. He went to review." As soon as Masaki Teikō finished speaking, not only the members of the basketball club, but also Shin Satsuji and Yoshiko Kawake-ku were stunned for a moment. Obviously, what Masaki Teikō just said surprised them. Although the results of everyone in the basketball club are average enough, if we want to say who among them is the most troublesome, then Kazuma Yukimiya and Masaki Teikō are definitely the ones who rank high. And now Masaki Teikō actually told them that Kazuma Yukimiya went to review. How could this not surprise them? Should you ask him to come? Forget it, it's rare for him to take the initiative to study, so don't disturb him. Kawakeku Yoshiko continued, that's it, your coach Niyamatsu has discussed with me before, and I hope that this summer, we can conduct a summer intensive camp for the basketball club permission. Share together. Really? Whoa. Before Yoshiko Kawakeku finished speaking, everyone in the basketball club immediately became excited. When Sakura was in middle school, it was very common for club activities to organize sleepovers, but it was mainly during high school. After all, junior high school students are still too young. Due to safety considerations, it is still difficult for junior high schools to organize extracurricular activities such as sleepovers and long outings. In the past, because the level of various clubs in Beishuiken Middle School was too average, the school also felt that organizing such activities was completely meaningless, and naturally they would not ask for troublesome approval. However, this time the basketball team has entered the country, which can be regarded as giving Niyamatsuji a lot of confidence. After all, they really need time to concentrate, and they can also provide the players with a comfortable environment both physically and mentally after training. But at this moment, Yoshiko Kawakeku changed the topic and continued, only team members who pass all subjects in the final exam will have the opportunity to participate. Otherwise, only those who pass the make-up exam after receiving tutoring can join later. Everyone. Masaki Teikō. It turns out. Is this actually what you expected, Kazuma? Shuigong has been studying very hard recently. Didn't you know? The basketball club will organize camp training during the summer. However, if you fail the final exam, you will not be able to participate, so the basketball club has been seizing the time to review recently. Hey? Staying together? That's great. Yes, they have entered the national level this year. This summer camp is prepared by the basketball department in order to improve their performance in the national competition. Ojiguo, so awesome! In grade 3 class C, several classmates who were whispering looked at Kazuma Yumiya with envy. Whether it is a summer camp or traveling across the country, it is the dream of all students at Shirosuiken Middle School. Yukimiya Kazuma didn't pay attention to everyone's comments. Recently, he had been studying hard, and he felt a sense of pleasure in learning and mastering. The young man's mind couldn't help but let him indulge in it. In other classes, the ears of other members of the basketball club quietly perked up. As the captain of the basketball team, Masaki Teikō has never attracted so much attention during his 3-year career in the Hakuzui Hall Basketball Club. Now that he hears many girls praising the basketball team, he can't help but feel a little proud in his heart. Basketball training has been suspended for a week. After all, there is only 1 week left. The important thing now is not the training of the basketball team, but ensuring that all team members pass the test and can participate in the holiday camp. In a blink of an eye, the week flies by. Because the average number of students in every grade of Hakuzuikan Middle School is only about 300, the results of the final exam will basically be available the next day. When the results were announced, everyone in the basketball department immediately rushed over. How did everyone do in the exam? Huayun Liang, just so-so. Kasuga Yuji, I should be fine. Terayama Daisuke, I tried my best anyway. Where are Yukimiya senpai and the captain? Yukimiya Kazuma raised an eyebrow and said, it's okay. Passing is no problem. As soon as Yukimiya Kazuma finished speaking, Teikō Masaki crossed his arms and said, I'm in good condition for this exam, at least I can beat Kazuma. Is Teikō senpai so confident? Kasuga Yuji asked in surprise. Of course, I haven't trained for a week in a row because of the summer vacation. Masaki Teikō glanced at Yukimiya Kazuma and said. Soon, a group of people came to the front of the list. However, they discovered that someone had already arrived, and it was none other than first-year Shinsuke Irajimoto. "You're so early. Irajimoto, how's the exam?" "Me? Play normally." Shinsuke Irajimoto pointed to the top position on the scoreboard, and saw Shinsuke Irajimoto's name clearly written on it. Shinsuke Irajimoto, first grade ranking 46th in grade, score 397. "Oh, it's great. Let's see how many I got in the exam." Kasuga Yuji stepped forward and started looking for the ranking of his grade. Others also came closer. Soon, most people's results were found. Huayan Liang, 3rd grade ranking 133, score 311. Kasuga Yutu, 2nd grade ranking 111, score 325. Daisuke Teruyama, 2nd grade ranking 61st in grade, score 386. "That's amazing. Teruyama, your ranking has improved compared to last time." Kasuga Yuji, who is in the same grade as Daisuke Teruyama, couldn't help but said after seeing his results. "Isn't it the same with Kasuga? This is probably the only sleepover in the 3 years of junior high school, so naturally we have to work hard." Teruyama Daisuke said calmly. "That's true." Kasuga Yuji nodded. "After all, Yukimiya-senpai and the others will graduate next year. It may be difficult for Hakuzuikan to achieve such results again." Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "By the way, Yukimiya-senpai and the captain, how did they do in the exam? This time we stayed together, it won't work without the two of them." Here are the captain's results. As soon as Kasuga Yu finished speaking, he saw Shinsuke Irajimoto standing in front of the table next to him and waving his hand. Following Shinsuke Irajimoto's hand, he saw Masaki Teikō's name. Masaki Teikō, grade ranking 243, score 211. "Oh! It's so awesome! Captain, you almost passed the test without missing a beat. Where is Yukimiya-senpai?" However, after Kasuga Yuji finished speaking, he found that there was no response. He turned around in confusion and saw that the elegant bamboo and rattan tree behind him had turned into a stone sculpture and was frozen in place. There seemed to be a few black lines rising above his head, and he kept mumbling, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. It doesn't make sense." Yukimiya Kazuma smiled warmly. "Sure enough, just as I predicted, they all passed." Kasuga Yuji breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. In this case, together." The words were suddenly choked in his throat. After Kasuga Yuji saw a certain name on the list, he suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. He froze on the spot and turned into stone sculptures with the others. "I saw that on the score list, the name of the second grader, Kazuma Yukimiya, was ranked second." Chapter 059. That night, all members of the Hakuzui Hall Basketball Club received an email from Coach Shin Matsuji. In addition to the precautions for a night out, the most eye-catching content of the email is the simple email title: "Hit all targets and dominate the country. Good guy." When he saw this email from Shin Satsuji, it was already 12:30 in the morning, and Huayan Liang, who was lying on the bed ready to rest, suddenly jumped up from the bed. Blood surged to his head. Dominate the country. As soon as he thought about it, the question that he had been worrying about whether to continue playing basketball in the future was completely forgotten in an instant. Talent? The ability to see everything at a glance? Screw you. Beat him hard. Our accommodation location has been decided. In the basketball club of Hakuzui Hall, third-year students such as Masaki Teikō, Kazuma Yukimiya, and Ryo Hanan stood in a row. Not far away from Ichigo, there were several different students represented by Yutsuharu and Daisuke Teruyama. Class. After that, there were first-year students such as Irajimoto Shinsuke. The chicken blood that Coach Shinsatsuji gave everyone last night made it impossible for everyone to calm down, so they gathered in the basketball club gym early in the morning. Hearing Iri Shinsatsuji's words, everyone held their breath, and Elena looked at him expectantly. After a pause, Shinsatsuji finished the last half of the sentence, at the beach. Wow! Wow, is it true? The sea, the beach, and my big sister. Marvelous! You have to prepare well when you go back. As soon as Shinsongji finished speaking, everyone suddenly became excited. But at this moment, I heard Nyamatsuji continue to say, "Don't worry, our sleepover time will be much longer than normal. The whole process will take almost a month until the national competition starts, so I will wait until I get home from school today. You must make it clear to your family, do you understand?" Quiet. Extremely quiet. When Shinsatsuji announced the news, the expressions of everyone in the basketball club instantly changed from surprise to shock. What is the concept of summer camp for a whole month? You can say that. This year's summer camp is longer than high school camp, and the quality is even higher. To know. Under normal circumstances, the school will allocate part of the funds for a training camp like this basketball club activity. How much does it cost for a month of beach camp? This. Coach, are you sure you remembered the time correctly? Is it really a month, not a week? Don't worry. I'm sure. Shinmatsuji affirmed, speaking of which, we were able to go to the beach to stay together this time because of everyone's contribution, because our basketball club has entered the national competition this time and is the second seed after Teikō, so only then will the school specially approve 2 weeks of dormitory funds. 2 weeks? That's not right. Coach, the school only paid for 2 weeks, so who gave the money for the remaining 2 weeks? Because there are other teams sharing the load with us. At Zhengbang University. Also located in Tokyo Ward. In the high school basketball world, it is known throughout the country as the King of the North, the Three Kings of Tokyo, and the strongest wall in Tokyo. At the same time. All the time. As well as the tough style of the basketball department, they are also well known for their excellent college entrance rate. The grades of students who can be admitted to this school are basically not too bad, and therefore, the grades of the entire basketball department students in cultural classes are not too bad. But there are always exceptions. For example, Tsutomu Iwamura and Ryuhei Kasuga, 2 people who were established as the core of Zhengbang Basketball Club early on, are 2 alternative players in the basketball club. Although it can be seen from the strong muscles of Iwamura Tsutomu that he is not a smart type. But Kasuga Ryuhei, the Masabusa commander who is smart on the court and likes to toy with his opponents with soft movements, the fact that he is a scumbag has puzzled many people in the Masahiro team. It's outrageous to say. Not to mention the class teacher, even Tsutomu Iwamura, who was a scumbag with Kasuga Ryuhei, couldn't figure out why Kasuga Ryuhei, who was so arrogant on the court, had the same grades as him. When these 2 people were able to enter Zhengbang, it was entirely due to the special recruitment of the basketball team designated by the coach. Otherwise, they would most likely have no choice but to go to Siren simply relying on their grades. That's right, it was Siren who had just been defeated by them and led by more than 20 points in the first quarter. NG. Wrong. I guess even Siren won't be able to go, after all, they were just established this year. Siren. Ah chirp. Ah chirp. At Zhengbang High School, Tsutomu Iwamura and Ryuhei Kasuga, who had just finished their final exams and were waiting for the moment of life and death, suddenly sneezed together. This scene immediately attracted the attention of Tatsuya Terumi next to him. Ha ha ha, you 2 have such a good relationship now, do you even sneeze together? Tsutomu Iwamura. Kasuga Ryuhei W. In the past, if someone said that the 2 of them had a good relationship, Iwamura Tsutomu and Kasuga Ryuhei would quarrel. However, this time, the 2 of them remained silent. It's not that they don't give respect to Terumi Tatsuya-senpai, it's mainly because they really don't have that intention. Their focus is now on the final results. I'm telling you, why are you too nervous? It's over anyway, and the results are destined. Even if you're nervous, it's useless. Yes, senior. Phew. Tsutomu Iwamura took a long breath and tried to calm down. By the way, senior, do our basketball club have any plans for this summer vacation? Arrangements. Terumi Tatsuya was stunned for a moment, then said, "Isn't it time to go home and rest during holidays?" "Of course, you still have to participate in normal training. What other arrangements can you make?" Kasugaraya was surprised and said, "Hey? Is there no such thing as a dormitory this year?" "Ah, you mean this, but not that." Terumi Tatsuya directly extinguished Kasugaraya's fantasy and explained, "We already held it once last year, but after all, we are a national high school and our school funds are very limited compared to other schools." At the end of the sentence, although Tatsuya Terumi was still smiling, his brows and eyes also wrinkled slightly. Kasugaraya. It is clear that the junior high school student who visited the second spring camp will have a summer camp. Kenjiro Sakamoto, who happened to come over and heard this, "Ha!" Tsutomu Iwamura asked in confusion, "Sakamoto, why are you laughing?" Kenjiro Sakamoto, Xiao Longping has a sad face. His younger brother's school entered the national competition this year, and I heard that they will go to the beach for a month-long camp training in the summer. Ah! Aren't they junior high school students? A month is too long, and it's still on the beach. I remember it was the Whitewater Pavilion, right? Is it so rich?" Looking at the sudden surge of third-year seniors around them, their eyes were blazing, which shocked Kasugaraya. "That's it. I heard that this is a reward specially given by Whitewater Hall for their basketball club to enter the national competition. Why? We, Zhengbang, are also among the strongest walls in Tokyo in the country every year. We absolutely cannot be compared to junior high school students. Oops, it's over now." Rakuzan, who has not won 5 generals, joined this year, and they killed everyone in Kyoto. Just watching the video, it feels terrible. Their kind of wealthy family that can collect 5 generals must also be training together. A month has passed, then and isn't the gap between them even wider? Wow! It won't be a month later, and even Chuan Zhengkan can't hold it down anymore, right? No way! Hey! Uncle Coach, what do you think? Coach Matsumoto Iken. A bunch of brats, all singing together. Kasugaraya, who was on the side, saw the behavior of several third-year seniors and immediately reacted. Good guy. Everyone looked like they didn't care about staying together, but they turned out to be waiting here. Anyway. Kasugaraya turned to look at Kenjiro Sakamoto, who was the first to provoke his younger brother to sleep together, and thought to himself, "You have thick eyebrows and big eyes, you are not the one sent by your seniors, right?" July 15th. The summer camp of the Beishui Hall Basketball Club has officially begun. Sakura's school has a 3-semester system. The first semester is from around April 8 to July 20, and the summer vacation is from mid-July to the end of August, ADFI. The second semester is from around September 1 to around December 20, and the winter vacation is from mid-December to around January 9. The third semester is from around January 10 to around March 20, and the spring break is from mid-March to around April 7. Therefore, the basketball club's get-together seemed a little late, but in fact it was the beginning of summer vacation, and everyone set off without any delay. After more than an hour's drive, we arrived at our destination and dropped off at the seaside hotel. Not long after, all the members of the Beishui Hall Basketball Club gathered in the gym not far away. Everyone's face was full of excitement. Even Yukimiya and Makoto had a glimmer of light in their eyes. After all, it was his first time. Soon. Nyamatsuji walked in with a training sheet in his hand and wearing short-sleeved pants. At the same time, Yoshiko Kawakeku was followed by his side. There must be at least 2 people in charge following him at the school. This is also necessary for junior high school student club activities to be held together. Condition: Shinsatsuji took out the training plan. Hakuzuikan is already a fairly mature team after passing the regional qualifiers. However, in the battle with Teikō, Hakuzuikan also exposed its flaws. Especially in terms of the player's basic abilities, it is obviously far more than a little behind. Therefore, if you want to perform well in the next national competition, improving your basic abilities is the top priority. The second is the technical level of the players. No doubt. Nowadays, except for Yumiya Kazuma, the skills of the rest of the people in the Whitewater Museum are not bad, but they obviously lack the skills that make people shine. Therefore, although 1 month of special training has been scheduled for the summer vacation, time is still a little tight compared to the amount of tasks they have to complete. Now let me talk about the overall plan for this month. Shinsatsuji walked in front of everyone, and the members of the basketball team suddenly became quiet. In the next month, we will gather in the arena at 8 o'clock in the morning every day, and all members will conduct basic ability training until 12 noon. Then physical training from 2 to 5 p.m. The last training match tonight. Gudong. As soon as Shinsongji finished speaking, the excitement on everyone's faces suddenly disappeared, and a bad premonition emerged in their hearts. Perhaps because they were so excited, many players in the basketball team almost forgot that they were not here for vacation, but for training. Doesn't that mean you have to practice for 8 hours a day? Isn't this natural? I have already prepared. I suddenly felt a little scared. Shinsatsuji listened to everyone's discussion. His expression did not change at all. After all, everyone was here, what else would he do if he didn't practice? After briefly talking about the future training plan, Shinsatsuji closed the folder in his hand and slowly showed a smile. Okay, this is the general plan. Maybe adjustments will be made according to the situation, then. The intensive training together has officially begun. Let's have a big fight. Training officially begins. Since the goal has been decided to dominate the country, the training plan of the shared camp cannot be compared with the usual basketball club activities. The purpose of staying together is entirely to improve your strength. So just in the first passing training, everyone felt a completely different intensity than before. In the past, passing the ball was basically done in groups of 2. The main purpose of this training method was to enhance the feel and proficiency of the ball. However, this training is completely different. Everything is based on actual combat. Training for a purpose. One person controls the ball under pressing defense and passes it out. The other person needs to get rid of the defense and successfully receive the ball. The key point is that the defensive team has the resident Yukimiya Kazuma. So in the next period of time, similar sounds were basically repeated throughout the basketball hall. Pa. Been cut off. Next. Pa. Been cut off. Next. Next. Damn it, I haven't felt it as a teammate before. This guy's defense is too scary. Huayan Liang, who had just been guarded by Sui Gong, sprinted around the venue, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, "Indeed, Yukimiya Senpai, who led us all the way to second place in the qualifiers, is indeed too strong." Kasuga Yuji, who was sweating profusely, also agreed. As the training camp began, everyone suddenly realized that the strength gap between Yukimiya Kazuma and the other team members had unknowingly grown so wide. So far, under Kazuma Yukimiya's defense, except for Huayan Liang, who can successfully catch a few balls under his interception, no one else has succeeded even once. Not to mention that when Yukimiya defends the passer, most people cannot control the ball under his defense. Kazuma Yukimiya first assisted his teammates in training, which was also part of physical training for him, which coincided with Kazuma Yukimiya's plan. In normal training, the only thing that can improve the Snow Palace the most is physical fitness. The other attributes are definitely not improved as much as meditation training. The training in the morning mainly focused on technique, in the afternoon it was physical fitness, and in the evening it was training matches. But for Kazuma Yukimiya, morning and afternoon were the other way around. When he helps his teammates practice skills, he practices physical fitness in normal training. When his teammates practice physical fitness in the afternoon, he practices techniques in meditation training. However, according to Shin Matsuji's statistics, no matter what kind of training, Yukimiya Kazuma always trains at least half more than others. This astonishing training intensity, not to mention the team members, even him as the coach was frightened by the sight. He was afraid that Yukimiya Kazuma would accidentally send him to the hospital immediately. There were several times when Shin Matsuji wanted to interrupt Yukimiya Kazuma's training. When the training is over, Shin Matsuji saw others lying on the ground, their eyes empty from exhaustion as if they were going to be scrapped. However, Yukimiya Kazuma came back to life with full health after having lunch and a nap, so he slowly let go. Abandoned the thoughts in my heart. It can only be said that the physique of monsters cannot be generalized to that of mortals. At the end of one day's training, in the evening, everyone felt an extremely depressing sense of urgency as they watched Kazuma Yukimiya working frantically. Everyone silently settled on an idea. Train. Never lose to this monster. Chapter 060. Boom. Under the incandescent lights of the arena, Yukimiya Kazuma jumped high and fired a shot of monster immersion bird, blasting the basketball like a cannonball. The basketball flew high across the sky, with an extremely high release point and high trajectory. Caught in the net. Oh 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 oh! The red team that Yukimiya Kazuma was on cheered loudly. Waste! If you want to block me, you're still far away. Opposite me, Huayan Liang and Teikō Masaki wiped their sweat together. They were used to the madness in Yukimiya Kazuma's state. In fact, Yukimiya Kazuma's current monster immersion has made his control of negative emotions much better. The 6 points of freely allocated attributes obtained by defeating Tozuda before were added to the mid-range investment and after the 3 points, the 2 items came to 84.6 and 85 respectively. With only 0.4 left to reach the goal of 170, Yukimiya Kazuma could clearly feel the improvement in his ability to control his emotions. At least, the number of negative emotions vented to teammates has been reduced a lot, and it is much faster to get rid of emotions after the attack. Of course, the bad mouth towards opponents is still the same. Damn it, isn't Senior Yukimiya tired? They have all trained for a whole day, especially the physical fitness in the afternoon. Even now, everyone still feels weak in their calves. Not to mention the terrible jump shots like Yukimiya, even jumping to block shots is a bit difficult. But Kazuma Yukimiya can not only jump, but even in this situation, he can still maintain a stable posture in the air like a rock spreading its wings. Every shooting action is as standard as a stop-motion animation. This guy is becoming more and more like a monster. Outside the basketball court, Shin Satsuji was recording training data. He was also shocked by Yukimiya Kazuma. When all the data was turned into numbers and recorded in detail on the table, he discovered that Yukimiya Kazuma had not only improved his offensive skills such as passing and shooting, but also improved in all aspects as a player. There are even many points that were easily overlooked in the past, such as rebounding, strength. How could it evolve so comprehensively? Shin Satsuji felt incredible. So Yukimiya-san was like this when he was playing ball. Just as Shin Satsuji was thinking, suddenly, a voice came from beside him. He looked back and saw Kawakeku Yoshiko appearing behind him at some unknown moment. Although Yoshiko Kawakeku is one of the caregivers in this camp, she usually doesn't watch everyone training during the day. First of all, it doesn't fit the bill. Secondly, she has other things to be busy with. Today I suddenly came up to watch the basketball team's training, because she also has other social managers in the school in her name, and she wants to learn how she can break into clubs across the country. As mentioned before, Beishuikan Middle School is a school with average performance in guest clubs. As for the club that Yoshiko Kawakeku is named in, it is difficult to participate in large-scale events in the region, let alone the whole country. Therefore, she does not know basketball, and it is also the first time she has seen the training of a club with a national focus. But even though she didn't understand, she had to admit that compared to the club she was named in, the basketball club in front of her was completely different and didn't look like a product of the same school at all. Putting aside the seriousness and concentration during practice, at least the club members in her name will not take the initiative to improve their performance in order to participate in club training. Thinking of the results, Yoshiko Kawakeku quietly focused his attention on the snow-haired Kazuma Yukimiya in the court, thought for a while and said, "Coach Niyamatsu, how is Yukimiya's performance recently?" Snow Palace. Niyamatsu took a moment and wondered why Kawakeku Yoshiko suddenly asked this question. However, Yukimiya Kazuma's performance recently was that even he couldn't fault him, so there was nothing he couldn't say, so he said directly, "Yukinomiya, he has changed a lot, his training attitude is focused and serious, and his strength has also improved rapidly. Moreover, the basketball club's ability to reach the national level this time is basically due to the efforts of Yukimiya-san." At this point, Shinsatsuji's words suddenly stopped. "If you don't tell me, you don't know. If you tell me, you will be shocked." Good guy. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now I look back at the period of the Tokyo District qualifiers. Yukimiya is not progressing, it is just taking off, as if it has changed people. Well, Mr. Kawakeku, has Yukimiya changed in the class? That's not true. Even though he is not a student in his own class, Kawakeku Yoshiko still understands something. Hearing this, Shinsatsuji also breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next second, I heard Yoshiko Kawakeku continue, "It's just that his test scores have improved a lot, maybe even more than his basketball ability." Shinsatsuji shook his head in disapproval. "It's normal for grades to improve. After all, many people from the basketball club have concentrated their efforts to stay together, and teacher, you don't know, the basketball at Snow Palace is really..." Before Shinsatsuji finished speaking, Yoshiko Kawakeku said expressionlessly, "Yukinomiya-kun, you are the second in grade this time, and judging from the answers, there is no possibility of cheating." Shinsatsuji. After training, Shinsatsuji suddenly came to Yumiya Kazuma quietly and whispered, "Yukimiya, are you okay recently?" Yukimiya Kazuma was confused and didn't know what Shinsatsuji meant by his words. "Do you think self-training is too big? Shouldn't it? You should have gotten used to it by now, right?" "It's okay, what's wrong, coach?" Shinmatsuji's sudden question made Yukimiya Kazuma not sure how to answer it. The expression of Kazuma Yukimiya made Shinmatsuji and Yoshiko Kawakeku look at each other quietly. Without saying anything more, they nodded and let Kazuma Yukimiya leave first. Shuigong lives alone, and he has always handled it very well. There is no need to worry about this. Could it be that there is a relationship problem? Hearing this, Yoshiko Kawakeku recalled it carefully, but in the end he shook his head. Sakura Country is very open to junior high school students falling in love, but in her impression, although Yumiya Kazuma is very popular, it seems that she has not been with anyone yet. Kawakeku Yoshiko still pays a lot of attention to Yukinomiya Kazuma, but it was because of poor grades in the past, and now it is because of good grades, which makes her a little curious. Yukimiya Kazuma must have never imagined that his changes would remind Shinsatsuji and Kawakeku Yoshiko of so many things. The days of staying together passed day by day, and the training content also quietly changed. A bright morning. The sea breeze carries a comfortable cool breeze, carrying waves lapping on the beach. A group of youthful teenagers are facing the early morning sun and running along the coastline where the waves are constantly lapping. However, the laughter and curses that should be included in the wanton youth are completely absent here. If you look carefully, you will find that the faces of these teenagers are only struggling with gritted teeth and wet with sweat. Damn it! What's going on? Why do you feel so tired from today's running training? Kasuga Yuji was breathing heavily. He had just run the second lap, and his legs had become quite heavy, and it was difficult to even lift them. Haha, haha. Stop talking and save your energy. It feels like it's hard to breathe. Daisuke Terayama followed behind him. His condition was even worse than him, and he looked like he could hardly breathe. Looks angry. Everyone, be careful. The sand here is very soft. Running on the beach will be more strenuous than running on an ordinary track. Stop talking. Masaki Teikō led the run, and when he heard the conversation behind him, he immediately reminded him. Hey, is that so? Why does Yukimiya senpai seem to be fine at all? A junior player was gasping for air. While he was talking, he suddenly heard a rush of footsteps behind him, which made his expression suddenly become frightened. However, before he could make any other reaction, he saw Kazuma Yumiya taking long strides and surpassing him from behind, and then he passed everyone in a circle. Oh my god! Looking at Kazuma Yukimiya, who was breathing evenly and with an unchanging expression in front of him, everyone couldn't help but curse secretly. This damn monster! Looking at Kazuma Yukimiya, whose bounce attribute in the system jumped up by 0.1, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. More than just bouncing. Old man Niyamatsuji's training was very effective, at least in terms of speed, strength, and physical fitness, which are attributes that simply express physical ability. Talk about it! After traveling through time, Yukimiya Kazuma experienced a period of improvement in meditation training, and was rarely able to gain attributes in the daily training of the basketball club. Most of the time, his attributes can only be obtained during meditation training. So it's not that Yukimiya Kazuma doesn't want to work hard in daily training, but that his physical fitness cannot be improved by the basketball team's daily training. But obviously, it was just that Coach Shin Matsuji considered the daily life of junior high school students and simply did not increase the intensity. Now facing the national high school competition, the coach suddenly relaxed the restrictions. This is very good, both normal training and meditation training are improved. Happy. For a while, Yukimiya Kazuma was in a happy mood, and his steps seemed to become much brisker. After a few big steps, even his back disappeared from the sight of Masaki Teikō and others behind him. Damn it, why does this BD Kazuma seem to be getting more and more perverted? After the morning run, the third graders could barely stand, the second graders put their hands on their knees, and the first graders simply lay flat. As for Yukimiya Kazuma, oh! He can also take small steps to control the accumulation of lactic acid in his body. After a short break, Shinsatsuji immediately announced the first training plan of the day, cutting without the ball. Obviously, Shin Matsuji is really determined to strengthen the basic quality of the players in Beishui Hall. Cutting without the ball is the foundation of basketball. Of course, if it is a pure cutting training without the ball, for the current players of Beishui Hall, I am afraid that no intensity at all. Shinsatsuji's training method is also very simple. Practicing on the beach, everyone started from cutting in without the ball, to connecting the previous passing training, catching the ball to attack the frame, catching the ball to attract double teams and distribute the ball. 0. Please give me flowers. Everything is done on the soft sand, because there is almost no need to consider dribbling, so this training can be carried out on the beach. The method seems simple, but because of the drag of sand underfoot, it has very high requirements for training players' movement and accuracy of receiving passes. It was also the first time for everyone to come into contact with such a training method, so at the beginning, they naturally made a lot of mistakes. Once a team member made 5 mistakes, they would receive Shin Matsuji's Devil's Reward. Reward content, simple and direct lap running, with a time limit of 2 minutes. This reward seems ordinary, but in fact, if you run a circle according to the prescribed route, the circle drawn by Shin Matsuji will be at least 500 meters upward. If it is on a normal track, this time limit is not very fast. If you sprint at full speed, you can basically guarantee that a 500-meter lap can be completed in less than 1.5 minutes at the speed of everyone. But the key point is that the circle indicated by Shin Matsuji has a rather strange terrain. If you want to run around in a circle, you will probably experience several different road conditions such as beach, flat land, grass, gravel, etc., and each one will feel different when running. According to the 2-minute limit, if you just run 1 or 2 laps, it may not be a big problem, but once the number of times accumulates, it will be powerful. Yukimiya Kazuma also experienced it once. If he ran at a speed of 2 minutes, he felt that even he would reach the limit after 10 laps at most. Others can be imagined. Therefore, although it was only a morning of training, Yukimiya Kazuma could clearly feel the progress of everyone. Yes, it was that fast. Because those who were not fast enough were already tired and lying on the lap. Inside. 0. Watch the ball. Watch the ball. Pay attention to the direction of the pass. Don't run blindly. Be careful, the other side is about to cut in for a layup. On the afternoon of the first day when the training content changed, Shin Satsuji organized a training match within the team as planned. What was different from usual was that this training match was played on beach basketball. But the rules of indoor basketball are still used. Even so, how can the situation be the same when unable to dribble? Not only is the soft sand on the ground, but also the sea breeze blowing from time to time from the beach, it will also cause damage to the ball. Great impact. Puff. Stop him. The team was temporarily divided into 2 teams. Yukimiya Kazuma was on the red team, and Teikō Masaki and others who were preparing to take off to block the shot were on the blue team. Facing Yukimiya Kazuma's dunk that rushed into the paint, Teikō pushed the tree and directed everyone to set up a defensive line. The moment he shouted the words, Daisuke Teruyama, Ryo Hanan, and Masaki Teikō suddenly exerted their strength at the same time, suddenly opened their hands, and intercepted Yukimiya Kazuma for a dunk. But the next second, the 3 of them suddenly realized that they were jumping with all their strength, but they just couldn't jump. They were like 3 cute fat rabbits jumping on the spot. On the opposite side, Kazuma Yukimiya was slightly better than them. At least the ball holder reached the height of dunking. But just when Kazuma Yukimiya was about to swing his arm to dunk, suddenly, a gust of sea breeze came. It blew and the basket shook. 7. Yukimiya Kazuma was shocked. The basket was too strong to dunk. At a critical moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and made a layup. Puff. The basketball hit the beach, only bounced a small height, and then stuck in place, unable to move. Beep. At the end of the game, the red team won with a score of 67-24. The first grader who temporarily acted as the referee blew the whistle and announced the result of the game. Damn it! Lost again! As soon as the referee's whistle blew, Kasuga Yuji was seen lying on his back on the beach, panting heavily. The same was true for Teikō Masaki and Hanayan Liang, and they looked at Yukimiya Kazuma opposite with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. To know. It is already 4:30 in the afternoon, which means that they have been practicing for more than 2 hours this afternoon. Although the beach here is soft, it is not so hard that Masaki Teikō and others cannot even jump. The main reason is not only because of the sand, but more importantly because they passed by it all day long. After training for a long time, their legs have become as heavy as lead. This is the key factor that makes it difficult for them to take off. However, even so, Yukimiya Kazuma can actually jump. This kind of terrifying physical ability is outrageous. Okay, let's take a rest for a while. In the next time, we will have a 2v2 match. Shinsatsuji came over at this time and slowly opened his mouth. But this was concern from the devil. He saw that everyone's physical strength was close to the limit, and it was not appropriate to continue training with a heavy volume, otherwise it would easily lead to overtraining injuries. The 2v2 game can train the player's personal skills. More importantly, group rotation allows the players to have more rest time. After hearing Shinsatsuji's words, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They selectively ignored the 2v2 thing and only heard that people should rest for a while. Chapter 061. 14 days flew by. After getting up in the morning, Kasuga Yuji and Teruyama Daisuke went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. When they looked up, they saw a group of people dragging suitcases who shouldn't be here at all. How did you come? Kasuga Ryuhei turned around and was a little surprised when he saw his younger brother, but he quickly came to his senses and simply said, "Training." "Hey!" Kasuga Yuji was slightly startled. "I know you are here for training, I mean, why did you come to us?" Kasuga Takashi said calmly, "The coach arranged it, who knows?" The other party's casual tone made Kasuga Yuji's raised hand tremble. This guy is really haunted. Finally, he snorted coldly, turned around and left, looking like he would never appear in the same frame as Kasuga Ryuhei. However, what he didn't expect was that no matter how fast he walked, the other party was still following him closely. It wasn't until Kasuga Yuji arrived at the BNB in Beishuikan that Haruta Ryuhei stopped at the door of a nearby BNB. "Oh! Harui, you're back! Oh! Harui, you're here!" As if they had made an appointment, Kasuga Yuji and Kasuga Ryuhei had just walked to the door when Masaki Teikō and the third-year captain Masako opened their respective doors and poked their heads out. Immediately, both of them were startled. Is Harui's brother. Masaki Teikō and the captain of Genbang's third grade looked at each other, and in an instant, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. 10 minutes later. In the training base of Beishui Hall, everyone from Zhengbang and Beishui Hall were lined up in 2 rows. You looked at me, I looked at you, and you didn't know what to say. Shin Matsuji and Matsumoto Iken stood aside. What a surprise! The team that spends money together will actually be Zhengbang. 157 The king of the north of Tokyo High School basketball. So strong. That center forward and the captain look so weak compared to him. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces across from him, Yukimiya Kazuma was also confused. Who knew that Kasuga Yuji and Masakuni's Kasuga Ryuhei were actually brothers? Judging from Kasuga Yuji's appearance and her trimmed braised egg head, it seems more likely that she and Tsukuwa Tomoki are brothers, right? However, Tsukuwa Tomoki is in the same grade as him and has not yet joined Zhengbang. Yukimiya really wanted to test whether his so-called miraculous defense was true. This is what everyone sees. Coach, I am a senior. This time I just have this opportunity. We can practice together and communicate together. Matsumoto Iken glanced at everyone, and sure enough, he saw a bit of disapproval in everyone's eyes. The so-called communication partners are just a group of junior high school students. Shinsatsuji nodded, then looked at his team members, just in time. I'm also curious, what are your training results during this period? So why not play a practice match first? After 10 minutes passed, both sides put on their team uniforms, and after doing warm-up exercises, a sudden training match began inexplicably. Very good, I've always wanted to show that guy some color. Kasuga Yuji looked in the direction of Kasuga Ryuhei, obviously resenting his brother deeply. When Kasuga Ryuhei heard Kasuga Yuji's words, he frowned. Lesson. Have you ever defeated me once? You won't cry to your mother if you lose later, right? There's so much nonsense, let's see how I deal with you. Kasuga Yuji became angry with embarrassment. Facing Masakuni, one of the 3 kings in Tokyo, Kasuga Yuji has a personal vendetta, so he is eager to give it a try, but the other team members are equally willing to give in. Anyway, no matter how powerful you are, how can you be better than Teikō? As soon as he stepped onto the field, Teikō Masaki suddenly turned into the reliable captain. Every time, Yukimiya Kazuma felt that this guy had a dual personality. Don't take it lightly. They are all high school students, most of them second and third grade students. Whether it is physical fitness, game experience, or tactical literacy, they have already entered the national competition in a row, so they are obviously better than us. At this time, in Yukimiya Kazuma's system, missions that had never appeared in previous training matches suddenly appeared. Badge mission: defeat Zhengbang High School and have a chance to get the badge. Achievement reward: Zhengbang related badges. Maybe it was because junior high school skipped a level to challenge high school. Regardless of why it suddenly appeared, Yukimiya Kazuma immediately became energetic, especially after seeing the rewards for achieving it. Regarding the reward, he probably had some predictions in his mind. If it was what he thought, his current speed attribute was already 90+, and if he got another enhancement, it would be even more powerful. After a while, both teams are ready. I want to see what kind of strength these junior high school students are. Off the court, although his clothes were casual to the point of being sloppy, the middle-aged man gave off a free and uninhibited feeling. He touched his chin and carefully looked at every player on the court. This person is Matsumoto Iken, the coach of Zhengbang High School. Coach, wouldn't it be a good idea to let Iwamura and the others directly face these junior high school students? Although their inside players look very tall, their height does not reflect their basketball skills. Var. The manager of Zhengbang couldn't help but said. Song Yuan Yuxian touched his chin and said, well, what you said makes sense, but for senior Zinsong to come to us with such confidence, he obviously has great confidence in himself, and from the feeling of that junior high school student look, it's very strong. Matsumoto Iken looked at number 5 in the direction of Beishui Pavilion with burning eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the competition on the court quickly began. In the opening jump ball, Masaki Teikō relied on his height and wingspan advantage to defeat Tsutomu Iwamura, who was strong but only 187 cm tall, and directly hit the ball into the hands of Kazuma Yukimiya. When Kazuma Yukimiya, despite his height of 186 cm, dribbled forward, everyone on Zhengbang's side was stunned. Ah! Are you kidding? Point guard! Isn't he an inside player? As soon as the ball came into his hands, Yukimiya Kazuma immediately dribbled the ball and rushed towards Zhengbang's basket. All of a sudden, both Shin Matsuji and Matsumoto Iken outside the court, as well as the players on the court, all had different looks. So fast! In the past 10 days, the members of the White Water Hall have been training on the beach, and today is their first time playing indoors. Phew! Yukimiya Kazuma's pass control master took action and put a second pass into Kasuga Yuji's hands. The latter jumped towards the basket. As soon as he took off, Kasuga Yuji immediately noticed something was wrong. Completely different from the soft beach, the solid floor gave him a strong recoil. He kicked the ground suddenly, as if a spring was installed. His jumping speed felt faster than before, and his body became lighter. Quite a few. Then, the jump height of Kasuga Yuji suddenly increased. Pa! The layup missed. Rebound. The basketball hit the basket and bounced back. Close to the direction of Huayan Liang. Huayan Liang jumped up and said, "It doesn't matter, leave it to me." He quickly jumped towards the landing point of the basketball. However, when he stepped on the ground to catch the ball, his whole body suddenly jumped out. The rhythm of his jumping was obviously much faster, so that he passed the landing point of the basketball in advance. Point. At. Hanayan Liang's mistake made Matsumoto Iken and Masahiro's team members look at him strangely. Kasuga Ryuhei was amazed at the change of his younger brother Yuji, and was quite surprised. It's strange, we haven't seen each other for half a month, how come Yuer's physical ability has improved so much? Shinsatsuji off the field looked at this scene with a smile, and did not blame them for the consecutive mistakes on the field. On the contrary, he was very happy. The effects of this period of special training have already appeared. It comes down to it. It's because the basic quality of everyone in Beishui Hall has improved a lot in these days. After 10 days of special training, everyone has become accustomed to jumping on the soft beach and running on it to chase basketballs. So now that we suddenly return to the court from the beach, everyone must feel a sense of relief, as light as a feather. But in fact, for the members of the Whitewater Hall, unless they are monsters like Kazuma Yukimiya, it is difficult to significantly improve their basic abilities in the short term in 10 days of training. Although their speed and jumping have improved a lot, in fact, more importantly, everyone's reaction, flexibility, and body control ability have improved to a higher level. In this regard, Shinsatsuji should be the person who feels the most. Because he is well aware of everyone's physical condition in the entire Beishui Hall team, he can clearly feel that compared to 10 days ago, the strength of the entire team has improved a lot. However, what is surprising is that the one who has improved the most is Yukimiya Kazuma. His jumping ability was already extremely strong, and coupled with the training on the beach these past few days, he was able to increase his jumping ability by a small amount almost every day. Now that the seal was suddenly released, the height of the jump that exploded would probably surprise him. However, Shinsatsuji was wrong. Because Kazuma Yukimiya can see numbers very intuitively. Name, Yukimiya Kazuma. Team, Beishuikan Middle School. Height, 186.7 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Arm span, 194 centimeters. Speed 92.4. Power 86.6. Ball possession 96.2. Pass 93.5. Bounce 87.2. Layup 82.4. Dunk 83.7. CIC 85.1. 3 points, 85.0. Rebounds 85.4. Blocks 86.6. Steals 80.1. Single defense, 82.4. Assisted defense 84.7. Physical fitness, 87.6. Badges, Control Master, Gold, Monster Immersion Flying Bird, Gold, I love slam dunks, Purple, I love risking jump shots, Blue, Rookie Aces Battle Cry, Green LV.2. And it's not just jumping. Thanks to sand training, strength, jumping, and physical fitness all increased to varying degrees, but the speed increased the slowest. Just when Shinsatsuji was deep in thought, something happened on the field that made everyone take a breath of cold air. Although Huayan Liang missed the board just now, the ball landed well and was actually still near him. He grabbed the ball with his long arms and caught it back. Fortunately, he noticed Yuki Nao and Makoto's entry. Snap! The ball was passed immediately. Almost at the same time as Yukimiya received the ball, he flicked his hand and made a wonderful pass from the passing master. Send the ball to the outside. This is one of the contents of the tactical explanations after training these days. Nyamatsuji hopes that Yukimiya's passing will not be limited to the position of point guard. In the offense, because of his height of 186 centimeters, he can completely play as a power forward near the interior. Be a pivot and revitalize the entire team's offense. In this way, being closer to the inside can effectively utilize Kazuma Yukimiya's increasingly explosive physical ability to compete for rebounds and gain more opportunities for secondary attacks. In fact, this is also a helpless move. Yukimiya Kazuma is indeed better at point guard, but no one in the team can fill the gap when he leaves the inside. Out of the corner of his eye, Kasuga Yuji caught sight of the pursuing figure behind him. He suddenly stopped and raised his head to shoot. Are you too naive? Do you think this kind of shooting can put the ball into the basket? Kasuga Ryohei, who was catching up, only glanced at it and immediately rushed towards the basket. With his many years of experience, he could tell at a glance that this was definitely a rebound. But as soon as he entered the inside lane, he saw Uer turn around and run directly outside. This made him slightly startled. The next second, with a bang, Kasuga Yuji's shot hit the basket and bounced out. Seeing this, Kasuga Ryuhei jumped up and prepared to collect the bounced rebound into his arms. But at this moment, a shadow came from behind him. The black shadow stretched out a hand and easily took the rebound away from his head. Then throw the ball outside. Kasuga Yuji grinned after getting the ball. Idiot brother, how could I not see it, but I also know very well that this rebound must belong to our Beishui Hall. Ha! You don't understand the height that Yukimiya senpai can reach, you stinky brother. Kasuga Yuji raised his hand, the basketball drew an arc in the air, and a three-pointer was thrown into the basket. Whoosh! The ball hit the net hollowly and made a silky sound through the net. 3 o'clock. Oh, we scored first. Pretty. Kasuga senpai's three-point shot is great. The same new tactics came from Hakuzui Hall. After Shin Matsuji proposed that Yukimiya not waste his height and athletic ability in the post, Shige immediately came up with the idea of 10 stars. Although it is only a rough framework, and the teammates have not yet begun to practice three-pointers intensively, Yukimiya's physical ability is here. Different from the offensive finishing ability, strict 3.4 technical support is required to exert the attribute ability. In terms of rebounding, 86.6 strength, stuck in position, 87.2 jumping high enough, 85.4 rebounds, grabbing accurately, it's over. Beishui Hall took the lead in scoring, and even their own players on the bench found it incredible, let alone the opponent. At the beginning of the game, before many people could recover, they saw Yukimiya Kazuma grabbing a rebound with an extremely sensitive sense of rebound, and then Kasuga Yu made a three-pointer. This guy's physical abilities are not limited. Kenjiro Sakamoto looked at Yukimiya Kazuma, who was clearly just a junior high school student but was 186 centimeters tall and appeared behind him at some point. He couldn't help but feel worry in his heart. This guy, although his height is a bit shorter than that of number 4, he can jump much higher than number 4 and his strength is also very strong. Sakamoto, don't be in a daze. If we continue like this, we will be underestimated by the junior high school students. It's our turn to fight back. Ryuhei Haruta passed the ball from the baseline to Kenjiro Sakamoto. Shirasuikan immediately retreated to defend and adopted the most basic 2-3 defensive formation. This was also to give full play to Yukimiya Kazuma has the physical advantage and aims to rebound inside. Kenjiro Sakamoto dribbled the ball forward without any fancy moves. He turned back and was about to break through Daisuke Teruyama's defense. At this moment, Kazuma Yukimiya suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Pa! Kenjiro Sakamoto's dribbling speed suddenly became faster, and then he turned over and shot a jumper. However, just as he jumped up, a big hand suddenly appeared in the sky and slapped the ball away. What? Kenjiro Sakamoto's expression suddenly froze, while Kazuma Yukimiya had a helpless expression. Senior, I will stand in front of you and show me some basic respect. Chapter 062. The ball that was fanned out was not snatched by Beishui Hall. From this point, we can see the basic gap between Beishui Hall and Zheng Bang. There is an obvious difference between Beishui Hall and Zheng Bang in their ability to respond to such unexpected balls. Gap. Zheng Bang's third-year power forward grabbed the ball and took a shot from the outside, but at this moment, a palm stretched out again. Snapped. The ball was blocked, and this time it didn't fly away. He directly blocked the shot and caught the ball. How can it be? If the previous block was just an accident, this time he was really scared. Stopped. Really or not? His jump shot was blocked. Wow, who is this person? How could he block this ball? Off the field, Iken Matsubara also stood up from his seat with a shocked look on his face, staring at everything that happened on the field with wide eyes. Too fast. He was actually able to cross the perimeter in such a short period of time and block jump shots. What a terrifying physical ability! Matsubara Yukin said solemnly. Yukimiya Kazuma held the ball, and Shira Swiken's counterattack began. Hateful! Zhenbang's power forward was stunned for a moment and quickly followed up to defend. Yukimiya Kazuma was not in a hurry. He walked through the midfield with the ball leisurely. He dribbled the ball with terrifying stability and penetrated into the hinterland of Zhengbang. After everyone was in position, he handed the ball to Daisuke Terayama. The latter raised his hand and shot directly from outside the three-point line. What a decisive shot! Is he very confident in his three-point shot? The first-year player who was Zhenbang's substitute said in surprise. No. I think he was very confident in No. 5's rebound, so he did this. Matsubara Iken said. The words just fell. Daisuke Terayama's three-pointer hit the back edge of the basket. Rebound! The Zhengbang players on the field shouted. Tsutomu Iwamura kept moving towards the basket to seize the position, trying to occupy the best rebounding position. However, when he tried to push Kazuma Yukimiya several times, he was surprised to find that Kazuma Yukimiya's strength was not weak at all. To him, Yukimiya Kazuma looked at the bounced basketball. His rebounding sense and judgment brought by his 85.4 rebound attribute, coupled with his excellent strength attribute, allowed him to reach the best position in a single step. The gap left by him will continue to be filled by Masaki Teikō, working hard to entangle Zhenbang's insiders. Snapped! Yukimiya Kazuma jumped up, collected the rebound easily, and then threw the ball to 0-3 Daisuke Terayama in the distance. Daisuke Terayama took the ball and successfully scored with this shot. Whoosh! Or a three-pointer. The score has reached 6:0. Iken Matsumoto looked at the scoreboard not far away and was slightly stunned for a moment. Although he had overestimated the level of the junior high school team of Beishuiken Middle School as much as possible, such a start was not what he expected. This is trouble. Zhengbang High School, as one of the three kings of Tokyo, their team has two cores. One is Kasugaraya, a second-year student. He is Zhenbang's point guard and the commander of the team. At the point guard position, he is considered a strong player nationwide. The other one is sophomore Tsutomu Iwamura. Tsutomu Iwamura is 187 centimeters tall. In the average high school basketball club, he is pretty good as a center, but at this level in the country, he is undoubtedly a small man. Despite this, Tsutomu Iwamura was rated as one of the top centers in high school by Basketball Journal. The advantage lies in Tsutomu Iwamura's strength. Although he is only 187 centimeters tall, he weighs 87 kilograms. This level of weight gives him a great advantage in the penalty area. Even if he is not tall enough, he can strength, easy to grab rebounds. But even with such a level of strength and weight, he didn't even get the slightest advantage in his confrontation with Kazuma Yumiya. It's really strange. Number 5 doesn't look very strong. How could he be so powerful? The players on Zhenbang's bench wondered. This is not seen from the surface, but from the perspective of muscle quality. Although he does not look very strong, in fact, his whole body is full of high-quality muscles. This is why, with such a body type, he can reasons for both strength and agility. Such strong muscles are not so easy to train. Iken Matsumoto scratched his hair and said with a distressed look on his face, "But, isn't this guy really the legendary Generation of Miracles?" "No, I heard that Generation of Miracles are all from Teikō Junior High." Pa! 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 On the field, Zhengbang launched another counterattack. Kasugaraya took the ball outside the penalty area and passed it to Tsutomu Iwamura inside. Masaki Teikō quickly stepped forward to stop it, but in the end his opponent forced a breakthrough with his strength. What a powerful force, I can't stop it. Masaki Teikō's expression changed, perhaps because Yukimiya Kazuma suppressed the opponent twice in a row, giving him the courage to face this muscular man and confront him head-on. However, the reality is cruel. Yukigong and those who can really defend, when he goes up, the opponent's moves are useless, and they can easily break through his defense with their strength. Strength is not on the same level at all. What is going on with these people's muscles? Speaking of which, this is a very distinctive feature of Zhengbang. Muscle. The players of Zhengbang High School have outstanding physical fitness. Everyone's muscles are very developed. From the center to the defender, there is only one difference in the muscles, that is, developed or more developed. Perhaps, this is also the reason why most people look very old. Kasugaraya is the only one among them who is relatively handsome and looks most like a student, but his muscles are far superior to those of ordinary high school students. Yashu. Yukimiya Kazuma's words and exchange of gestures saved the endangered Teikō Masaki. The latter handed Tsutomu Iwamura to Kazuma Yukimiya without hesitation, and then switched to the power forward. Suddenly, under the backboard, it became a one-on-one scene between Kazuma Yukimiya and Tsutomu Iwamura. Oh, it's number 5 and Iwamura. On one side was the nationally renowned high school-centered Tsutomu Iwamura, and on the other was the ace of the junior high school team. The duel between the two naturally attracted everyone's attention. Don't you plan on going? Iwamura curled his lips. Be patient. Kid, I'm getting ready to go. As soon as these words came out, Tsutomu Iwamura turned sideways and turned left. It looked like he was trying to break through the attack frame from the left. However, when Yukimiya and Makoto made a move, Tsutomu Iwamura suddenly pulled back and then flew into the air. He stood up, grabbed the basketball with both hands and threw it towards the pen. Yukimiya and Genmian's expression remained unchanged, and no mood swings could be seen. In fact, you might as well shoot. I love risking dunk suddenly shines. Tsutomu Iwamura jumped to the top and wanted to dunk, but was blocked by Shuiying and Kotan's leaping figure. I've guessed it a long time ago, so I don't want to compete with you on who can jump higher. Tsutomu Iwamura's rough face revealed a touch of Kasugaraya's cunning. When Kazuma Yumiya was about to block the basketball, he suddenly pulled the lever and made a deft lever in the air. Yukimiya Kazuma was speechless. This is so unreasonable. How can every middle school player in this world be able to pull the lever? Look at his muscles, he can do this kind of thing. In the competition with Tiak Junior High, it doesn't matter if anyone from the generation of miracles can pull the lever. After all, they are all cheaters and cannot be compared. But you, Tsutomu Iwamura, a muscular man, can also do this. Intervene in the field of dexterity. The stick official Kazuma blocked the ball, and Tsutomu Iwamura was about to score a ball, but in the next second, a big hand slapped him mercilessly and sent his racket flying. Because my risk slam dunk has been triggered, Yukimiya Kazuma's block height is higher than the extreme point of his normal jump. As for Tsutomu Iwamura, a center forward, the lever is pulled, but the horizontal displacement distance is not enough. Pa! Pa pa! Pa! Pa pa! The sound of basketball rolling on the ground is particularly pleasant to hear at this time. Matsumoto Iken, who was sitting on the field, stared at this scene dumbfounded and was speechless for a long time. Obviously, he could not have expected that Yumiya Kazuma would be able to block this attack. This kid's reaction speed is like a rocket. It's too fast. Yukimiya Kazuma picked up the ball and threw it towards Iwamura. Tsutomu, Iwamura-senpai, stop playing these little tricks and show Masakuni's true skills. They haven't shown their full strength yet. As soon as Yukimiya and Zhen finished speaking, before the Zhengbang players had time to respond, Bei Shuiken took a bite first. Masakuni, one of the 3 kings of Tokyo. If this is their strength, then the high school national level is too low. Tsutomu Iwamura looked at the ball in his hand, was slightly startled, and then laughed. In that case, Tsutomu Iwamura shrugged, and the smile on his face gradually faded, then we won't be polite. Everyone, teach these junior high school students well and let them know what it means to be a king. The Zhengbang team members launched another offensive. This time, the entire team had obvious changes. There seemed to be some change in their movements. The members of the Beishui Hall immediately noticed the changes in Zhengbang's players. If Zhengbang's performance just now made them feel strong, then now they are under heavy pressure. What the hell is going on? The speed suddenly became faster. Zhengbang's team members were already very fast before, but now, their speed is even faster, and although their movements may seem uncoordinated, they are also more concise. Huayan Liang stepped forward to defend, but soon his opponent appeared behind him due to his speed. Kasuga Yuji immediately rushed forward, preparing to support. Seeing this, Kasuga Ryuhei passed the ball directly without any hesitation. His movements were so fast that Kasuga Yu had no chance to touch the ball. It's so fast, and the movements are clean and neat. Kasuga Yuji's eyes widened. After receiving the ball, the power forward Zheng Gong shot directly. Yukimiya Kazuma did not block it, and he could not block it, because his current defensive range, based on the ultra-wide-range defense demonstrated by Murasakibara High School, is only half that of Murasakibara. Coverage area. Moreover, when the opponent was shooting, Tsutomu Iwamura deliberately blocked Yukimiya Kazuma's path. Whoosh! The ball went into the basket, and Zhengbang finally got the first goal of the game. Beishuiguan vs Zhengbang, 6:2. Then, Yukimiya Kazuma called a timeout. Toot! Players from both teams left the field. Zheng Gong didn't understand why Yukimiya Kazuma called this timeout, because it was too early at this time, and the one with the upper hand in points was Shira Swicken. In any case, this was not a good time to call a timeout. Not only Zhengbang couldn't figure it out, but the team members of Beishui Hall also couldn't figure it out. But everyone in Beishui Hall believed in Yukimiya Kazuma all the way. Even if they didn't understand, they would do it. Yukimiya and Shinichi walked off the stage and immediately said, "I'll get straight to the point. Masakuni's actions are a kind of ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts. Ada. That kind of. No, they can't kick people, and it's not that kind of martial arts. To be more precise, they absorbed the movements of ancient martial arts. One of those techniques is called Namba running. When most people run, their hands and feet on both sides move interactively, but in Namba running, the hands and feet on the same side move at the same time. Isn't that just a sheng-a?" Yukimiya Kazuma nodded speechlessly. Who knows what setting this is? In addition to Namba run, there are also things like not stepping on the ground hard when exerting force, and going fast without accumulating force. They apply ancient martial arts to various basic movements such as movement. Anyway, they rely on this technique to greatly reduce the burden on the body. This makes Zhengbang's players faster and less laborious. So when other schools face Zhengbang, they often run out of energy. They just work hard and get dragged to death. Isn't this too ridiculous? As soon as Yumiya Kazuma finished speaking, Kasuga Yuji couldn't help but say, "Bore." The BD brother didn't even mention it to himself. Next, I will explain to you how to deal with this move. The key point is just one thing. You must focus on the opponent's feet. To be precise, the toes. The center of gravity of ordinary people's bodies is on the waist, and their center of gravity is concentrated on their feet. This means that when they perform movements, they always move feet first, such as. If we can capture the direction in which their toes move, then it will be possible to determine the opponent's next move. Do you understand? Clear. Everyone nodded. Niyamatsuji, who had been silent all the time, had an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't figure out how Yukimiya Kazuma could know such important information about Zhengbang High School. How did Yukimiya Kazuma know? It must be a memory plug-in from the previous life. If his memory is correct, in the comics, Zhengbang was defeated by Siren when he caught this, and he needed to defeat Zhengbang to get the badge, so he naturally had to use this breakthrough. Bloom, take advantage of it in advance. That's why Yukimiya Kazuma called a timeout so early, because the earlier he is reminded, the better his teammates can adapt, and the faster they adapt, the more time they can have to counterattack. Between. The referee's whistle sounded. Players from both sides returned to the court again. After coming on the field, Shira Swicken took the lead in attacking. Kasuga Yuji handed the ball to Yukimiya Kazuma from the outside. Yumiya Kazuma instantly entered the monster immersion Asuka under the basket, 1-on-2. Scored 2 points. Immediately afterwards, Zhengbang took action. After receiving advance warning from Yukimiya Kazuma, when he defended the Zhengbang players again, he gradually shifted his focus to the opponent's feet. And kept warning myself in my heart. Be careful, be careful. The direction the toes move. Direction. Iken Matsumoto was slightly startled when he saw the gazes of the Hakuzu Iken players on defense. Has it been, that it has been discovered? Iken Matsumoto himself was surprised by his speculation, but quickly gave up the idea. I must be overthinking myself. During the pause just now, Senior Zinsong didn't speak at all. These children must have seen Zhengbang's ancient martial arts for the first time. If the weaknesses of Zhengbang's martial arts can be seen through so quickly, then how can Zhengbang continuously enter the country and win results? Unless someone opposite has done very detailed research on Zhengbang's ancient martial arts. However, this possibility is also very small. After all, they are junior high school students, and their biggest rival is Generation of Miracles. There is no point in going beyond junior high school to study high school. Impossible. Are there really any junior high school students so boring? On the field. Daisuke Terayama looked at the toes of Masakuni's third-year shooting guard in front of him, trying to find the flaw Yukimiya mentioned, but when the opponent broke through, he still didn't have time to make any move. Without any reaction, the opponent disappeared from his sight. So fast. Even if you have predictions, you can't stop it. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Terayama Daisuke's strength is completely on a different level than that of Zhengbang's 3-year veteran. First of all, high school students are physically more mature. Secondly, Zhengbang's main players are a mix of second and third graders, who have at least 2 more years of training time than Teikō Masaki and Yukimiya Kazuma. In addition to those super geniuses, these things together will form a huge gap, leaving the basketball strength of high school students far behind the junior high school students. Chapter 063. Huayun Liang assisted in the defense, Kasuga Ryuhei passed the ball out, and Masakuni received the ball and made another mid-range shot. But this time when he shot, as soon as the ball left his hand, a palm suddenly appeared above his head. I love risking jump shots triggers. Hey! Senior, don't you think you are a little close to the basket? Snapped. The ruthless hot pot landed hard on the basketball. This block stunned all the players present, especially the Zhengbang power forward who was blocked by Sui Gong. Now his whole face is just dumbfounded. Are you kidding? This guy? After Kasuga Yuji got the ball, he launched a counterattack without hesitation. He originally wanted to play fast break, but suddenly he remembered what Yukimiya-senpai just said. Masahiro players have unique running methods and are best at dealing with them. It was a protracted battle, so his speed slowed down again. After all his players were in place, Kasuga Yuji guided the ball through Yukimiya Kazuma, and raised his hand to shoot the basket from outside the 3-point line. Boom! The sound of striking iron is crisp. Yukimiya Kazuma and Tsutomu Iwamura fought hard in the interior. Yukimiya pressed the opponent and grabbed the rebound, but he did not hit it himself, but passed the ball to the people on the outside. Kasuga, you two voted again. Boom. Another wonderful blacksmithing session. Yukimiya Kazuma jumped up lightly, caught the rebound, and passed out again. The Zhengbang players' eyelids twitched as they watched these two goals, and a strong murderous aura emanated from their bodies. BD, are you trying to challenge us? Iwamura Tsutomu frowned. Are you looking down on me? Yuji fired again from the outside. Seeing that he still dared to shoot, the two players on Zhengbang's side couldn't stand it anymore and jumped up to block the shot. As a result, Kasuga Yuji just made it this time. Whoosh! The friction sound between the basketball and the rim sounded particularly awkward at this time. When the two landed, there was silence. Number 5 has already gotten a lot of rebounds, right? Iken Matsumoto suddenly asked. Yet. We haven't gotten a rebound from him since the beginning of the game. Manager Zhengbang said while picking up the statistics at hand. I see, Iwamura and the others are probably going to be in trouble. Although so far, Kazuma Yukimiya has only shown the tip of the iceberg in terms of passing and controlling, but other than that, just grabbing rebounds with this hand is enough for him to have a place in the country's top high school basketball schools. Toot! Just as Matsumoto Iken was thinking, the first game had come to an end. Until the referee whistle blew, the score between the two sides was 17-7. Beishui Hall takes the lead. Now we're in trouble. After Zhengbang returned to his rest area, Kasuga Ryohei, who had just been choking with his brother, had a look of worry on his face. Indeed, there is a monster in your brother's team. But now that we have confirmed the opponent's core, it is time for him to restrain himself. The second quarter has just begun. The number of people surrounding Yukimiya Kazuma on the inside suddenly increased to 2, and sometimes even 3. It's not a big problem for Yukimiya Kazuma and Tsutomu Iwamura to fight alone, but when fighting against 1 against 2 or against 3, they are all muscle sticks. Even he feels the pressure. On the outside, Ryo Hanan is defended by Kasuga Ryohei. There was no opportunity to attack for a while, and he finally had to hand the ball to Kasuga Yuji. Kasuga Yuji broke through with a dribble, and as soon as he broke into the penalty area, he was intercepted by Masahiro power forward who left Yukimiya. Too young, little brother Kasuga. Oops! Zhengbang Daizenji sent the ball far away with a long pass. Zhengbang launched a fast break. The people of Beishui Hall wanted to keep up, but they were still a step too late. Zhengbang scored 2 points. I'm sorry. Kasuga Yuji looked ashamed. It's okay, it's just a ball, just hit it back. Yumiya Kazuma smiled and touched his head. Zhengbang's tactics are still very effective, but in fact, in the game, it is not a wise choice for 2 people to flank the target for a long time. Of course, except for situations like Teikō where 1 person attacks and 4 people watch. Kazuma Yukimiya, who was double-teamed by 2 muscles, had a much lower chance of grabbing a rebound. Of course. In any case, Yukimiya Kazuma's attribute advantage is there after all. Even if he is flanked by 2 people, his probability of grabbing a rebound is still 60% or even 70%. However, the offense of Beishui Hall is indeed greatly restricted. The probability of rebounding has dropped, which to a certain extent has reduced everyone's confidence in shooting. Iken Matsumoto is right. The reason why people in Beishui Hall have confidence in shooting is that not because of themselves, but because of Yukikawa Kazuma. At the end of the second quarter, the score between the two sides came to 31-27. Beishui Pavilion Rest Area. Everyone's expressions were a little dull, because they found that even if they were not facing Teikō, under such a national-level high-pressure defense and with the help of Yukimiya's pass, it was still difficult for them to score the ball. Although the level cannot be compared with Yukimiya Kazuma, they are obviously in a similar situation to Yukimiya before when there was no monster immersion and lacked the ability to finish the score. They simply rely on the opportunity created by Sui Gong, and this opportunity becomes fleeting under the national level defense. They grasp it unstably. If the opponent's defense slightly damages this environment, their shooting rate will be reduced. There will be huge ups and downs. The environment created by Yukimiya's passing was impeccable, and the strong winds and waves were blocked by him. However, every time an opportunity appeared, due to their lack of finishing ability, they could not withstand the slight disturbance created by their opponents, resulting in missed shots. In the past, they had only seen one strong opponent, Teikō. Facing other teams, they attacked hard, and their problems were covered up in every big victory. This made the Beishuguan team members who realized this look very solemn. Everyone discussed tactics for the next half. There is only one core secret. Give the ball to Yukimiya. Everyone in the Whitewater Hall naturally had no objection to this. In fact, in the first half, they had some doubts in their hearts because Sui Gong seemed to have too few shots. Pa! Before going on the field, Shin Matsuji patted Yukimiya Kazuma on the shoulder. I suppressed the first half. Thank you for your hard work. I have achieved the goal I wanted, and I can let go now. Yukimiya Kazuma raised an eyebrow. All right. Ready to harvest the game. Toot. With a whistle, the second half of the game began. Not surprisingly, Zheng Bang still adopted the tactics of the second quarter, double-teaming Yukimiya Kazuma in the inside, but at this time, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly left the penalty area. What the hell? Tsutomu Iwamura, Ryuhei Kasuga, and Kenjiro Sakamoto all looked confused and had no idea what this meant. Several people watched Yukimiya Kazuma leave the inside line, but they did not follow him immediately. Or they can't follow. The reason why Zheng Bang can use double teams in the interior is because within the three-point line, they can assist and defend their teammates at any time. But outside the three-point line, if they are still besieging Kazuma Yukimiya, then this restricted area will become the world of Hakuzui Hall. Kazuma Yukimiya's passing ability is obvious to all. Outside the three-point line, Kasuga Yuji handed the ball to Yukimiya Kazuma without hesitation, and the latter raised his hand and shot. Everyone was shocked. What? Hey, are you kidding me? Have you forgotten your position? Can a center shoot from outside the three-point line? Yukimiya Kazuma shot a three-pointer from the outside. Everyone in Zheng Bang thought he was joking. However, after seeing the opponent's shooting action, everyone was shocked. So high. So fast. What a smooth shot. The next second, the basketball drew a beautiful arc in mid-air, and then flew into the basket with a whoosh sound. Boom! Off the court, Iken Matsumoto stood up suddenly, and with his sudden movement, the bench beneath him was pushed back a few centimeters. On the field, everyone in Zheng Bang was dumbfounded when they saw the ball. Are you blind? Which center can hit a three-pointer? That's right. In the first half, Snow Palace stirred things up in the paint. In Zheng Bang's opinion, he is more Zhongfeng than number 4. Even though Kazuma Yukimiya's shooting movements of Asuka are visible to the naked eye as a shooting master, many people in Zheng Bang who uphold simple basketball values think it is just a coincidence. After all, the center's physical fitness and strength are destined to have poor control over the accuracy of three-pointers. This is something everyone knows. Another offensive round from Whitewater Hall. With a cold face, Yukimiya Kazuma came to the outside to catch the ball again, and Asuka attacked without any hesitation. Whoosh! The second three-pointer hit the net. Now, no matter how unbelievable it was, the people in Zheng Bang had to admit it. This is terrible. Consecutive three-pointers completely disrupted all Zheng Bang's arrangements. However, this was just the beginning. Snapped. Without double teams, Yukimiya Kazuma became unobstructed in the paint again. Masahiro's power forward forced his way into the penalty area, but was met with a big hit by Yukimiya Kazuma. Shirasuikan immediately launched a fast break. Kasuga Yuji held the ball through the half, but was quickly caught up by Kasuga Ryohei. But he didn't hesitate and handed the ball directly to Kazuma Yukimiya. The latter caught the ball and made another shot, as smooth as dove. Don't even think about it. Masahiro Omi followed closely behind and jumped up, trying to block Yukimiya Kazuma's shot. However, even if he used all his strength, he could only reach the height of Yukimiya Kazuma's hair. Promise and worship. Waist. With a height of 186.7 centimeters, coupled with enhanced bounce and long hands and feet, with the technical ability of Monster Immersion Asuka, Kazuma Yukimiya's shooting point is directly available, reaching a height that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. At the same time, the shooting process, from start to finish, was ridiculously fast. How to prevent this? Zhenbang's power forward almost wants to scold him. Such a tall center has no blind spots in the entire court and can weirdly switch shots at any time while controlling the ball. Isn't this too bullying? And whoosh! Hearing that familiar voice, he gritted his teeth tighter. This kid who suddenly started having a bad mouth is so accurate. With someone pressing and helping to defend in front of him, Yukimiya Kazuma made 6 of 8 shots to widen the point difference. Under this kind of defense, this kind of shooting rate can only be achieved by those very outstanding shooting guards even in the country. Can be achieved. 49-33. Yukimiya Kazuma was wreaking havoc on the entire field, and immediately suppressed Zhenbang's overtaking score again. Kasuga Ryohei said with a forced smile while wiping his sweat. It's too bad. That's it. Then if I take action next, wouldn't you be even worse, brother? Listening to Kasuga Yuji's rebellious speech as usual in adolescence, although Kasuga Ryohei was a little angry, he first. I didn't want to reply. Ignoring Kasuga Yuji's provocation, he took the ball and rushed from the left. DJ. Whoosh. Kasuga Yuji suddenly followed Kasuga Ryohei's movements and stood in front of him. Following. At the same time, Kasuga Yuji also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he finally succeeded in targeting that flaw. So difficult. Kasuga Ryohei didn't worry too much about this. In order to maintain Zhengong's smooth ball transmission, he directly passed the ball in his hand. But this time, at the same time that Kasuga Ryohei passed the ball, Yukimiya Kazuma seemed to have anticipated the direction of his passing. He sent his right hand forward, and then heard a soft pop sound, and the basket. The ball was intercepted. What? This sudden turn of events caught Kasuga Ryohei off guard, but before he could react, Yukimiya Kazuma rushed straight towards Masahiro's half with a rather terrifying expression on his face. Go out! Kasuga Ryohei had no choice but to change direction and resist Yukimiya's offensive. 182. There's no way to catch up. It's useless, senior. I've seen through your tricks a long time ago. During the monster immersion, the arrogant Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly stopped and waited for the opponent to defend. Then after the opponent came up to guard, he broke through, pulled back suddenly, and was followed by another. A breakthrough to the right. A set of simple combos. The speed is not particularly fast, but Kasuga Ryohei's body seems to be frozen, unable to move at all. He can only look at the opponent. Rushed into the penalty area and dunked. Boom. 51-33. Well done. The flaws that Senior Yuegong mentioned before are indeed true. Oh, it's amazing. It seems like we can really start a national high school team. After a brief silence, the bench at the Whitewater Hall suddenly burst into wild cheers. What happened? I didn't see it clearly, but when we entered the second quarter, I already had a bad feeling. Kasuga, what happened just now? Tsutomu Iwamura asked. Kasuga Ryohei smiled bitterly, looked at Zhenbang's teammates, and said, it seems like it's going to be really bad. I think they've seen through us. I have to take back what I said before. This year's junior high school students are more than just Qian Zhao, they are simply terrifying. Off the court, Iken Matsumoto scratched his head, not knowing what to say. That's good. Coach, what's going on? What's going on? In fact, nothing particularly magical happened. It's just that, we were seen through by the other party. Speaking of this, Matsumoto Iken couldn't help but cursed secretly, really, what is wrong with this guy? He is so bored that he has nothing to do to study us. Matsumoto Iken glanced at Yukimiya Kazuma on the court. Judging from the opponent's performance just now, it was probably this person who did it. He had to admit that he had treated this junior high school student before. The judgment is completely underestimated, and far from underestimated. This is a complete monster. Whether it is physical ability, basketball skills, or even basketball intelligence, he is extremely high, otherwise he would not be able to pass so many wonderful passes. But the psychology is somewhat not good. It's not because of his sudden change of style, but because it's hard to believe that a junior high school player would study their ancient martial arts so deeply. If it were an opponent, it would be excusable. But the most important thing is that Yukimiya Kazuma is still a junior high school student. Go and study Generation of Miracles. What's wrong with you and you can analyze Masakuni's weaknesses so clearly? It looks like I'm going to lose my hair again during this period. Now that Zhenbang's weakness has been discovered, it means that this technology has fallen behind. An outdated technology cannot be supported. Those who support the country are called kings. At this time, Zhenbang's manager also realized this. After confirming it with coach Matsumoto Iken, he couldn't help but said in surprise, in this case, wouldn't Iwamura and the others be in trouble? Already. Not only is it bad, the most I can do now is pray to the monster opposite to show mercy and not to be cruel. Matsumoto Iken knows this very well. The skills that Zhengbang has developed by incorporating ancient martial arts are stronger than ever. However, this kind of skills that need to be integrated into instinctive habits will disappear once someone discovers a flaw. If it is targeted, it is very dangerous, because it is difficult to avoid it on the spot at this time. In addition, Yukimiya Kazuma is also a very important factor. This person is the most dangerous. Chapter 064. A group of junior high school students, even if they can see Zhenbang's weaknesses, there is still a big gap in physical fitness between the two sides. If Zhengbang wants to score, he can win with a strong attack. But Shuigong's strength is so strong that all of Zhenbang's plans are disrupted. It can be seen that even if Shuigong doesn't know Zhenbang's weaknesses, he can still suppress Zhengbang with his hard power. From the first half, it can be seen that Yukimiya Kazuma is cooperating with Niematsu-senpai's training intentions and suppressing his desire to attack. This person, as well as Niematsu-senpai, are absolutely confident and did not go all out in the first half. I still have the confidence to win the game. Etc. Anyway, if it weren't for the training intention of senior Niematsu, Kazuma Yukimiya might not have exposed the weaknesses of Zhengbang ancient martial arts, right? After all, he can suppress Zhengbang if he fights with all his strength. FFLX. Just because he couldn't attack at full strength in the first half, he revealed Masakuni Kote's flaws to help his teammates strengthen their defense. Boom! On the field, Yukimiya jumped up to face the power forwards Tsutomu Iwamura and Masakuni, and then dunked into the basket with a dunk, knocking both of them to the ground. Horrible! Is this guy really a junior high school student? What a joke! D. Yukimiya Kazuma's dunk also brought the entire game to an end. Until the final whistle, the score between the two sides was fixed at 89-63. Bei Shui Hall won this training match in a way that no one expected. All game, Yukimiya Kazuma scored 39 points, 11 assists, 15 rebounds, 8 blocks and 4 steals. He almost swept the entire field by himself. Sorry. Yumiya Kazuma stretched out his hands towards the two people who fell to the ground. The two hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to grab them. Ah, it's true. This year's junior high school students are really amazing. Speaking of which, are you really not a member of the Generation of Miracles? Kasugaraya put his hands on his hips and walked up to Yukimiya Kazuma. He patted his shoulder and said. Kazuma Yukimiya shook his head, no, we lost to Generation of Miracles by a narrow margin. Really? Isn't even someone like you a match for Generation of Miracles? Well, compared to the Generation of Miracles, I'm still far behind. I'm somewhat talented at basketball, but those guys are all geniuses. What Yukimiya Kazuma said was sincere, because apart from physical fitness, this body is indeed not good at playing basketball. The premise is that there is no system. Thinking of this, the system came as soon as it came, and the rewards from the game just started to be settled. Badge mission: defeat Zhengbang High School and have a chance to get the badge. Achievement reward: Zhengbang related emblem chapter 287. Automatic loading of badge rewards. Badge loaded. Get the badge, receive hair. Jihua Fa, purple, an ancient martial arts move from the mysterious east, which can be used to receive moves and dissolve and send power, or receive orders and cremate and send out mourning. The moves are stimulating and the heaven and man are in harmony. Pleasing to the eye. Yukimiya Kazuma. Ha! Goddamn hair extensions! Where is the Zhengbang ancient martial arts I want? Facing Kazuma Yukimiya, whose expression suddenly changed, Kasugaraya also twitched the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the score on the scoreboard not far away, and suddenly felt the urge to hit someone. A little talented. What if you are just a bit talented? So who are we? Yukimiya Kazuma, Senior, stop talking, I want to be alone. After Zhengbang's people played a training match, they went back to the meeting. With failure. After a game, it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening. The group packed up their equipment and returned to the hotel. Along the way, everyone in the Whitewater Hall, except Shinsatsuji and Yukimiya Kazuma, seemed a little preoccupied, as if they were thinking about something important. In a blink of an eye. The next morning. The Devil's training continues. 8 o'clock sharp. Everyone officially gathered at the beach. Originally, this time was the training time prescribed by the Whitewater Pavilion. However, when the queue was gathering in the Whitewater Pavilion, a group of energetic people rushed over with shouts. You are moving too slowly. It has only been 2 hours and you are already exhausted? If you can't stand it, get out. An angry roar came from a distance, and everyone turned their heads subconsciously, only to see Matsumoto Iken wearing beach shorts walking from a distance. Good morning, Niyamatsu-senpai. Niyamatsuji is older than him here, so the team members, including Zhengbang, are saying hello to him out of politeness. However, after saying hello, Matsumoto Iken turned to look at his team members and suddenly changed his face. Hey! A bunch of guys who are lazy. Iken Matsumoto is famously irritable in Zhengbang, and people in Zhengbang have long been accustomed to it, especially after losing a game yesterday. There was a smile on Shinsatsuji's face at first, but after Matsumoto Iken left, everyone watched as the smile on Shinsatsuji's face disappeared in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Shinsatsuji's cold voice sounded, everyone, get ready. Today's training has officially begun. Shinsatsuji has changed. Starting from the second half of Zhengbang joining the camp, Niyamatsuji increased the intensity of training. In previous trainings, the Hakuzuikan team members would be rewarded with 1 lap every time they made 5 mistakes. But now, it has become a lap for every 3 mistakes. After so many days of training, the Beishui Hall players, who had finally adapted to the intensity of training, were suddenly brought back to their original form. But what was even worse was the newly arrived Zhengbang team members. When Yukimiya Kazuma took a break, the original stupid smile of looking forward to the stay could no longer be seen on the Zhengbang team members' faces. Matsumoto Iken has also changed. Although Iken Matsumoto advocated Spartan-style training in the past, in general, he still trained in his own way and would not let other people's emotions affect him. But when the people from the Whitewater Pavilion appeared on the beach at 8 o'clock in the morning, he suddenly felt like he had been given a shot of chicken blood. I saw him waving his hands and saying proudly, "Come on, 2 more laps." So the punishment content of Zhengbang's training was changed from 1 round to 2 rounds. Then Shinsatsuji changed again. If you want to win the game, you must win in training. Since Zhengbang can increase the intensity, they can also improve it. Therefore, they immediately ordered on the spot to reward 2 laps for each bottom. Then Matsumoto Iken's expression changed again. Training intensity continues to increase. That's all. 2 junior coaches with a big age gap started a battle of wits and courage. When the 2 people's eyes collided, sparks flew. On the other side, the players of the 2 teams were lying on the ground like dead dogs. "Hoo, what's going on? Was he like this before?" Kasugaraya pressed his hands on the beach and ran 3 laps. He was panting from exhaustion. "Who knows, hoo. Isn't it just that you lost a training match? Isn't this nonsense? When did our Zhengbang lose to a junior high school student?" The 3rd-year captain of Zhengbang took a deep breath, calmed down his breathing, and then continued, "Don't underestimate the coach's desire to win." At the same time, the people in Beishui Pavilion were also confused. "We obviously won, right? Right?" However, when they met Shinsatsuji's gaze, everyone turned away and did not reply, because they did not even have the strength to speak. By the afternoon, really, Shin-Matsuji and Matsumoto Iken once again faced off tit for tat, causing Hakuzu Iken and Zhengbang to also start a war. Certainly. I'm talking about playing training matches. The only difference from yesterday afternoon's game is that in today's game, Kazuma Yukimiya will not be on the court, and the tasks of the other players in the Whitewater Hall on the court are to develop offensive methods and face supplementary situations when catching and shooting. Defensive responsibility. If you lose, you have to run in circles. This news immediately shocked the players of both teams. Everyone in the Beishui Pavilion is thinking that without the Snow Palace, they will definitely lose. Let's wait for the lap. On the other side of Zhengbang, especially Kasugaraya, they stared at Kasuga-yu with eyes wide open and said, "I'll run you to death, you stinky brother." The days of sleeping together passed day by day. After the month-long stay together, Yukimiya Kazuma's attributes had also been updated a lot. Many attributes passed the 85 level, and a few were close to the 90 level. Name, Yukimiya Kazuma. Team, Beishuikan Middle School. Height, 186.7 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Arm span, 194 centimeters. Speed 92.6. Power 87.7. Ball possession 96.2. Pass 93.5. Bounce 88.2. Layup 84.4. Dunk 85.3. CIC 85.1. 3 points, 85.0. Rebounds 85.9. Blocks 86.6. Steals 82.1. Single defense, 85.4. Assistance defense 85.3. Physical fitness, 88.6. Badges, Control Master, Gold, Monster Immersion Bird, Gold, I love to slam dunk, Purple, Receive hair, Purple, I love to risk jump shots, Blue, Rookie Aces Battle Cry, Green, LV.2. After the stay is over, the members of the basketball team went home happily. Time flies or not. As if in the blink of an eye, time passed by. In the blink of an eye, in August, it was the opening day of the National Junior High School Basketball Conference. The team members of Beishuikan Middle School, all wearing uniforms, walked to the school bus aggressively. Compared with the Tokyo District qualifiers, this time everyone at Shirosuikan Middle School no longer had the novelty and excitement before, but felt more stable and confident. When we arrived at the venue, the Beishui Hall school bus also slowly stopped in the parking lot outside the venue. The members of the basketball team got out of the car one after another. Their completely different mental state and calm demeanor compared to before immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wow, what a terrifying momentum! You can still see the aura? Isn't it because of the height? Then both of them are 190 centimeters, right? This team is definitely not simple. Yes, that's right, but then again, do you know who they are? You do not know. It is this year's number 2 seed in Tokyo District, Shirosuikan Middle School. Their ace, Kazuma Yukimiya, was selected by PAS Basketball as this year's number 1 candidate for Under a Miracle. The popularity of Shirosuikan Middle School in the basketball world is obviously not comparable to that of Teikō, but it surpasses Teikō. With the promotion of PAS Basketball, it has also gained a lot of fame in the country. It didn't take long. Arrived at the venue. Today, 24 teams from all over the country gathered here. This gym is filled with faces that appear frequently in various basketball magazines. The most conspicuous one is undoubtedly Teikō Junior High. The media swarmed in and surrounded Teikō's location, forming a beautiful scenery. Teikō is here. Ooh! The reporter taking pictures on the side was infected by the aura exuding from Teikō Junior High, and couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. Awesome! Although they performed very well last year, when facing reporters, they still acted like a junior high school student, but this year they performed as calmly as a top professional team. He doesn't look like a junior high school student at all. But in the eyes of Yukimiya Kazuma, what he noticed was another scene. He recognized at a glance a character who didn't have many roles but was very important, Ajihara Shigehiro from Mingguo Middle School. At this moment, he was looking for Kuroko Tetsuya over to Teikō with excitement, but was deterred by the gloomy look on his face. How? Aren't you going to say hello? Let's go first, the competition will start soon. Here it comes. After watching this scene, Yukimiya Kazuma turned and left. At the moment of turning around. Ouch! Yukimiya Kazuma was bumped into by a reporter. The reporter raised his head and looked him up and down, as if he was confirming something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Kazuma Yukimiya's classmate from Hakuzuikan. Right. Do you have time for an interview with me? Okay. That's great. I heard that you are targeting Teikō this year. Is this true? For the title of one of the first people under the miracle, you. On the side, Teikō Masaki and Kasuga Yuji looked at Yukimiya Kazuma, who was calmly accepting the interview with envy. Kasuga Yuji even wanted to go up for the interview, but was blocked by Niyamatsuji. He grabbed the collar and dragged it in front of him. Don't be ridiculous. Teikō's game is the first one. Let's go over and take a seat to watch their game, and then go to warm up. Shin Matsuji gave him a lesson in a low voice. Hearing the word Teikō, Kasuga Yuji's spirit suddenly perked up and he didn't dare to make any more noise. After Yumiya Kazuma finished the interview, everyone entered the audience stand together. It was not until the opponent's warm-up was over that Teikō went on the field to the cheers of the audience. Under the witness of everyone in the White Water Pavilion and all the audience present, Teikō scored an exaggerated 198:2 in the first game of the third grade, a very memorable game. Everyone on the scene looked at the court with dumbfounded eyes. Tragedy happened. Except Yukimiya Kazuma, and the members of the White Water Hall. Although this score was full of impact, because Teikō had already done similar but not so egregious tragedies in the district qualifiers, they were not surprised. This Pingfeng Middle School. I feel like there are no players who are particularly good at playing. Masaki Teikō frowned, feeling that his opponent was too weak and gave up early. The first quarter of the game was actually over, but Teikō still fought with all his strength until the end. To be honest, the backhand is quite boring. By the way, Kazuma, I think you find it interesting. Yukimiya Kazuma smiled slightly and said, the feeling of witnessing a famous scene live is of course completely different. Masaki Teikō. What are you talking about again? The first battle at Whitewater Hall. The scene was far less lively than Teikō, but it was still well known. At least many people pointed at Kazuma Yukinomiya's white hair, Masaki Teikō's big back, and Yuji Kasuga's bald head. Name them. As for the others, they are bitter and have no characteristics. Game start. In the cheers of the audience, Masaki Teikō won the jump ball. Kazuma Yukimiya advanced with the ball, and Hakuzui Hall's positioning speed increased significantly. When Kazuma Yukimiya advanced to the top of the arc, he played a pick and roll with Masaki Teikō. After striding into the inside, Kazuma Yukimiya drew the attention of the opponents inside. After a clever hit and the blessing of the pass and control master, the ball came into the hands of Teikō Masaki very comfortably. Without inside marking, Masaki Teikō wanted to show off his momentum on the first goal of the game. Boom! There is no hand holding back, and with the brand new ability acquired through training, you can hit a two-handed dunk. Whoa! There were bursts of exclamations from the scene. Opponent's turn. The opponent's point guard was very confident in his breakthrough. However, Kasuga Yuji learned the half-finished Namba step from his elder brother at an unknown cost and tightly entangled his opponent. Chapter 065. There was no problem with Kasuga Yuji's defense, but the opponent still moved Kasuga Yuji's center of gravity through shaking, and suddenly twisted his body and squeezed past him on the right side. This made Kasuga Yuji secretly say that he deserves to be in the national competition. However, the opposing point guard was also very surprised. He also didn't expect that the defense of just one person in the Whitewater Hall would be so difficult. It was agreed that except for Kazuma Yumiya, everyone else in the Whitewater Hall would be mediocre. The opponent's point guard squeezed out the space, and Masaki Teikō rushed over. After attracting the defense, the opponent chose to distribute the ball. The basketball flew to the other side, and a figure cutting inside appeared and caught the ball. If nothing else happened, this would be a wonderful assist. Pity. A black shadow rushed over from behind. It was Yukimiya Kazuma. With the blessing of I love dunking, Yumiya Kazuma's judgment on blocking dunks is very accurate. Snapped. Pushed the basketball down from the air. There were exclamations at the scene, and the audience was conquered by Yukimiya Kazuma's chasing body hat. Huayun Liang got the basketball before his opponent. Quick attack. After Yukimiya Kazuma completed the block, he did not forget his next move. Huayun Liang handed the ball to Yukimiya Kazuma, and Beishui Hall's counterattack began. Kasuga Yuji Kazuma rushed out first, 2-on-2 in the front court. The opponent wanted to hit Kazuma Yukimiya while he was dribbling, but Kazuma Yukimiya easily got out of the way with a backup move. Suddenly there are few people, one is on guard against two, and we are in a dilemma. Kazuma Yukimiya dunked easily. There was more than one person paying attention to Yukimiya Kazuma from the sidelines. Even the coach of the opponent in Hakuzui Hall was very shocked. Before the fight with Whitewater Hall, he had seen news about Yukimiya Kazuma. At that time, he only thought that he was just a dark horse in the Tokyo area. His boasts were so outrageous. He was not even a third-year student. If he was really that good, he should have made his mark long ago. 2. Now that they really fought, he realized it. In the magazine Pass Basketball, sometimes things are true and false, but the true part is true. On the court, under the defense of Yukimiya Kazuma, the opponent's state was directly frozen. Yukimiya Kazuma used his body to pressure the opponent's power forward. Shira Wicken's inside line was full of pressure. The opponent saw this and threw the ball to the outside point guard. The point guard had just positioned himself to catch the ball, but he didn't expect Yuji Kasuga to suddenly come out. Snapped. The ball was cut off by Kasuga Yuji before he even got it. The opponent's point guard was careless, and he didn't expect Kasuga Yuji to strike so quickly. The basketball flew to the sideline, and Kasuga Yuji went over to save the ball. Wow! Is the point guard in Beishui Hall good at fighting? It's not that I'm a bit messy. In Shirasuikan, is Yukimiya Kazuma the point guard, or is Kasuga Yuji the point guard? Forward. In the gymnasium, the audience in the stands were chatting happily. They were very satisfied with the performance of Hakuzuikan. With its great reputation, Ryuguzushi is indeed a team that can get more than 30 points under Teikō. Just look at Pingfeng Middle School just now and you will know that Teikō defended it by 2 points. If you convert it, Hakuzuikan is at least equal to 15 Pingfeng. Considering that Hakuzuikan only allowed Teikō to score about 100 points, compared to the score of 198 for Hirabine Middle School, it is nearly twice as high and multiplied by double, it is directly equal to 30 Hiram. The basketball came to Kazuma Yukimiya's hands through passing. This ball, the opponent team has already positioned, Yukimiya Kazuma continues to pick and roll, he does not have the obsession of a real man's duel, he can score easily, why not? Teikō Masaki went directly after the pick and roll, and Yukimiya Kazuma observed the situation on the court. At this time, Yukigong gave an inductive fake move, and this time he successfully tore apart the opponent's defense. Everyone on the other side was induced by Yumiya Kazuma's gaze and focused all their attention on Kasuga Yuji. However, Yukimiya Kazuma used a fake pass to deceive everyone inside. Boom! A bang! Kazuma Yukimiya performs a one-handed chop. The style of dunking reminded everyone at the scene of Ayamindaki in Teikō just now. The stadium was set on fire, and the audience let out a Teikō-level roar. Pause. The opposing coach couldn't sit still and immediately called a timeout. The scene was full of jubilation, and the fans shouted the name of Yukimiya Kazuma in the field. Marvelous! His passing is simply art. That's right, his passing thread allowed him to use a fake move to blow away everyone. It is said that the best thing about Kazuma Yukimiya is defense. In the Tokyo District qualifiers, Ayamindaki was held scoreless in the last 2 quarters. Ah! Are you kidding? You're lying, right? No, that's what was reported in the weekly, although I feel like it's false. The opposing coach roared on the bench. He asked the team to increase the intensity of Yukimiya Kazuma. They could no longer be beaten by one person like this. In Kwanzong's first game, he felt like he was out of control, and he hoped to find a solution to the problem. Don't give him an opportunity to make easy shots, including passing the ball. Press him with your body and give him a fight. This kid is not a Superman. Over at the Hakuzui Hall, Shin Matsuji recognized the player's performance very much. Except for Kazuma Yukimiya, everyone else did the same. They didn't feel the pressure of the national competition at all, and everyone played very relaxedly. After all, whoever trains every day with a national high school team like Zhengbang and only runs laps if he loses, I guess there won't be any pressure at first. The timeout ends and the game restarts. Beishui Hall's opponents took the initiative to seek changes, and the point guard began to slow down the pace. The interior is their relative strength, and they are now starting to look for centers intentionally. The number of single-player attacks by the point guard was obviously much less. Most of the opponent's attacks passed through the hands of the center, the formation was spread out, and the center was used to beat Masaki Teikō. And he really got a foul, walked to the free throw line, and made a steady free throw. Whitewater Hall's attack. As soon as Yukimiya Kazuma arrived in the front court, he was closely pressed by the opponent's small forward. This guy is a bit dirty when it comes to playing basketball. During the confrontation, he always uses his knee to hit Yukimiya Kazuma's legs intentionally or unintentionally. Yukimiya Kazuma was made very uncomfortable. He gave the ball to Kasuga Yu's second back and played a screen with Ryo Hanayan, who was pulled to one side. After getting rid of the opponent's small forward, Yukimiya Kazuma immediately received the pass from Kasuga Yuji, and with a set of rhythmic control, he came to the free throw line and threw the ball. Toss? No, it's an alley-oop. Masaki Teikō jumped high, without interference from the opponent's center, and after polishing his body through devil's training, he was finally able to show off his abilities in the air. Boom! In terms of height, it is definitely not as high as Yukimiya Kazuma's jump, but the height of this pass is just right. Masaki Teikō catches the ball comfortably and blasts the basket with both arms. The scene was set on fire again. Wow! So beautiful! I feel like it's so easy to play in Beishui Hall. Wonderful performance, beautiful aerial connection. So strong, Beishuiken. Opponent's turn. The center and the point guard played a pick and roll at the top of the arc. The point guard went to the basket and made a spin pass, deceiving Masaki Teikō's defense. Just when the point guard was about to take off and complete the finish, Yumiya Kazuma came out of the oblique ground again. His long arms covered the sky and the sun, and turned the little point guard who came in and fanned him out. After completing the block, Yukimiya Kazuma raised his arms and roared, skillfully using the rookie ace battle cry to buff the whole team, and Nisui Teikō was greatly inspired. The reporter on the sidelines accurately recorded this scene. Or pass basketball, they seem to be particularly keen on recording Yukimiya Kazuma's exaggerated battle cry on the court. One of the reporters also said while taking pictures, "It's so passionate. Every time I see Yukimiya and Zhen raising their arms and roaring, my blood seems to boil." This is also thanks to Nahei Ziyang from Zuojiya Middle School. Beishui Pavilion is boiling. The audience was excited. But the opponents of the Whitewater Hall were feeling numb. They had just come up after being yelled by the coach off the court, and now they were fine, and they were yelled at by Yukimiya Kazuma again. There are 10,000 discomforts in my heart that I don't know whether to talk about or not. Next round. When Yukimiya Kazuma was playing hand-to-hand with Kasuga Yuji, the opponent's small forward directly knocked Kasuga Yuji away. What the hell? Yukimiya Kazuma was about to go up to ask for an explanation, but found that the other party had already pretended to be innocent in front of the referee. The audience's eyes were bright, and they immediately booed, expressing their dissatisfaction with his dirty behavior just now. Some viewers also know that this basketball team from Higashihata Middle School in Miyagi Prefecture has heard that the small forward number 6 has always been a villain in the team. The referee gave Higashihata Middle School a foul. Although Kasuga Yuji was angry, he couldn't get angry again. The confrontation provided by Higashihata Middle School is very intensity, so the Whitewater School is naturally not a vegetarian either. For a time, the number of fouls soared and the game was fragmented. Players from both sides began to frequently go to the free throw line. In front of Higashi Gakusho, he hit Yukimiya for a while. In the next round, Yukimiya Kazuma immediately hit the former's ribs hard in the blind spot. Yukimiya Kazuma is not a good citizen. He never holds grudges overnight. If he has any grudges, he will avenge them on the spot. The audience at the scene was also shocked by the sudden intensity of the game. Many people could see that the two sides were really fighting. This was even more intense than the finals in some regions. The atmosphere at the scene was very hot, and the audience was cheering for Beishui Pavilion crazily. Komi from Higashihata Middle School seems to enjoy this feeling very much. Despite the huge boos, he is still making trouble everywhere. The game came to the middle of the fourth quarter. Starting from the second half, Yukimiya Kazuma entered the monster immersion to harvest the game. The reason for choosing this time period to intervene. This is because the negative emotional impact of monster immersion will affect the performance of the master of transmission and control, so it is best to burst out in a concentrated wave. Either a burst in the early stage will crush the opponent to death, or a wave in the later stage will harvest the game. The reason why Yukimiya Kazuma chose the latter is because monster immersion is his strongest scoring method and gives him the confidence to make mistakes. If before encountering Teikō, there really is an opponent that even the transmission control master cannot deal with, turning on monster immersion can make mistakes and end the game in a timely manner. Moreover, monster immersion consumes a lot of physical energy. In the early stage, transmission control master controls the rhythm of the game, whether it is driving teammates to get into the state faster, observing the situation on the field to control scores, or preserving physical strength for later using monster immersion, are obviously better choices. 0. Please give me flowers. The score on the field was 109-47. Although the defeat was determined, the opponent's resilience was commendable. Certainly. It would be best if the small forward who keeps making small moves can be eliminated. Yukimiya Kazuma's continuous changes of direction deceived the opponent, just when he was in monster immersion and was about to score with a flying bird shot. Xiaomi from Higashihata Middle School rushed over, his movements very fierce. Yukimiya Kazuma was knocked to the ground by the opponent. The opponent did not stop his feet. He stepped directly towards Yukimiya Kazuma. The irritable mood in monster immersion made him ignore the terrible consequences of experimenting with badges during meditation training. The getting hair badge suddenly flashed a purple light in the system. Moment. Yukimiya and Mr. Meihokuni are possessed. The foot was extremely soft and easily caught the black kick from the useless small forward of Higashihata Middle School. The opponent was obviously stunned for a moment, but he still didn't give up and wanted to continue with the black kick. The pupils in Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes suddenly expanded for a moment, as if the dark pupils were about to fill up his eye sockets. Hair. Keep your feet apart. The extremely secretive dark power was struck out, which was also mixed with the force transformed from the opponent's feet. Suddenly, a crisp thunderclap sounded, and the small forward of Higashihata Middle School's knees weakened, and he fell to the ground hugging his legs in pain. The situation changes rapidly. A moment ago, the audience in the stands were still worried about Kazuma Yukimiya. The next moment, the small forward of Higashihata Middle School fell down in pain in front of Yukimiya Kazuma. The audience didn't understand what was going on at all. They only saw Yukimiya Kazuma giving way to the opponent's black leg. The opponent refused to give in, and the two parties followed an extremely short leg contact for a moment. The small forward of Higashihata Middle School collapsed to the ground. The teammates in the White Water Hall were all dumbfounded. Although they didn't understand it, they could see the twisted knee that was clearly broken. They originally wanted to come up to help, but were directly suppressed by Guan Hejin's combo of moves that they couldn't understand. Oh my god! Very scary. Did Senior Yukimiya do something? How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. It's the other party's own problem. Do you remember? Masaki Teikō quietly ended the conversation between Kasuga Yuji and Teruyama Daisuke. Toot. 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 There was chaos on the field, and the referee immediately stopped the game. Although there is no live replay in the Aldaxia competition, there are cameras on the sidelines. At this time, everything that just happened has been shown to the referee through slow-motion replay. It's certain that number 5 of White Water Hall didn't actively exert force, but that injury couldn't have been caused by his own twist, right? I played it back and forth several times, but I still can't understand it. But number 5 must have been passively avoiding damage in the process just now. According to the rules, he has no problem at all. Immediately, the referees quickly calmed the situation. The small forward of Higashihata Middle School who had been carried off the field was sentenced to foul play. Nothing happened to Yukimiya Kazuma. Oh, he also earned a free throw. Amid the cheers of the audience, Yukimiya Kazuma looked like a hero, but Shin Matsuji, whose nervous heart almost jumped out of his throat, was protectively substituted. Yukimiya Kazuma returned to the locker room. Not long after, the system prompt appeared in his mind, indicating that his mission for this game was completed. Badge mission: in the national conference, win the first victory with more than double the point difference. Achievement reward: rare badge reward. Automatic loading of badge rewards. Badge loaded. Get the badge: Golden Upgrade Experience Badge. Golden Upgrade Experience Badge, consumption type gold. This badge can be consumed to automatically become any golden badge and temporarily increase the level of the 10 section time badge. Good. A big prize has been awarded. This is the most useful to me at this stage. System: at critical times, you are still very reliable. Yukimiya Kazuma mentally recorded the third-class merit in the system once. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded throughout the audience. When the players from Higashihata Middle School heard the whistle, their faces were dull, as if they hadn't come to their senses yet. When the referee announced the final result, the point guard of Higashihata Middle School suddenly woke up and realized that their entire competition this year ended in the first round. Competition is over. Winner, Beishuikan Middle School, 114:51. The players from Higashihata Middle School left the field with a lonely look. On the Beishui Hall side, apart from high-fiving each other in celebration at the beginning, there was not much reaction. However, several first-year players on the bench had not yet come out of the shadow of their broken legs on the field. Everyone will go back to the hotel to rest first, and then I will notify everyone to gather. Shinsatsuji said. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Today's competition in Beishui Hall has come to an end, but that doesn't mean it's time to relax. This is a national competition. Under such a cruel elimination system, if you are not careful, everyone's efforts throughout the year will be in vain. Chapter 066. Although today's game at Beishui Pavilion has ended, their next opponent has not yet been decided. This free time is a good time for investigation. After returning to the hotel to rest for a while, the members of the Whitewater Hall regained some energy. Let's go gather and see which team will play us next. On the way back to the gym, Yukimiya Kazuma and Teikō Masaki bought some snacks on the way. After all, the first round in the morning was the Whitewater Museum, so everyone was a little hungry, but it was still early for lunch, so they just bought something to eat. Of course. It's the third grade who pays the bill. Huayun Liang came to sit next to Yukimiya Kazuma, and Yukimiya handed over a box of takoyaki. Oh. Thanks, have you started? It's just the beginning, both sides are still testing each other. Snapped. Before Yukimiya and Zhen finished speaking, a wonderful scene suddenly appeared on the field, and the surrounding audience suddenly became excited. Tsuchiya! 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 On the court, Taiga Tsuchiya, wearing a green jersey, is 190 centimeters tall, but he is a rare shooting insider, and he can be called Masaki Teikō's dream appearance. Really? Masaki Teikō, what a beautiful fadeaway jumper! As a center with similar height and body shape, but completely unable to hit the same type of elegant finishing shot, Masaki Teikō feels sour when he sees such technical moves and just imagines them for a moment. Shinsuke Irajimoto, a first-year student on the side, took out a piece of information, which he had collected himself, but only contained some simple introductions to the team. Searched for a while. Shinsuke Irajimoto's eyes lit up and he said, I found it, let me take a look. Hajiya Middle School, the number 1 seed in Kyoto, is an old powerhouse, and its style of play has always been based on steady and solid defense. But the core player of this session is Tianga Tianhe. An offensive power forward with excellent shooting ability. 4'2'3" with this height, is he actually a power forward? He is good at shooting. No wonder he has such a beautiful fadeaway shot. At this moment, the system prompt suddenly appeared. Attribute mission, lead Shiriswiken Middle School to win the game against Hajiya Middle School, and the scores of Masaki Teikō and Ryo Hanan are both above 30 points. Achievement reward, self-assigned attributes x6. It's actually 6 o'clock. This is the second time that so many attributes have been given. The last time was the round robin of the semi-finals in the Higashizuta game. At that time, the requirements were much more stringent, requiring 40 plus 10 and limiting the opponent's score to less than 10 points. This time only Masaki Teikō and Ryokane scored above 30 points. If the pass control master exerts his full power, it shouldn't be a big problem. 6 attribute points which he urgently needed. Before hitting Teikō, he also needed an attribute improvement urgently. These 6 points were quite crucial. Etc. Hajiya Junior High School? Isn't this the one below that is competing? Yukimiya Kazuma. Good guy, I haven't finished the game yet, and you just revealed the result to me. Fortunately, it's a junior high school competition, otherwise I wouldn't have taken advantage of this opportunity to plunder the wool. Soon. The day of the second round. There are 24 teams in total, and after one round, only 12 teams are left. Starting today, there is an appearance ceremony. After a simple process, the starting players from both sides stayed on the court. Beep. The whistle sounds and the game begins. Masaki Teikō gave the ball to Kazuma Yukimiya. Yukimiya Kazuma received the ball and pushed forward steadily. The point guard of Hajiya Middle School rushed over to interfere. Kazuma Yukimiya didn't stick to the ball, so he gave the ball to Masaki Teikō. Yukimiya Kazuma wanted to see Masaki Teikō's condition. Facing the opponent's center, Masaki Teikō is an advantageous matchup in terms of size. The other players in the Hakuzui Hall, under the command of Kazuma Yukimiya, naturally cleared one side to create space for Masaki Teikō to play singles. Masaki Teikō was a standard 3-threat player with the ball, and then started to play with his back, turned around and threw away the center of Hajiya Middle School, and hit the ball from close range. This set is a set of small combos in the restricted area that Masaki Teikō developed during the training camp. It seems to work pretty well. Next round. Hajiya Middle School also gave the ball to Tsuchiya Taiga, who wanted the ball in the low post. Taiga Tsuchiya's shooting skills are quite good, and his fadeaway shots are also very distinctive. Coupled with his height and wingspan, it is very difficult to block shots. Aut. The person I met was not Yumiya Kazuma. If it's a flip shot, that's it. If it's a jump shot, I love taking jump shots, won't get used to it. Although Taiga Tsuchiya's back was not affected by the I love risky jump shot block that increases the probability of 20% by 20%, it was obviously disturbed by the height of the block. Boring. In Tsuchiya Taiga's eyes for a moment, the basketball popped out of the basket. Whitewater Hall round. Yukimiya Kazuma was not in a hurry to perform, he continued to observe the situation on the court. At the top of the arc, Huayan Liang gave a hand-to-hand pass, and he blocked Hajiya's small forward to one side of his body. Huayan Liang took advantage of the situation and entered the paint area. Tsuchiya Daihi, who was defending, could not keep up with Huayan Liang's horizontal movement speed. Huayan Liang made a light basket and hit it. After the opening, Yukimiya Kazuma played quite well, while Shira Swicken played meticulously. The good thing is that Hanayan Liang and Teikō Masaki attacked more resolutely. Under the command of Yukimiya Kazuma, the two did not have to hesitate after receiving his pass. At the end of the first quarter, Shira Swihall only led 8 points 30-22 Hajiya. Although it was not a lot, there was definitely a slight gap compared to before. This is mainly because Yukimiya Kazuma focuses his energy on getting points for Teikō Masaki and Hanan Ryo, and this kind of assists that specifically look for fixed targets, even with a pass and control master, the assist rate will definitely not be that high. Therefore, the effect of increasing the hit rate by 20% cannot be triggered. But Kazuma Yukimiya didn't worry at all. He assisted just for the sake of assisting and still led by 8 points. This shows that defense is indeed the 10th most productive player. As long as his defense is in place, most teams, except Teikō, will have a hard time beating Hakuzuikan. After all, 92.4 speed plus 84.7 assist defense, the ability is here, the defense is full of firepower, he can also be used as half Murasakibara, he is a super wide-range defense. And he went to super and Guang, leaving a range defense, but the defensive effect is still good. Only for non-Teikō teams, it is still effective even on Masahiro, the high school king. The second quarter begins. In the first round of the opening round, Yukimiya Kazuma successfully intercepted Hajiya's pass in the defense. Hajiya Middle School retreated quickly. After Kazuma Yukimiya came to the front court, he once again used his signature fake pass to point east and west. He looked at Masaki Teikō under the basket, but passed the ball to Ryo Hwayan outside the three-point line on the wing. Hwayan Liang raised his knife and dropped it, and the basketball flashed across a rainbow. Whoosh! Hollow into the net. The intensive shooting training at the end of the stay seemed to be going well. The scene was full of joy. In middle school basketball, including junior high schools and high schools, fast break three-pointers are rare. Except for Midorima and Yukimiya, who has turned on the monster immersion, it is basically not seen in other people. In everyone's mind, the closer to the basket, the easier it is to score. It didn't surprise Swimiya that Hwayan Liang dared to shoot such a ball. His shot just now was purely forced by Swimiya's pass that triggered the Master of Pass and Control effect. After the investment, Hwayan Liang himself was a little surprised. Because as a point guard Kazuma Yukimiya dares to pass such a ball, it is really surprising. After all, although Masaki Teikō is surrounded by defensive players under the basket, the probability of him putting the ball into the basket still seems to be higher than yourself. Hwayan Liang has a 37% three-point shooting rate since the qualifiers. Although he only shoots open shots and has relatively low output, his three-point ability actually has a foundation. Coupled with the enhanced training in the dormitory and the 20% increase in hit rate from the Snow Palace's additional badge of Master of Pass and Control, Hwayan Liang is now very accurate with this kind of open three-pointer. In the second half of the second quarter, both sides replaced substitute players. The main ones are Teikō Masaki and Hanayan Liang, who were passively exhausted under the persecution of Yukimiya Kazuma. The same is true for Hajiya Middle School, except that the opponent played ace player Taiga Tsuchiya, and the substitute was a third-year shooting guard. This substitute's basic skills at the position are also very good, and his offensive ability and ability to draw fouls are very sophisticated. The biggest advantage is that in the low post, with his tonnage and height, he can squeeze the defender close to the basket with his back to the basket, and with a simple backup jump shot, he can basically eat up many weak shooting guards. Supplemented by a strong enough breakthrough ability, it is enough to blast the outside rain of ordinary teams. This is Hajiya Middle School's biggest weapon hidden on the bench. But he encountered a tough challenge today. With Kazuma's height and weight, he is a monster to play as a guard. Shira Swicken replaced a substitute center and power forward, while Yukimiya switched to the point position. Hajiya Middle School's substitute position is defended by Yukimiya Kazuma, and it is really difficult to squeeze in. Hajiya's attack made him constipated for a moment. Taking action, Shira Swihall's second-year substitute center got stuck under the basket, and Yukimiya Kazuma collected the rebound. The Hakuzuikan team's offense and defense transitioned quickly. Yukimiya Kazuma took the rebound and directly advanced to shorten the passing link in the middle. After the game rhythm picked up, more offensive opportunities appeared. Yukimiya quickly came to the front court, and Hajiya's inside line had just settled in at this time. Shira Swicken's substitute center has seen a lot off the court, and he and Masaki Teikō have learned a lot of skills in cooperating with Kazuma Yukimiya. He stood at the top of the arc, played a pick and roll for Kazuma Yukimiya, and then went straight down. Yukimiya Kazuma used the cover to break through, and this wave of double penetration directly penetrated Hajiya. Shirasuikan's substitute center received a pass from Kazuma Yukimiya and made an easy layup. Hajiya fell into a scoring drought, while Hakuzuikan played smoothly. In the next round, Yukimiya Kazuma attacked with his back, and after attracting Hajiya's defensive attention, he lightly threw the basketball into the penalty area. The backup power forward of Beishui Hall jumped up high and caught the basketball comfortably. Well, with a height of 183 centimeters, his bounce was a bit lacking, but he just put the ball into the basket. Although there are no violent scenes, the audience is very happy to watch such a smooth attack. Moreover, Yukimiya Kazuma's ability is obviously not limited to whether he is a starter or a substitute. If you play in an orderly manner, you will be able to assist. Substitute Ami excitedly high-fived Kazuma Yukimiya in celebration. Masaki Teikō and Ryo Hanayan on the sidelines felt their hands itching to watch such a pass and they still wanted to catch it. After Kazuma Yukimiya suddenly faked a pass and broke through to attack the basket, Hajiya was stopped again. Yukimiya Kazuma's ability to control the court is great. He is naturally good at pushing fast breaks and can always find open teammates. Yukimiya Kazuma has a very selfless playing style. It is a blessing to be his teammate. Amazing! While the audience was still discussing the situation on the field just now, the game continued. Both sides changed again. The main force. After Tsuchiya Taiga attracted the defense, he assisted his teammates to hit a three-pointer, stabilizing the situation for Hajiya. After changing sides, people were surprised to find that the center, Masaki Teikō, was almost close to the three-point line, opening up space for Yukimiya and Makoto. Then, Yukimiya Kazuma used an acrobatic back pass to pass the ball to Teikō Masaki. At this time, Masaki Teikō's defender had long been taken away by Kazuma Yukimiya. Big space. Masaki Teikō was stunned for a moment, and then he shot smoothly, and the basketball drew an arc. Whoosh! Long two-point hit. When Yukimiya Kazuma high-fived Teikō Masaki was still thinking about the attack just now. How did the ball get past? Is Hakuzui Hall experimenting with tactics? Masaki Teikō didn't go inside or pick and roll like before, but instead pulled Hajiya's formation from the side. Oh my god! Yukimiya Kazuma was surrounded by Hajiya, and he actually passed the ball from behind. Opportunity, Teikō Masaki, big open space, no problem, very stable, his shooting looks as good as Tsuchiya Taiga's. In the auditorium, there were some nagging spectators who couldn't help but burst into laughter. This shot is so difficult, very bold, and imaginative. From a point guard's perspective, Yukimiya Kazuma's passing ability is impeccable, and his court vision is fantastic. Kazuma Yukimiya's height gives him a big advantage in terms of court vision. Not a rigid point guard type, his passing is full of spirituality. Hajiya Middle School is struggling. The Beishuikan team had two different styles of play compared to the first quarter. They speed up the transition between offense and defense, and after a successful defense, they quickly push for a fast attack and counterattack. Including Masaki Teikō, they can all run. On the other hand, Hajiya, their interior linemen Taiga Tsuchiya and center are both slow-moving players, and they can't keep up with the pace of Shirasui Hall. In addition, on the defensive end, Yukimiya Kazuma exists and can well restrain Hajiya's breakthrough to the basket. Tsuchiya Taiga has no advantage against Yukimiya in terms of speed and size. Beishui Pavilion gradually became overwhelmed on the field. From Yukimiya Kazuma's point of view, this is not surprising. Tsuchiya Taiga's fadeaway jumper looks beautiful, but this level of skill is not something that ordinary junior high school players can master. Like Yukimiya, if a player is given high-intensity interference or even blocked shots, his shooting percentage will drop sharply. Like gang leader Chiao, you guard yours and I'll throw in mine. That kind of backwardness obviously doesn't exist in junior high school. Generation of Miracles is another story. That's a science fiction question. At the end of the half, the scores of Hanayan Liang and Teikō Masaki also reached 17 or 18 points. The task of the 1.1 system seemed to be going smoothly. Soon, the second half of the game began. Whitewater Hall's defense maintained a good level of intensity. The inside line guarded by Masaki Teikō and Kazuma Yukimiya did not allow Hajiya to take advantage. At the same time, the assisting defense of Yukimiya and Kazuma 84.7 also gave Hajiya a lot of restraint. Hajiya's offense was delayed in this way, and they fell into a defensive stranglehold at Shirasuikan, or in other words, with Kazuma Yukimiya as the core. Caught in this predicament, Hajiya Middle School chose to hand the ball to Tsuchiya Taiga for a large number of singles. Tsuchiya Taiga swayed with his back, but when he was about to take action, Yukikawa Kazuma's long arm stretched out from the side again. Taiga Tsuchiya's shot encountered huge interference. He adjusted the angle of his shot. Although he avoided Yukimiya's block, there was obviously something wrong with his sight. Boring. The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. Masaki Teikō got the rebound, and he immediately started looking for Kazuma Yukimiya. In the transition between offense and defense, Yukimiya and Gent pressed the rhythm. Masaki Teikō pulled out and gave Kazuma Yukimiya a cover, and Kazuma Yukimiya cooperated with him. Taking advantage of the opportunity to get inside, he pretended to pass the ball to Masaki Teikō, who was passing down the line, but with a flick of his wrist, he gave the ball to Ryo Huayan, who was sliding down the baseline. Huayan Liang easily completed the layup. Hajiya was suppressed miserably, and the other coach asked for a timeout. In order to chase points, Hajiya replaced the big center and replaced him with the best scorer on the bench. But under the fast-paced collision, Hajiya still lost miserably. After all, what was in front of them was Beishui Pavilion, who had been running wildly on the beach for half a month. Yukimiya Kazuma's master of passing and control was fully utilized. His scalpel-like precise passing was like a cook's job. Hajiya's defense was cut to pieces. Yukimiya Kazuma continues to provide assists for his teammates. Huayan Liang and Teikō Masaki are naturally the objects of his focus. Chapter 067. Teikō Masaki's shooting skills have always been the focus of training. It can be seen from his envy of Tsuchiya Taiga that his style of play is biased toward this kind. Today, Yukimiya Kazuma keeps finding him through the gaps and trying to kill him. Hey, this leaves Masaki Teikō to just put the ball into the basket. With 3 minutes left in the game, Hajiya Middle School, which was 40 points behind, withdrew all its main players except Tsuchiya Taiga. At the same time, a tribute mission, lead Shirasuikan Middle School to win the game against Hajiya Middle School, and the scores of Masaki Teikō and Ryo Hanan are both above 30 points. Achievement Reward, Self-Assigned Attributes x6. Self-assigned attributes are loaded. Get attribute value times 6. Toot. The game is over, Beishui Hall wins. The referee's final whistle sounded. And with the whistle, Hajiya's team members seemed as if time had stood still, and the light in their eyes quickly dissipated. Only Taiga Tsuchiya, the ace who was defeated by Kazuma Yukimiya, still stood on the basketball court with his head held high, but his eyes were filled with tears at some point. Shirasuikan defeated Hajiya, but did not defeat Tsuchiya Taiga's will. Because a man who stands on the court with his head held high and accepts defeat will never be defeated by his enemy. And as far as this will is concerned, it is rather the opposite. After the game, Yumiya Kazuma was entangled by Tsuchiya Taiga. "Hello, Yukimiya-kun, have you confirmed your opponent for the next match?" Yukimiya Kazuma was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice. When he turned around, this familiar tone made Yukimiya, and it reminds me of Kaisuruda inexplicably. But the sound actually came from Taiga Tsuchiya, who was quite aloof on the court, which surprised him. Ext. Is this the self-cooked type? Yukimiya Kazuma found it difficult to deal with such a person. He turned around and said, "I'm almost sure that you are leaving already?" Don't you want to watch the next game? Teikō Tsuchiya put his hands on his hips and said loudly, well, we are going to start hell training when we go back. In the next competition, we Hajiya will definitely defeat Shirasuikan and defeat you. Teikō Tsuchiya was full of energy, which was completely different from Kazuma Yukimiya, who looked helpless at the moment. If someone didn't know better, they would probably think that it was Teikō Tsuchiya who just won. Okay, I hope you go well. Yukimiya Kazuma was about to wish Hajiya and his team a smooth training, but suddenly remembered that this guy was already in his senior year. Where would there be a chance for the next competition? Shirasuikan vs Hajiya. This is the last time. But in the end, before Yukimiya Kazuma could remind him, the juniors of Hajiya Middle School and Tsuchiya Taiga couldn't stand it any longer. Tsuchiya-senpai, we'd better leave first. If we don't leave, the school bus will leave. The other team members of Hajiya Middle School saw that Teikō Tsuchiya still wanted to continue talking to Kazuma Yukimiya, so they had no choice but to stop him loudly. Tsuchiya Daihi was speechless. When Hajiya and his party left, they passed by Yukimiya Kazuma, but their attitude towards Yukimiya was not as friendly as Tsuchiya Taiga. After all, not everyone can face a person who just surrendered like Tsuchiya Taiga. His opponent, who had been completely defeated, could still challenge him again so calmly. After the people from Hajidani left, everyone from Shirasuikan also returned to the hotel where they lived. At this time, everyone was preparing to discuss the tactics of the next battle, but before that, Shinsatsuji introduced the opponent's information to everyone. Kintaka Middle School, the number 1 seed in the Aomori division, has entered the All-Hyuxia main draw for 8 consecutive years. Judging from the data alone, Kintaka Middle School is stronger than Hajiya in the last game, and from a factual perspective, this is indeed the case. Although they are both the top basketball schools in the country. The difference is that Baigong's players are all very tall. Except for a second-year point guard who is 179 centimeters, all the remaining main players are above 180 centimeters. The center is 198 and the power forward is 193. What is more noteworthy among them is their core player, small forward Ogakai Ryaji. This person is 186 centimeters tall, but his passing and scoring abilities are quite good. Speaking of which, without Shinsatsuji giving any more hints, everyone in the Whitewater Pavilion immediately noticed something was wrong. This description. Isn't it similar to Yukimiya Kazuma? Everyone subconsciously looked at Yukimiya Kazuma and muttered, at 186 centimeters, the passing, control, and scoring are quite good. Yukimiya Kazuma. Doesn't it sound familiar? That's right. Everyone nodded immediately. The next second, Shin-Matsuji also nodded, it feels right. Ogakai Ryaji is a player whose reputation is second only to Yukimiya, and he is compared as a player of the same type. 11. In the qualifiers in Aomori, he averaged 26.3 points, 7.6 rebounds, 8.8 assists, 2.2 blocks and 1.8 steals per game. In other words, in the next game, we may have to face a player of the same type who is as strong as Yukigong. After Shinsatsuji finished speaking, he thought it would arouse everyone's surprise. However, at this time, none of the team members were surprised at all. How is that possible, coach? What a joke! Yes, just looking at the data, Senior Yukimiya is much more exaggerated than him. What's more, we all know how much of a monster Senior Yukimiya is. No one can compare to him except Generation of Miracles. N.A. Pa. Shinsongji closed the folder, okay, as long as you have an idea. Don't be fooled. But judging from their appearance, they don't look like they will be arrogant or careless, so let's do it step by step. After all the tactics were explained, everyone in the Whitewater Pavilion also dispersed. The next day, the match between Shirasuikan Middle School and Baigong Middle School officially started. As usual, the commentator introduced the lineups of the two teams one by one. After everyone appeared on the stage, the players from both sides officially began to warm up. During this period, Yukimiya Kazuma observed the players of Kintaka Middle School. In the end, he came up with only 2 words of evaluation. Major. Probably because the average height is relatively high and all the members have cold faces. You can more or less feel a hint of Teikō from them, but it is different from the feeling of Teikō. Teikō is the arrogant self-confidence brought by strong strength from the inside out. And these in front of me. Quite a pretentious and cold attitude. But it doesn't matter whether he's pretending or not, because the system prompts are here. The system has never let him down every day since he entered the national championship, but this time there is something different. Badge mission, defeat Kintaka Middle School, and in terms of statistics, scores, assists, rebounds, steals and blocks, have an overall advantage over Ryoji Ogakai. Achievement reward, Ogakai Ryoji related badges. To know. The last time a badge mission related to a person's name appeared in the system, that person was Aya Mindaki. The badge obtained is Monster Immersion Bird. Is Ogakai Ryoji such a high level? How can it be? I haven't heard of it in the comics. Either he stopped playing in high school, or like Ryanan in Slam Dunk, he was buried at the regional level and couldn't get ahead. The data dominates. Fortunately, the 5 main items are limited. Without this limitation, it would be complicated, such as turnover rate, number of fouls made, etc. There are too many detailed data to compare. As for the main 5 items, it wouldn't be too difficult for Yukimiya Kazuma soon. But Kazuma Yukimiya didn't get too happy too early. Judging from the task released by the system, Yukimiya thought it was better to see what kind of approach Ogakai Ryoji was. In the audience, because Kazuma Yukimiya and Ryoji Ogakai are one of the most watched players under the Miracle Generation in this conference, their duel is very exciting. The atmosphere of the cheering group from Baegong Middle School was also quite good. They only focused on cheering for Baegong Middle School. Their strong wind helps gang, endurance which covered half of the Baegong stands was also very impressive. Yukimiya Kazuma expressed envy at this. Shira Swicken, whose club performance was average overall, didn't even have its own club training for external parties, so it wasn't very cool. During the warm-up period before the game, Ogakai Ryoji and Yumiya Kazuma looked at each other several times, and they both nodded coldly, looking very classy. Belgium started as center Masaki Takefuji and center Kintaka jumped on the jump ball. Kintaka's average height must be second to none among junior high schools. It is estimated that no other team has a center close to 2 meters tall. Of course, Teikō Murasakibara, who is over 2 meters tall, is an otherworldly god. Center Kintaka won the jump ball and then passed the ball to the point guard. In this game, Yukimiya Kazuma needs to deal with the 193 cm tall power forward on the defensive end, so the opponent against Ogakai Ryoji is Ryo Hanan, who recently successfully broke through from 180 to 182. After Kintaka point guard came to the front court, he quickly passed the ball to Ogakai Ryoji on the left 3-point line. Ogakai Ryoji breaks through with the ball. It can be seen that his breakthrough relies heavily on physical fitness and confrontation. It is a common type in junior high schools. If your physical ability is better than yours, you can use your body to make a breakthrough. He does have talent. He has a pretty good combination of speed, strength, and agility for his height in the junior high school basketball world. Most players cannot withstand Ogakai Ryoji's attack, but today's Huayun Liang is obviously not one of them. Although it is a bit outrageous to say that a month of staying with the devil can make a person completely reborn. But Yumiya Kazuma has to say. It's just so outrageous. No wonder after Sirinai H lost, there was a wave of summer strengthening, and all the players came back in the winter competition with a new look. Even Itsuki Jun could shine against Akashi on the court. Certainly. It only refers to the level of being able to pass 2 hands, but it is already amazing. Huayun Liang's physical ability has been strengthened like a completely different person compared to the qualifying period before the camp. This can also be seen with the naked eye in the other members of the Whitewater Hall. Huayun Liang held Ogakai Ryaji, and Ogakai Ryaji relied on a higher vision to give the ball to the center inside. Center Kintaka is nearly 2 meters tall, which gives him quite an advantage. The key is that his skills are also very delicate. He plays continuously with the back and makes smooth turns. At the end far away from Kazuma Yukimiya, he overpowers Masaki Teikō and turns around to hit a basket. Little hook. Yes, he is 7 or 8 centimeters taller than Masaki Teikō, and he also chose a cautious little hook under the basket. 20. Center Kintaka opened the scoring for Kintaka, and there were warm cheers at the scene. Yukimiya Kazuma looked at Center Kintaka's silky hook and was filled with emotion. He had never seen it before, but he was quite good at it. Whitewater Hall's offensive round. Kazuma Yukimiya held the ball for half the game, but the opponent's power forwards pressing was of little use against Kazuma Yukimiya's ball handling skills. Instead, the opponent lost his center of gravity and was left behind by Yukimiya Kazuma. Yukimiya strode into the penalty area. Facing the tall center Kintaka, he easily hit the ball to Masaki Teikō under the basket. Teikō Masaki jumped off the ground, pulled onions on dry land and pressed the ball hard. Basket. Boom. 2-2. After Masaki Teikō scored a goal, he held his head against the wind and gave a thumbs up to Kazuma Yukimiya. It was a beautiful pass, and I paid him back. Just now Masaki Teikō was single-handedly scored by the opponent. The goal in this round was very thirst-quenching. Kazuma Yukimiya passed the ball as comfortably as ever. This is a feeling that others cannot give. Whoa! That's a beautiful pass. Kintaka power forward paid the price for his gambling steal. Yukimiya Kazuma got rid of him. After attracting the defense of Kintaka center, he easily assisted Teikō Masaki to complete the attack. Yukimiya Kazuma is in pretty good shape today. Kintaka's attack. Or give the ball to Ogakai Ryaji to initiate the attack. Ogakai Ryaji has the same ball carrying and core play style as Yukimiya Kazuma. Kintaka's offense is almost always initiated by Ogakai Ryaji. Their defenders were just responsible for dribbling the ball across half-court to Ogakai Ryaji. The Shirasuikan team shrunk their formation to cope with Ogakai's breakthrough. After statistics, Shirasuikan knew that Ogakai's shooting ability was average, and they did not think that Ogakai's shooting ability was average. Ji can punish himself with shooting. Ogakai Ryaji frowned. Such defense made him feel irritated. He lost the space to break through. He continued to observe at the top of the arc. He made a fake move to break through, but in fact... Yes, this is a false move. Ogakai Ryaji's real purpose is to find 490 shooters from the outside. Yukimiya Kazuma judged Ogakai Ryaji's thoughts very accurately. Snap! Accurately appeared on the passing route, and the basketball was intercepted by Yukimiya Kazuma. Without any hesitation, Yukimiya Kazuma immediately started to advance quickly. Ogakai Ryaji's pass was intercepted, and he immediately chased Kazuma Yukimiya. Daisuke Teruyama had been providing support to Kazuma Yukimiya on the flank. Yukimiya Kazuma looked behind him with the corner of his eye, and he used a sudden acceleration fake move to take Ogakai Ryaji out of the penalty area. At the same time, Yukimiya Kazuma flicked his wrist, and the basketball came into the hands of Daisuke Teruyama. Daisuke Teruyama saw the right moment, took off from the ground, made a slight move, and scored 2 points with an easy layup. Ogakai Ryaji was a little helpless. If Kazuma Yukimiya chose to do it by himself, he would be completely sure to intercept the ball. Unexpectedly, Yukimiya Kazuma could accurately find number 7 who was following behind, just like turning on the bird's eye view. It was incredible. Kintaka's turn. This time, Ogakai Ryaji did not deliberately avoid the iron wall of Shirasuikan. He rushed into the inside of Shirasuikan team through the pick and roll screen. Boom! I rounded my right arm. Ogakai Ryuji is about to do a violent slam dunk with Masaki Teikō on his back. It has to be said that Ogakai Ryuji's physical ability has something to say. Ryo Hanayan, who is the main defender, and Masaki Teikō, who is on the inside, are a bit messy by the impact of Ogakai Ryuji, who rushes up. Snap! A hand suddenly grabbed Ogakai Ryuji from his side. That's right, it's still the familiar I love dunking, and it's still the familiar slap flying, turning the person who slaps him off his back. What? How can it be? Kasuga Yuji saw the right time to win the ball, and the offensive and defensive transition was successful. It was only then that Ogakai Ryuji came to his senses. In the offensive round, Ogakai Ryuji saw that the inside of the White Water Hall was overcrowded, and even though he was always prone to breakthroughs, he did not open a passage. There was no way. Nguka Takashi suddenly broke into the outside shooting guard. After receiving the pass, Kintaka shot a three-pointer. Boring! The basketball hit the front of the basket and bounced up. The rebound was protected by Teikō Masaki. Ogakai Ryuji frowned. The ball was a big open space. It was a pity that his own shooting guard did not seize the opportunity. If he can't shoot from the outside. If so, Beishui Hall will shrink its defense even more unscrupulously, which is not good news for him. The bodies of these guys are really tough. Speaking of which, the people at Beishui Hall had something to say. Whether you can survive relying on your body to break through and hit the inside is another matter, but at least they have adapted to it. After all, no matter how strong your body is, can you beat the mature Zhengbang muscle sticks? Hakuzui Hall's defense is very tight. Although Kintaka's center has some advantages against Masaki Teikō, Kazuma Yukimiya's defense on the other side is also extremely fatal to him, and there is a lack of big players. Kintaka, who has the firepower of Takashi Kuki, is obviously unable to compete with Shira Swicken. At the same time, Yukimiya Kazuma's assisting defense on the outside is also very crucial. With him there, the defensive pressure on Daisuke Terayama, who has the biggest physical gap, is greatly reduced. Chapter 068. That's right. Yukimiya Kazuma assisted in defense, which was both internal and external defense. Being able to do this at the same time is due to the 6 attribute bonuses obtained in the previous game. Kazuma Yukimiya added all of them to the assistant defense, which made the assistive defense attribute become Kazuma Yukimiya's 4th attribute to break through 90. Murasakibara's super wide-range defense, which Kazuma Yukimiya also intended to imitate, is a bankrupt version of range defense with the word wide quietly added. During the transition between offense and defense, Kazuma Yukimiya advanced with the ball. Under the interference of the opponent's defense, Kazuma Yukimiya still sent a precise long pass. Teikō Masaki kicked off the ground and took off, completing a beautiful alley-oop. Toot! Kintaka was forced to call a timeout. Shirasui Hall's defense was very successful. They suppressed Ogakai Ryuji's breakthrough, but Kintaka's outside line was unable to punish Shirasui Hall. Beishui Hall has a great advantage, Biggin must change. Pause back. Kintaka's rhythm is still very stable, but it is not a positive effect. There is no way. Their big men's athletic ability is average, and the fast-paced offense and defense transition is not suitable for them. Ogakai Ryuji asked for a screen this time, a pick and roll at the top of the key. The power forward helped Ogakai Ryuji attract Shira Swicken's defense, and he cut in from a gap without much hindrance. A small jump, a floater hit, a true dunk and a true dunk. White Water Hall round. Yukimiya Kazuma passed half the ball with the ball, and the power forward who was now guarding him did not dare to come up and steal the ball hastily despite his previous experience. He quickly found what he thought was the right way to defend. Give Kazuma Yukimiya some space. In his eyes, Yukimiya Kazuma and Ogakai Ryuji are both breakthrough big men who are not good at shooting. However, monster immersion suddenly enters. Hey! What are you looking at? Under Yukimiya Kazuma's cold face, there is a captivating look in his eyes. Although it is not yet time for monster immersion to intervene, negative emotions will affect the transmission control master, that is the main focus at the current stage, but the price of being cooled and affecting 1 or 2 rounds is still affordable. Even if the team's overall passing and control rhythm is interrupted, if you don't punish the opponent at this time, it will only make the opponent's nose in the face in defense. Hey! The basketball hits the net. Kintaka power forward's face changed. Bei Shui Hall's retreat speed was very fast, and Bei Gong had no chance for a fast break. Ogakai Ryaji suppressed a wave of rhythm and waited for Kintaka to get into position inside. Huayun Liang was hit by Ogakai Ryaji with a small throw before. He has a strong self-esteem and also gave him enough to fight. Ogakai Ryaji couldn't get rid of it, and the power forward immediately moved up to cover. Once Huayun Liang is stuck, Nguka Takashi can tear apart the defense line of Shira Swicken. Yukimiya Kazuma had already judged Ogakai Ryaji's intention, and he rushed over to fill his position in advance. When Ogakai Ryaji attacked, he was stubbornly blocked by Huayun Liang around the pick and roll. He rushed over with a ball in one step. At this time, Yukimiya Kazuma appeared on the path that Ogakai Ryaji must pass. Yukimiya Kazuma stabilized his center of gravity and stood directly. His judgment was very correct. Ogakai Ryaji had already started, and Huayun Liang was chasing after him. There is no way to avoid it. Yukimiya Kazuma was fully prepared, but the expected collision did not come. After Ogakai took 3 steps, he did not complete the shot or pass. He continued to walk around Yukimiya Kazuma. Shocked. Yukimiya Kazuma was so stunned that his reaction was slow. Ogakai Ryaji jumped high and finished with a powerful chop. After landing, he roared in celebration. The whole place was filled with excitement. The Kintaka students in the stands were conquered by Ogakai Ryaji's silky skills. They cheered for Ogakai Ryaji crazily. Big mouth! Big mouth! 2. Yukimiya Kazuma. This is not walking anymore. What kind of snakeskin are you playing with? However, when he looked at the referee, he found that the referee had no reaction at all. He thought about it carefully. Depend on. What secret technique is there to block the view and sneak in? Is there such a thing? Kazuma Yukimiya glanced at Ogakai Ryaji, who learned from Emperor James but had developed his skills to such an extent that he would actively use his field of vision, and couldn't help but praise. 6. I thought you were a rough guy, but you turned out to be a unique guy. Ogakai Ryaji ignored Yukimiya Kazuma. This was not the first time he heard such shady words. This level of ridicule could not shake Ogakai Ryaji's Taoist heart at all. Whitewater Hall round. Kazuma Yukimiya and Masaki Teikō were on a pick and roll at the top of the arc. Kazuma Yukimiya, who broke into the inside, was assisted by Ryaji Ogakai. He distributed the ball to Yuji Kasuga on the outside. Kasuga Yuji, who is the smallest but also the most flexible on the court, used an increasingly proficient Namba step to throw away the Kintaka point guard and shoot from mid-range. Whoosh! Hollow hit! One of the goals of Yukimiya Kazuma's teammates in training together is to develop finishing skills that can make people shine. It seems that this goal has been achieved in a good way. Coupled with Yukimiya Kazuma's efforts, it will be difficult for Hijayaka to prevent Hakuzuikan from death. If Kintaka wants to narrow the score difference, it must keep scoring. Ogakai Ryaji is the hope of the whole village in Kintaka. Next round. Ryaji Ogakai once again used the screen to get inside. With the experience from last time, Yukimiya Kazuma no longer thinks about causing a foul against Ogakai Ryaji. In the entangled situation, this guy comes down in a ghost step, 1 or 2 more steps, who can keep up with his rhythm. After changing defense, Yukimiya Kazuma pounced from the wing, and my love for slam dunks lit up instantly. Ogakai Ryaji, who was leaping high, obviously did not expect that someone else would appear on the side. He blessed I love risk dunks, and Yukigong and Genkai penetrated Changhong. Snap! The basketball was shot away. Defending players who like to break through and dunk, I love to risk dunks, which is a truly magical skill. After hating Ogakai Ryuji, I felt that the time was almost up, and at this time, the battle cry of the rookie ace was also arranged. The battle cry was launched, and Yukimiya Kazuma's movements were very contagious. The morale of the players in the Whitewater Hall was greatly boosted, and they even felt that their fatigue was reduced a lot. When Kintaka served a sideline ball, they naturally went to Ogakai Ryuji immediately, but this time Kintaka's transfer of the ball was a bit careless and was caught by the wandering Yukimiya Kazuma. Switching between offense and defense, the Beishuguin team launched a fast break like a whirlwind. Kintaka obviously has not adapted to the rhythm of Hakyuzui Hall. Only Achu Takashi has the intention to catch up. It was just one defense against 3, but it was obvious that he could not escape the fate of being slipped away. The wise and graceful Ogakai Ryuji stopped decisively and gracefully. Yukimiya Kazuma threw the ball forward, and Teikō Masaki jumped high. When Masaki Teikō reached the highest point, the position of the basketball was just right. Masaki Teikō caught the ball very comfortably and completed a violent slam to the basket. Boom! Wow! Empty link! How does this look like a duel between junior high school teams? Marvelous! The audience at the scene cheered and the Beishui Pavilion's playing style was very eye-catching. Well done! Yukimiya Kazuma and Teikō Masaki high-fived in celebration. Time came to the beginning of the third quarter. Although Ogakai Ryuji fought fiercely on the scene, Kintaka was always at a disadvantage in the scene, and as Yukimiya Kazuma opened up, the decline became more and more serious. The Shirasuikan team's offensive and defensive switching rhythm directly overwhelmed Kintaka, and from this point on, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly entered a monster immersion state. Under the pouring of Asuka's shots, Baigong almost collapsed, and the score was suddenly widened. Whitewater Hall round. After Kazuma Yukimiya received the serve, he began to speed up. On the other hand, Kintaka's 2 inside players couldn't keep up with the pace of Beishui Hall. When the attack started at Shirasui Hall, only Ryuji Ogakai and 2 defenders were in position. With 5-on-3 in the front court, Ogakai Ryuji was a little confused. How to defend against this horse-riding player? Ryuji Ogakai went inside and stared at Masaki Teikō. The 2 defenders also chose to defend Shirasui Hall's Hanan Ryo and Teruyama Daisuke, who shot more in the first half. However, how could Kazuma Yukimiya pass the ball in this state? The moment he reached the front court, he directly spread his wings and took off, without any adjustment at all, and shot a 3-pointer. The basketball drew a rainbow in the air. Whoosh! Hollow hit! After Kazuma Yukimiya completed his shot, Kintaka's 2 inside players panted and landed. Wow! Hakyuzuikan speeds up and it's Kazuma Yukimiya's scoring mode. Kintaka's inside line can't keep up with the rhythm, and Yuki Kazuma is completely unguarded. The next 3 rounds are all scene reproductions. On the Hakyuzuikan side, Yukimiya Kazuma made consecutive shots, and Ogakai Ryuji was directly beaten. A guy who kept passing the ball suddenly became a solo player, and he was also a solo player that no one could defend. How could this happen? Hey! 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 As soon as the third quarter started, it completely turned into a shooting game with Kazuma Yukimiya. He was very excited, and while he was chattering away, all kinds of celebrations from his previous life, along with his shots, came to Baigong Middle School one by one like a tide. Yukimiya Kazuma scored 11 points in 2 minutes. In just these 2 minutes, the point difference widened by 6 points. With 2 minutes and 13 seconds left in the third quarter, the point difference between the 2 teams has reached 36 points. Coach Kintaka immediately asked for a timeout. He has a lot of experience in defense, but seeing the Beishui Hall like this, he also made the mistake of relying too much on the offensive methods and tactics that focus on emphasis and emphasis. After returning from the pause, as expected, Coach Kintaka put on a defensive lineup to go head-to-head with Kazuma Yukimiya, but the result was that Kazuma Yukimiya couldn't handle it at all, and the monster immersion made Kintaka unable to parry. In the fourth quarter, both teams sent in substitute lineups, and the game completely turned into garbage time. Ogakai Ryoji sat on the bench, very unwilling. He tried his best in this game, but there was still nothing he could do. In the first 3 quarters of the game, Ogakai played almost the full game, scoring 15 points, 7 rebounds and 4 assists. Facing today's Shirasui Hall, the game process was completely beyond his control. In the early stage, Beishui Hall played a whirlwind of rapid advancement, which turned the inside line that Kintaka was proud of into a weak point. The center was unable to keep up with the crazy pace of Beishui Hall. Then the third quarter comes. Ogakai Ryoji turned to look in the direction of Yukimiya Kazuma. It was this person who became the straw that broke the camel's back. Finally, the final whistle sounded. The score was fixed at 113-72, Beishui Hall defeated Beigong. Yukimiya Kazuma scored 36 points, 19 assists, 10 rebounds, 5 steals and 6 blocks in the 3 quarters. This is also a typical Yukimiya-style data. Badge mission, defeat Kintaka Middle School, and in terms of statistics, scores, assists, rebounds, steals and blocks, have an overall advantage over Ryoji Ogakai. Achievement Reward, Ogakai Ryoji related badges. Mission completed. Automatic loading of badge rewards. Badge loaded. Get the badge, Devil's Pace. 1. Devil's Pace, Gold. Your offensive steps under the basket have risen to an epic level. Are they gone? Or are they not gone? Anyway, friction and friction are all the Devil's Pace. I go. Shocked, old man. Golden. The offensive steps under the basket are so poetic. It's still a vague description of the numerical value unique to gold, but it looks like it should be a very powerful offensive badge. Maybe, with this badge, I will become a skilled player in the basket. Footsteps Master. The other side. Despite the defeat, Ogakai Ryoji did not leave the game directly. He shook hands with Kazuma Yumiya and Masaki Teikō in a very graceful manner. To Kazuma's surprise, Ogakai Ryoji even congratulated himself. Yukimiya, your performance is great, you are a great player. Yukimiya Kazuma held it in for a long time and said a few words like squeezing out toothpaste, thank you. This guy feels so weird, he always feels like he's holding on. How do you describe that word? Oh. Right. Idle baggage. After the third round. In the end, only 3 teams were left. That's right, the schedule of the national main tournament is so short, with only 24 national teams participating. As for the only 3 teams left, there is no doubt. Teikō, Whitewater Pavilion, and Minggu. And, maybe it was fate. In the 3-team round-robin competition in the finals, the first game was Shirasuikan vs Teikō. Stadium exit. Everyone in the Whitewater Pavilion came out and waited until they were near the parking lot. Only then did someone sigh out, we've finally come this far. It feels a bit dreamy. What will happen to us this time? Us. It must have become stronger, right? Kasuga Yuji spoke, although everyone usually talks about revenge Teikō, but when it comes to this, he, and everyone at Shirasuikan, can feel it in their hearts. What will it be? However, being led by Snow Palace along the way gave them some extravagant hopes for no reason. Shinsatsuji noticed everyone's emotions. Kazunari will never win or lose in the arena, and so do we. Let's go back to the meeting. At this time, Teikō, who had just finished the game, also left the gym and came here. They are still the same. Bored look. Only Aya Mindaki, her eyes lit up after seeing Yukimiya Kazuma, and when she was about to step forward and say something, she found that the other party just glanced at her and said, then he followed Wu Vu's team. Wu left. That's what happens sometimes. Eyes and stuff. The emotion in the other party's eyes that couldn't wait to have a fight was like smoke from a fire, burning along the air towards his eyes in just a moment of eye contact. And between Shiraswiken and Teikō, a team appeared quietly without attracting their attention at all. Minjio Middle School passed by in silence in a depressing atmosphere. No one said a word. It can be seen from their slightly tired faces that it was not easy for them to win today's game. It was barely enough to reach the finals. But among them, Ajihara Shigehiro is extremely powerful. Returned to the hotel. Shinsatsuji immediately took out Teikō's game video. In fact, it was not that Shirasui Hall had not formulated tactics to deal with Teikō before, but the criteria for formulating tactics at that time were mainly based on the status of the former Shirasui Hall players. You must know that the status will change at any time, both yourself and your opponent. An old-fashioned TV set was playing all the matches since Teikō's national championship. No one spoke. Everyone in Beishui Pavilion actually didn't know what to say. Hakuzuikan has fought against Teikō before, so they know the opponent's strength very well. To be honest, they really can't see where Teikō's weakness is. But after a while, you really can't see anything. The Teikō lineup is outrageous, haha. But it makes me excited for some reason, and it feels a little exciting. You're a first grader, aren't you excited at all? This is Teikō. Thinking that Akashi Sejuro will be standing in front of me tomorrow, I'm already on fire. For it. Harui is absolutely right. There is no point in being afraid now. Since there is only the last battle left, let us cheer up. Well, why not be more excited and show our best tomorrow? And everyone. The last summer. Chapter 069. The first game of the round-robin finals of the national competition. Even before the game started, the venue was already full of people, and the entire stadium was packed with people. Beishui Hall has defeated many opponents in the national qualifiers and main matches. Some of them came together with a few players, and some simply came with the coach leading the entire team. Zuoka, Higashi Kato, Hajiya, Kintaka. Among them, Seioka Junior High School and Higashi Kato Junior High School, both in Tokyo District, knew each other and happened to sit close to each other. Hidehiro Naga and Akira Tatsuda, the aces of their respective teams, sat directly next to each other. Mr. Longtian, long time no see. Hizai Yang greeted. Akira Tatsuda nodded, but his expression was a little embarrassed. Hizai Yang also understood. After all, Akira Tatsuda's interview on pass basketball during the qualifiers was quite popular in Tokyo. In the awkward atmosphere, Hizai Yang took the initiative and said, I saw many acquaintances in Tokyo, including Yukio Mizas from Inseaji Temple. Ah, you may not have seen it, a team that is not too strong. But he was the first person to play against Beishuiken in the qualifiers. I feel so much. At that time, who would have thought that that guy would go all the way here? When Hizai Yang said this, his eyes returned to the warm-up area on the court. At this moment, Swagwan and Mommy were dribbling to warm up. Which side do you think will win today's game? Akira Tatsuda suddenly asked. We are from the same team as Tokyo District, but you would actually ask such a question, Tatsuda-kun. Akira Tatsuda frowned, his inner thoughts were seen, and he felt a little embarrassed, so he simply showed off his cards, although that guy Yukinomiya is very annoying. 527 But I don't know why, compared to Teikō, I just want to see him win. Hizai Yang was stunned when he heard this, and nodded clearly after a moment. The juniors around Zojia and Dongzudo were nervously listening to the conversation of their seniors. Hizai Yang propped up his chin, if Swimiya only has the strength he has shown now, then there is no doubt that the winner of this game will be Teikō, 100%. Yukimiya's strength is indeed very strong, but Teikō's strength on the opposite side is all round. But Akira Tatsuda raised his eyebrows, took over what the other party said, and continued, "It's just that until now, it's not clear what trump card he has hidden in the main competition. After all, this guy is very strange, and he gets stronger the more he fights." Monster. Beishui Pavilion Rest Area. This is the first time that Beishui Hall has repeatedly confirmed the prepared tactical arrangements before the official competition since this national competition. After all, this time, they are facing an opponent that is completely different from before. In the past, even if it was against a well-known team in the country, Beishui Hall would only make tactical arrangements for one of the players. Then use the Snow Palace's unparalleled advantage to directly crush it. But this time, the Teikō they faced, almost everyone on the field, could pose a fatal threat to the Whitewater Hall. Soon. In the passionate voice of the on-site commentator, the team members of Shiriswicken Middle School appeared one after another. Every time the on-site commentator announces the names of the Beishui Hall players, there will be a burst of applause and cheers at the scene. Obviously, after several games in the whole competition, the Beishui Hall has gained great reputation. Especially when Kazuma Yukimiya appeared on the stage at the end, the audience in the stands erupted into a roaring tsunami, which made Akira Tatsuda look jealous. After Whitewater Hall, it was their opponent's turn, Teikō Junior High. The one who is about to appear next is Teikō Junior High. Whoa! Oh! It's Teikō. So tall. Is that guy really a junior high school student? The miracle generation with rainbow hair colors took to the court one after another. Is it coming? Generation of miracles. Seeing Teikō come on the court, everyone in the Whitewater Pavilion on the other side of the court suddenly stared at each other. The momentum is so overwhelming. Generation of miracles. Just seeing them makes people feel creepy. The players on the Hakuzuikan bench felt like their hair was standing on end when they saw Teikō's generation of miracles appearing on the field one after another. At this moment, the voice of commentary came over again. Under the spotlight, the last name of Teikō Junior High, and also the most important one, resounded throughout the audience. White, Teikō no 4. Team leader. Akashi Sejuro. In Generation of Miracles, Akashi Sejuro is only 170 centimeters tall, which is 3 centimeters shorter than when he was in high school. Compared to several other members of Generation of Miracles, he does not have such an amazing physique that can distinguish strength from weakness at a glance, but when he appeared with red hair and heterochromatic eyes that patrolled the entire stadium, the whole stadium was whispering. The sound suddenly dropped. What a powerful momentum! Is this the captain of the Generation of Miracles? XX. You can tell at a glance that he is unusual. After the team formation was completed, the members of the two teams quickly stood opposite each other in the center circle. This moment, the eyes of everyone in the audience were attracted by these two teams. Yukimiya Kazuma. I'm surprised by you. Akashi Sejuro suddenly spoke in a low and cold voice in front of Kazuma Yukinomiya, Ade. What? Yukimiya Kazuma faced Akashi and replied with a smile. At the same time, he deliberately raised his chin high and looked down at the other person. There is no way, compared to the mysterious imperial aura of Akashi Sejuro, Kazuma Yukimiya's aura is completely invisible. Fortunately, the height is on the line, Kazuma Yukimiya thought silently. However, this guy wouldn't suddenly come over and press his shoulders, knocking him down in front of the entire audience, would he? Yukimiya Kazuma thought that it would be better to leave this famous scene to Kagami Taiga. While his thoughts were gradually letting go, Suigong quietly paid attention to the opponent's movements, preparing to retreat in time if there was any slight movement. But today's Akashi probably didn't have that kind of interest. He just stared straight down, without even raising his eyes. In my eyes, the probability that you can have such strength is almost impossible. Including the last showdown with Aomine. But authentic and fake. Even if it's just a thing that has been exiled by oneself. But that kind of poor pass control is already very unpleasant just to see it. It doesn't matter anymore. The winner must be me. I will use this game to tell you what the difference in status is. Yukimiya Kazuma. Looking at Akashi, who turned around and left, Yukimiya felt something was wrong with him. Rather, when he competed with Teikō last time, he vaguely felt that the other party looked at him wrongly, but he didn't communicate much with the other party last time, so this time he kept talking directly. Really? The second grade is really the second grade? Interesting. Game start. With the opening whistle, the strongest battle in the entire competition officially began. The referee threw the ball high into the air, and Atsushi Murasakibara and Teikō Masaki jumped up to fight for the ball. Visible to the naked eye, Murasakibara was ahead by at least 20 centimeters, and with his long arms relaxed, he won the ball for Teikō to open the game. But the next second... Toot! Do-do-do! White number 5. Jump ball violation. Generation of miracles. Aya Mindaki's excited nerves suddenly relaxed. She straightened her waist and placed her hands on her hips. Really? Kaizruta scratched his head. Little Murasakibara, watch the ball, you have to wait until the ball starts to fall before you can touch it. Why did you forget it again today? Midorima Shinter pushed up the frame. This is the inevitable result of being lax. Whitewater Hall Ball writes. Although the start was a bit unexpected. But Beishui Hall's tactics only advanced one round because of this. Huayan Liang was super focused. After the referee gave the ball to him, he immediately served from the sideline. Given. It's spring tour 2. Quick attack. This was the strategy formulated by Hakuzuikan from the beginning. Facing Teikō, Hakuzuikan could not relax at all. From the very beginning, Hakuzuikan had to race against time to gain points. Kasuga Yuji felt tremendous pressure at this time, because according to the scheduled plan, he would mainly face Akashi in this game. Even if you have a cheerful personality like Kasuga Yuji, you will inevitably feel a little nervous in this situation. But soon, the tension was replaced by the surprise caused by the scene in front of him. Hey, I'm the point guard. Isn't my opponent Akashi? Why are you here? When Kasuga Yuji saw Kaizruta coming in front of him, his expression suddenly changed. On the other side, Yukimiya Kazuma also looked at Akashi Shijuro, who appeared in front of him in shock. It seems that he has an insight into what the other person is thinking. Are you surprised? The fragile white water pavilion. As long as one of your buds is broken, defeat is already doomed. Akashi Shijuro said with an expressionless and cold face, using the Emperor Eye with a gleaming light at the bottom of his eyes. Chapter 070. As soon as Akashi came up, he focused on the opponent's ace on the defensive end. This is not his style. Akashi Shijuro's move not only surprised Kazuma Yukinomiya and Shira Swicken, but also the teams from other schools in the stands were quite surprised. Maybe it's Akashi. I must have felt something. Taiga Tsuchiya of Hajiya Middle School said in the stands. In this case, we should take action. Kasuga Yuji's eyes flashed, and then Namba suddenly accelerated and took an extremely bold jump shot close to the penalty area. Sure enough, before he could finish his move, Murasakibara, the monster sitting in the penalty area, rushed forward to block the shot. At the same time, Kaizruta, who could not completely escape from his side, defended him at the same time. Realizing that Kaizruta was stealing the ball next to him, Kasuga Yuji changed his shot from a shot to a throw. The action once looked very similar to Ayamine's formless shot, but he just threw the ball towards the basket without any accuracy. Of course no one else except Ayamine could throw such an action, but the original purpose of this ball was not to shoot. The next moment the ball flew out. Masaki Teikō, who was standing next to the basket, suddenly jumped up and caught the ball. Smashed it against the basket in the air. Whoa! It's actually an alley-oop. The audience suddenly burst into exclamations. But at this moment, a heavy black shadow suddenly appeared behind Masaki Teikō, threatening to choose and devour anyone. Slowly. So, what are you working on? Snap. Murasakibara, who had just been attacking to block Kasuga Yuji, suddenly returned to the basket with a lazy tone and blocked Teikō Masaki's shot. At the same time, the two of them competed with each other in mid-air. This made Masaki Teikō's body feel like it was made of paper, and he was whipped upside down and flew out. The sudden change shocked everyone in Beishui Pavilion. Yashu. Team leader. Fortunately, Teikō Masaki got up quickly and seemed to be fine. He tugged on the jersey and said, "It's nothing serious, just a joke." I don't know what stimulated Murasakibara. He stood aside and glanced at Masaki Teikō, and suddenly said with a terrifying expression, "I'll crush you." Hey! What did you say? Teruyama Daisuke felt a little angry when he heard Murasakibara's obviously provocative words, but before he could question him, Teikō Masaki patted him on the shoulder to persuade him. Masaki Teikō looked at Murasakibara calmly, "You are more motivated today than last time. I must be stronger." Murasakibara looked at Masaki Teikō's calm expression and frowned. "Sure enough, I still can't understand it. It's the feeling of a person who knows it's impossible to win but still tries his best." The battle between Shirasuiken and Teikō aroused the exclamation of the audience from the very beginning. Akashi Sejuro advanced to the midfield with the ball, and Yukimiya Kazuma stepped forward to defend. But Akashi immediately handed the ball to Ayamine. Ayamine looked at Akashi and Yukimiya, who were restraining each other not far away, and then at Whitewater Hall number 6 in front of her, with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. "I chose a good opponent and had a lot of fun, Akashi." Hateful. The smile on Ayamine's face was obviously not so beautiful. A strong fighting spirit emanated from his body, and even in the audience seats tens of meters apart, many team members could clearly feel it. Ayamine's dribbling action seemed careless, but in the next second, he suddenly started. His natural agility, which is difficult for mortals to understand, accelerated from 0 to the fastest speed, and completed 0-100 starts in an instant. Certainly. Refers to the speed soaring from 0% to 100%. Huayan Liang felt that his eyes were blurred, and Ayamine disappeared from his sight. In front of him, there was only a basketball floating in the air. Ayamine, all his superb skills were played on the street, and this skill is obviously one of them. He hit the ball to the right with his hand, and then broke through from the left while the opponent's attention was focused on the ball. When he was halfway through the rush, he immediately reached out to fish it out, and then fished the ball back that was used to attract the opponent's attention. This is a street ball technique that tests speed and reaction ability. When junior high school students face this move, let alone see through it, even if they can see through it, their body's reaction will not be able to catch up. So fast. Huayan Liang was shocked. Although he had previously obtained from Yumiya Kazuma the moves that Ayamine might use, but when they actually fought, he discovered that his imagination was just imagination. The next second, Huayan Liang only heard a soft pop sound coming from the front, and then Ayamine completely disappeared from his sight. 0, please give me flowers. Whoosh. When he came to his senses, Ayamine was already behind him, throwing the basketball into the basket with a throw. 0:2. Hey, no 6. Ayamine looked at the inconspicuous number 6 of the Whitewater Pavilion in front of her, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Let's replace the guy from the Snow Palace." Beishuiken launched a counterattack. Kasuga Yuji dribbled the ball into Teikō's half. Kaisuruta stepped forward to defend again. Kasuga Yuji glanced at him and then backhanded the ball to Daisuke Teruyama. Daisuke Teruyama immediately rushed inside, but failed to get rid of Midorima Shintare's defense several times in a row. Except for 3-pointers. This guy's defense is terrible, 2. Daisuke Terayama tried to no avail and decisively passed the ball to Masaki Teikō inside. Masaki Teikō once again singles out Murasakibara. He turned around continuously on the spot, turned the bamboo and rattan several times and pushed the tree, but still couldn't find any gap. Tisk. In the first few trials, he had clearly felt that even after experiencing the Devil's Sleep together and the actual combat training that made him feel that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, there was still a gap between him and Murasakibara. Masaki Teikō clicked his tongue in displeasure, then stopped and passed the ball out again. Passing the ball from hand to hand, Yukimiya looked coldly and got the ball from Kasuga Yuji's hand for the first time in the opening game. Facing. It's Akashi Seijuro. The aperture under Akashi's eyes is extremely bright. When Kazuma Yukimiya caught the ball, Akashi had already made a move to steal the ball. Many spectators who had watched the Tiak game seemed to be able to see the next second. However, what are you staring at? Waste. Tisk. Akashi's hand that poked out suddenly disappeared, and the basketball locked in his eyes suddenly disappeared. And in front of his eyes, the blue jersey of Beishui Hall was already flying elegantly. 187 cm vs 170 cm. Insurmountable heights. Whoosh. Shot made. 2:2. Hello. Dwarf. At this point, I think the same thing. Let's replace that guy Amine. Chapter 071. What Kazuma Yukimiya blurted out under the monster immersion was definitely not a pretentious lie. Although the ability of monster immersion Flying Bird seems ordinary, as a shot finisher, there is even a possibility of missing the shot. But in fact, this is a set of extremely exquisite technical skills. That kind of extremely quick and spontaneous shooting allows him to shoot in the blink of an eye at any time while holding the ball. In addition to the extreme speed of this process, there is another hidden key to ensure smooth shooting of the batch, which is to adjust the details of the action in response to the opponent's super reaction. Akashi's prediction of the steal just now was indeed predicted by Emperor I, but Yukimiya Kazuma's shot was indeed adjusted in an instant during the starting process. So, although Monster Immersion Flying Bird does not help the hit rate, the above-mentioned epic technical capabilities alone are enough to reflect the nobility of Monster Immersion Bird as the Golden Badge 857. With this badge, Yukimiya Kazuma can perfectly display his shooting attributes of 85.1 in mid-range shooting and 85 in three-point range. As for missing shots, that's a question of your attributes. What's the weight of my flying bird? There is a kind of thing, you guard against yours, I will vote for mine, and I will vote or lose just because of my own beauty. Kazuma Yukimiya gives Akashi a facial. This made everyone on Tiake's side stunned for a moment, especially Atsushi Murasakibara. As the first victim of Akashi's blooming moment, Murasakibara has the clearest understanding of Akashi's Emperor I ability, and he knows exactly what level of power it is. Therefore, he recognizes the strong, and although he does not obey Akashi's words, he will often be obedient. J. Facing Shueze's shot just now, did ID's eyes level? The expression on Akashi's face also changed from ice-shattering to shock. But soon he had a ferocious look in his eyes, and in the next attack round, he took the initiative to attack Fuying Kazuma. Moreover, the starting move is the King Bomb. If you dare to disobey me to this extent, just defeating you is no longer enough. The cold voice floated from Akashi's mouth to Yukimiya Kazuma's ears. Before he could react, Akashi suddenly moved. Snapped. Snapped. Facing the defense of Kazuma Yukimiya, Akashi made a movement of dribbling with his hips. Yukimiya's feet moved instinctively, trying to keep up with the defense, but just when he was about to move his steps, he suddenly felt his body it was a little unstable, and the center of gravity swayed. Plop. Although Yukimiya Kazuma had expected it, he couldn't help but be surprised in his eyes. He did not fall completely because of this. Although he lost his balance in an instant, he relied on his strong body strength to hold himself up and did not fall into the embarrassing situation of being knocked down. Akashi Shijuro carried the ball easily and passed through his defense. At the same time, he was extremely cold, and a voice with hidden anger came out, "Just keep this embarrassed posture, remember it." Yukimiya Kazuma was stunned when he heard this. At this moment when his body lost control, he even thought divergently that if he was knocked down just now, Akashi's words would probably become that famous line, right? "Keep the posture of worshipping and remember it for me." Senior Yukimiya. Yukimiya Kazuma's defense was easily cut down, which made the expressions of Shirasuiken's teammates change. Seeing this, Teikō Masaki rushed forward to cover up the defense, but the result was the same. No. It is a worse result than Snow Palace. The last matchup was different from the systematic mission. Yukimiya, Teikō Masaki, and others who were entangled with Amine throughout the whole process had experienced this kind of ankle destruction firsthand. "But I already know what it feels like." But when his vision gradually sank and his body slowly fell to the ground, Masaki Teikō's eyes still dilated in shock. This kind of weird thing that doesn't even require dribbling movements, is like a magical force of irresistible rules in Masaki Teikō's mind. TB. He admitted that the moment he stepped forward, he had hoped that his greatly improved physical ability would be able to withstand it. But the result is obvious. Even the current Snow Palace can only defeat half of it. Akashi easily crossed Hakuzuiken's position and put the ball into the basket for a layup. Whoosh! Shirasuiken vs Teikō. 2:4. Akashi turned his head and glanced at Masaki Teikō who had fallen to the ground, and Kazuma Yukimiya who had just managed to stand firm, and said coldly, "Except for those who obey my orders, no one else is allowed to despise me. Not only did you directly defend the opponent's ace at the beginning, but you even took the initiative to attack." Looking at Akashi who took the initiative to attack and score on the court, in the audience, the former Teikō First Army with black hair covering his eyes, and Nijimura Shozo Akira Seisumi, the generation leader, said with some surprise. Former Teikō First Army Center Hanacheng Shuaki, with beige hair, scratched his hair. It really doesn't fit Akashi's style. He doesn't like to attack with all his strength from the beginning. Man, his way of playing has always been to grab the opponent's throat steadily first, and then slowly put the opponent to death. But it's understandable. That number 5 in Hakuzuiken, Yukimiya Kazuma? His shooting is really beautiful. He's much better than you, Seisumi. Even Emperor I couldn't stop him. Akira Seisumi. Akira Seisumi supported his chin and analyzed, "It is indeed very powerful, but it is still too early to say that he can beat Emperor I. His shooting ability is a super reaction to the opponent's movements and respond during the shooting process. However, no matter how fast the reaction speed is in shooting, after all, it takes into account the entire shooting process at the same time. It will not be higher than the simple anticipatory steal under Emperor I, and the maximum speed limit is higher. Moreover, Akashi's Emperor I can see more of the future than just now. I'm afraid Akashi will catch the flaw soon. Hwachin Shuaki is not good at watching this kind of thing. When playing on the court before, it was Seisumi Akira and Nijimura Shozo who analyzed their opponents, and then said, "Isn't the Whitewater Hall very troublesome? If number 5 is defeated, this game will end early." Akira Seisumi gave him a strange look. "What else? Do you really expect someone to defeat Teikō? Nijimura will kick Yura if he hears this." Hwachin Zaihui, who is 2 meters tall, suddenly felt frightened when he heard the word hunkin. And on the court at this time, Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly laughed. "Akashi Shijuro, what are you laughing at?" "It's nothing, I just think that 3.6 is suddenly much better as you said." Kazuma Yukimiya shook his head and said with a smile, "Emperor I failed to guard against my shot." "Are you panicking? You think so? I'll let you see your future clearly later." Akashi Chijuro's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were slightly narrowed, and he even asked hollowly. It's not easy to tease. Yukimiya Kazuma lowered his head and said secretly. Although Akashi, the second personality, can be beaten to collapse by Siren, Rakuzen teammates will be surprised that his character is so fragile. But that was also based on the fact that Siren's score threatened Rakuzen's victory throughout the game. Now, Yukimiya wants to go to Akashi by winning a few goals against Akashi, which is obviously too realistic. But Akashi, how about you take a guess? Is my only method the shot I just made? Yukimiya Kazuma smiled strangely, then said no more, turned and left. Chapter 072 Shiraswiken vs Teikō. Score on the field: 12-16. I'll let you see your future clearly later. Akashi did not break his promise. After fighting against Kazuma Yukimiya for several rounds, Akashi completed the steal of Monster Immersion Asuka against Kazuma Yukimiya for the first time. And for the first time, the score was overtaken to 4 points. Before the Monster Immersion was cracked, the score difference between the two sides had been hovering at 2 points. Shuigong's expression was not moved at all. Whitewater Hall attacks. Kasuga Yuji dribbled the ball across the midfield. On the surface, there was no change in Shiraswiken's formation. However, at a certain moment, the audience suddenly discovered that Yukimiya Kazuma and Teikō Masaki had exchanged positions at some point. Masaki Teikō stood outside the penalty area, obviously deliberately leaving 1v1 space for the inside, while Kazuma Yumiya, along with Teikō's Atsushi Murasakibara, were under the basket. Without even a second of hesitation, Kasuga Yuji suddenly passed the ball to Masaki Teikō, who then passed it to Kazuma Yukimiya. The two distances were very close, almost hand-to-hand, and the ball was connected, effectively avoiding the problem. Emperor I stole the ball and successfully sent the ball to the inside hand of Yukimiya Kazuma. Akashi was stunned for a moment, but did not choose to continue to the lower blue level 03. First, Atsushi Murasakibara is sitting under the basket, which is reassuring, and second, he is really unable to guard against the basket. And this is also the purpose of Kazuma Yukimiya. On the defensive end, Akashi can indeed take the initiative to switch defenses with his teammates to find him, but the premise is that only on the outside, Akashi's Emperor I has enough space to target the opponent's movement. Ball and shooting operations. And under the basket. Hold the ball with both hands to dunk, or play with your back. In the former, when you hold the ball with both hands and dunk, there is no slack in your hands, and you rely on strength to prevent you from breaking it. In the latter, when you lean on the hook hand with your back, there is no time to expose the ball to the opponent. This kind of power competition under the basket, or close-range back attack, cannot be solved by Emperor I. But now the problem is, while getting rid of Emperor I. But there are monsters inside. Atsushi Murasakibara. But soon. Yukimiya Kazuma gave everyone who had doubts at the scene an answer. The next second. Yi, who is much smaller than Murasakibara, holds the ball with one hand close to the basket and does not drop the ball. A head of snowy hair is flying. Feint. Left. Right. Left. Lower your hands, lower your center of gravity, reach forward, and lick the basket. Murasakibara's expression was slightly condensed, and he almost got fired. Shooting fake. Grab the ball and pull it back. The shoulders are swaying from side to side. Then, after a series of actions from catching the ball to now, Yukimiya finally dropped the ball. Jump step. Land on your side, with your feet as the axis. This moment, Yukimiya Kazuma could choose any foot as the pivot foot, while Murasakibara, because of the series of swaying and connected jumping steps, suddenly jumped up and said, "Uncle, I got him." The vision of the Master of Transmission and Control allowed Yukigong to perfectly choose a space away from Murasakibara with his back to Murasakibara. The right foot is the axis. Turn around. Monster immersion bird shooting. Hey! The basketball hits the net. What? Got, scored? And it was scored by Atsushi Murasakibara in a single under the basket. What's going on? What just happened? Yukimiya Kazuma's singles steps, if you look at each step in slow motion, you can understand it. But together, the movements were incredibly fast. Everyone in the audience was shocked by this goal and started talking about it. Whoa! So fast! What's that step? Is it walking? In the stands, Shuaki Hwachan, who is also the center, suddenly widened his eyes. Although I saw his shooting before, I knew that his finishing method was simple and fast, but I didn't expect that his steps to the basket could be so fast. Akira Sasami shook his head and said in shock. It's not just fast. With Murasakibara's physical ability, even if he is shaken, he can catch up and block the shot in one step. But Kazuma Yukimiya's steps, one after another, not only stunned Murasakibara, but also forced the stunned Murasakibara at the final moment of the attack. I had to guess his attack. Yukimiya Kazuma, I didn't particularly watch Murasakibara's movements, and I definitely didn't have the time for that kind of observation. So it is. View. By the way, it's the vision brought by his gifted passing and controlling ability. Paired with his monster-like steps around the basket and his extremely fast shooting hands, it's a perfect offense. Yukimiya Kazuma had not yet exited the monster immersion state for the last time. At this time, he turned his head and looked at the confused Murasakibara with sharp eyebrows. Monster tongue is activated. Can't you understand? Waste. Brother Rough. This is a key badge obtained in the previous rounds of the series, and it is also specially designed to deal with your friction. No. It is the Devil's Pace. Devil's Pace, Gold. Your offensive steps under the basket have risen to an epic level. Are they gone? Or are they not? Anyway, friction and friction are the paces of the devil. The offensive pace under the basket has risen to the epic level. Do you understand the value of epic level? Apart from the devil's pace, the only thing related to the epic level was the expendable badge spider dance, which was used to defend Ayamine before and prevented him from scoring a single point in 2 quarters. Kazuma Yukimiya still remembers the beauty of that spider dance and the epic improvement in single defense ability. Hearing Kazuma Yukimiya's sarcasm, Murasakibara came back to his senses from a dazed look on his face, and then frowned ferociously, but the words coming out of his mouth sounded cute, and I am not Yukimiya Kazuma. I thought the other party would say something like crush you, but I didn't expect that all I heard was I'm not like that. The monster's immersive emotions, which Yukimiya Kazuma was able to control more and more, were instantly wiped out. Ah, yes, yes, yes. You're not. You just don't understand. What is Murasakibara's weakness? No doubt. It's technology. He can't shoot, he can't hook, he doesn't know how to move. Oh, it would be too one-sided to say he doesn't have skills. He also has a skill that looks very good, but in fact he relies entirely on body collision to advance the ball. Body, what the hell is the body? Teikō's offensive turn. Kazuma Yukimiya scanned 310 Murasakibara's body. To be honest, his mouth was watering with envy. Who wants to go through the trouble of Bara's calculations and rock back and forth when he can directly use his body to fire Thor's hammer? But many times, the simpler the attack, the better the effect. Watch me crush you. Atsushi Murasakibara looked ferocious. After receiving the online card deal from Akashi at the top of the arc, he didn't even make any fancy steps like a snow palace, but jumped up directly with his back, bringing with him a gust of wind. Thor's hammer. On the Hakuzuikan side, only Yukimiya Kazuma was guarding the basket. During the defense, Masaki Teikō was sent to the outside to completely mark Midorima Shintare's 3-pointer. After all, in the Whitewater Pavilion, apart from Yukimiya Kazuma, he is the only one with the most suitable height. What did Yukimiya say just now that Murasakibara would be so active? Mine looked strange. Although Yukimiya's shot just now was very powerful, Murasakibara would indeed be angry, but with his character, he would probably choose to defend. If you return a goal, you won't immediately be on the offensive end, and return it with Thor's hammer. On the court, the other generations of miracles were surprised that Murasakibara took the initiative to ask for the ball, but they all knew how strong Murasakibara's offensive power was. This ball Thor's hammer. For them, the score was already obtained the moment Murasakibara took off. As soon as Yumiya Kazuma came into contact with Murasakibara's body, he immediately felt a terrifying force of wildness and couldn't help but let out a groan. To describe it as a wild force is not an exaggeration at all. But catch. Change. Hair. Chapter 073. There was no warning, as if two wild beasts were fighting in the mountains and forests. Everyone's thoughts were shocked by the sudden muffled sound of a ball being hit in the field. When they came to their senses, an astonishing scene appeared. In front of everyone, facing Murasakibara's Thor's hammer, Yumiya Kazuma actually fought head-on with him. The bodies of the two collided head-on in mid-air, and each of them pressed their palms on the basketball with all their strength, leaving them sandwiched in the middle. The balls were unable to hold up and gradually deformed. Far less than a second. Yukimiya Kazuma was the first to fail to hold on. His arm swayed slightly, and then Murasakibara swayed and pushed the ball into the basket with all his strength. Boom! The dunk was not very accurate. It scraped against the edge of the basket and made a staggered sound. Then, he dunked with great force and hit the ball along the unloading net. It hit the ground and bounced far away. The moment the ball flew out, both of them lost their center of gravity, both fell to the ground, staggering and falling to the ground. The whole place was completely silent. It all sounds very slow, but in fact it all happened in the blink of an eye. Even after the ball was poured in, most people didn't react yet. Until a wave of excitement exploded among the crowd. Ah! What is that? Junior high school basketball, there will be such an aerial confrontation. Incredible! Are these two monsters really junior high school students? The teams from the Tokyo area were sitting in the audience, and the former opponents of the Whitewater Hall were all shocked after this scene happened on the spot, and they couldn't help but think about it. What a terrifying scene it would be if these two were to do this during a competition with them. I knew this battle would be exciting, but I didn't expect it to be so exciting. Hizai Yang said in shock. Wonderful. It's not a question of whether it's exciting or not. No matter how hard the average person fights, they can't fight like this, right? Akira Tutsuda was speechless, but only he knew how much he was shocked in his heart. You must know that just a few months ago, Yumiya Kazuma was still a being who was allowed to be rounded and flattened by his own hands. This guy Snow Palace. Forget about Murasakibara, but with Kazuma Yukimiya's body, why should he compete with that monster Murasakibara for strength? Nahei Ziyuyang said, Murasakibara has already shown this level of power just now, and he was almost blocked by Snow Palace. Doesn't this mean that Snow Palace's power is likely to be on par with Murasakibara? What a piece of shit! Kazuma Yukimiya, who fell on his butt, looked at Atsushi Murasakibara with wide eyes. He knows very well the power of the badge of receiving hair. When fighting Higashihata Middle School, I casually broke someone's leg, borrowed power, transformed, and counterattacked. A set of borrowed power to fight, the greater the opponent's force, the more ferocious the counterattack with the borrowed power. He has never heard of there being an upper limit. With the hair extension, purple, plus I love slam dunk, purple, plus 86.6 strength, double purple defensive badges and high attribute strength, I still can't beat Murasakibara from junior high school. After that year, my body size skyrocketed to 208, and I became even bigger again. How fierce is a circle of Murasakibara! Besides, what kind of safety line is that? Is it available now? Shout! Murasakibara stood up, glanced at Snow Palace, and curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. How are you? Snow Boy. Yukikawa Kazuma. Yukimiya Kazuma, you. Awesome. With this power, you deserve to be the craziest person second only to Akashi in high school. Well, it seems that little Murasakibara and Koyo Kinomiya had a lot of fun fighting each other. Kaizruta said helplessly with the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Midorima Shinter snorted and adjusted his glasses. A monkey can complete a slam dunk. I really don't know what to be proud of. Murasakibara guy, are you performing in a slam dunk contest? Although Midorima said this, in fact, the eyes behind his glasses were just like the others in the Generation of Miracles, staring at Yukimiya Kazuma solemnly. Asterisk number. This guy has grown up. Just like Generation of Miracles. The score on the court was 14-18. Kazuma Yukimiya relied on his footsteps to finally close to a 2-point difference, but in the blink of an eye he was hit back by Atsushi Murasakibara's wrecking hammer. Beishwiken attacks again. Kasuga Yuji turned slightly sideways on the outside and controlled the Namba step to dribble the ball cautiously. Yukimiya Kazuma directly rushed in without the ball. With his size and strength, without the ball, it is impossible to stop the same quality. Atsushi Murasakibara rushed up to defend Yukimiya Kazuma, and Shira Swicken followed suit, sending the ball steadily into Yukimiya's hands in a relay style, and then opened up the space. Don't even think about taking action, Snow Boy. The moment Yukimiya received the ball, he was already in a shooting posture, so after Atsushi Murasakibara chased him, he immediately jumped to block the shot. But the next second, I saw Kazuma Yumiya smiling softly below. He didn't jump, he just lifted one foot off the ground, raised the other foot, and put the ball together with both hands at the same time making a shooting gesture in front of him. Atsushi Murasakibara immediately took off on the spot. Turn around. Passing by Murasakibara's leaping tall body. But he still didn't choose to shoot. Because he knew very well that Murasakibara's monster-like body would pursue him one step after landing. Pa! Kazuma Yukimiya combined the ball at this time and took the initiative to put himself into the attack state of the dead ball. He pulled the ball away from Murasakibara with his right hand and blocked it with his left hand, hooking the ball. Murasakibara's eyes narrowed. Step! He kicked off the ground violently, and his huge body suddenly accelerated into the air like a rocket. The terrifying height caught Yukimiya Kazuma from his field of vision, completely covering him. However, this is what Yukimiya Kazuma has been waiting for. Murasakibara blocked the shot this time. He was afraid of getting caught, so he didn't let go until the ball shot out of Yukimiya Kazuma's hand. However, Yukimiya's hook shot was ridiculously high and crooked, and it went over Murasakibara's shot. Blocking the shot, it hit the backboard at a 45-degree angle. Swamiya just turned sideways and stood on tiptoe with one leg to make a hook. The moment the hook was shot, the other foot dropped to the ground and turned in a circle like a compass. A hook shot with almost no takeoff, and with sufficient first mover advantage, it bypassed Murasakibara who was taking off. At the same time, he reached back with his left arm and continued to keep a considerable distance away from Murasakibara who was still flying backwards. Then, take off, catch the ball that bounces off the backboard, jump to the other side of the basket, draw a circle with your right arm, and hit the rebound into the basket. Shira Swicken vs Tiuk. 16-18. It was another basket attack that caused exclamations on the scene, and the score difference between Shira Swicken and Tiuk came to 2 points again. Although they are still ahead, the difference of only 2 points is completely unacceptable in the eyes of everyone in Tiuk. Ever since the Empire was completely eliminated, from the qualifiers to the main game, or in other words, since entering the 3rd grade, Generation of Miracles has never allowed anyone to score so easily. 16 points. Often the opponent's score for the entire game. But now, the opponent has scored these points in the first quarter and is only 2 points behind Teikō. From Kazuma Yukimiya's super jump shot at the beginning, to his shooting technique being cracked by Emperor I, and immediately switching to inside attack mode, Kazuma Yukimiya feels too relaxed from the beginning to now. Off the field. The Teikō coaching world exists in name only. The eyes behind the glasses narrowed slightly. This was the first time he encountered such an opponent. Although there were only 2 goals, Murasakibara's defense seemed to have no effect on him. Just when he was thinking this, Kazuma Yukimiya, who was retreating along the sidelines, gasped and complained in a low voice. "It's too dangerous. I raised so many hooks that I almost risked them. At the moment when I finished the layup, I was almost chased. What kind of monster in the middle school? Shameless Teikō." Chapter 074. Soon, several more rounds passed. In the field, Murasakibara and Yukimiya were blasting the basket like crazy, spinning around in circles under the basket, showing off their footsteps and fake moves. The 2 of them exchanged wild blows, and everyone was a little numb for a while. "How many goals have you had from the beginning to now?" Little Murasakibara actually only blocked 1 goal. This is probably the first time for him except Akashi since he showed his talent. Kaizruta was surprised. Midorima Shinter didn't seem surprised. He said calmly, Murasakibara relied only on his physical talent at the basket, but he was never willing to learn skills. When the captain of Nijimura was there, some people urged him to learn from Senior Hwachan. But then, he has never encountered a stronger opponent than himself, so that his body alone is enough to remain invincible under the basket. But now, he is facing a Yukimiya who is physically weaker than him, but not incapable of fighting. At the same time, his skills are much better than him. To a certain extent, Murasakibara has finally met his opponent. No matter how good the talent is, there are also weaknesses. Murasakibara's weakness is that his talented physique allows him to reach heights that many centers cannot reach in their lifetime without too many skills. As a result, he really does not have too many skills. Snow Palace 237 Atsushi Murasakibara's expression gradually deteriorated, and he no longer even called his nickname Snow Boy. Although he was quite unhappy about being scored on consecutively, what made him even more unhappy was that in the offensive round just now, Thor's hammer was dunked due to the interference of Sui Gong's blocking. Oh. Is this, it's been covered? It's actually been covered. Murasakibara also blocked him before, so it can only be said that the outcome is back to a deadlock. Yukimiya Kazuma's various skills are really amazing. From the beginning to now, he has been the only one in scoring defense. Having said that, when the Generation of Miracles is on offense, he is also the only one who attacks. Teikō has been like this year. Akashi controls the ball and arranges the offense. Once the ball is passed, the person who receives the ball will basically fight to the end. End of first quarter. Still a 2-point gap. This is not only the best start for Hakuzuikan, but also all teams in junior high school basketball this year facing Teikō. However, compared to the scores of the 2 teams, the audience was more interested in the scene where Yukimiya and Murasakibara continued to attack and defend each other. Atsushi Murasakibara. As the center of the Generation of Miracles, his strong strength has been fully demonstrated in the duel with Yukimiya Kazuma just now. But even so, such a monster-level player actually failed to gain the upper hand against Kazuma Yukimiya. When he was defending, he was completely kicked by Kazuma Yukimiya. It is no exaggeration to say that it was almost tease. At least, that's what it looked like from the scene. Murasakibara was either fooled into taking off by Yukimiya's endless rapid steps and shaking, or hesitantly seemed to be walking on the spot. When compared with Murasakibara's violent attack on the frame, this technique is even more shocking. Do you understand? A difficult move, right? I'm so sorry, I flew over again, you jumped so high. Yukimiya Kazuma scored again. He looked very friendly, but he kept talking and said things that made people crazy. But it was obvious that his breathing was much deeper than Murasakibara's. Shueze! Can you bear it physically? If you go off the field, you're inside line, no, your team will be dead. No matter how hard we struggle, Beishui Hall will lose. You still can't protect anything. Yukimiya Kazuma was stunned when he heard the words, and took a deep look at Murasakibara, who suddenly said such words. He knew very well that the other party was definitely not being weird. Regarding Murasakibara at this stage, Yukimiya also knew what the other person was thinking. Course. At the same time, he knew better that although this child looked naturally stupid, he was actually very delicate at heart. He was a guy who set up a safety line for himself because he didn't want to hurt others. Swagwan hesitated for a moment for the safety line, but finally couldn't hold it back and said, "Can't you find a reason to like basketball? You hate losing anyway, right?" Yukimiya Kazuma didn't care about Murasakibara's reaction. He grabbed the ball that just fell with one hand and stuffed it into Murasakibara's chest. "Then I'll kill you." "Ha! Snow boy!" Murasakibara was stunned for a moment, then turned around indifferently, "No matter what effort, fighting spirit, or belief, I will destroy them all. I will teach you how cruel basketball is." "Okay." Yumiya Kazuma waved his hand, "if you can do it." 17. Teikō's final attack of the first quarter. "I have to acknowledge your efforts." Akashi controlled the ball and said slowly, a distance away from Kasuga Yuji, "But this does not change anything. The final winner will be Teikō, absolutely." Pa! 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 In Akashi Shijuro's heterochromatic eyes, the two halos at the bottom of his eyes suddenly shone. When Kasuga Yuji reacted, he was already sitting on the floor. Hateful! Akashi Shijuro, who looked like an emperor descending to patrol the world, calmly passed Kasuga Yuji, who worked hard to learn the Namba step from his brother Kasuga Ryohei. Facing the ankle damage targeted by the Emperor Eye, he was still fragile. Withstand. However, just after Akashi easily got rid of Kasuga Yuji's defense, another figure stood in front of him. It was Yukimiya Kazuma who came to help defend. Seeing Yukimiya, Akashi Shijuro's expression remained unchanged, but he said coldly, "It's useless, no one can disobey my orders." Akashi concentrated again and wanted to use Emperor Eye to destroy Yukimiya Kazuma's ankle at the center of gravity. But the next moment, his movements suddenly stagnated, because Yukimiya Kazuma, who was in a completely relaxed state, obviously had flaws all over his body. "This feeling is..." Akashi wanted to say wild. But as a Mine's teammate, Akashi Shijuro is very familiar with the jungle. Indeed, that feeling of complete relaxation is indeed a characteristic of wildness, but there is no wildness in Yukimiya Kazuma. "Pretend to be a ghost," Akashi murmured to himself while dribbling faster and faster. Emperor Eye kept watching Yukimiya's movements. Once he made any abnormal movement, he would release ankle destruction immediately. However, to Akashi's surprise again, no matter what he did, there was no reaction from the other party. It seems that even the eyes are wandering and not falling on him. Because of Yukimiya's unusual reaction, Akashi Shijuro was stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered. His strength gave him the confidence to cope with everything. "Interesting, if that's the case, then I'm welcome." Phew! There were no feints, just a simple speed breakthrough. He originally thought that Kazuma Yumiya planned to observe his movements first and then react, but when he rushed through Yumiya's defense, he found that Kazuma Yumiya was still standing there, motionless. Chapter 075. Akashi easily passed Yukimiya Kazuma, the audience in the stands exclaimed. "Akira Sasami, who was the former GX starting point guard, looked at Yukimiya Kazuma with burning eyes and suddenly said, "No, something is not right this time." In the field. Although Akashi Seijuro still didn't know what Yukimiya Kazuma meant, now that he had made a breakthrough, he no longer hesitated and started shooting. But just when he was about to shoot and score, suddenly, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came from behind. A shadow gradually invaded from behind, covering up the incandescent lights of the stadium dome, like a gloomy monster crawling out of hell, trying to swallow Akashi Seijuro whole. Laugh. The strong sense of crisis in his body caused him to collect the ball at the last moment, and then, in a dead ball state, he had to pass the ball out. Really? The moment he passed the ball, an arm covered his head. There is no doubt about it. If the shot just now was really missed, it would have been blocked by Yukimiya Kazuma. It's amazing, I can actually react like this. But during the attack, you actually passed the ball. Akashi. Kazuma Yukimiya's voice sounded behind Akashi, and he seemed to be surprised by Akashi's closing pass at the last moment. However, the next moment, Kazuma Yukimiya changed the subject and said, "The judgment on blocking is indeed very accurate. However, is this passing option really going to that direction?" What? Kais, who received Akashi's pass, was happy at first, and then his face suddenly changed like Akashi's just now. Because the moment he received the ball, not only Daisuke Terayama, who had been guarding him, was guarding him, but also Masaki Teikō, who had left Midorima at some point and suddenly came over to help defend him. If it were just number 7 of Hakuzuikan in front of him, Kais would be confident that he could hit him casually, but with the addition of Masaki Teikō, who is 190 centimeters tall, and there are only 3 seconds left in the attack time. Pa! Kais was caught in the gap between the two defenses and took a shot. Boring! The ball hit the front edge of the basket and bounced out. Do. At the same time, the referee blew the whistle to end the first quarter. At the end of the tense first quarter, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Beishui Hall stubbornly maintained the 2-point difference at the last moment. The defense of Kazuma Yukimiya just now left a deep impression on all the spectators and players present, especially the players present who have a deeper understanding of basketball. In Kintaka Middle School, Ryoji Ogakai, who has a lot of idle baggage and impressed Kazuma Yukimiya with his ghost step, now supported his chin with both hands and looked at Kazuma Yukimiya with an expression of admiration. Pretty. Compared to the astonishing score at Hakuzuikan, I am more interested in the last round showdown between Yukimiya and Akashi. If I'm not wrong, Akashi didn't take the initiative to pass the ball to others, but was forced out by Yukimiya's defense. Oh, yes, Ogakai is right. Kintaka Middle School's coach confirmed Ogakai Ryuaji's words. Akashi's breakthrough just now was Yukimiya's initiative to let him pass. In front of the juniors, Ogakai Ryuaji's expression froze when his rhythm was suddenly interrupted. Haha, this kind of method can only be thought of by him. What's the meaning? The center of Kintaka Middle School looked at the coach and Ryoji Ogakai, who were playing each other's Riddler, and said with some displeasure, "What do you mean, Ogakai? Just tell me if you can figure it out." The other team members also cast the same gaze. Cough. Ogakai Ryoji scratched his head and said, "It's not a very powerful thing." To put it bluntly, Yukimiya just chose to deliberately let Akashi break through him, and then defended from behind Akashi. Ha! Kintaka's center closed his eyes for a moment and then retorted, "How is it possible? Even though Yukimiya is very fast, after being passed by, he first turned his back and then turned around to pursue the defense. It is impossible to achieve a threatening defense." 11. dB. But, did he catch up just now? The other side. A similar conversation is going on between Shoaki Hwachin and Akira Sasami. But, compared with Ogakai Ryoji who couldn't explain clearly, Seisumi Akira realized the situation on the court almost at the same time as the referee's whistle. No, of course it is possible. Akashi Seisumi said, the first is wildness. With wildness, Yukimiya can tightly capture all Akashi's movements from breakthrough to soft breaking shot preparation without using the naked eye. 0. Please give me flowers. In this way, after turning around, he can go straight to the basketball goal and block shots in the shortest possible time. However, Yukimiya Kazuma obviously does not have this ability. He has another kind. With his vision and spatial perception ability, after Akashi breaks through him, he can also lock on Shi's position and movements without looking. Visual field of vision and spatial perception is a stronger ability than eagle eyes simply seeing with your eyes. The simplest and most direct thing is the height difference. Hwachan Shuaki was a little surprised by this. Because of Akashi's ability, everyone in Teikō basically ignored this problem. Yes, it's the height. No matter how powerful Akashi is, he is only 170 centimeters tall. Yukimiya's maximum shot blocking height can reach the level of Murasakibara. For comparison, Amine, Kai's, the shooting height is at least higher than theirs. Kazunari is shorter than Kazunari in shot blocking, and Akashi is at least 30% shorter. 0. Blocking shots can not only be blocked at the moment of release, but can also be intercepted while in flight before reaching the interference range after the release. The higher the shot point, the smaller the room left for this kind of blocking. On the contrary, in Akashi's case, the insufficient shot point will leave Yukimiya more time to react. Yukinomiya took advantage of this, coupled with vision and spatial awareness to lock Akashi's shooting position in advance, and completed this seemingly impossible defense that deliberately missed people. Furthermore, even Akashi's Emperor Eye cannot destroy the ankles of the defensive players behind him. Those eyes must be activated by seeing after all. Hwachan was stunned. Even after hearing Akira Seisumi's clear explanation, he still couldn't believe it. Emperor Eye, can it be defended like this? Can this kind of thing be done? Not everyone can do this. Akira Seisumi shook his head and continued, even in the generation of miracles, the only ones who can do similar things so far are probably similar in size to Yukinomiya, and at the same time Amine is a wild one. Although his shot blocking height is not as high as Yukimiya's, his speed is faster than Yukimiya's, so he should be able to do it. In addition, Hunkin's empirical prediction can also be used. As for others, they lack the key to lock in advance, so even Murasakibara may not be able to do it. Chapter 076. The first quarter of the game is over. Shiras-Wicken vs Teikō, the score was 28:30. Akira Seisumi lowered his eyes and looked at the field and said, it seems that Yukimiya has really figured out a way to prevent Akashi's ankle from being destroyed, but this alone is not enough to solve the problems that Hakuzuikan is facing now. In this quarter, only Akashi and Murasakibara are attacking. The ones who attack in the next quarter are probably Amine and Midorima, who are the most aggressive. A&D. Although Akashi's personality has changed drastically, and his purpose of passing the ball also seems to be that he uses other people as tools, but in Teikō, where victory is everything, Akashi will carry it out from beginning to end. It's not like he doesn't pass the ball. With the score so close, Akashi in the next quarter may not stick to the mode of only giving the 493 ball to one person to attack in a fixed period of time. Even if the other generations of miracles don't pass the ball after getting it, as long as Akashi distributes the ball, he passes the ball to different players, and only relies on Yukimiya and Zhen's one-on-one defense to survive until now. I'm going to be exhausted. And how long can the Shiras-Wicken team be sustained by Yukimiya Kazuma alone? This is a very serious problem. Whitewater Hall bench. Shinsuke Irajimoto, a first-year student, was busy in front of Kazuma with a towel in one hand and a water bottle in the other. Seeing Kazuma Yukimiya gasping for breath, Shinji Irajimoto looked worried. Senior Yukimiya, are you okay? Ah. No problem. Despite what Yukimiya Kazuma said, there were beads of sweat on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks. It's too strong. This is the first time I've seen Yukimiya-senpai play just one game, and his physical strength has been exhausted to this extent. Several first and second year substitute players looked at Yukimiya Kazuma's state with incredible looks in their eyes. To know. In addition to Yukimiya Kazuma's superhuman strength on the court, what everyone in the Whitewater Hall envied most was his physical fitness. This was especially enviable during the stay. Every time when everyone is exhausted and paralyzed, they can still see Snow Palace and Zhensheng running vigorously. At this time, in addition to secretly cursing the monster in their hearts, everyone is also envious to death. But this time, Senior Suigong only fought for one session, and he became such a big emperor. Teikō, is it really that strong? Of course, you have to know that that is a team composed of 5 of the strongest players in the country. Just thinking about such a lineup is scary, okay? That's right. It would be better to say that the senior can do this, he is already very strong. Several junior substitutes were talking quietly. Shinsatsuji also frowned when he looked at Yukimiya Kazuma's situation. It has to be said that Teikō is indeed stronger than he imagined. At least last time, he had never seen Murasakibara attack the basket so exaggeratedly. In his and Yukimiya's plan, he first lowered Teikō's defense in the opening test of his teammates, and then immediately relied on Yukimiya's unreserved attack and defense to catch the opponent off guard and gain the lead. However, the plan failed in the first quarter. This had nothing to do with tactics, but just that the opponent was simply strong enough. Relying on Yukimiya's personal strength, although he could barely keep up with the score, it was far from enough. If this continues, Beishui Hall still cannot narrow the score difference, and Yukimiya's physical fitness cannot maintain this level of offensive and defensive support. Game. Shinsatsuji touched his chin thoughtfully. Yukimiya, what you said before, do you want to bring it forward? After hearing Shinsatsuji's words, everyone turned their attention to Yukimiya Kazuma. Yukimiya hesitated for a moment. No. Not now. Even if Aomine and Midorima attack in the second quarter, we have to survive like this. Only by resisting this quarter can I have a chance. During the halftime break at the end of the second quarter, I was able to recover a lot of energy. The ability I want to use in the third quarter also consumes very little. There will be enough energy left until the fourth quarter to determine the outcome. Shinsatsuji nodded silently, took a deep look at Yumiya Kazuma, and almost asked him not to force himself, but in the end he couldn't say it. Then immediately start formulating tactical arrangements for the next stage. The other side. Teikō on the bench. Aomine Daiki turned to look at Akashi Sejuro. Teikō only led by 2 points in the first quarter, which of course shocked him a little. But looking at Yukimiya Kazuma's completely different state from the last duel, I don't know why the posture is strange, but the extremely strong single defense ability is gone. But the offensive ability that has completely evolved to another level makes Aomine uncontrollably excited. To be honest, the first quarter kept him restrained, and he reached the extreme. Soon, the second quarter begins. Aomine Daiki walked onto the field with excitement on her face. Yo, in the first quarter, I saw you and Akashi Murasakibara having a lot of fun on the court. Aomine Daiki walked up to Kazuma Yukimiya and said. Of course I'm happy to be happy, but unfortunately, Teikō, isn't it your turn to attack? Can't you wait until the fourth quarter? I would be even happier if you could attack in the fourth quarter. Kazuma Yukimiya, he sighed with some regret. The fourth quarter? How can we wait until that time, but these are not important. Next, I hope you can let me enjoy the game and never be like last time. Although the defense is indeed good, I have been hit all the time. Beat me up. Aomine Daiki's eyes widened and she said expectantly. A strong fighting spirit emanated from his body, and everyone in the audience could clearly feel it. After Ayamine came on the field, Yukimiya naturally came to defend 4.1 in front of Ayamine. Everyone at the scene could understand this. After all, only monsters can deal with monsters. In the first quarter, Shira Swicken got the ball due to Murasakibara's jumping ball violation, so at the beginning of the second quarter, it was Teikō's ball. After Ayamine got the ball from Akashi, her breath suddenly became restrained. Teikō Masaki's eyes were focused, and Ayamine Daki's eyes made him feel as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Even people who don't know how to play basketball would probably subconsciously react when they see him. Warning! In front of the three-point line, Ayamine and Yukimiya faced each other at their waists. Without any nonsense, Ayamine broke through quickly and launched an attack. It's so fast, faster than before. All the players in the stadium who had played against Ayamine were shocked. Chapter 077. To be honest, Ayamine has never had this kind of passion and expectation for a whole year, training specifically for a certain person, and this person is Yukimiya Kazuma. Although in the last duel, the opponent's offense had no merit in his eyes, the calm and strange defense that could prevent him from death for 2 quarters made him feel the joy of confrontation that he had not seen for a long time. He didn't know how the other party did it. Maybe it was some kind of wildness, maybe it was a magical state similar to the door he once tried to push open. Although Ayamine didn't understand it, he always thought about it. But Yukimiya Kazuma had let him down. Phew! The wild black panther phantom behind Ayamine bared its teeth and claws in front of Kazuma Yukinomiya's eyes like a dream. The next second, Ayamine suddenly started attacking. But this time there was no defense in this attack. To be precise, in Ayamine's view, this was an attack that encountered almost no effective resistance. In Whitewater Hall's defensive scheme, as long as Ayamine is holding the ball, Yukimiya and Zhen will defend him, and Yin Liang and Teruyama Daisuke will assist him. But Hana Yin Liang and Teruyama Daisuke didn't keep up with Ayamine at all. When Ayamine suddenly accelerated, they didn't even have time to react. They only saw a flash of cyan, and the person disappeared. They could only vaguely see a flash of white followed closely. Yukimiya Kazuma started to catch up with 03, but only a little bit. Ayamine had almost no acceleration process, and the starting speed was the top speed. Yukimiya chose to take off early to make up for the distance, but before his hand could reach the block, the ball had already passed from Ayamine. Throw it out in your hand. Whoosh! From starting to throwing the ball into the basket, it was smooth and silky in one fell swoop. There was no stagnation during the process, and the ball was steadily sent into the basket. Shira Swicken vs Teikō, the score was 28-32. When the score numbers on the big screen were updated, not only the players on the field, but also the audience in the stands were stunned because the process was so fast. No fancy moves. Simply fast. Is this going in now? What happened? What happened just now? Was it too fast? Yukimiya Kazuma can be sure that there is no lightning in his eyes. It is not a zone. It is most likely that the firepower of the wild is full. It is also possible that Ayamine really did not train for a long time, causing his body to become rusty, and then he was eliminated in the last game. I was so stimulated that I now showed my true attitude. As expected, it is still completely incomprehensible. He obviously has a speed attribute of 92.4, but he was swept away by Ayamine Daki like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. That's outrageous! Beads of sweat broke out between Yukimiya and Zhen's eyebrows. Although they had predicted before that after provoking Ayamine's interest in him last time, it would definitely not be easy to deal with this time, but they knew that in this state after fighting against each other again. How terrifying is Ayamine with full firepower? What should he say? Perhaps compared to Akashi's Emperor Ayamine may have more science fiction elements in front of her. Whoever stares will be knocked down, and whoever looks at will be cut off. Although it is scary, Akashi's own physical ability is still very close to the people. However, the person in front of me, a junior high school student, is so fast that he can reach such lightning speed. The impact on the senses is too strong. His speed is absolutely crushing. There is no weakness at all. If you want to stop him, you have to be able to keep up with him. Ayamindaki's face is indescribably calm, with almost no other emotions. The only thing that can be seen is the highly concentrated wildness. At this time, Ayamine, who was completely immersed in his wildness, would not be distracted by talking to his opponent, but the disappointment in his heart made him unhappy. Yukimiya Kazuma. Following the cold voice, a wild and breathless breath came, causing Yukigong's body to resist instinctively. This defense? Are you kidding me? Faced with Ayamine's question, Yukimiya Kazuma was silent for a moment. As I said last time, I may not be in the same state as I was then in the next duel. This is indeed the case. In the limited official competitions, the spider dance has never appeared again. But let's attack, Ayamine. Yukimiya Kazuma's sudden words made Ayamine suddenly think of the scene after the last game, and then think of the opponent's defensive state that could not enter, and the previous performance. An offensive state with greatly improved attack power. Silly Ayamine, something suddenly came to mind. I see. Very good. Come. Although Yukimiya Kazuma never said it, everyone in the Whitewater Hall could see it. He was also looking forward to the showdown with Ayamindaki. It's just that Yumiya Kazuma is not as obvious as Ayamine. But that doesn't mean there aren't any. Certainly. What everyone doesn't know is, compared with the purity of Ayamine, the fighting spirit shown by Yumiya Kazuma is mixed with a lot of bad intentions of performing in order to win. Ayamine's offense is indeed strong enough. But in terms of defense, there is no doubt that the threat to monster immersion is greater than that of Emperor Ai, who has become accustomed to monster immersion. Yukimiya Kazuma needed Ayamine to go one-on-one with him in the second quarter. Even this 1v1 object and other generations of miracles will not work. One is because Ayamine is strong enough and Akashi will not interfere too much in a 1v1 with him, and the other is because Ayamine is also a special enough person in generation of miracles. The first one to bloom, the first one not to train, Akashi may not be able to order him. The second quarter starts with an ace showdown between Yukimiya and Ayamine. This is of course a matter of course. Except for the ace player in Whitewater Hall, no one else has a chance to compete with Generation of Miracles. Yukimiya and Shinzo stood opposite Ayamine in threatening postures. The opponent's defense was full of oppression due to the presence of wildness, but it was obvious that there was no fatal threat like Akashi's Emperor Ai. Pa. The transmission master, which should not be used too much in front of Akashi, can gradually release its power at this time, but even so, if the opponent is Ayamine in this state, Yukimiya is not trying to outdo others at all. Facing Ayamine, the only one who can compete with him is Monster Immersion Bird, so under Ayamindaki's tight 450 defense, Yukigong retreats instead of advancing, crossing steps. Take a step back, worship Buddha and start. Fake action. Ayamine paused for a moment. Yukimiya Kazuma did not hesitate, and immediately spread his wings, but at this moment, the phantom of the Black Panther behind Ayamindaki flashed, and then suddenly jumped out, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the same height as Yukimiya's shooting height. So fast! Both the spectators in the stands outside the stadium and Shirasuikan and Teikō as the two sides of the competition were all shocked by Ayamine's sudden block, because since Yukimiya's Monster Immersion Asuka appeared in the All-Hyuxia competition, Ayamine was the first one who can keep up with that shot. Even for Akashi, Emperor Ai works with all his strength, seeing the limit of what he can see, and then he can act in advance to steal the ball at the ball. To know. Not every human action can be done as one wishes. Any action, at the beginning, will have an accelerated process. This is why during games, players often feel that their bodies cannot keep up with their nerve reactions. However, whether it is Yukimiya Kazuma's monster immersion Asuka or Ayamine's super agility, it seems that this law has been forcibly erased by talent. Even Ayamine was a little faster, because after he was frozen for a moment by the Buddha-worshipping action, he almost shot with Kazuma Yukimiya and completed the entire blocking action simultaneously. DJ. Whoosh. The basketball drew a graceful arc in mid-air, and then fell into the basket with a swish. Chapter 078. Shiraswiken vs Teikō, the score was 31-32. With this three-pointer, the point difference between Shiraswiken and Teikō officially reached the 1-point mark. What? No way! Ayamine didn't block the ball. When Yukimiya's shot hit the net, everyone's eyes widened instantly. In particular, many teams on the scene who had been defeated by Ayamine were even more shocked. They couldn't believe that Yukimiya Kazuma actually scored points in a 1v1 duel under Ayamine's defense. At the same time, Yumiya Kazuma touched the ground and smoothed his hair that was messed up by the rapid lifting and lowering. He turned to look at Ayamine. Asuka's negative emotions were overwhelming. What defense? Hey? Ayamine. You're really capable. Snow Palace. Ayamine had obviously caught up with Yukigong's shot. How come he didn't block it? Because Ayamine didn't jump high enough. Akira Sasami came to his senses at this time and explained. The reason why Ayamine failed to block shots is very simple. It's because his starting height is not as high as Yukimiya's shooting release point. That's it. What Ayamine is good at is speed and explosive power. Although his jumping ability is also very good, at least higher than the 87.2 bounce of Yukimiya and Zhen Liang, but just like Yukimiya triggers I Love Slam Dunk, he can block the shot at the height like the Murasakibara confrontation. Monster Immersion Flying Bird also has a high bonus in height. Otherwise, how dare you call it a flying bird? How could this happen? Even Ayamine Senpai couldn't stop that monster. Teikō's substitutes all had a creepy feeling, and the last time they had this feeling was the first time all members of the third-year generation of Miracles played in the same game. But today, when everyone looked at Kazuma Yukimiya who was taking turns to fight against the generation of Miracles alone, they felt the hairs on their bodies stand up again, even stronger than that day. Dribbling the ball past midfield. Ayamine Daiki didn't even notice that he unknowingly took away Akashi's ability to control the ball and distribute the ball across the half-court. Soon, he and Kazuma Yukimiya formed a 1v1 situation in the half-court of the Whitewater Hall. The goal just now was great, I won't be polite. Ayamine was not angry because he failed to guard Kazuma Yumiya. Rather, on the contrary, his mood was now the best in the past year, and he could hardly help but laugh. The two were 1v1 again. It should be said that Snow Palace vs Ayamine is 1v1, and Ayamine vs Snow Palace. I don't know how many more are behind him. Ayamine's breakthrough speed was still ridiculous. With an exaggerated behind-the-back dribble, he came to the left side of Yukimiya Kazuma. Compared with the last breakthrough, Yukimiya clearly felt that Ayamine's speed had become a little faster. When he reacted and caught up before, Ayamine only broke through and took one step ahead, but this time he was already nearly 2 steps ahead. Even under the command of Yukimiya, Huayan Liang retracted into the paint area in advance to wait for help. When he jumped to block, Ayamine Daiki, who was still leaping at high speed, suddenly made a cruising and pulling action in the air. Yukimiya Kazuma's eyes lit up. The moment Ayamine was about to take action, he reached out from behind and blocked Ayamine's layup hand. However, with a wave of his hand. Empty? It's formless shot. I saw Ayamine in the air, her body suddenly tilted to the other side, and she threw the ball carelessly. Boom! 31-34. After Ayamine landed, she turned her head and glanced at Yukimiya Kazuma behind her. She was infected by the monster-immersed Yukimiya, and immediately said, "Where's the defense? Cannot see it." Snow Palace. Yukimiya Kazuma said with a cold face, "You speak too loudly, Amine, this is not your style, just use basketball to decide the outcome as before." Compared to Amine's relatively effective defense just now, Yukimiya relied on the strength of his teammates to still be able to defeat Amine. From a visual perspective, there is no doubt that Amine's offense can ignite the emotions of the audience. Amine's signature wild shot. So strong, not even Yukimiya Kazuma can stop him. Obviously, they were able to block a ball against Murasakibara and Akashi. He is truly the ace of the generation of miracles. However, before the audience cheered for too long, Beishui Hall immediately passed the ball out. After receiving the ball, Yukimiya crossed the three-point line and started the second round of offense in the long two-point area. Monster Immersion Flying Bird has no hit rate bonus, smooth anti-stealing action adjustment, and a stable anti-interference and high starting point like a flying bird. It is all technology. Whether you advance or not, in addition to the degree of interference the opponent will eventually give you, the only thing to look at is the level of shooting attributes. However, the mid-range shot and three-point shot, which have almost the same value, have different shooting rates with the same value. After all, it is the noble three-point shot in modern basketball. If you want the same shooting rate, the attribute requirements are higher than that of the mid-range shot. Higher. Therefore, after confirming that Amine could keep up with his shooting rhythm, Yukimiya decisively chose a mid-range shot with a higher hit rate. Did you think I would let you take action so easily? Snow Palace. Amine and Teikō rushed forward immediately and blocked the shot. Faced with Amine's block, Yukimiya still shot the ball steadily towards the basket with a pleasing ultra-high speed, but this time, Amine's block was only a palm away. The basketball landed like a rainbow, drew a wonderful arc in the air, and then went straight through the Teikō basket. Whoosh! 33-34. Side effects of flying birds, negative emotions, and physical exertion. The former Yukimiya Kazuma has gradually become accustomed to it, and his control is becoming more and more appropriate, but the physical consumption is a fixed expenditure every time, and is only affected by the sum of the two attributes of mid-range shot and three-pointer. Continuous Asuka shots made Yukimiya Kazuma, who had clearly experienced the rest after the first quarter, couldn't help but take a deep breath, but he still said, "Don't get me wrong, Amine, even if I can't guard you, it doesn't mean you can stop me." Ha! Don't you want to let basketball do the talking? But you guys are so courageous. After seeing this scene, all the junior high school teams in the audience noticed the ugly-looking Huayan Liang at the side. Everyone was a little helpless, even though they had expected it in their hearts. It is as expected. Looking at the Beishui Pavilion, Yukimiya Kazuma's teammates could only help defend him, but even so, from the beginning of the game, the effect was almost zero. Everyone, Li Zhao, suddenly felt something, the gap between genius and ordinary people. No matter how much training ordinary people undergo, it is impossible for them to have more acting roles in front of these monsters. Faced with such an opponent, unless they have miraculous defensive capabilities, the average player is probably no different from a piece of wood on the court. Besides, for Murasakibara, Yukimiya is good at blocking shots, which is quite suitable. For Akashi, he also found a way to break the ankle damage, but only Amine Teikō. Even Snow Palace itself can't defend itself, let alone the others in Whitewater Palace. If it weren't for Teikō's side and the complete lack of teamwork, I'm afraid Hakuzuikan wouldn't have been able to achieve this situation. But now it seems that this stalemate will not last long. Snow Palace cannot stop Amine, but Amine may not be able to prevent Snow Palace. Did you notice? Amine's shot blocking is getting higher and higher. I'm afraid that even if he can't complete the shot blocking, it will cause strong interference to Yukimiya's special shooting. Chapter 079. In the second quarter of the game, with the duel between Yukimiya and Amine, the scores continued to rise alternately. 3334. 3336. 3536. 43:46. 14. Yukimiya kept shaking the ball while dribbling. At the moment when he suddenly accelerated to break through and stopped, Ayamine suddenly accelerated to catch up. The series of dribbling and shaking suddenly lost their meaning. Seeing Ayamine appear in front of him again, Yukimiya's expression remained unchanged, his crotch changed shape, and his body turned instantly. Then he followed up with a back-to-back attack, stepped back, raised his hand and hit a flying bird. But that's it. A dark-skinned hand suddenly reached over. Rub. Yukimiya Kazuma suddenly froze. When his ball was thrown, he immediately felt that the ball was crooked. Returned to defense. Yukimiya Kazuma couldn't bear to be surprised, and didn't even ask everyone to fight for rebounds, but called back to defend. Inside. Atsushi Murasakibara relaxed his arms and picked off the rebound. Ayamine defended against Monster Immersion Bird for the first time in this game, but his wildness became deeper and deeper. There was no fluctuation in his expression, but he could vaguely see a sharper look. The only one who can defeat me is myself. 413. The moment Ayamine finished speaking, his figure began to leap towards the white water pavilion half like a panther. The speed of the attack was even faster this time. Like a violent storm. Can it be faster? Seeing Qing Feng Daki's speed getting even faster, the audience couldn't help but widen their eyes. Ayamine received Akashi's pass, and Yukimiya Kazuma retreated in time. However, Ayamine seemed to have anticipated Yukimiya's movements, and actually changed direction in advance at the moment of receiving the ball, bypassing the opponent's defense immediately. Then with a fierce swing, the ball was thrown from his hand like a cannonball. Bang! 43:48. The score difference continued to widen. Although it was only 5 points, everyone from Shirasui Hall, Yukimiya Kazuma, and even many teams at the scene knew what kind of signal the ball just meant. Yukimiya Kazuma. So good. Wild. The more you fight, the stronger you become. I won, Snow Palace. Ayamine said the conclusion calmly. It was hard to tell what the tone was, but it was not as exciting as the beginning. And what happened next was exactly what Ayamine said. Starting from this goal, Yukimiya Kazuma's scoring efficiency was suddenly restricted. Ayamine's blocking, before Yukigong's Asuka took action, the pass control master adjusted his focus more and more cautiously. Although not every shot could be blocked, the hit rate undoubtedly dropped significantly. Moreover, Yukimiya Kazuma knew that when Ayamine defeated him, with Akashi's character, he would definitely pursue the victory, and the fact was just as he thought. In the second half of the second quarter of the game, the duel between Yukimiya and Ayamine was originally due to the gap in shooting percentage, causing the score difference between the two sides to widen continuously. Just at this time, Akashi suddenly passed the ball to Midorima Shinter, who had just stepped into the Hakuzuikan half-court and had his foot on the midline. The latter faced Masaki Teikō's defense and turned around to score a three-pointer in the half. It is no exaggeration to describe a basketball as flying across the sky. Under the incandescent light, the ball flew past for a long time, causing great psychological pressure on everyone in the Whitewater Hall. Hey! 47:59. With Midorima Shinter's sudden three-pointer, the point difference between Shirasuikan and Teikō reached double digits for the first time. And it is foreseeable that in the remaining 3 minutes or so, this trend will intensify. Under Akashi's mobilization, with Ayamine as the main attack, interspersed with Midorima's three-pointers, Yukimiya Kazuma quickly changed his defensive position in response, and based on the assist defense attribute of 90.7, he stood close to the three-point line. Retreating can help defend Ayamine, advancing can help defend Midorima. But Akashi no longer cares about martial ethics in order to win. In Teikō's next offensive round, the ball came to the hands of inside player Atsushi Murasakibara. Boom! add bite, Teikō scores easily again. Everyone in Shirasui Hall is working hard on defense, but just as Akashi Sasami predicted before, Akashi's top of the arb deal is not considered teamwork at all, but simply gives the ball to more offensive options, leaving Shirasuikan and Yukimiya Kazuma exhausted. If chasing a mine before, with the help of teammates, there was still a theoretical possibility of successful defense, but now that Teikō is playing like this, Shirasuikan doesn't even have a theoretical possibility. Simply at the end of the second quarter, Yumiya Kazuma devoted himself to the offense, trying to use the offense to delay Teikō from continuing to expand the score. As long as he can score, the opponent needs to serve from the baseline, and the rhythm must be faster than now. The transition between offense and defense should be slower. But breathing so heavily. My hands and feet are like running a continuous obstacle course during camp training. The continuous monster immersion Asuka in the second quarter brought about extremely high physical exertion, which made both Snowbird and Zhen's thinking become a little slow. Open. Less than 2 minutes. In less than 2 minutes, the second quarter will be over. Do. In the long suffering, the halftime whistle finally sounded in my ears. Yukimiya Kazuma immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Shirasuikan vs Teikō. Score: 53:72. The score difference was 19 points. In the eyes of everyone present, this was already the best result. This year, no one did better than Baishui Hall. Moreover, at the end of the second quarter of Hakuzui Hall, when Kazuma Yukimiya devoted himself to the attack, other Hakuzui Hall players on the field were still trying their best to defend. Huayun Liang, who was 183 centimeters tall, dared to resist Murasakibara, who was 200 centimeters tall. The red-eyed posture of the deputy assassin was seen by everyone. Ha! It's finally the third quarter. Senior Yukimiya, is the state you mentioned really possible? Yukimiya Kazuma raised his head, his consciousness immersed in the system. Looking at the badge that he had high hopes for, he actually had no idea in his heart. But I can only gamble here. Golden Upgrade Experience Badge, consumable type gold. This badge can be consumed to automatically become any golden badge and temporarily increase the badge level for a period of time. Winning the first round, defeating Higashi Kata with more than twice the point difference, and getting the first victory reward. First win. Gold. Consumption type. Limit 1 section of time. All kinds of qualifications and keywords are the confidence that Yukimiya Kazuma dares to use to bet on the third quarter. Because the last consumable spider dance was only blue, and the ability it brought was enough to completely block a mine, so what about this golden upgrade experience badge?